Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Harry and Hermione shared a soul bond. Harry Potter. Here is short summary. A single between Harry and Hermione changes everything. What begins as an innocent moment awakens a powerful magical soul bond, linking their hearts, minds, and destinies forever. As their connection grows stronger, they uncover hidden abilities, face dangerous enemies, and discover that their bond may be the key to defeating Voldemort. Can their unbreakable connection save the wizarding world, or will it become their greatest weakness? Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. She was in his dreams again, lying peacefully next to him as he admired her profile. Her beauty took his breath away and rendered him speechless. The faint sounds of the gentle stream filled the brightly lighted meadow. Red and yellow poppies blossomed in the sun, nature at her most splendid. Yet, the beauty of nature was incomparable to the girl who lay next to him, with her brown tresses fanned around her. The intensity of his desire to touch her surprised him. Initially he wasn't capable of feeling so much. The girl of his dreams had never denied his ministrations. Tenderly, he stroked her smooth, porcelain cheeks. A sense of excitement and joy overwhelmed him to have the privilege to shower her with his admiration. His finger gently traced her jaw as he stared at the girl longingly. If he examined his longing closely, he would realize that he longed to spend his life with her. Her faint vanilla scent, tainted with a tinge of floral, permeated the meadows. She had shut her eyes in contentment. He was happy that she was enjoying his tender ministrations. Growing slightly bolder, Harry gingerly drew his fingers along her pink lips. For a moment, he was lost in the feel of her velvet lips. He longed to her and to taste if she was as sweet as her scent. He simply did not have the power to tear his eyes from that particular feature. "Harry, don't tease me this way," Hermione whispered softly as she revealed those alluring eyes. He smiled indulgently as he gently played with her rather bushy brown hair by curling the ends up with his fingers. He liked her hair the way it was. Personally, he rather liked to think her hair was more untamable, just like her, rather than just bushy. He had always admired her independent streak under her compliant and goody two-shoes farce. It got her into more trouble than he could count. "How am I teasing you, Hermione?" He chuckled lightly. The contentment of being with her warmed every corner of his heart. His heart was going to burst from that overwhelming feeling of bliss. Hermione grinned as she relaxed next to him. Harry loved that smile, even though most had said that it was marred by two slightly buck teeth. It was just Hermione Jean Granger, and she could never be anything lesser than beautiful in his eyes. By doing that, she answered as her lips curved upwards. Laughter bubbled within him and erupted from his mouth uncontrollably. He reveled in the fact that she made him very happy. With a courage he knew he wouldn't have in reality, he leaned over and grazed her lips with his. The moment their lips had touched, his world exploded like fireworks, filling him with sensations he could not identify. It was electrifying. It was earth-shattering. The simple shook his world and reshaped his perception of it. Their lips had parted after a while. Hermione grinned happily as she snuggled closer to his. Contented, Harry wrapped his arms protectively around her. He marveled at the fact that she fit perfectly in his arms. The world no longer mattered, only she did. He wished he could remain like this with her forever. "You can't." The dreaded voice of logic decided to dose him with cold hard truth by reminding him that this was not reality. He woke up. Blurred darkness greeted him. Tears were running rapidly down his cheeks when Harry Potter jerked up from his sleep. He was alone once more. The taste of freedom made his situation intolerable. The dreadful sense of hollowness filled him, making it unbearable. How much longer did he need to stay in this hellhole? How much more did he need to take before he could be free? He climbed out of his bed, hastily swiping his face to clean off his tears. Did he really want her that way? Tiredly, he pressed his palms on his face. Harry could not deny that he'd always felt a pull towards her. He was powerless to stop himself from trying to spend all his time with her. This was the main reason for his good results in school. Academically, he was second in his year, right behind Hermione, simply due to the hours they had studied together in the Leary. How brilliant was his good friend! Their professors at school had remarked at her intellectual brilliance. She was loyal to a fault and dreadfully accepting. He could be himself with her. He didn't even feel this comfortable with Ron, his good friend. Some of his dorm mates tend to tease him about his lack of interest in girls, but they didn't understand that he did prefer the fairer gender. The only difference was that he could not see anyone else but her. She fascinated him. "She is your best friend," Harry groaned, rubbing his face with his two hands. He chided himself mentally. "I really should not continue to delude myself." Harry Potter had no family in this world. His parents died when Lord Voldemort came for him a decade ago. He was left in the care of his only living relatives, the Dursleys, who hated him with a passion. They made it their personal goal to make his life a living hell. Thankfully, he had two great friends whom he'd known for about 3 years, Ron Weasley and Hermione Jean Granger. He was grateful for their companionship and their acceptance. They were his first friends since his cousin had the perchance of chasing off his friends at school when they were younger. None of them really knew of his living conditions, and he didn't want them to learn of it too. His mind returned to the dream he had. Could not bear to ask more from Hermione, since Trouble was more of his middle name than James was. For goodness sake, she was petrified last year because of him. Besides, how could a person who had never experienced love care for another? He didn't know how to court girls or treat them right. Hermione was so amazing that she deserved a better person. He couldn't be the partner to complete her. Harry drew a hand through his usually messy hair. Images of Hermione flooded his mind, her smiles, her laughter, her frown, a look of contentment on her face. Frustrated, he threw himself on his back. Determined, he willed himself back to sleep. Miles away, in a large and comfortable room, a brown-haired girl was slumbering. A look of contentment was on her face. She was unaware of the dreams that her good friend was having of her. She was dreaming of a messy raven-haired guy with dreamy green eyes. On this particular night, they had lain next to each other. He had watched her intently as he caressed her jaw. The intensity of his adoration surprised her. It was as if he was looking at his goddess. Her best friend was too young to be capable of such intense emotions. To make this dream memorable, they had shared a chaste for the first time. Her heart fluttered at the recollection of that. Her linguistic capabilities failed her as she searched for words to describe the sensations of that innocent. It was exhilarating. Her world had rocked beneath her. Then, she had an epiphany. Her world had never spun around another axis since she first laid her eyes on the scrawny green-eyed boy. Her world just spun around him. With that unsettling revelation, she shot up from her bed with her eyes wide open. The taste of his lips seemed to linger on her lips, and she tentatively touched them. Did she just dream of Harry Potter? The Harry Potter, her best friend. She never felt so conflicted. On one hand, she was upset that she had dreamt of her good friend in her dream. Yet, she enjoyed the feeling of being with him. She felt so complete. Well, at least from being with him in her dreams. She knew of her attraction to him from the day they had first met on the train to Hogwarts. Hermione could not help but wondered if she made an impression on Harry then, but he certainly did impress her. She would never forget the first time when she first looked into the windows of his soul. Strangely, she did saw the essence of him, and she liked him. Her instincts had told her that he would never hurt her willingly. There was a strange sense of connection, and Hermione knew that her new life would always be entwined with this gaunt green-eyed boy. She never understood why she felt that way for him, but her instincts were correct. He became the first boy to move her with his courage when he saved her from the troll in their first year. Realistic Hermione would never live in her fantasy world. Muggle-born Hermione Granger and famous boy who lived Harry Potter. No way, she sighed. She knew herself well. She just simply wasn't physically attractive enough to catch the eye of the most famous wizard in Great Britain. It was only 6 in the morning and Hermione was already wide awake. She was reading the very same page she had looked at for the past half hour. The images of Harry smiling were vivid and it distracted her. Her mind could not focus on anything but him. Snapping the book closed loudly, she stood up with great frustration and paced around the room. The feeling of attraction to him was getting stronger day by day. The feelings was bordering on excessive since it was preventing her from functioning normally. She couldn't even concentrate on her work. The restless pacing of the daughter caught the attention of her sensitive mother. She was peeking in. checking on her only daughter. "Sweetheart, is something wrong?" Jean Granger asked. She had been paying closer attention to her daughter since she had come back from the holidays. Hermione's strange behavior did not go unnoticed. She had no appetite and was very agitated as if there was something bothering her. "I'm all right," she answered flatly. "I guess it's the heat that is troubling me," Hermione replied as she shrugged nonchalantly. She fanned herself for emphasis. Her mother arched an eyebrow, knowing that she was telling the whole truth. "I've watched you grow up for the past 13 years, do you really think I wouldn't know if you were hiding something?" Jean sat next to her on her bed. "I love you, Hermione. I'm concerned for you." Time had really flown. Her only child, Hermione, had grown into a fine young lady who had the mark of a future ravishing beauty. "Let me guess, you miss your friends?" she asked as she raised her eyebrows questioningly. Hermione was surprised that her mother knew her so well despite being away from them for so long. "There's absolutely no way I can hide anything from you, Mummy." Hermione smiled tenderly as she watched the lips of her mother curl upwards. It was true, but she only missed one of her friends. Suddenly, an idea just popped up in her head. "Mummy, is it all right that I invite Harry to stay with us for the rest of our holiday? Ron is currently in Egypt with his family, so he can't invite us over. Harry is all alone with his dreadful relatives. I don't fancy the idea of leaving him at the mercy of those people for the rest of the holidays." A flash of anger flashed in her eyes when she thought of Harry's relatives. She knew that they did not like him. Jean had heard a little of his relatives' treatment of Harry. That, coupled with the pleading look in her daughter's chocolate eyes, made her unable to reject her request. Honestly, she was curious about him, after hearing so much about him. As an adult, she had to weigh the options. Mentally, she drew up a list. There were several pros. First, she could get to know more about the company Hermione keeps when she is back at school. Second, Hermione would be happier to have someone of her age to play with. However, it was not proper for a girl to have a boy staying at her place, and she wanted to spend more family time with her daughter. After much consideration, she decided she could always supervise both of them, and they could definitely include Harry into their plans. "I'll bring the issue up with your father and see how he feels about it. If he agrees, you can ask Harry if he wants to come over to our house for the rest of the holiday." Jean answered with a smile. Hermione beamed as she dashed upstairs to look for her father and ask for his permission. After a while, she could hear Hermione's squeals of delight as she bounced to the nearest phone to call Harry at his uncle's place. "Let him know that we'll pick him up from his house tomorrow afternoon at 1, sweetheart," she added with a smile. Jean was happy to see her daughter being so enthusiastic. It was comparable to the time when she had discovered that she was a witch. It was 7 in the morning at the Dursleys' residence. Everyone but Harry was eating breakfast, enjoying the quiet morning, when the telephone in the living room rang, disrupting the scared tranquility. Vernon's face had turned mildly red with irritation at the disturbance. "Who in the bloody right mind will call us so early? Go pick up that call," Vernon bellowed from the kitchen as he sat at the table, reading the morning newspaper. Harry grudgingly listened and dragged himself to pick the call. The voice of the caller was a balm to his mood. "Hi, I am looking for Harry Potter." It was a sweet feminine voice that Harry had no trouble recognizing, and his heart began to flutter. "Hermione, is that you?" Harry asked happily. He finally could talk to his good friend. He did not bother to hide his excitement, and she giggled in response. "Yes, I'm calling to ask if you'd like to come over to my place for the rest of my holidays. My parents have offered to pick you up too." He could not believe his ears. Her parents had actually given her the permission to have a male friend over at their place for holidays. "I'll ask my uncle, give me a minute," Harry answered as he placed the receiver on the table. He breathed deeply, schooling his face into an imp of mask. It was difficult to maintain his mask or attempt to walk calmly into the kitchen, but he managed to do so convincingly. "Uncle Vernon, my friend has just invited me to stay at their place for the rest of the holidays. Is it all right that I join them?" he asked as he secretly crossed his fingers, hoping that his uncle would allow. His uncle did not even glance at him, concentrating on his papers. There was silence in the house as his uncle contemplated. Finally, he grunted his approval. He nearly gave a celebratory yell, but he controlled himself in time. He dashed back to the foyer to give Hermione his answer. She squealed in delight at his answer. "We'll pick you up tomorrow at 1. I can't wait to see you, Harry." He confirmed his address with her. He was leaving his relative's place tomorrow. Harry tried to hide his smile when he informed his uncle of the arrangements. His uncle had merely grunted again, satisfied that he did not need to do anything to get rid of the freak in the house. "Finish the chores for next 2 days and I will sign that blasted form of yours. Just remember not to return until next year," he muttered under his breath as he flipped to the next page. Harry suppressed the joy that was threatening to burst inside of him desperately. The last thing the Dursleys would ever like to do was to make him happy. He struggled to keep an emotionless face as he walked to his sanctuary on the excuse of packing his things. When he was finally out of earshot, he punched the air in victory. Cheerfully, he went into his room to talk to his beautiful snowy white owl, Hedwig. She was perching in her cage, looking curiously at him with those large amber eyes of hers. Her plumage was of pure white like untainted snow. He could feel her curiosity through a rather remote part of him and he answered her. "I'm going to spend the rest of the holiday with Hermione. She invited me to stay at her place and her parents are picking me up tomorrow. Uncle Vernon has also promised to sign the Hogsmeade form." Harry grinned brightly as he scratched a spot under her beak as she hooted in delight. "You miss Hermione too, don't you? Miss all the attention she gives you?" He laughed as he tickled his breathtaking owl. Hedwig merely hooted in excitement as she leapt on his shoulder. Hedwig was always careful with her talons when she approached him, choosing areas with more protection before perching on him. He reached to his shoulder to scratch her and she wiggled in enjoyment. How was he going to bring Hedwig along? He stared at her cage, wondering what he should do. Suddenly, he thought of an idea. "Hedwig, why don't you take a letter to Hermione and wait for me to join you? I'll write a note for her to inform her to keep you until I come." He grinned as he quickly scrawled a note for Hedwig to take it to Hermione. Hedwig hooted happily and took off immediately after he attached the note to her leg. He chuckled fondly knowing that his pet liked Hermione. He rolled up his baggy long sleeves past his elbow, ready to do some menial labor. It was time for some packing. A smile was on his face as he began to put his things into his trunk. For once, he hummed a cheery tune as he worked. It was approaching 1 in the afternoon. Harry had already moved his trunk and his empty cage outside as he waited excitedly for the arrival of the Grangers. Uncle Vernon had even signed the form as he had promised, thus making it one of the best days he'd had in non-magical Britain. Harry didn't care if he was grinning like an idiot where everyone could see him. He was just too happy to care. Soon, a modest black sedan halted at the gate. Before his mind could register it, he felt a brown bushy-haired missile tackling him as she dashed straight into him. He wrapped his arms around her as the impact knocked them on the well-maintained GR. Together, they were laughing, happy at their reconciliation. When they had finally stopped laughing, Harry managed to take a good look at her. It was the very face he dreamt of every night. He remembered every single detail of it in the planes of her face. Seeing Hermione in person after dreaming of her for so many nights choked him up with so much emotions. Harry could only stare at her wordlessly. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as those familiar eyes watched him intently. The desire to caress her cheeks was strong but he resisted and decided to watch her instead. She was tucking the loose tendrils of brown hair behind her ear as she grinned at him. Hermione watched the range of emotions being played out on his face. It was quite fascinating how much Harry could feel in just a short time. The admiration in his eyes was simply too much for her to bear, so she decided to distract him. "You look as if it's very comfortable lying on the GR." He made no response. Shaking her head, she stood up and lent a hand for him to take. "But we don't have all day." She smiled warmly. Harry had to resist the urge of tucking those brown tendrils that had begun to fly messily behind her ear. With great effort, he snapped himself out of his trance and took her hand so that he could get up. His face cracked with a broad smile. He could feel his facial muscles aching from all the smiling. Contented, he followed her to meet her parents. "Mummy and Daddy, this is Harry. Harry, meet my parents." Hermione grinned brightly as she introduced her rather nervous good friend to them. She placed a comforting hand on his arm and he relaxed visibly with her support. Jean smiled when she saw the effect Hermione had on her good friend. She observed the young lad in front of her and came to a conclusion that he was a nice young man. "Hi Harry, please call me Jean." She smiled warmly as she hugged him. When she had let go of him, Harry greeted back as he adjusted his glees, edgy at physical contact. It was now Dan Granger's turn. He stared at Harry with a critical eye. He had noticed that he looked rather small for his age and guessed that he had went through a period where he was not fed properly. In all, he judged him as a nice boy, so he extended his hand to him. "I'm Dan Granger. It is nice to meet you, Harry." Harry immediately took his hand. "Nice meeting you too, Mr. Granger." He smiled nervously as they shook their hands. Harry was relieved when he saw a soft smile on the elder's man's face. "Daddy is just trying to make you sweat, Harry." Hermione laughed heartily as she watched the exchange. Her father liked to intimidate younger guys and make them pale in fear for the fun of it. "I'll go get my stuff," Harry said as he went to retrieve his trunk and his cage as Dan helped to make some space to put them at the back of the car. When everything was stowed and everyone was buckled up for the journey, they finally began the trip to Granger's house in Nightdale. Harry could hardly believe his luck. He was leaving his relative's house at the start of his holiday and he was simply overjoyed. However, Harry soon found himself in a quandary. He was supposed to sit beside a girl that he had dreamt of all summer in a confined space for a period of time. He racked his hand through his hair. This was potentially one of the greatest challenges Harry had ever faced. It was worse than facing the basilisk alone in the chambers of secret. Harry could feel a strange and strong feeling of attraction to Hermione. He simply had a desperate need to her, as if his life had depended on it. Harry tried to concentrate on the conversation they were having as he fervently hoped that the need would pee. Hermione, on the other hand, also had the same difficulty. She could barely pay much attention to the conversation. She could not help staring at his alluring green eyes or his able lips. It was balmy. She decided to distract herself by chattering endlessly about all the mundane stuff under the sun. If it wasn't for her raging hormones, she would have noticed that Harry was behaving weirder than usual, actively participating in topics that would usually bore him within seconds. Neither could understand what had changed that caused them to start dreaming of each other or having a need to be so physically close to each other. "Did you manage to do any of your homework?" Harry asked. He was searching for a topic they had not touched and he realized that they had yet to talk about homework. It was a safe topic to bring up since Hermione probably finished her work by the third day she was back at home. Hermione was probably doing supplementary readings as usual. Harry was not prepared for the bomb Hermione was going to drop on him. "No," Hermione answered softly as she turned away to look out the window at the scenery zooming past them. What? Did he hear her correctly? Harry had to strain his ears to hear her answer, and when he finally realized what she had said, his jaw dropped. "Why, I mean that's just unlike you. Are you all right?" Harry asked in deep concern. Something must be wrong. Her face was slightly red when she had turned to look at him. "I was just distracted." Distracted? Hermione was blushing too. Harry knew what that meant. Hermione had an infatuation for someone. His heart sank instantly at the thought. It felt as if someone had just drenched him with a bucket of cold water, numbing his heart. He simply couldn't breathe because of the pain that was radiating from his. He never thought that anything could hurt as bad as this, to know that she finally liked someone. Turning away so that she would not be able to see the dejection plainly on his face, he muttered, "Oh. She was of that age to fall in love anyway. I wonder who that lucky guy is. Maybe I rather not know." The chocolate eyes widened at the sight of Harry's discomfort and she immediately jumped to conclusions. Oh no, did he know what the distraction was? He couldn't. She didn't want him to know her feelings for him this way. Hermione glanced at her good friend and found that he really looked very upset. Did he not have the same feelings for me? That particular thought made her feel as if a boulder had weighed her heart down. It was too painful to think that he just didn't like her the same way she did. She blanked out her mind and focused on the scenery outside of the window, hoping to turn off those depressing thoughts before she became upset. Desperately wanting to be the good friend that offered support and interest, he failed because he simply could not bring up the topic without sounding bitter. With a sigh, he focused on the scenery outside of the window dejectedly, and the two teenagers did not utter a single word for the rest of their journey. What seemed like a good holiday was fast turning into a horrible one. Hermione, is it okay if we talk? I know it is rather late and you probably want to sleep but I can't. It's about. Harry drew his hand through his messy raven hair as he shifted uncomfortably outside of Hermione's room. It sounded awfully stupid, he growled mentally as he pondered furiously for another way to bring the issue up. He was standing in front of her room, facing her door, as he tried to practice how he should bring up the subject that was bothering him since the trip to her place. Harry knew that he did not sound excited enough when they took him on a tour around their modest house, and he was rather lifeless at dinner even though he could tell that Mrs. Granger had put a lot of effort in preparing the meal. They had a rather tense dinner since they were not talking to each other all evening. When the day had finally ended, and both of them were sent to their rooms, Harry had trouble sleeping because of the conversation he'd had with Hermione. Harry knew he'd never rest if he didn't get an answer from her. Moreover, he was not comfortable with the fact that Hermione looked rather upset at dinner. He tried to talk to his owl, Hedwig, about it but she did not even want to listen to him. Harry had no doubt that she was ignoring him because of Hermione. Harry had to try to talk to her before the night had ended. Hermione, I think we should talk. Well, I guess you are that age to miss, sweet Merlin, that sounds even worse. Harry hissed to himself as he kicked the wall in deep frustration. He was nearly scared out of his wits when the door opened suddenly, revealing a petite girl. It was simply too dark to see her but he could tell from that familiar faint vanilla scent that it was Hermione. Harry, why are you at my door? She whispered in surprise as she peered at the person at the door. It was dark but she could make out from the shape that it was Harry. She could tell that he was rather nervous because he was shifting uncomfortably as he scratched his head. Were you crying, Hermione? His voice filled with worry. Her voice was unusually rough, as if she'd been crying before she heard that kick. Anxious to see if it was really true, he closed the distance between them and gently pushed her into the room so that he could see her better. In the pale moonlight, Harry could see traces of tears glistening on her cheeks. Hermione quickly wiped any traces of her tears with a swipe using both of her hands, but Harry caught them firmly and lowered them to her side as he inched in closer. His emerald eyes never looked as intense as she nervously met his gaze. Why? Did someone hurt you? Is it that guy? Harry asked harshly. Hermione blinked in confusion before answering. What guy, Harry? She saw him stiffen for a moment as he forced out the answer. The distraction, the guy you like. Did he hurt you? Hermione took a step away from him as she lowered her head silently. A moment of relief washed over her when she realized that he didn't know that she liked him and thus could not be upset about her feelings for him. Hermione had other things to worry about, like finding a suitable way to answer him. Harry took a step closer to her as he hissed. Who is he? His emerald eyes had flared furiously. Hermione would have chuckled if her good friend wasn't so livid. Instead, she placed a hand on his, halting him from getting any closer to her as their eyes connected. Hermione could feel the tension in his body and could tell that he was very angry with the phantom guy that she apparently liked. The soft chocolate eyes staring caringly at him cooled him down a little. Harry held her soft hand to his as he relaxed. You were distracted all holiday because you miss a guy, right? He asked in a resigned tone as he drew his free hand through his messy hair. Even though he knew that it was obvious that Hermione was apparently in love with someone, he needed to hear it from her. Hermione tried to turn away from him but he held her hand to his and she had no choice but to look at him. Her chocolate orbs could hide nothing from him and Harry got the answer immediately. The emerald eyes became slightly cloudy because of the conflicts within him but he took a deep breath and asked the next question. Was he the cause of your tears? Harry asked gently as he searched her chocolate eyes and once again he got his answer. He could feel his blood boiling with rage but he took a deep breath to calm himself before he asked his next question. Who is it? He questioned stiffly. Hermione did not respond but she did not break the eye connection. Ron, Harry guessed. Neville. His green eyes were wide with surprise. Diggory. He tried that name since he knew a lot of girls liked him. With each wrong guess, he felt even more frustrated. His good friend was usually with him. Who could that guy be? It can't be Draco, can it? He tried it as the last resort. Hermione was giggling harder with each outrageous guess. Harry finally gave up. Never mind. Have I met him before? Hermione was sitting on her bed laughing at his last guess. She could not believe her ears that he had even thought it might be Malfoy. If you don't want to divulge his name, it's okay. Is he nice to you? He growled with irritation as he watched her laugh. She was now clutching her stomach from all the laughing and had even started tearing as she rolled around on her bed. Her face was alternating between laughing and wincing as tears began to flow down her cheeks. It was such an amusing sight that Harry forgot all about the guy and started laughing at her. After a while, Harry had ended up on the floor in the same fix as Hermione. After a long while, he had finally stopped laughing as he stretched himself on the floor, catching his breath. Hermione had already got over it and both of them just lay at their respective areas, enjoying the silence as he forgot all about his plan of talking to Hermione. However, Hermione reminded him. "Harry, why were you at my door at the middle of the night?" she asked as she turned to lie on her side so she could look at Harry. He had closed his eyes. "I wanted to ask you about the guy. I couldn't sleep until I had the answers. I want to know if the guy is good enough for you. You're so beautiful. I don't want just any plain average Joe to be with you. It must be someone who knows your value and can cherish you," he answered as he enjoyed the gently night breeze caressing his cheeks. Harry was not entirely truthfully, but a part of him really did want her to be with a guy who would treasure her and understand how precious she really was. "I'm not beautiful like other girls," she stammered. "I have bushy hair and I have buck," she returned with a flustered face, but she couldn't finish because she felt him suddenly above her, staring intensely at her as he covered her mouth with his hand. "Don't ever say that of yourself, ever. You're smart, loyal, fun to be with, and a whole lot more." He allowed a small smile. "The list is unending. They may be pretty, but you have both inner and outer beauty," he stated firmly, leaving no room for arguments. "Besides, I think of your hair as having its own personality rather than bushy." Harry grinned broadly as he took a lock of her hair and played with it. Hermione matched his smile with one of her own. "If you like it, then it is fine." "Thank you, Harry," she whispered. She was glad that Harry couldn't really see her face or he'd realize that she had blushed. "You're welcome." He smiled as he climbed off her and settled beside her. He could feel the longing in his nether regions and did not want to do something that he might regret. Harry had missed the look of regret on his good friend's face with the absence of his comforting weight on her when he'd lowered his head to ponder how he should tell her without revealing his feelings. "I wanted to apologize for my behavior this evening. I know it's no fun when I'm brooding. I guess I was just a little concerned about your distraction, Hermione. You must really like the guy to be distracted from your work," Harry muttered as he drew his hand through his messy raven hair. She didn't want to confirm his assumptions since it would lead to more awkward questions, so she smiled and answered that it was all right. She knew it was getting late and they both needed their sleep. Mustering all her courage as a Gryffindor, she leaned over and pecked him on the cheek and allowed her lips to linger on his cheek longer than it was needed for a simple good night. Hermione stood up and went to the door. "Good night, Harry. It's time to get to bed." Quote. Harry was taken aback by the sudden gesture. Staring blankly at the figure standing next to the door, he gently touched the spot where her lips had touched. Did she just him on the cheek? When he finally broke from his trance, he scrambled out of her bed and said his goodnight and dashed back to his room, blushing. "That silly guy thinks I'm in love with another guy," she thought in amusement. Didn't he know that she didn't have many friends and spent all her time with him and Ron? Ron was totally out of the question because he was simply too immature for her. Anybody could have deduced who he was, but Harry had to be oblivious about it. She shook her head at the thought before she collapsed on her bed. Was Harry simply protective or being jealous? That was the last issue on her mind as she fell deeply asleep, dreaming of that silly, messy black hair guy with alluring green eyes. Harry was smiling stupidly as he touched his cheek and climbed into the large comfortable bed. Hermione had edged him on the cheek. Harry was swooning about the peck on the face even though a large part of it wanted it on his lips. Well, if it was really a platonic gesture, she would have given him a quick, would she not? With a large goofy smile on his face, he closed his eyes and fell asleep dreaming of a certain brown-haired girl. For the delightful and underappreciated dinner, Harry decided to wake up earlier to cook for them since it was a chore he did every morning at Dursley's. Whistling as he worked, He began making coffee first as he warmed the pan and began to cook the bacon and the omelets. He finished the whole breakfast by toasting several pieces of bread. He really loved cooking even though he had been coerced by his relatives to learn. It made him feel as if he was no different from anyone else who spent their time doing domestic chores and not the boy who lived. When the entire Granger family awakened and managed to trudge down to the kitchen to begin their day, their jaws had dropped as they took in the sight of a hearty breakfast on the dining table. Harry had just finished cleaning up the cooking area when he realized that he was not alone. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Granger." "Good morning, Hermione. Did you have a good night's sleep?" he asked politely as he set the apron aside. A large smile was plastered on his face as he continued. "I don't know what you usually have for breakfast, but I hope you like it. It's a thank you for last night's excellent dinner." Harry knew that he was not as appreciative of Mrs. Granger's efforts for the dinner as he should have been and wanted to express his gratitude fully. "A sweet and nice lad," Jean thought as she smiled warmly back at the young man hanging the pan back to where it belonged. Harry looked as if he was no stranger to the kitchen. "Call me Jean, Harry. You didn't have to make breakfast." "It was my pleasure," she said as she eyed the table that was groaning at the weight of the delicious breakfast. It really looked mouth-watering. Unable to contain her growing hunger at the sight of the spread, she sat down. "It's all right," Harry urged warmly as he took the coffee jar. "Would you like some coffee?" he politely asked the adults around the table. They nodded and he proceeded to pour the hot steaming coffee into 4 mugs. Hermione had beamed with great appreciation for him when she realized that he remembered her love for coffee. Hermione could guess how little sleep he caught just to make this meal since her family had always begun their day early. Harry couldn't have slept more than 3 hours, she thought as her heart warmed at the effort he had put in for her family. She hurriedly picked up her fork and took a bite of her breakfast. "It's really good, Harry," she exclaimed. Harry could really cook, she thought as she took another bite. Her reaction had made the adults more curious and they hurriedly tried his food. Jean's eyes had widened when she took a bite. "How can you cook so well?" she demanded. Her bacon was not too oily and her omelet tasted great. Harry blushed a little as he ate his toast. "Practice, Mrs. Granger." He grinned boyishly. "Jean," she insisted, "I cook almost every day but I don't think my cooking is as nice, Harry." The blush on his face grew, causing them to smile. "Thank you. I'm glad that you like it," he added emberingly as the adults at the table chuckled at his modesty. Harry was secretly glad that all the cooking at his relative's place had paid off as he watched them savor every bite. It was rather comical to watch Dan when he took the first bite of Harry's cooking. Dan had immediately dropped his fork, turned sharply to face Harry immediately and asked if he could adopt him. The occupants at the dining table burst into cheery laughter at that reaction before they settled down to enjoy their breakfast. Since breakfast that day, the Grangers had a good impression of Harry Potter. "Harry, you still haven't answered me." Hermione pouted as she propped herself up from the ground so that she could take a good look at his face. They were lying under the tree as they enjoyed the nice, warm afternoon. It seemed that being around nature and out of the house could tear down the barriers that existed between them. They could talk to each other freely, as they lay in the garden behind the house. Hermione couldn't really tell how Harry was feeling since his emerald eyes were hidden at the moment. He had closed his eyes as he stretched under the tree and enjoyed the cool breeze. Harry looked unusually relaxed. She remembered how tense he'd been ever since he fought Voldemort for the second time. Both of them knew that it was not going to be his last battle and Harry had grown increasingly worried about his friends and his ability to stay alive. She smiled as she watched him. He looked exactly like how a teenager should look. The eyelids had sprung open suddenly at the question, revealing those intensely green orbs. She could not decide if the shade of green was as close as that of the greenest leaves of the tree in the morning or the shade of a sparkling emerald. "What's the question?" he asked in his velvet voice as he closed his eyes once more. Sunlight was shining slightly through the gaps between the leaves of the tree, illuminating the planes of his face. Hermione could not help but admire his rather good looks. Sure, he was not as good looking as Cedric Diggory, but with the right diet and exercise, he would be. "What were you doing during your holidays?" she asked curiously as she gazed at the raven-haired guy lying peacefully next to her. His eyelids had shot open in surprise. His emerald eyes revealed hesitation. She could see his reluctance to share and it had made her even more curious. The curiosity is killing me, Harry. I told you about mine. Are you going to tell me about yours? Hermione demanded in a friendly manner. Her chocolate eyes had twinkled with mischief. She could only be this inactive without a book for a little while. Harry was smiling playfully. I'm not telling, he added playful as he shot her a look that challenged her to force it out of him. So, Harry wanted to play. One last chance, Harry. Are you sharing? Hermione threatened in mock annoyance as her chocolate eyes glowed with mischief. Harry was laughing with amusement when he saw that she was rather amused by the game they were playing and he decided to push it. Never. He grinned fiercely. Harry did not expect what happened next. Her fingers had swooped to his sides and had begun mercilessly tickling him. He began laughing as he rolled around on the GR from her punishment. Harry then grabbed her wrists and pulled her to him so that she would fall on him. With a scream, she collapsed on his body, laughing as she tried to struggle out of his hold to no avail. Harry and Hermione began struggle playfully as Harry tried to flip her from the top to the bottom. Hermione was giggling, her face slightly red from the exhaustion when Harry finally was on top of her. I've won. Do you yield and promise not to ask any further? He asked as he grinned boyishly. His face was inches away from her and he had propped some of his body off her using his elbows so that she had room to breathe. His emerald eyes were shining with pure joy as he stared at her. Well, he smiled playfully. He watched those amused chocolate orbs closely for a reaction. The laughter in her eyes died suddenly and was replaced by an intense longing. Harry found himself holding his breath as she closed distance between them by raising herself towards him slowly. Her sensuous lips were now just an inch away from his. Harry was so captivated by the moment that he was acting purely by his desire to her. As if in trance, he leaned in. When their lips were only half an inch away and his mind began to clear. He couldn't. The image of a petrified Hermione lying in the hospital bed filled his head. He couldn't protect himself, or needless to say, protect another person. Anyone who was OCIATED with him would be hurt. He couldn't do that to her. Despite the unbearably strong longing to her, he mustered all his will and strength and pressed her back to the ground as he stood up. His emerald eyes were hardened with determination. Those darn dreams were making his craving for her too strong for his liking. He should not lead her on if he can't be there for her. Moreover, she liked someone else. I am sorry, Hermione. Truly, the person who could hurt you the most are those who are close to the heart, and his rejection cut deep into her heart. He was greeted by a shocked look. As she stood up, the shock in her chocolate orbs were replaced by so much pain from the rejection and it cut Harry deep. Tears had begun to well up as she realized what had taken place. She turned around and ran away. What on earth did he just do? Harry felt so torn up by the pain. At that moment, everything fell in place for him and Harry realized that all the reasons were insignificant. All he ever wanted was her to be happy and he chased after Hermione. Harry had never reaped any benefits from all the bullying until this day. He could easily catch up with the sobbing brown-haired girl when he had sprinted after her and managed to stop her by grabbing one of her arm. Harry pulled her so that she was facing him. His heart numbed as he saw the tears running down her cheeks. Her chocolate eyes were swollen from the crying and he would blast himself into pieces for causing it, if it would make her feel better. Without thinking, he tenderly wiped the tears off her face with his calloused hands as he looked tenderly at her. I didn't mean to hurt you that way, he muttered lovingly as he caressed her cheeks. She did not resist his touch and allowed him to continue with his gentle ministrations. How could she allow him to touch her without any resistance and looked at him that way when he hurt her so much? She is just too good for him. I'll gladly you if you let me, because I've been dreaming of it for so long. The dreams were the only things that make my life at Dursley's bearable. Hermione's eyes had widened and he had immediately dropped his hands to his side. You have dreams of me? She asked incredulously as she arched her eyebrows in disbelief. How long have you started dreaming of me? She asked as she lowered her head as she blushed. Harry frowned in confusion. It started at the beginning of the holidays. Harry answered as he felt blood rushing to his cheeks, coloring them red. Strange, I started the same dreams at the same time, too. She muttered. Hermione had frowned in her thought as she bit her bottom lip. Harry couldn't help but chuckle since she was wearing her cute thinking look. It was so Hermione to forget about everything and focus on unraveling a mystery. Overwhelmed with feelings for his good friend, Harry gently caressed her cheeks adoringly as he looked amorously at her. Those emerald eyes that were shining with adoration took her breath away, and Hermione could not think of anything else but him. I don't know if this is the right thing to do, Hermione. I don't have the ability to protect you or even love you the way you should be loved. Harry said emotionally. I want to be noble and push you away, but I can't hurt you. I need you, Harry, she whispered tenderly as she stared into those caring emerald eyes that always knew what she wanted. She stood on her toes, and his lips was shocked by the slight brushing of her lips against his, but it felt right. He wrapped his arms around her petite shoulders and drew her into his arms as he her back with equal tenderness that made her toes curl. Unknown to both of them, the moment their lips touched, a blue light enveloped them, then it faded away. Harry had finally broken but he held her close to him as they enjoyed the quiet moment together. He had never felt so complete before, and he reveled in feeling her warm body in his arms. Hermione had laid her head on his as she enjoyed the security and the warmth in his arms. She felt as if she was whole. Harry had filled up the strange void in her heart. Harry, does this mean we are together? Hermione asked quietly. Only if you want us to be, Hermione. You know the danger of being with me, don't you? He smiled as he buried his face in her hair and took in that intoxicating vanilla scent. It's no less safe than being your good friend, Harry. I guess it'll be all right. She beamed happily as she made circles on his with her finger. Harry laughed at that conclusion. It was very true. Hermione being his girlfriend would not mean that she would become more targeted by everyone who wants him dead. She was already targeted for being his closest friend. Harry, may I ask why me? Hermione asked unsurely. Why not you, Hermione? You're everything I can ask for a girlfriend and more. He laughed. Obviously, someone is really the one-eyed man in the kingdom of blind. He grinned as Hermione smacked him on his arm as she blushed. We need to head back to the house before they start looking for us. I need to start doing my homework, she said impatiently as she held his hand and dragged him back to the house. Harry was chuckling that he finally had his Hermione back. Something then dawned upon him. I'm your distraction. The guy that you liked? Harry asked sharply. Hermione was staring at him with amusement twinkling in her chocolate eyes. He smacked his forehead. I've been getting all work up over myself. He answered incredulously. Why didn't you tell me? He demanded. What did you want me to tell you, Harry James Potter? Don't get jealous because the guy the first like is you and not Ron, Neville or Malfoy. Hermione added impatiently as she folded her arms. It made Harry blush with emberment as he lowered his head. I know you probably finished your work, but I need to do mine and we don't have all day. Hermione continued impatiently as she continued to walk towards the house. Well, Hermione, I haven't started to. He added sheepishly as he lowered his head. I could only think of you. So I am not alone. Hermione thought happily as she blushed. The emerald eyes had widened in shock. Is something wrong? Hermione thought as she stared at him. Don't you realize that we are not talking out loud at all? It was only then that she realized that Harry did not open his mouth to speak. We have a mind link. They thought in unison as they gaped. Do you know what does this mean, Hermione? Is it normal? A befuddled expression was on Hermione's face. It was rather disconcerting to know that the brightest witch had no idea regarding it. Well, I'm as new to the wizarding world as you, Harry. I'm not too sure about magical relationships because I didn't think that I needed to know about it this early, Harry. I've never heard the older students speak of it though. It might mean something. Do you feel any different? Harry frowned for a moment. Just more alive. I feel so complete having you with me, as if you have just filled up a void in my life. I'm quite happy that we can share our thoughts with each other, that way I don't have to guess what you are thinking. He looked sheepishly at her. I guess I don't have to do that guessing game again. Harry, focus. We're getting near the house. Can you imagine what my parents will think if you add me here? She grinned as she walked into the house. She could feel his disappointment. She did too, but someone had to be the more level-headed one out of the two of them. Both of them trooped upstairs to their respective rooms to retrieve their writing materials and went to Hermione's room to start on their IGN Ment. There was just an unexplainable desire to be constantly in contact with each other, and it was very distracting. Harry and Hermione solved the problem by sitting next to each other, ensuring there was physical contact, and they finally had enough concentration to start on their holiday IGN. Jean, being very concerned with her daughter, had come into the room to check on them. She was glad to see that both of them were concentrating on their work, finishing up their IGN. Hermione was obviously more at peace since her good friend was with her. They looked rather cute together, she thought as she observed. "Hermione, do you have to write that much?" he asked incredulously as he stared at the huge roll of parchment that was her history IGN. He remembered that Professor Binns had only asked for 6-inch essay. She had probably written nearly twice the length. He was very satisfied of the length of his essay. It was already quite long, yet Hermione had beaten him in terms of length again. Hermione grinned brightly and focused her attention on her essay. They were on their last IGN. Harry grinned as he focused his attention on his transfiguration essay. After a while, Hermione could no longer bear with Harry's theft of ideas. "No copying, Harry," Hermione warned when she realized that Harry had used some of the ideas that she had briefly thought of. He wore an innocent look on his face. "I didn't. You shouldn't pick the ideas from my head, Harry," she growled in mock anger as she mock glared at him. Harry was still pretending to be innocent. "I did not look over at your work and copied it, Hermione." "Of course you didn't. You picked it out of my head, instead." Hermione grinned when she realized that Harry was having a difficult time to stop himself from laughing. "It was in my head, too, you know." He laughed lightly as he pecked her lips gently. "You could always choose not to use them, Harry James Potter." Hermione grinned brightly. "You can check my essay. I took the brief ideas you had and developed them on my own." "I'm not exactly copying from you, Hermione." Harry grinned rakishly as he laughed. Hermione leaned over and checked and realized that it was true. "Real sneaky, Potter. You should be in Slytherin for this." She grinned as she laid her head on his shoulder. "You should have been in Ravenclaw for being so smart. Look at these," he said with an exaggerated tone as he pointed to all her extremely long, rolled-up parchments and earned a playful slap on the arm by her as he laughed. "The Sorting Hat wanted to place me in that house, but it decided not to because I can only be complete by being in Gryffindor," she added as she closed her eyes and enjoyed his warmth. "The Sorting Hat wanted to place me in Slytherin, but it decided to place me in Gryffindor because I can become whole there," he added as he shrugged. "I'm glad that he put me in here though." He smiled tenderly as he wrapped his hand around her waist. Hermione immediately lifted her head from his shoulder and pulled his hand away from her. "My parents, Harry, unless you want to do some explaining to them about why your arms are around their princess." "I don't know. Do you want them to know about it?" "I'm fine with telling your parents about it since it's not exactly a bad thing," he added nonchalantly. "I do know that it means that we have decided to be serious about it." It was definitely not a bad thing for Harry. He just simply could not see having anyone but Hermione with him in the future. "Well, we've only been dating for a few hours. I don't really want my parents to start checking on us as if we are going to bring up the relationship so soon. I guess it is all right that we don't tell them for the moment," Hermione said after she considered the issue. "I don't see having anyone but you with me in the future either, Harry." She smiled as she blushed. Harry beamed brightly as he gently edged her forehead. "I think it's around dinner time. We have to head down before one of them comes up to look for us," Hermione added with a smile as she stood up and stretched. The entire afternoon had swiftly flown past because they were so busy with their holiday homework. "I'll show you around the neighborhood later, dear," Hermione smiled as she walked out of her room. Harry could not take his eyes off the unconscious way his girlfriend had swayed her hips as she walked out of the room. He could feel all his blood going south at the sight, and he had to think of something else lest Hermione hears it. Harry groaned, stood up, and followed her to the kitchen. Sweet Merlin, he is going to have a tough time taking his eyes off her later. There was a stark difference between the last dinner and this dinner. It was more lively and comfortable as the teenagers shared stories from school. Of course they'd left out anything that was remotely dangerous. Hermione had never told her parents that a basilisk was loose in school, petrifying several students including her. Harry would never bring it up because it was too painful for him to remember the sight of the ghostly pale, stiff, and unmoving Hermione. "Harry, how did you spend your holiday?" Dan asked friendly as he finished his fill. Harry was speechless when he tried to find something remotely light to talk about. There was none when it came to staying at his uncle's house. Hermione had a glance at some of his holiday as he recalled them briefly through their mind link, and she had dropped her cutlery in shock. "You can't be serious, Harry. They locked you up in your room and only allowed you out to do chores." She was feeling outraged. "How could they treat you that way? It is really nothing, Hermione. They used to do worse." Harry had made a point not to think about all the images of the past so that she would not see it. "Well, just doing housework, I suppose, Mr. Granger. I really love your cooking, Mrs. Granger," he added when he took a bite of his food. The adults had frowned at the obvious attempt of Harry. Changing the subject, Jean had even placed her cutlery down on the table and looked at the guest. "Housework all the time, Harry?" Jean asked quietly. "Well," he answered as he scratched the back of his neck as he pondered over what he ought to say, "not all the time. They did allow me to return to my room." He stared at his plate. He did not want to see how they had reacted. It suddenly occurred to him that this was the only set of Muggle clothes he had that was presentable to meet Hermione's family. The rest were hand-downs from Dudley when he was much younger, since Dudley was slightly bigger than Harry many years ago, and they were in bad condition. It was fine to wear underneath his robes, but it was not suitable to be worn to meet others. Apparently, Hermione had heard his thought and she had answered with her thought. "I'll ask Daddy to take us shopping later, Harry. It is nothing to be embered about. It should be your relatives who should be ashamed for treating you that way." He was washed by her sincerity and tenderness to the point that tears were beginning to form in his eyes. He held back his tears with all his determination. Hermione was all he could manage. She understood and held his hand comfortingly under the dining table. "Well, I hope you will enjoy your stay with us, Harry. Harry, you are such a good boy. You're welcome to stay over during the holidays if you want to in the future. I can see that Hermione appreciates your company," Jean added tenderly as she looked at the raven-haired guy sitting quietly at the table. He took a great deal of determination from preventing the floodgates to be opened by that sincere statement. "Excuse me for a moment," Harry added as he stood up and went to the toilet to calm down. Hermione was staring with deep concern at her retreating boyfriends, took the opportunity to bring up the issue of clothing with her parents and had left out the point that he did not have any more fitting clothing to wear. They had agreed heartily. Hermione knew from the emotional and mind link that they have shared that Harry was simply too touched by their gestures, and she made up her mind to make it up to him in every way possible. He finally came back, his emotions in control as he participated in the conversation actively, and soon all of them finished their meal and headed out to shop. The Grangers had brought Harry to a mall nearby to do his shopping. Harry had never been to the shopping mall in his entire life and was fascinated by all the crowds of people and the displays in the shops of the building. He had only been to the town's market to pick up groceries for his relatives, and that was nothing compared to this place. They brought Harry to the section that sold clothes for men. Jean and Hermione had fun selecting clothes for him, ranging from shirts to bottoms, and finally boxers. Harry had teased Hermione by parading like a model, and she laughed at his poor imitation. They had even included swimwear since they had the intention to bring all of them swimming. Harry was blushing when he came out of the changing room only clad in black swimming trunks. Hermione realized how scrawny her boyfriend was. She did not even notice that Harry had made a great effort to keep his back away from them when he came out and went back into the changing room. 2 years of proper nutrition was scarcely enough to hide the fact that he was underfed for a great portion of his life. Her heart had ached. Jean and Dan had noticed her daughter's expression and said nothing. They had to hide their emotions from seeing how undernourished he was. When they finally decided on everything and was about to pay for the clothes, Harry realized that he only had galleons. "I didn't bring any money with me. All the money I have is in wizard's currency," Harry added sheepishly as he lowered his head. He disliked imposing on his host. "Is it all right that I borrow the money from you now and pay you back later?" he asked. "It is all right. You can take it as a gift from both of us, Harry," Dan said with a smile. Harry was sincerely touched by their gesture, but he could not accept it. He insisted on borrowing money to pay for his clothes. "Thank you, but I can't impose you that way. You've already given me a roof and food without asking anything from me. The least I could do is pay for my own clothes." I appreciate your generosity, but I can't accept it. Jean and Dan looked at each other, and then they finally acceded to his request and gave him the receipt as he took his shopping bags. I can't wait to burn Dudley's second hands. A silly grin was plastered on his face when he looked at his unusually quiet girlfriend while they were walking out of the departmental store towards the car. Hermione. He could feel that she was furious, but he had no idea why, so he asked. I can't imagine how your relatives treated you when you were young, Harry. Hermione thought in an upset tone. His emerald eyes had softened with love as he stared at her. Hermione. Harry, why did you tell anyone? They could have stopped this. I knew they were horrible to you, but not this horrible. They didn't feed you enough, right? 2 years of balanced food is not enough to mask the fact that you were undernourished for nearly a decade. Why do you even need to return to them? They make you work like and lock you up in your room when you are not needed. Hermione had literally shrieked the thought in her chocolate eyes, which had narrowed with anger and frustration at his relative's treatment. He would have smiled because he now had a person who cared enough about him to be angry when he is mistreated, but he could feel the excess magic flowing from her, causing the air to be magically charged. It felt as if an explosion might take place soon. Harry realized that Hermione was about to use accidental magic, so he had to stop her because there were other people around. Hermione, he said sharply as he shook her. Stop it. You might hurt someone. Take a deep breath, he commanded firmly. Hermione did as he had instructed and began to cool down. Harry, what did Hermione do? Jean asked as she rushed forward to check. Dan had already walked to the car and did not notice. Hermione was fine, but she looked a bit embered that she nearly had a magical outburst. She got too angry and nearly used accidental magic. It could have hurt someone, but she stopped when she realized it. He added calmly as he looked at Hermione worriedly. He knew that she was usually very calm and composed. It was the first time he had ever saw her fired up this bad. What made you lose your temper, sweetheart? You don't usually flare up. Jean asked her gently as she looked at her daughter with deep concern. Nothing, Mummy. Hermione lowered her head. She did not want to make Harry uncomfortable. He could tell from the look of Hermione's face that she did not like to keep things from her mother, but she did not want him to feel uncomfortable, so he had solved the problem by telling Jean himself. I'll say it, Hermione. Hermione was outraged at my relatives' treatment of me. She had just guessed that they did not feed me enough. Harry answered as he looked at Hermione affectionately. It's in the past. I'm all right, he added firmly, closing the subject firmly as he walked to the car where Dan was waiting, leaving mother and daughter to talk it out. Sweetheart, I know you're upset. I was too, when I realized he was so thin. He had dropped so many hints about it at dinner time. We can only help him by treating him right, Jean muttered as she hugged her daughter. Let's go and join them lest they think we went missing, dear. It was still rather early in the evening when they returned home, so Hermione dragged Harry out to introduce him to the neighborhood as she'd promised, while her parents head up to do their reading. It was a rather cool night and they were holding their hands as they strolled quietly down the lane, enjoying each other's presence. Harry, why did you choose to return when they treat you so badly? She asked with deep concern as she tugged an offending fringe back behind her ear. He smiled at how dogged Hermione could be when she was determined in finding out something. I have no other places to go. They're my only living relatives, Harry answered before changing the subject. I now know why you're such a brilliant person, Hermione. You have such wonderful parents. You deserve nothing less. He beamed softly as he entwined his fingers intimately with her fingers and brought her hand to his lips. He brushed his lips tenderly on her knuckle, causing Hermione to blush. Harry, you're brilliant yourself. You care deeply for others and you don't judge. I know that you'd give up your life without a thought if you knew you could save your friends. No one has the right to treat you badly, she muttered softly as he blushed. Hermione had a need to him, satisfied that no one was watching. She tried to stand on her toes. However, Harry gently pressed her on the ground, stopping her from doing so. Her chocolate eyes had widened in shock. His emerald eyes had softened with love as he whispered, "Allow me, love." He tipped her head slightly with a hand as she wrapped her arms around his body. He leaned closer to her and gently captured her lips with his. The tender had communicated the love they had for each other, and it was so sweet, it made her toes curl. When they had finally stopped and rested their heads on each other's shoulder, Harry tenderly whispered the one statement he thought he would never say to another. "I love you, Hermione Jane Granger." He muttered softly into her ear. Overwhelmed by her feelings for him, Hermione had whispered tenderly to him. "I love you too, Harry James Potter." Neither of them could sleep that night when they had both quietly retreated to their respective rooms. Harry and Hermione just had an overpowering need to be close to each other to the point that it hurt being apart. Harry tossed to his side for like the millionth time on his large comfortable bed. He could feel from his mind link with Hermione that she was having difficulty falling asleep too. What changed that they could no longer sleep by themselves? Harry mused as he lay flat on his back and looked at the ceiling. He was not surprised to hear Hermione's voice in his head. "I don't know. In the afternoon, a lot of strange things have been happening, don't you think?" "Yes, first it was our mind link and then there was the incident at the mall. I didn't think you had so much raw power, yet you exuded so much today that it charged the air around us as if an explosion was about to take place." Harry thought. "That is true. I feel as though I've got a lot more power in me," Hermione admitted. "I have no idea what's happening to us and it terrified me. I've never heard of a giving additional powers before. It's just not usual. Well, I haven't got a clue on what is normal for relationships," Harry declared. Harry could feel her mood lightened up, no doubt laughing at his last comment. "Harry, is it even normal to miss someone who's just several rooms away from you?" Harry chortled at that statement. "I know what you mean, dear. I miss you so much. As much as I love hearing your thoughts, you can't be thinking and sleeping at the same time, love. I'll see you in a few hours' time. Good night." The young couple did not get an ounce of sleep. In addition to their tiredness, they felt very weak as though they'd just fought a draining magical battle the night before. Hermione and Harry both trudged slowly and sleepily to the dining table where Jean had already prepared the breakfast. Despite feeling so weary, Harry hurried to help her with the setting the table, serving of food, and cleaning up, as he was accustomed to doing all these tasks after greeting her. Seeing the determination in those green eyes, Jean had no choice but allow him to help. On this particular morning, they were having pancakes with blueberry sauce. Everything was ready when Dan had arrived at the table last. "Good morning, dear," Dan smiled as he eyed his wife on the cheek. "Good morning, Princess," he beamed as he eyed Hermione's cheeks. "Good morning, Harry," he beamed at Harry before settling at his seat at the table. The two females in the kitchen returned the greeting warmly. It felt really like a family, Harry thought as he looked around the table and watched the way the Grangers treated each other affectionately. It was sweet seeing them together. The only time had seen a family together was when he was staying at the Burrow. It was chaotic and loud during mealtimes at the Burrow, a huge contrast to meal times in the Grangers' household. Everyone had finished their breakfast and was sipping their coffee when the sound of flapping wings disrupted the peaceful morning. Suddenly, 3 owls had flown into the kitchen. 2 regal-looking owls dropped the 2 letters on Harry's lap, and Hermione had received a letter in a similar fashion by the last one. As abrupt as they came, they had left. The older Grangers were a bit shaken since they were unaccustomed to the way wizards received their mail, while the 2 teenagers were looking at their letters with deep interest. "What do you think this is all about?" Hermione asked curiously when she realized that the letter she was holding was identical to one that Harry had opened to read, except that his was addressed to Lord Potter. He found 2 parchments inside. He took the one that looked like a letter and began to read. "Dear Lord Potter, congratulations on your marriage to Miss Hermione Granger that took place yesterday. Under the Soul Bond Act, Chapter 12, we wish to inform you that you are hereby an emancipated minor. As the last scion of the ancient and noble house, you are named Lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter, and you are liable to claim all rights, properties and titles that go with the position of being the head of the ancient and noble house of Potter. I wish your marriage a success. Yours faithfully, the Ministry of Records." His emerald eyes had widened in shock that he was now married to Hermione. He hurried took out the second parchment. It was their marriage certificate. They were officially married in the wizard's world. Hermione had paled when she caught sight of the wedding certificate. Her chocolate eyes had widened in shock as she stared at it. The reactions of the teenagers had caught the attention of the adults. They had glanced over to see the cause of their surprise. There was an uncomfortable silence in the kitchen for a moment. "What do you mean by marriage?" How on earth did both of you got married? Dan asked shakily when he found his voice. Jean was merely speechless when she stared at the two bewildered youths sitting around the table. It was obvious that they had no idea that they were married. When Hermione had recovered from the surprise, she had suddenly taken the unopened letter and bolted upstairs to her room. Harry could feel a mixture of emotions that did not belong to him. The most prominent one was disappointment. Hermione was obviously feeling disappointed, but she had blank out her mind, preventing him from reading the cause of it. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, would you please give us a moment? Excuse me," he added as he dashed after her. Worried about how she was taking their sudden marriage, he bolted after her, leaving the adults in the room without hearing an answer. "Open the door, Hermione," Harry asked worriedly as he knocked on her door loudly. He could feel her regret, and it was getting to him. Was the marriage such a bad thing for her? "Hermione, please open the door. We can solve this thing together. Don't lock me out, Hermione, please." He heard a loud click, signaling that she had unlocked her door and was allowing him in. Harry felt a moment of relief washing through him as he pushed open the door to see Hermione sitting on the bed with a solemn face as she laid the opened letter next to her. He could see that it was addressed to Lady Potter. "Are you truly unhappy about the marriage?" he asked with an emotionless tone as he stared at the brown-haired girl sitting on the bed. "Oh no, Harry, how could you think that way?" she said with a shrill voice. "I'm happy that we are married, but I wish it didn't happen this way," Hermione added as her tone softened a bit. "I hope to go through the process of courtship, proposal, and preparation for marriage, yet we have just skipped everything." Harry's mood had lightened considerably when he knew that she did not regret that she was married to him, but his heart had ached when he realized how much it meant to her to go through the process naturally. He didn't know much about girls, but he knew that this was important to them. Harry sat next to her on her bed as he took her hand into his firmly. "We will have a wedding, announcing to all our family and friends that we are married," he answered as he took her hand. "I know we only started dating for a day, but I've felt as if I've known you all my life since first day I met you. When you pushed the door of the compartment open and introduced yourself, I could feel a connection." Harry smiled. He would make it up for her somehow. "I feel the same way, too," Hermione admitted with a smile. "Connection, mind link, soul bond," she mused thoughtfully. "Wait, soul bond act. Does this mean that we have a soul bond and we finalized it?" Hermione asked as her eyes widened in shock. Harry still had a confused look on his face. "What is a soul bond? All I know is that it's very rare. It's like a match made in heaven kind of thing. Other than that, I don't have a clue what it means," she added disappointedly with a frown as she thought. Suddenly, an idea came to her and she brightened a little. "Didn't you receive another letter?" What was it all about? Harry took the letter out from his pocket. It was a financial statement of his ETS and a list of his holdings. He whistled at the figures. His family was rolling in money. He did not have to worry about not being able to support his family. There was another letter attached to it, asking him to make an appointment to discuss his family accounts since he was now head. "Lord Potter, you're now considered an adult. This means that you can start using magic outside of school," she said excitedly. "My lady, you're also an adult. You can do the same," he added as he smiled cheekily. He suddenly recalled the situation they had escaped from. "How should we explain? Mr. Granger was furious and we don't have an answer to his questions," Harry exclaimed. It was at this point of time when another owl had come in. It had a parcel and a letter addressed to Mr. Harry Potter. The handwriting was unfamiliar and he had no inkling who could have written him. His curiosity about the contents of the letter got the better of him, so he took it out and read it, forgetting all about Hermione's parents. "Dear Harry, I am the creator and I created the magical world. If you have received this letter, it means that you have already completed the soul bonding process with Miss Hermione Granger, or now formally known as Mrs. Hermione Potter. According to the magical law, you are now considered married. I have a book that can guide the both of you on what is happening and it can be found in your parcel. I would like to get to the main point of the letter. I have the gift of seeing the future. The future without your wife was a harsh and devastating one. Although you survived the coming battle physically, you lost many who were close to you and never recovered emotionally from the final battle to make an even bigger impact on the magical world the way you were destined to be. If you are able to complete what you were meant to do, the chaos in the magical world will end in your generation. To celebrate this special union and to aid you in your upcoming tasks, I would like to present the both of you with 2 gifts and some advice. The first gift is a pair of wedding bands I have created especially for you. Much like a wand, these rings are designed to control the ancient powers that you will unlock with the finalization of your bond. However, the rings have an added feature, the gift of languages, enabling both you and your wife to speak to all animals and in all languages. There are other features of the rings that you can explore, but I must caution you to be discreet. These objects are rare and you don't want to attract unwanted attention. The next gift is actually my house. I lived in this house during the time when wizards had no place to hide from the persecution from non-magical people. It looks like a normal GL bottle with a miniature house in it. I would like to give this house to you. It will only allow the 2 of you to enter, thus no one would be able to find you if you decided to hide in it. Time travels very slowly within the house and you will never age. Most would love to have the opportunity to enter the house. In this house, there will someone to teach you. You will both be required to begin training after your 13th birthday. You need wear your rings in order to enter the house. Finally, I would like to give you some tasks and advice. You and Hermione are to complete your magical education as soon as possible with the help of the house. Take your OWLs in your 3rd year and NE in your 5th. This is to ensure that you have a good grasp of magical theories before your fight with a full-grown wizard, as well as give you time to master other abilities. Keep your true friends close to you. You will be surprised to find jewels in the most unlikely people. Always stay vigilant against all, even with those who call themselves your allies. Remember to have fun. You are still a teenage boy and Hermione needs to have a normal life, too. Never forget the reason why you are fighting this battle. It will help to give you the strength and the power to overcome all your difficulties. Finally, I wish that you and Hermione have a blissful marriage. Make good use of my gifts. The Creator. Harry immediately set the letter aside and took the parcel. He may have been bad at history, but even he knew who the Creator was. Harry decided to hide the small wooden gift box containing the rings in his pocket and proceeded to take out a rather old tome and ped it to Hermione. Hermione, this is a guide to soul bonds. It will help us to understand and guide us. Hermione excitedly took it and began reading the introduction to the soul bond. She finally understood why she and Harry always felt so connected, why they began having dreams of each other recently, and why they had an uncontrollable need to be physically near each other. I didn't know that I could finalize the bond and that from now on we can't be apart until our magical cores are fully merged, or we'll be in danger of losing our magic or even our lives. I see why it is considered a marriage in the wizard world. Hermione shared as she read with great fascination. Well, that explains a great deal why we were both feeling quite weak this morning. Harry answered as he helped to place a stray brown fringe behind her ear tenderly. Hermione smiled at the affectionate gesture. I think we need to head down to explain to your parents before they start bouncing off the walls. They probably don't like me that much right now, Harry said as he took the hand of his wife and urged her to place the book aside. She hurriedly marked the page that she was reading and followed him down, her hand in his. Dan and Jean were in a quiet discussion when they had entered the kitchen. Harry could tell from their somber expressions that they were rather upset about the news. Sorry, Daddy and Mummy, Harry just received a letter that explains the situation a bit more. We are ready to explain everything, Hermione said as they both took a seat. We are now recognized as a married couple in the wizard world because of the finalization of our soul bond yesterday. We had no idea about it until we received the announcement via the letter. Apparently there is a law that considers all soul bonds as marriages because it would be more convenient for the bonded couples. It's really like a match made in heaven, and Harry is the other half of me. Hermione smiled as she affectionately glanced at the guy sitting quietly next to her. Sweetheart, you are barely 14. How can Harry support you and take care of you? Marriage is not a game. It takes time and effort to make it work. Dan declared with frustration. Sir, I am more than able to support Hermione financially for the rest of our lives. Since I'm now recognized as an adult in the wizarding world, I have come into the Potter fortune. I would never let her starve. I am also more than willing to put the effort and the time to make it work. I love her. She has always been a part of me. Harry added tenderly when he cast a lovingly side glance at his wife. Besides, Daddy, now that we have finalized the bond, we can't be apart or we will die. We are too linked. Our souls, minds and magical cores are now entwined with each other. We can't live without the other. Hermione added as she looked at their reactions. The two parents looked at each other and sighed. Both of them thought they had more time to spend with their daughter. They should have realized that since the day that Hermione received a letter stating that she was witch, she no longer belonged to their world. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I know it's too late to ask this. It means so much to us that we have your blessings for our union. Would you give us your blessings? Harry asked. His voice rang with sincerity. Dan looked at the earnest boy sitting in front of him. He knew nothing much about him and was reluctant to give his only daughter to him, but they were already married. Harry did not need to ask for their blessings to be together. He admired the young boy's efforts in trying to give his daughter a resemblance of a normal wedding. He looked at his wife for support. She had dipped her head and so he nodded and the two teenagers beamed. Both your mom and I support this union. I think you should stop calling me Mr. Granger since you're now my son-in-law. Dan added gruffly. Hermione squealed excitedly and Ed her father on the cheek happily as a small smile broke out on his lips. Try Daddy, my love. Hermione answered as she beamed at her husband. Thank you, Dad and Mum. Harry answered with emotion-choked voice. He had a family. Welcome to the family, Harry. Jean smiled as she hugged him tenderly. She did not like the idea that her daughter was married so early, but she was glad that she had married the right person no matter how odd the circumstances were. Welcome to the family, Harry. Dan added from the side as he looked at his happy daughter. Hermione was smiling when she felt his overwhelming emotions. He was very happy that he finally had a family and she had nearly wept when she felt them. Having a family meant so much to him. Is it okay if we go to Diagon Alley today? We need to settle some matters now that Hermione is my wife. We need to stop at Gringotts. Harry grinned happily, his emerald eyes twinkling with delight as he held the Hermione's hand. They had agreed to take them since they had no plans for the day. Harry and Hermione quickly made it into Gringotts for fear of others recognizing him. They had left the Grangers' infamous wizarding pub, the Leaky Cauldron. He knew from the letter that he would be fighting his nemesis once again, and it didn't do them any good if many knew about their activities. It had suddenly occurred to him that he was putting Hermione and Hermione's family in greater danger now that he had married her. He had to think of ways to protect his new family since he knew he would not have a lot of time to prepare to face Voldemort again. He had to show her the letter soon. Harry and Hermione were led in to meet with Griphook, his financial advisor for the Potter accounts, and had squared up the account after he gave Hermione a key to Harry's vault. They had also received the head of the Potter family's rings. By any chance, is there a way that I can spend money in Muggle world without converting large amount of wizard currency to their currency? Your Lordship, we have a Muggle credit card that belongs to a prestigious bank that is connected to your account. Since Potter is a very old family name, both renowned in Muggle world and Wizarding one, you do have a Muggle account that is rather substantial. Please call me Harry. May I give Hermione access to the account? He asked politely. Griphook blinked at how courteous Harry was to him. It was uncommon that wizard was so respectful to a goblin. Yes, of course, he answered as he presented Hermione with a debit card that had unlimited credit. He had also given them 2 bottomless money bags and a wallet charm to be only opened by them for a fee. In the event that any of the items were lost, they would magically return back to the owner. I will like to make a withdrawal from my vault, and I believe there are items in them that I will need to see. He requested, vaguely recalling the letter stating there were. Oh yes, I have the list right here. He presented Harry with the list of items in the Potter family vault. He took a quick glance. There were his parents' journals along with other books, jewelry, dress robes, armors, and even weapons. Thank you. Would you mind leading us to the vault? Harry had took a rather large sum of gold from his vaults as he picked up the 2 journals and had converted a fair bit of galleons into pounds to pay his father-in-law back and to finance the grand plan he was hatching at the moment. He had to think of a way to get his wife out of the way. Hermione had merely arched her eyebrow at the amount he was carrying and had frowned when she finally realized that he had constructed a mental wall between them. Harry, are you hiding something from me? Hermione asked suspiciously. Let's meet your parents for lunch first. I'm starving. He smiled weakly as he guided his wife out of the bank to meet the Grangers. Harry was worried about how he was going to get the time to be alone with his in-laws to inform them of his plan when Hermione had excused herself to go to the ladies' room. "Dad and Mum, I need some help in planning a quiet wedding. I know it is unfair to all of you that we find ourselves married in such a way. I really want to give her something that resembles one as soon as possible. I want to throw a grand wedding for her when we are older to make it up to her since we can't really get married at this age in the non-magical world. Besides, I don't want the news of our wedding to be known to everyone yet. What do you think?" Harry asked as they all leaned in to discuss what Harry wanted. He managed to PG a mixture of wizard currency and pounds when he spotted his wife coming towards them. They had all hurriedly put on emotionless expressions when Hermione returned. Harry had to start the ball rolling. Step 1. Getting his too intelligent wife out of the picture. "Dear, I think I have some matters to settle as head of the family. Is it all right to have only Mum to accompany you for the rest of the day? I gave Mum some flow powder so both of you can go home later if you wish." Hermione looked at her husband suspiciously with those brown eyes, then conceded when Jean had asked if she wanted to go to the bookstore for books. Hermione agreed, shooting her father and husband an apprehensive look before heading out with her mother. "Do you think she knows what we are planning?" Harry asked his father-in-law. Dan shrugged. Harry gave a sigh of relief. His wife was too intelligent to hide anything from her. He was now free to go to the next step, which is getting his clothes. "Well, Dad, I need to pick up a suit first. I'm not too sure what to pick, so I'm going to need your help." Harry asked shyly. He had never bought a suit before and needed a second opinion. He nodded his head and both of them went to the Muggle London to purchase their clothes. Dan, being a professional, gave Harry a lot of tips in getting a perfect suit, and they finally selected a simple tuxedo for the occasion. Harry paid for the clothes and the shoes that went along with it. "I'll flow to your house later. You needed to get something else right?" Harry asked, vaguely recalling that his father-in-law wanted to get a wedding gift for his daughter. "Yes, it is customary for the father to get the daughter something for her wedding. I think I will look for accessories that could go with dress." "What kind of ring did you get for her?" Harry was glad that he had the foresight to bring his rings with him. He searched his pocket and fished out an elegant small wooden box. He opened it, revealing 2 simple gold bands with H.J. Potter engraved on it. It was quite stylish despite its simplicity. "Very well, it makes things easier. I will head home later to help you with the decorations after I hire a professional photographer to take some shots. See you later," Dan answered as he walked down the street looking for a jewelry shop. Harry was now down to a few last steps. He needed to inform the guests. Harry walked back to Diagon Alley. He had a problem. How was he going to finish the decorations and invite Dumbledore and McGonagall by that evening? Suddenly an idea popped into his mind. He could call Dobby for help. "Dobby, could you meet me please?" Harry hoped that it would work. To his relief, he heard that familiar Crack and Dobby had appeared. He looked happier than the last time he saw him. Freedom seemed to agree with the house elf. "The great Harry Potter is calling Dobby." Dobby asked happily as he looked at the young wizard. "Yes, I need your help. I'm going to have a simple wedding in the Grangers' garden and I have to invite Dumbledore and McGonagall to perform the ceremony and attend too. Is there any way you can take me to meet them?" Dobby started to beam even wider when he realized that Harry wanted him to help. Dobby is proud great Harry Potter need Dobby's help. Dobby will take Harry Potter to Dumbledore, he happily said. Without a warning, he took Harry's hand and they had appeared in Dumbledore's office. Harry was always in the headmaster's office since he was always getting into trouble. He could recognize the place at first glance and turned towards the direction of the table to look at the headmaster. The wizard with long silver hair was sitting at his table, reading a document when he heard a loud crack. Suddenly, Harry Potter and a house elf had appeared before him. He was taken aback because he did not expect visitors to come by this manner. "Harry," he asked as he adjusted his half-moon spectacles. "Wasn't he supposed to be at his relative's house?" "Good afternoon, Professor. I'm here to invite you to witness a joining ceremony between Hermione and me today. I know it is a little rash, but we only received the letter today, stating that we are officially married under the Soul Bond Act. Can you come and preside over the ceremony? Harry asked as he looked at the wizard with a grandfatherly disposition. Soul bond. You and Hermione have finalized your bond. Dumbledore asked in surprise. He had heard that Harry had a soulmate since a name had appeared next his in the records, but no one had any idea who the soulmate was because the information was kept confidential. Dumbledore hurriedly checked his records and realized that Hermione's name had changed. It was now Hermione Jane Potter. Yes, we only realized it today. I wanted it to be low-key, so I will be only inviting you and Professor McGonagall to it since you both would have already been informed of our marriage. Harry smiled as he pointed to the Hogwarts records. How wise of you, Harry. Very well, I will inform Professor McGonagall of the invitation. I will be happy preside over the ceremony. Dumbledore added as his eyes twinkled. I have another matter that I wish to discuss with you. Is it all right that our marriage remains a secret? I don't want anyone to know about it until we are much older. We will throw a formal wedding to inform everyone else when we are ready. Harry answered. We respect your decision. What time do you expect us to be there? Dumbledore added as he looked at the young boy. The Granger's residence at 1650 hours. He grinned. I've got to run. Do I need to arrange a dinner for both of you? He asked, as he looked the headmaster. No, we'll have sufficient time to come back to Hogwarts to eat with the staff. We will meet you later. Dumbledore smiled. Harry smiled and nodded to Dobby. Dobby took his hand once again and they disappeared. Hermione, one of the smartest witches he had ever seen, bonding with Harry Potter. Dumbledore thought as he beamed brightly. The wizarding world now has some hope against the impending darkness. Time to inform McGonagall. He threw some flow powder into the fireplace and called for McGonagall. It was already 2 in the afternoon when Harry Dobby had arrived in the Granger's garden and began to decorate. He had no idea how to proceed and was glad that Dobby knew what he was doing. He conjured a simple arch decorated with roses on a platform under the trees where they had finalized the bond. Harry initially only wanted the shade from the tree, and it was only after Dobby had constructed the temporary platform and created the arch that he realized it was the same spot where he and Hermione had first ed and completed the bond. He could imagine the picture of them exchanging their vows and rings under the arch with the trees shading them. Dobby then added a white carpet. He conjured 4 chairs embellished with flowers and placed 2 on both sides of the carpet to finish it. Dobby also conjured pillars with roses wrapped around them and placed them on both sides of the white carpet alongside the chairs. It was enough for a simple wedding with only 3 people attending. They were standing at the garden admiring the decorations when Harry heard Dan walking towards him. Dan arrived home and he was shocked to see that everything was done. It was only 3 in the afternoon. I've spoken to them. They are finishing up at the shop, getting their hair done for a dinner tonight. Jean had told Hermione that they were dressing up for a dinner. Who's this? Dan asked as he looked at the small house elf. This is my friend Dobby. He's a house elf. Dobby, this is my father-in-law, Hermione's father, Dan Granger. Harry introduced. To their surprise, Dobby started weeping. Great Harry Potter called Dobby his friend. Harry Potter is a great wizard. Wizards never treat house elf as equal. It was then when Dan realized why he was crying. Thank you for helping Harry and Hermione by decorating the place. It's very beautiful. Dan smiled warmly. Dobby started to weep harder. Harry decided it was more prudent to leave the elf to cry as he turned his attention to other matters. Harry, I have already booked a limousine as you have requested to pick us up for dinner at 6 and a reservation has been made for the dinner. Dan added as he smiled. The ladies should be reaching home soon. I told Jean to take Hermione up to her room immediately so she won't see what we've done. It should be no problem since she's aware of the special dinner we're having. Dad, I have invited 2 other guests, but they will be heading back to Hogwarts for their dinner. Harry beamed. It would be the first time they would be having dinner together outside. I'll be heading in to dress up, Harry announced. Dan was glad that everything was turning out right, but he felt a bit sad that he had to give the hand of his daughter away later. As Harry headed to the house, he turned to the house elf. Dobby, thank you again for all your help. Where are you staying at the moment? Harry asked. Dobby looked rather uncomfortable. Dobby has nowhere to go because no one wants to employ free Dobby. Quote, Harry smiled. I will hire you since I am now Lord Potter. Would you be willing to work for me? I'll give you 3 galleons every week and a day off. Harry smiled. Dobby was overjoyed. Dobby willing to work for great Harry Potter. Thank you, Master Harry Potter. Dobby, call me Harry. I'll be going to get dressed up. Please check out the Potter's residences and see if there is anything to do because I don't think I will bet the chance to visit the houses anytime soon. I'll call you if I need help, but do stay until the ceremony is over. Harry smiled warmly. Master Harry treats Dobby very well. Dobby looked as if he was on the verge of crying again, and Harry decided to leave the house elf to himself since he had no idea how to deal with a crying house elf. It was already 4:50. It was time for the final surprise. Hermione had finished dressing up when she heard a knock on the door. She could barely recognize herself after the makeup and the change of hairdo. Her usually bushy hair was straightened and made into stylish brown ringlets that dangled from the crown of her head. The rest of her hair was twirled sleekly on her head. She checked her appearance again before standing up and getting the door. It was her father. "Daddy, you look really handsome," Hermione admired as she watched her father entered her room. He was wearing a simple white tuxedo with black bottoms, and his black hair, which was starting to have a gray tinge to it, was gelled backwards neatly. "Where are we going to have dinner? We're really dressed up for it." She smiled. "I wonder how Harry looks." He chuckled as he sat next to his daughter. "While you and your mum were out, I took the liberty of getting this for you. After all, you've just gotten married." Dan smiled as he opened the velvet box, and nestling on the cushion was a stunning choker with sparkling rubies. The beauty of the piece stunned Hermione. "It must be very expensive." "Daddy," she whispered in a choked-up voice. "It's so beautiful." "No, sweetheart, it pales in comparison to you. Let me help you put that on so that we can head down to your mum and Harry." Dan smiled tenderly as he unclasped the choker and slipped around his daughter's neck. It matched her gown brilliantly, adding a bit of color to the pale peach gown. Hermione stood up elegantly and was about to leave her room, when her father stopped her. "I would love to have such a gorgeous young woman accompany me down to dinner today." Dan beamed charmingly as he offered his arm to his daughter. Hermione had blushed from her father's compliment as she did her arm around her father's, and they walked out of the room and down the stairs. Hermione was genuinely surprised when her father had decided to lead her to the door to their garden instead of the main door to the street. Before she could ask, the sight of the garden left her stunned. Right under the trees was a simple yet elegant arch on a platform. Professor Dumbledore was standing on the platform together with a striking raven-haired guy in a simple black tuxedo. He was smiling brightly when he had caught sight of her. "Congratulations, sweetheart." Dan had smiled as he gauged his daughter's reaction. Her chocolate eyes were widened in astonishment and she was rendered speechless. Her mother stood on one side of the white carpeted aisle watching her with a soft teary smile, and Professor McGonagall, her favorite professor, stood on the other, smiling warmly at her. Emotions of joy were overwhelming her and she had got under control lest she ruin her makeup. Dan had led her slowly down the white carpet, towards the arch. "Hermione, you look so breathtaking, my love." All she could see at the moment was her husband, whom she was walking towards. He looked amazing. His usually messy hair was more tamed than usual and his tuxedo suited him perfectly. Hermione was close enough to notice the odd expression on her husband's face. She blushed in contentment that Harry liked how she looked. "You aren't too bad yourself, dear." She watched the smile on his face widened with delight. She was now standing beside Harry on the platform. Dan had taken her hand and placed it into Harry's hand in the customary way of giving the daughter away at marriage. "Take care of my daughter, Harry," Dan requested solemnly before he retreated down the platform to where Jean was sitting. Harry nodded curtly. He shot a glance at her before they then turned to face Dumbledore. His eyes were twinkling in delight as he watched the new couple. "We have come today to witness a wonderful union between Harry James Potter and Hermione Jane Granger. Do you, Harry James Potter, take Hermione Jane Granger as your lawfully wedded wife and swear upon your magic to honor her, respect her, cherish her, and love her with all your heart for as long as you both shall live?" Dumbledore asked. Harry was staring at Hermione with his intense green eyes. "I do." "Do you, Hermione Jane Granger, take Harry James Potter as your lawfully wedded husband and swear upon your magic to honor him, respect him, cherish him, and love him with all your heart for as long as you both shall live?" Dumbledore asked regally. "I do," Hermione answered as her chocolate eyes shone with love. You may now exchange your vows and rings. Harry took the smaller golden ring nestled in the wooden box from the white table near them. Hermione, I can't promise that I won't ever hurt you or disappoint you in the future, but know that I will always love you. He smiled, knowing that this should not be the way vows are exchanged, but he wanted to be honest with her. I give you this ring as a visible and constant reminder of my love and my promise that I will be there for you forever and day. Harry said solemnly, his voice ringing with sincerity as he slid the ring into her ring finger. With tears in her eyes, she took the other golden band. Harry, I give you this ring as a symbol of my love, my faith in our strength together, and my promise of devotion to you. As it encircles your finger, may it remind you always that you are surrounded by my enduring love. Hermione said sincerely as she slid the ring into his ring finger. Harry knew that she meant every single word, and tears had started to well in his eyes. Jean was leaning on Dan as tears began to flow down her cheeks. They were young but so in love. I hereby pronounce you husband and wife. You may the bride. Dumbledore smiled. Harry gingerly leaned forward and eyed his wife for a brief moment as the garden erupted in applause. When Harry had led Hermione carefully down the platform, the Grangers hugged them before heading into the house, leaving them with the guests. Harry gently wrapped his arms around his Hermione and approached the professors. Thanks for coming, professors. He nodded formally at his two professors. Congratulations. Thank you for inviting us to witness your special day. Minerva McGonagall returned warmly. You must make sure that you both are in close physical contact lest your magical cores weaken. She smiled as she looked at the couple. Albus, they are indeed soulmates. She said to the elder professor. Why yes, I was certain that no magic would be released today since they already bonded yesterday. Usually a wedding ceremony evokes a creation of a marriage bond between the husband and wife. Since both of you share a soul bond, which is deeper than that, it would be more like a non-magical ritual. Dumbledore explained to the teenagers. Now that both of you are legal adults, please refrain from performing magic in front of muggles. He added as his blue eyes twinkled. We couldn't think of a more appropriate present to give the two of you to wish you eternal marital bliss but this. He presented them with a pensive. If you have any memories that you wish to make into a photograph, simply follow the instructions written in the note and do so. Dumbledore smiled as he handed them to the note. We hope that you will make many happy memories together. McGonagall said as she smiled. We'll discuss the changes your marriage will bring once you are back in Hogwarts. Please feel free to check with us anytime if you are unsure about what your bond will mean. McGonagall went on as she looked at Dumbledore. Thank you, Harry and Hermione said in unison. I have connected the Granger fireplace to the Flow network at Hogwarts. You should be able to call us should you need anything. Dumbledore added. We regret that we can't stay any longer because we do have to get back to our duties at Hogwarts. We will see you soon, I'm sure. Dumbledore added. They went to say their goodbyes to the Grangers in the house. Now they were finally alone. Harry, I can't believe that you planned an entire wedding and even invited our professors. Thank you for doing all this for me, Hermione said as she turned in his MC to look at him. Harry could feel that she was touched. It was my pleasure. I was able to pull it off with your parents and Dobby's help. He smiled charmingly as he eyed her forehead gently. I'll let you get away with keeping secrets from me this time. There will be no next time. Hermione smiled warmly as she laid her head on his. The next time, I doubt I'll be able to do it alone. We'll be throwing a big wedding for all our friends and family. For the time being, I want to keep our marriage a secret. I have already asked the headmaster and Professor McGonagall to do just that. Harry answered as he wrapped his arms around her waist and placed his head on her shoulder. Why, Harry? Hermione arched her eyebrows in surprise. It's not that I am not proud to be married to you, love. You know that I am. But can you imagine the repercussions if people knew that we are already married? We're still so young. I think we should wait until we are slightly older to announce it to the rest of the world. I don't want to see you hurt by any ignorant comments. Besides, we could return as a dating couple and you can let me court you. Harry grinned as he looked adoringly at his wife. Hermione laughed brightly. You just don't want me to regret this whole marriage thing, don't you? Hermione answered as she turned into his MC. Don't you like the idea of me courting you, Mrs. Potter? Harry asked as he held her close. No comment. Hermione teased. Anyway, I think we have to go into the house before Daddy and Mummy comes looking for us. Can I go upstairs to change? Hermione asked as she looked at her husband pleadingly. Actually, we really do have a dinner to go, love. Harry chuckled as he held her hand and led her to the house. Mum wasn't lying when she told you we had to dress up for dinner. In fact, we did not lie to you at all to get you off our track. Harry added thoughtfully. What about the head of the family business? Hermione asked as she raised an eyebrow questioningly. Marriage is important business for the head of the family. Harry added as he smirked. Really Slytherinish, Harry, I was surprised that the brightest witch of my generation didn't get it. I guess we did an excellent job. Harry smirked. Don't push it, Harry James Potter. Hermione jokingly threatened as she took his arm intimately and they walked into the house. Dan and Jean were smiling as they watched the newly married couple enter. They were obviously overjoyed. The fact that Harry would go this far to make Hermione happy impressed them. Our ride is here. We should head out or we'll be late. Dan smiled as he took his wife's hand. Jean looked wonderful in formal garb as well. Harry was smiling as he and his father-in-law watched his wife talking animatedly to his mother-in-law. He was sure that if his wife were slightly older, she would catch the eyes of every male occupant in the posh restaurant they were in. They just finished with the main course and were talking about desserts. The food was excellent and so was the company. It had been an eventful day and he was glad that the day was ending in such a peaceful and pleasant way. Dan Granger had been bothered by a question ever since he learned that his daughter had married and he took the moment to ask. Harry, are you two planning to consummate your marriage? Dan asked suddenly in a low tone so that only Harry could catch. Harry had immediately blushed at the question. He did not expect Dan to ask about it so bluntly. It was a private matter between him and his wife, but looking at the concerned expression on Dan's face, he knew he had to answer. If he was a father, he would be this protective of his daughter. 2. No, of course not, Dad, it's way too soon. I was planning on waiting for at least a year. He answered as he scratched the back of his neck and his face turned into a tomato red. Harry could understand why Dan asked, but it didn't stop him from feeling uncomfortable. But you will be physically sleeping with Hermione? Dan asked flatly. I need to, Harry answered as he tugged on his starched collar furiously due to the increasing emberment. It is encouraged to have as much physical contact as possible until our bond stabilizes. He explained sheepishly as he lowered his head. What were you asking Harry, Dad? Hermione asked as she glared at her father. She could feel Harry's feelings of discomfort and mortification and it distracted her from her conversation. I was asking if he planned to consummate your marriage. He answered truthfully. Daddy. Dan Granger. I needed to know. Dan added defensively. They may be married but they are still very young. Hermione and I haven't even discussed it. But promise you that we are not making love with each other until much later, at least until we are both ready for it. Harry answered the adults firmly and concluded the embering subject. The band had suddenly struck a simple waltz tune and many occupants had left their tables to go the dance floor. Dan caught Jean's eye and both parents left their seat to dance as well, leaving Harry and Hermione to be alone at the table. Harry could tell that his wife wanted to join in the dancing since she was so engrossed in watching the couples twirling gracefully at the dance floor and was tapping her fingers subconsciously to the music. He didn't know how to dance and would probably be an emberment, but he wanted his wife to be happy too. Sighing, Harry stood up and extended his hand to his wife. Hermione, may I have this dance? Harry smiled nervously. The dazzling smile on Hermione's face was worth all the courage he had mustered as she placed her hand on his and allowed him to lead her to the center of the floor. I must admit that I can't dance, love. Harry added sheepishly as he scratched his head nervously. The Dursleys never allowed him any dance lessons. It'll be all right, you'll learn, Hermione urged sweetly. She guided one of his hands to her waist as she placed her hand on his shoulder. Hold my hand in this manner. She smiled as she placed her hand on his. He had gulped visibly as she led in a simple three-step waltz. Harry was very nervous initially and kept staring at his feet so that he would not make a mistake and step on her toes. Relax, you're doing rather well, Hermione encouraged as she continued to guide Harry in the dance. Harry took a deep breath and looked up at her. Seeing the joy radiating from his partner as she smiled dazzlingly at him, Harry felt more relaxed and soon got the hang of it. The young couple was dancing gracefully and was completely in sync with each other as they moved around the dance floor. Harry started to understand his wife's love for dancing. I don't usually get a hang of physical stuff this fast. It's just the confidence issue. You are doing very well. When the music had changed into a soft jazz tune, Harry drew his wife closer to him by wrapping his arms around her waist, and she had mirrored his action. Chocolate eyes were staring tenderly at the emerald orbs, and they needed no words. The young couple swayed to the beat of the song as they quietly enjoyed this intimate moment together. Hermione laid her head gently on his as they continued to sway. Harry, thank you for making this so special for me. I love you. The pleasure is all mine, love. I love you too. The newlyweds decided to retire to their room early. By default, they had chosen Hermione's bedroom since it was the larger of the two rooms and Hermione already had all her things in there. Harry was given the domestic task of removing the pins from her hair carefully. Hermione was reading the tome on soul bond as he proceeded with the task gently, making sure that he did not hurt his wife. Harry, it will take about a year to stabilize our bond. In the meantime, we might have a lot of incidents of accidental magic while our magical cores are connected and dormant powers are awakened. Hermione said. Harry knew the underlying meaning behind that statement. Do not be quick to anger lest there be unforeseen consequences. He chuckled as he continued with his task. You just had a bout of accidental magic in the mall yesterday. Harry, how else would you have expected me to react? The love of my life abused for so many years. Hermione added crossly as she glared at him through the mirror. I know, dear. He smiled as he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I am glad that I finally found someone like you. Harry added tenderly. Hermione had looked at him adoringly. Together we are more powerful. Any contact could have devastating effects. Hermione, I know what some of our dormant powers are. He smiled as he recalled the letter, knowing that Hermione would be able to share the knowledge. She gasped. You can't be serious. We can really use elemental magic. The Creator sent us wedding gifts. Our rings were made by him. Harry chuckled. Oh yes. They are like wands. Can you imagine? We won't need to worry about being disarmed anymore because the disarming spell works only for wands. We would be able to speak in all languages. Isn't that amazing? He also offered us a way to train ourselves. It's wonderful, but I'm worried that he was hinting about a good friend or an ally that might betray you, and that your true friends are the most unlikely people. The only good friends you have other than me is Ron and the Weasley family. Do you think he was referring to them? I have no idea. I guess I'll be fine if I can confide in my wife. He smiled as he placed all the pins on the dressing table. I am finally done. Let me go over and get the items from the Creator. He hurried back to the guest room, took the letter and the GL bottle, and returned to Hermione's room. He gave the letter to Hermione, who began to read it while Harry took a look at the house. It looked rather new and simple, so no one would think it was a magical item from its physical appearance. This was probably the reason why the Creator had made it in such a way. OWLs this year. Would the headmaster agree? Hermione said as she glanced at her husband. I guess this is why we need to be trained before we go back to school. To show that we are capable of it. Harry added as he looked at his ring. I wonder if it really works. Wingardium Leviosa. He called out as he pointed to the journal with his left hand. To his surprise, it really levitated, proving that the ring works. Dear, would you want to test the house now? Hermione asked as her eyes gleamed brightly. Hermione proceeded to place the bottle on her dressing table. We have the rings, so what do we do? Harry asked as he looked curiously at the house. There was no indication as to how they were supposed to get into the house. Hermione was frowning in thought. Harry suddenly recalled the letter. Hermione, we have to wish to get into the house. I wish to enter the house. Suddenly a brightly glowing rune appeared on the spot he was standing and Harry disappeared. Harry found himself on the hard, cool marble floor after he made his wish. His round-rimmed spectacles were skewed from the impact of the fall. He winced in pain as he moved. Harry pushed his glees up his nose and took a good look at his new surroundings. The sight made him gasp in awe. Solid white Greek columns that seemed to sparkle with the rays of the setting sun surrounded the wide, flat ground he was lying on. It was only when he saw the grand mansion that stood regally on a little hill in the distance that he realized that he was only in a small section of the place. The evening sun did not diminish the majesty of that magnificent marble house but bathed it in an array of warm colors. Harry knew it was cliché to use this term, but the scene was absolutely enchanting. He was bowled down by the splendor of this fantasy world. He spotted a short path on the side of the arrival area that led to the building. It was beautifully decorated with white Grecian arches. There was a large green forest to the side of the marble mansion. Sounds of running water could be heard, suggesting that there was a waterfall or a gushing river nearby. It seemed like a wonderful place to relax. Harry found himself quickly falling in love with the place. Suddenly, a glowing white rune appeared next to him and Hermione began to materialize. He was glad to see that she had more poise than he did. She landed gracefully on her 2 feet as the rune faded. Her chocolate orbs were filled with wonder as she took in the picturesque scene. "Wow is the right word," joked Harry as he stood up and brushed the imaginary dust off of him. They were relieved to find their wands when they checked their pockets. "Welcome to the house, Lord and Lady Potter," rang a feminine voice loudly. "I am Aditys, or Aid for short." There were befuddled expressions on their faces when they heard the voice. Harry decided to gather his courage and speak up. "Ah well, it's nice to meet you, I guess. Please call me Harry instead. I hope you don't mind my asking, but who are you?" Harry said as he turned around and tried to detect the source of the voice. He felt very uncomfortable talking to air. "All right, Harry, I am the house. The satyr had told me to expect you. Would you like me to give you the grand tour?" "Aid, please call me Hermione. Would you mind telling us how slow time is in here compared to the time outside?" Hermione asked in concern. She was afraid that her parents would get worried if they realized that they have disappeared. They had to be back in their own room in the morning lest they found out. "The current house time is 1 month to 1 real hour. I can also adjust the time if need be," answered Aid simply. "I think I should show you the grounds first since I can sense that you both are curious about where you are. Please wait a moment while I physically manifest into something." Physically manifest? They thought in surprise. Before they could ask any questions, an elegant young lady wearing a toga appeared. She looked so ethereal in her perfection that Harry felt blood rushing to his face. He could not take his eyes off the way she walked as she approached them with a grace that was unnaturally captivating. "Are you Aid?" Hermione asked curiously. The lady in toga nodded and gave them a holster each for their wands. Harry immediately strapped his holster on his arm and placed his wand in it. Hermione, who was satisfied that there was no danger, followed suit. "Very good. The holsters will become invisible once they are strapped on. It also has a built-in anti-summoning charm. Furthermore, it will allow you to retract or release your wand at will," Aid explained. True enough, their holsters did indeed disappear. "Let me show you to the main hall," Aid continued with a warm smile as she led them through the large antique doors into a larger and more imposing living area. The hall was huge and airy. Hermione estimated the ceiling to be at least 3 stories high. The walls were made of dark mahogany. The 2 imposing floor-to-ceiling windows standing on each side of a very large portrait lighted up the place. Across the room from the windows were 2 imposing staircases that led up to the upper floors. A grand chandelier was hanging from the high ceiling right in the middle of the room. The most fascinating thing of the room was the ceiling. Painted with beautiful life-like angels and clouds that moved occasionally, it was a serene and joyful scene depicting heaven. The ceiling glowed in a shade of pale gold due to the light coming off of the chandelier. The portrait of a handsome distinguished man garbed in a mage suit beamed warmly at them as he spotted the new arrivals. "Good day, Harry and Hermione Potter," welcomed the man in the portrait cordially as he doffed his hat in polite greeting. "Are you the creator?" they asked in astonishment as their eyes widened. Never in their wildest imagination did they think they would be speaking to the portrait of the creator. His blue eyes were twinkling with joy as he looked down at them. "Well, don't look so surprised that my house would have a portrait of me." The man responded joyfully. "Please call me Edmund. Don't you just love the ceiling?" "I do. Now, in my time, the non-magical beings actively persecuted us on the basis that we were spawns of the devil. They even went as far as to claim that wizards would never go to heaven. Don't you think it is ironic that I have heaven painted on my ceiling?" He grinned rakishly before turning his attention back to them. A frown immediately marred his beautiful face. "Harry, you look awfully thin for your age. Please ask Althea for the potions to help him grow to a normal size, Aid, instructed Edmund as he glanced at Aid. She nodded and he turned back to face them with a warm friendly smile on his lips. I didn't expect the two of you to come and visit so soon. In fact, I wasn't expecting you until after Harry's birthday. Were you just curious? Edmund chuckled warmly as his blue eyes twinkled like Christmas lights. Yes, the rings worked, so we wanted to see if we could get into the house, answered Harry as he stared at the portrait in awe. He stroked his smooth chin. Oh yes, the rings. I had a bit of fun creating those. It conceals itself naturally unless you choose to show it. Your rings will be able to warn you if the person you are talking have any intentions of hurting you. The real fun begins when you learn to apparate. There are no barriers that will be able to restrain you because the rings are designed to break them. I believe that I may have added a few more charms. You just have to try it, find those surprises on your own. He smiled excitedly. By the way, you can never remove the rings once you've put them on. I designed it this way so that no one else will be able to use these rings. I wanted to avoid them falling into the wrong hands. Thank you, Harry answered, his voice choked with emotions. It was beyond his comprehension why a person he had never met before would give him such a priceless gift. With a sincere tone, Edmund answered. You are very special, Harry. Fate has chosen you to carry out a difficult task. I felt it was unfair for someone as young as you to be saddled with such a heavy burden. It is my greatest wish that whatever help I can give you will help you in freeing the oppressed from their oppressors. Aid arrived with the potions that Edmund had requested. She handed a vial over to Harry, who took it and drank it. It felt a bit weird, but he felt better after a while. I won't keep you from your tour of the house. You are welcome to come and talk to me anytime you wish. I love company, he concluded warmly as Aid took them up the steps to the dining area. The dining area was much too vast and formal for their liking. Aid also showed them the kitchen. They were surprised to find a modern non-magical kitchen with modern appliances. It was decorated practically, with clean white walls and black tiles. Food magically appears in here during meal times when there are people living here. We do not actually require a kitchen. We have set this one up in case either one of you wants to cook a meal yourself or to practice your household charms in, explained Aid. Next, she took them to a large open bathing area. A swimming pool-like marble bath with many gold taps on the side sat in the middle of the place. It was facing the forest and they could see a river and a large waterfall. The place was very comfortable but too unrestricted for their liking. This is the bathing area. I know that you are used to something more secure, but you two are the only people in the house who will require a bath. You don't have to be worried about being disturbed. You will have complete privacy while you are in here, she added as waited for the awe-stricken teenagers to walk to her side. It is like an open-air version of a Roman public bath, Hermione declared as she looked at the room. That is where Satyr got his inspiration, but he liked it to be more spacious and airy. Although it feels like you're outdoors, the temperature will always remain comfortable in here. Aid answered as she smiled. Both of you could come and bathe in here later. To her surprise, the young couple blushed. Aren't you married? She blinked in confusion and frowned. We are, as of yesterday, Hermione answered. Then, there shouldn't be any problems, Aid summarized as she walked on, obviously still perplexed by their reactions. She proceeded to show them to the training room, the potion room, the sparring room, the flying area, the various workshops, their bedroom, and the Leary. It was the last room that excited them the most. The Leary was huge, almost 3 stories high with a round GL dome as its ceiling. Rows after rows of bookcases filled with books filled the room. They were all catalogued precisely, first by their genre, next by their titles. Hermione felt as if she was in a fantasy world as she spun around the Leary, taking in the sight of the marvelous room. I'm in heaven, she thought. It was the perfect place to read. She could imagine herself curling up in one of the armchairs placed near the large fireplace, reading. The creator loves books. He made it a point to collect every book ever written. The Leary is updated regularly, said Aid proudly. He can't read these books anymore, can he? Hermione asked curiously as she glanced at the selection briefly. Some tomes were so old that she had never heard of them, yet they were all in mint condition. Harry chuckled as he saw that familiar twinkle in her eyes. It was similar to the gleam in a child's eyes when a child is in a sweet shop. I always read to him. Aide explained. He can get awfully bored since no one has occupied this place for a very long time. Aide went on. She smiled warmly. This is why everyone is looking forward to seeing both of you. Your teachers are ready to get your training started, but Satyr has instructed Talik, your instructor for weapon mastery and physical training, to allow you some rest before he meets with you. Apparently, Talik wants you to beef both of you up for his practices. I think Alyssa will want to know how sharp your writing skills are. By the way, she will also be teaching you history of magic. Aide said, are the teachers who will be training us physical manifestations of the NCHES of magic? Hermione asked as her chocolate eyes widened. Aide looked as if it was the most natural thing in this world. Yes, of course. How do you think they last in here? Who else would have the knowledge to teach all you want to learn but the NCHES of magic themselves? I didn't think that weapon mastery was a magical art, admitted Harry. He had that perception since it was not taught in Hogwarts. I think that the reason that people forget that it is a magical art is probably because it is now rare for wizards and witches to use weapons these days. You fight using only magic, right? In the past, mages used both magic and weapons. Often, their only weapons are their wands. Aide added. Well, that's something different to consider. Hermione said as she frowned in thought and bit her bottom lips thoughtfully. Harry thought she looked completely adorable. Aide, we usually sleep for about 6 hours. Does this mean we will be staying here for 6 months? Hermione asked thoughtfully. Yes, that is correct. You need to be here not only for training, but to stabilize your bond as well. You will not need your wands during this stay. It will take about a year for your magical cores to merge completely and become stable. Aide concluded. Aide looked meaningfully at the sky. It was getting dark. The whole GL dome roof lit up, illuminating the Leary, as the sky grew dark. The logs in the fireplace came alive suddenly. I think it is time for both of you to go to sleep. You can continue your exploration tomorrow. She beamed as gave each of them a magically enchanted map. The map would inform them where they needed to go and help them find their way through the house. You should ask your instructors to teach you how to apparate soon. It is easier to travel that way. Good night, young ones, Aide said. With that she disappeared. Thank Merlin that it's a very short walk to our room. Harry muttered as he pointed to the red dot on the map that indicated their bedroom with his finger. He was suddenly feeling so worn out that he could fall asleep standing up. There were 2 green dots on the map in the area indicated as Leary. These had their names, Harry Potter, and Hermione Potter. Hermione checked her map. We'll have to take a right turn. Let's go. I'm really quite tired, urged Hermione as they walked hand in hand back to their room. The large bed in the center of the room was big and comfortable. It was then did the reality of their marriage hit him. They were married and they needed to share a bed. Harry drew his hand through his messy hair nervously as he stared at the bed. What was Hermione going to wear? She was wearing a casual attire of jeans and shirt. It must have been very uncomfortable to sleep in and did not have her nightgown to change to. Would she sleep with only her underwear? The idea of it sent his hormones on overdrive, as he grew flustered. Hermione was worried about that particular issue as well. She had never shared a room with Harry and she didn't know if he had the habit of wearing clothes to bed. The thought of Harry and her sharing a bed made blood rush up to her face. Harry, vaguely recalling seeing a wardrobe when they toured their bedroom earlier, found a large mahogany wardrobe that was built into one wall. He was just too preoccupied with the bed to really notice it moments ago. He walked across the large and stylishly decorated room to check the contents of the closet. Harry's jaw dropped at the sight. There were a wide variety of clothes inside. Hermione's clothes were distinctly separated from his clothes. They were categorized, first, muggle or magical clothing, then by the occasions to wear them, and finally by color. Harry gave a sigh of relief when he spotted various sleep clothes that Hermione could wear for the night. He was glad that they had taken their age into consideration. Hermione, there are several nightgowns you can choose to sleep in, said Harry. Harry usually only slept in his boxers because he hated being too warm, but he selected a sleeveless shirt and a pair of shorts. He could see the relief in his wife's face when she noted the outfit he was wearing to bed as she took a nightgown from the wardrobe. She then walked to the adjoining bathroom to change. Harry had changed into his nightclothes and placed his dirty laundry in the basket found on one side of the bathroom. He took out his holster, his wand and his glees and placed them on the bedside table before climbing onto the bed. Taking deep breaths in an attempt to calm down as he waited for Hermione, Harry lay flat on his back. He felt as if there were butterflies in his stomach. The need to sleep was completely eradicated by his nervousness. He did not need to be a seer to know it was going to be a long night for them. Hermione walked over to the vacant side of the bed and climbed into it. She glanced apprehensively at Harry and noted that his scar was even more prominent than usual because he kept messing up his hair worriedly. Hermione was mildly pleased that she was not the only one who was feeling the nerves. "Harry, I'm going to turn off the lights now," Hermione announced. She was glad that her voice was not trembling when she was also having butterflies in her stomach. Harry nodded curtly and she turned the lights off magically. "Good night, Harry," Hermione muttered softly as she lay on her side so that her back was facing him. "Good night, Hermione," he answered as he turned to side, with his back against her and a distance between them. It was worse than the last night. The need to touch each other was overwhelming. It took all their effort and willpower not to reach out and make that physical contact with each other. It was made worse since they were only inches apart. Harry did not know if she would be comfortable with more contact since they had transitioned from best friends to dating to husband and wife within a short span of 2 days. Knowing Harry's doubts, Hermione realized she needed to make the first move. So she did. She turned over to her side so that she was facing Harry and placed one of her arm on his waist and snuggled up to him. Harry stiffened for a moment but soon relaxed. She could smell Harry's musky scent. It was fast becoming her favorite scent. Contented that she was near him, she felt herself drawn deeper into slumber. Harry followed suit soon after. Harry was first to wake up that morning. In his morning daze, he was shocked to find something brown and bushy obscuring his sight. He panicked. After a while, he calmed down when he realized it was Hermione. He detected her sweet familiar vanilla scent. Harry chuckled softly when he discovered that they had changed positions in the night. His arms were now around her waist and she was pressing hard on him. Harry groaned lightly. He could feel blood traveling lower as she turned in his arms. Sweet Merlin. Harry tried to remove his arm from her so that he could get out of the bed. But alas, Hermione's legs and his legs were entangled intimately together. There was no way he could get off the bed without waking her up. The sudden movement had wakened Hermione and she began to stir. Hermione opened her eyes sleepily to look at him. As she started to focus, changing from her adorable sleepy look to a slightly more alert one. Harry, fascinated by the display, watched on, forgetting about the reason he had to get away from the bed. It was a precious sight, one that he wanted to see each time he opened his eyes, every morning for the rest of his life. "Good morning, dear. Did you sleep well?" Harry beamed brightly. He tenderly tucked some of her brown hair behind her ear. Hermione glanced back at him lovingly before she rolled away from him and onto her side. She was now looking at him directly. "It was one of my best nights." Hermione smiled as she affectionately stroked the sides of his face. The sight of his even messier than usual hair and slightly sleepy emerald eyes tugged at her heartstrings. "You look totally gorgeous this way. I would love to you but I haven't brushed my teeth." Hermione laughed brightly as happiness bubbled in her. The sight of seeing Harry with his morning look in the bed next to her felt so surreal. She was indeed married to him. Harry arched his eyebrows in disbelief as a tender smile tugged his lips. His eyes softened with adoration as they met her gaze. "You are so beautiful." Her heart soared at the declaration. His heart was fluttering as Harry leaned closer to her. He titled his head slightly as his lips parted. He gently brushed his lips along her lips. She purred softly in contentment. Smiling, he pulled back slightly and brushed his nose with his. There was a smile of amusement on her face as Hermione closed her eyes and firmly wrapped her arms around his neck. She teasingly brushed her lips across his lips lightly before their lips met with a bit more pressure. Without a warning, Harry suddenly pulled back, wrenched the arms from his neck, jumped off the bed and dashed into the bathroom, leaving a befuddled Hermione on the bed. "What happened, love?" Her thought was laced with concern. Morning need. I needed a cold shower." Hermione could hear the sounds of the shower running. Hermione felt his emberment. She knew that male hormones could get wild at his age since he was still developing. She stood up and went to take out the clothes she wanted to change into after she had showered. She laid them in a neat pile on the dresser. Hermione then took out a set of clothes for him and laid them on the bed. "Your clothes are on the bed, love." "Thank you, Hermione." After 5 minutes, the door of the bathroom opened. Harry was only clad in a towel. Hermione lowered her head as she took her things and hurriedly entered the bathroom to have her shower. Harry quickly dressed up in the attire she had selected with great admiration for Hermione. She had remembered that they were going to do something physical today and she had chosen clothes that were suitable. "Thank you, Hermione." Harry smiled. "I probably will go grab a book from the library as I wait for you. Anything you want to read? How about the guide on soul bond? I haven't finished reading it. I hope Edmund has a spare copy." "Sure, Hermione." Harry managed to find a spare copy of the Guide to Soul Bonds in the library and brought it back to their bedroom to read. It was then that Hermione realized that they could share the knowledge they have read from the books through their mind link. It was a useful thing to discover since they could finish more readings that way. She was reading what Harry was reading through the link. He was on the section where they could shift to each other. That is a useful skill. You can go to where I am and I can go to you easily. She could feel his inquisitiveness. She did not want him to appear next to her while she was bathing. "Please don't try it now." "I had no intention of doing so, Hermione." Harry thought in emberment. When Hermione was finally dressed, they headed to the training room since there was a red dot on it, signaling it was the place in the house they needed to be. Aide had informed them yesterday that Talik had wanted to start with some basic exercises with them ready for his practice sessions. "Good morning, Harry and Hermione. I am Talik, or Toll for short. I will be your instructor for weapon mastery." He smiled warmly. He was tall and lean and pleasant too. "Look at. Both of you will need to run twice a day. Once in the morning, before you have your breakfast, and another before your dinner. Warm up before every run. It will save you from a lot of pain. I'll be guiding you through your warm-ups later," said Toll as he looked at his students. He was glad to see that they were not protesting. "You start your run at 6. I heard that you both have the habit of waking up early. That's good, because you will need to wake up early every day. It will make my life easier. You will be meeting Alyssa later for some testing, and she will let me know if she needs to spend more time with you. If she does not, you'll have 3 hours of break after every meal. 3 hours after breakfast, you will both have to return here for muscle training. Your next lesson, hand-to-hand combat, will take place 3 hours after lunch. Both sessions will last for about 2 hours each. All these times will be updated on schedule parchment in your bedroom accordingly. I will provide you some pepper-up potion should you really require it. My aim is to get you in a better physical shape. Harry, you look as if a slight gust of wind could blow you away. Hermione, it would be better if you have some physical endurance and agility. So let's get cracking." Toll smiled as he rubbed his hands. He demonstrated a set of warm-ups to stretch all their muscles. After ensuring that they had drunk 2 glees of water, Toll took them to the place where they were supposed to run. Toll had selected a beautiful outdoor course, with a running track that ran parallel to the river outside. The area they were running in was breathtaking. Having each other as partners helped them to stay focused on the task. Harry had more stamina to run in comparison to Hermione, but with encouragement, they had managed to cover a distance. When they finished running, Toll guided them through some cool downs before sending them off for their breakfast. Harry and Hermione thoroughly enjoyed their first meal of the day. They had an Irish breakfast that morning, complete with rashers of bacon, bangers, fried tomatoes and potatoes, eggs, and black and white puddings. Harry had to drink another of that potion to ensure that he grew into his ideal size. Afterwards, they trooped upstairs for a shower and had a change of clothes before they met Alyssa. Alyssa reminded them of Professor McGonagall, a strict and no-nonsense type of teacher. She had auburn hair that was tied neatly into a bun and she held herself stiffly. The only difference between Professor McGonagall and Alyssa was that she greeted them with a smile when they entered the room. The CL room was a fairly large with 2 large desks and a blackboard. "Good morning, Harry and Hermione. I am Alyssa. I will be teaching you a great variety of things. For today, I just need you to write about something that interests you so that I can assess your writing skills and your penmanship. I aim to correct illegible scrawls and coach you to attaining excellent writing skills. If we find we have more time today, we will begin covering third-year history of magic. Harry frowned when he realized that he was going to end up having more lessons than Hermione. May I ask what you are a physical manifestation of? Hermione questioned as she frowned in thought. Simply, non-magical OCIATED knowledge. To give you an example, I know who created a spell, when the spell was created, how the spell works in theory, but I cannot actually cast the spell. I can coach you on how to present yourself in a society and how you can communicate more effectively with people. I am able to teach you about everything that has taken place in history, both in the magical and non-magical worlds. Alyssa answered. Let's get to work, Toll. We'll be missing both of you for your second session. Hermione did not have to attend any of her lessons to improve her handwriting since hers was already beautiful and neat, but Harry had to. Both of their essay skills needed a little fine-tuning, and after that was achieved, Hermione was allowed to leave while Harry had to continue to practice writing. Harry did not see a point in learning to write properly, but Alyssa insisted it was of great importance and he obliged. Harry would be having an hour of writing lessons every day until his penmanship improved. In the meantime, Hermione would need to attend 2 hours of history lessons with Harry while Harry had to do an additional hour beyond that with Alyssa. They used up their entire 3-hour break with Alyssa. The next lesson was muscle training with Toll. He made them do routines to tone and strengthen their muscles. He also gave them exercises to increase agility and flexibility since they were young and could still be easily trained. Toll had given them simple exercises to them first. Later, he gave Harry more focused muscle training. He had already developed some agility from his Quidditch practices back at school. After their muscle training was completed, they had lunch. It was equally scrumptious. Harry knew that he was going to put on a bit of weight while staying in the house. I wish Ron were here to try this. I can definitely imagine him gobbling down the food. Harry smiled as he took another bite, and then he frowned as the guilt from of not thinking about his friend swept through him. I wonder how he's doing in Egypt. I'm sure he's enjoying himself since he's in Egypt. It's a great place to have a holiday. Hermione answered as she held his hand comfortingly. Do you think we should tell him about our marriage or just let him think that we are dating? Hermione asked. She knew that they were going to have to conceal their marriage from the rest of the wizard world for the time being. I guess we'll have to wait until we see him to gauge how much we should tell him. Harry answered sheepishly as a small voice in his head reminded him of Edmund's advice. They had occlumency lessons after lunch. Edmund felt that it was an important skill to learn so that they could ensure that no one could fish out important information from their heads. Having the skills will also help them recall things perfectly. In Harry and Hermione's case, they would also be able to block out each other if necessary. I'm sure that Harry would want to prevent you from experiencing his pain if he is physically hurt. It serves no purpose if both of you are incapacitated by his pain when in reality, only one needs healing. However, you must both master this art in order to achieve that since your minds are intimately linked. Their mind arts instructor told them. He told them to meditate every day to create their mind shields. Toll was glad that they were starting meditation in their occlumency lessons since self-defense also required them to do so. He proceeded to teach them how to roll and break falls. He had even given them a theory lesson on pressure points of the body so that they would know which areas they could attack to cause a great deal of distress. Toll taught them how to defend themselves effectively during a fight. This was important since they were supposed to learn a set of martial arts by the end of the 8 months. They took a break and went for their evening run. By dinner time, their muscles were aching so badly that they needed potions to relieve the pain. Their teachers gave them the rest of the night off out of pity. So after dinner, Harry and Hermione merrily used each other as support to get to their bedroom. They had wrapped their arms around each other and leaned into each other as they staggered upstairs to their bedroom like a pair of drunks. When they finally reached their bed, Harry and Hermione collapsed on their bed happily and refused to move an inch after their long day. Harry, you know we haven't showered and changed from our run. Hermione added as she rolled painfully out of their bed. She did not want to leave the bed, but they had to shower. We positively stink. She took out her nightgown and prepared to take a bath. I know you are also too tired to shower, so why bother? If both of us smell, then neither of us can complain about the other, right? Just let me sleep. He grinned cheekily as he covered his eyes with an arm. Harry James Potter, that's not hygienic. Shower first before you sleep. Hermione hissed as she poked him and folded her arms. Harry's emerald eyes were twinkling as he sat up. He winced a little in pain because of his muscles. Okay, Hermione. Harry smiled humorously as he stood up and took a set of nightclothes. I should have asked Aide to conjure up 2 bathrooms. He grumbled. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Why don't you join me in the bathing area? It is large and comfortable. We could put a lot of bubbles in and not see each other. Harry said eagerly as he recalled the breathtaking bathing area. He had wanted to use the area but it was too vast for him to use alone. I remember that there's a small changing room so I can use it while you change in the bathing area. Hermione, thrilled with the prospect of getting to try the spectacular bathing area, agreed after stating several conditions. There must be enough bubbles to hide them both and they were to sit at the opposite ends of the pool. Harry heartily agreed to all of them. Harry and Hermione trooped into the bathing area. The small changing room at one end of room was ignorant as Harry's side. They waited for the bubbles to form before Harry went to the changing room to undress. He stripped himself in the changing room and covered his waist with a towel as he waited for Hermione to shout that she was ready. He heard the sounds of water splashing as Hermione entered into the water. He felt her relief when the heat of the water began to soothe her muscles. He knew she was soaking in the warm waters when he felt her completely relax. Harry felt the blood rushing to his face when he realized that they were going to be totally in a bath together. You may come out. I promise that I'm not going to look. Close your eyes, Hermione. I am coming out. He briskly walked to his side of the bath, put his towel aside, and slipped into the water. There were so many bubbles and such a large distance between them that it was simply too paranoid of Harry to worry about Hermione seeing anything. You may open your eyes, Hermione. That was quite fast, Harry. Didn't want you to start peeking at me. Harry thought cheekily as he relaxed into the water. I can't steal a look at you unless I have really powerful eyes. It is just too far for me to see anything. Hermione thought she needed to remind him that it was simply impossible to do that because of the distance. He could feel the warmth of the water reach his aching muscles. It eased his aching body tremendously. He felt he was so relaxed that he could fall asleep. He did not know that warm water could have that effect on his body. I added something else to the bath. There was a tap that releases foam to restore tired and aching bodies. Harry beamed as he closed his eyes. Great, let's bathe like this every day evening. I think it would help us a lot. Hermione heartily agreed. 2 white glowing runes began to shine in the middle of the room. Suddenly, Harry and Hermione materialized. They landed gracefully on their feet as they looked around. The bedroom was in the exact way they had left it. The letter from Edmund, the heavy old tome and the journals of his parents were still on the desk. Hermione checked the digital clock on the side of her bed. It read 5 a.m. Only 6 hours had passed in the real world but they had spent half a year in the house. Harry gently pulled Hermione into his arms as he eyed her forehead. Good morning, dear. Harry grinned broadly. Harry had grown several inches since the potion he drank daily helped him to catch up to normal size. He had become slightly bulkier with lean muscles from all the exercises he did every day. She could feel the hardness of his as she leaned into his MC. Gone was the scrawny little guy that looked as if he was only 11 when he was already 13. A lean, fit, and tall young man replaced him. Hermione knew that she was going to have a lot of trouble with the female population once they head back to Hogwarts. They had finished covering the entire syllabus of History of Magic for their OWLs. Harry and Hermione were now masters of occlumency and could fight hand-to-hand very well after the intense 6 months of training they had in the house. They enjoyed their stay immensely since they had had the time to relax near the forest or in the Leary. Thank goodness Edmund had the foresight to allow us to leave there in the morning so that we won't suffer from the change of time. Harry beamed happily. Let's go for our morning run. Harry grinned happily as he swung both of their entwined hands playfully around. I can't believe that I'm so used to running twice a day now. Hermione laughed. I think we need to go shopping soon, love. You have grown much taller and wider because of your potion and all the physical training. And we cannot shirk or enlarge our clothes because our magic is still unstable. Edmund says we can't age in the house, but it seems that we can physically change. Hermione had lost quite a lot of weight and her body was now slim and toned. Harry wrapped his arms around her small waist as if he were measuring. "I think your shorts will be too loose for you," Harry added. "What would Daddy and Mummy said if I needed to go shopping again?" He laughed. They had actually gone shopping for clothes only 2 days ago in real world. "How are we going to explain this drastic change in our bodies?" "Puberty and magic," Hermione offered with a hopeful tone as she grinned at him. Harry merely laughed and ed her nose as she giggled girlishly. The 6 months did wonders for Harry. Harry was simply glowing with happiness, confidence, and good health. "My beautiful clever wife, is that all you can come up with?" Harry laughed heartily as his emerald eyes shone with amusement. "It's logical, isn't it?" She shrugged as a small smile tugged her lips. "I was quite thin not too long ago. I think you can use some of the running shorts I bought." He trailed off as he scrunched his face and tried to recall the time. Harry was pretty mixed up with house time and real time. 2 days ago, Hermione answered. "You've got to remember, lest you blow our cover. We were married yesterday." Harry grinned broadly. "We can't act like we've missed Mum and Dad too much later because we just saw them last night," Harry reminded, showing how well he knew Hermione. Hermione frowned as she bit her lips. Harry gently pecked her lips as he took 2 pairs of shorts for them. "Let's see how different it is to run over here." Harry beamed as he ped her a new pair of running shorts. "I think I should wear Dudley's clothes because I think my new shirts are going to be too small," he answered as he grabbed an old and baggy shirt for himself and Hermione's shirt for her. "Why don't you change here, Harry? We can always turn our backs to each other to change," Hermione asked as she watched him trying to leave their room to go to the bathroom. "I think I'd still prefer to change in the bathroom," he added as Harry had lowered his head and walked out. In the 6 months of house time, Hermione never had a chance to see his back. Initially, Hermione thought that it was because he was shy. Now, she was convinced that he was hiding something from her. Harry would tell her when he wanted to, she thought as she tied her brown hair up in a high ponytail and got ready to go for a run with Harry. It was the day after Harry and Hermione's wedding and the Grangers did not want to bother them since they were probably exhausted from all the excitement of the day before. The Grangers decided to eat their breakfast without them. The glowing young couple entered into the kitchen from the front door. They were dressed in shorts and shirt and it was obvious that they had just come back from a morning run. The Grangers gasped in shock when they got a good look at them. Hermione had looked much more fit compared to the day before and she was wiping perspiration off of her face and neck. Hermione never had the inclination to exercise and the physical change stunned them. The sight of Harry had also surprised them. He looked as if he had grown about 4 inches overnight and he looked very robust instead of being unhealthily thin. It was the glow on their faces that startled the older couple in the kitchen. They were simply radiant with vitality. "Good morning, Mum and Dad," they chimed in unison as they settled in their seats. Jean's mocha eyes had widened when she looked at them. "Did the 2 of you have a growth spurt or something?" Dan asked incredulously as he stared at Harry. He was helping Hermione spread jam on her toast as she poured 2 glees of water for them. Hermione placed the glees of water before them before she returned to her seat. "Harry has been taking potions that have helped him catch up to normal size," Hermione answered as she contentedly took the toast from Harry after rewarding him with a sweet smile. "Thanks, love. You're welcome, dear." Harry ate his toast. "I finally look like I'm turning 13. He grinned happily since they did not seem to be suspicious about their reason. "Yes, it's wonderful to see you looking so good." Jean smiled. Both Grangers did not know much about magic so they had let it ped. Was it natural for both of them to become so fit overnight? "Do we have any plans for today?" Hermione asked after she finished her toast. "We were thinking about bringing you to the beach. Would you like that?" Dan suggested as he looked at the young couple. Harry and Hermione had exchanged a look between them and finally agreed as long as they could stop for a quick shopping trip. "Let's get into the water," Hermione suggested as she pointed to the cool waters. It was a very hot day at the beach. Harry and Hermione had been walking along the edges of the shore, enjoying the feeling of having the cool seawater rushing over their feet. They were walking back to find their parents who were hiding from the sun and enjoying the breeze by staying under the beach umbrella. Hermione was clad in her new bikini that they had bought along with other clothes. It highlighted her toned body. Harry couldn't take his mind off her slender long legs that were shown prominently. Hermione did not comment about his fascination with them. In fact, she was pleased that he was admiring her. Hermione went into the water first and waded in until water reached her waist. "Harry, it's really nice in here." She smiled as she beckoned Harry to join. Harry looked apprehensive until he felt Hermione splashing water at him. "Why you?" He hurriedly removed his shirt, threw it aside and waded into the cool water and started splashing back at her. Harry and Hermione were laughing brightly as they began to spray water at each other. In the end, Harry decided to tackle Hermione playfully into the water. Hermione was faster and she sidestepped his attack. He ended up crashing into the water with his face plunging into the water first. Hermione's laughter had died down immediately. Harry stood up and was shocked to see that his spouse had paled. She was as white as a sheet. He mentally retraced the last thing he did and he realized what she saw. Oh bollocks! The scars. His emerald eyes had widened in realization. Large, white welts crisscrossed his back. They were the only physical evidence of his abuse inflicted by his relatives. "Harry," she whispered softly in deep grief. It was so faint that he could barely catch it. Harry felt the increase in the speed of wind. It was not a good sign. It could be disastrous if Hermione unleashed any more accidental magic. The wind started to become stronger. "Hermione, please calm yourself down. You might hurt someone," Harry said in a soothing manner. The winds began to whip even more violently around them. The waves crashed even more violently into the shore in increasing frequency as the trees began to sway violently. "Hermione, I'm sorry for hiding it from you. I couldn't let you see my scars. I just don't have it in me to look anyone in the eye once they've realized what kind of childhood I've had," Harry said hoarsely as he lowered his head. "Harry, you have to know that isn't why I'm upset," Hermione whispered in distress. The winds began to die down as tears began to well in her large chocolate eyes. She approached his back carefully as she stared at the white scars in horror. Her fingers shook as she reached out to touch them. The moment she did, he flinched. "Do they still hurt?" she whispered in anguish. "No," Harry said as he closed his eyes in shame. To his utter disbelief, he felt her arms encircle him from behind and the gentle touch of her lips on his back. "How have you to live through this?" Hermione whispered reverently as she gently aired one of his scars. "Hermione," Harry groaned as he wrapped his arms around his wife and drew her into his arms. "I love you." Harry gently tipped her head up and aired away the salty tears tenderly. Bending his head, he took her lips in a long, sweet lingering. That was gentle and sweet, fully expressing their love for each other. Harry could feel love bursting in his heart and pouring through his veins until he was filled by the sheer bliss of their love. Their lips parted after a while. Harry held Hermione close to him as she laid her head on his and enjoyed the warmth of having her in his arms. "I was upset because no one has the right to hurt you this way," Hermione explained herself as she circled his bear with her finger lovingly. "They won't have the chance to do so anymore. I can always use magic or give them a bloody nose." Harry grinned rakishly. Hermione snorted. "Giving them a bloody nose is not enough. I really want to hex them over and over again with the meanest spells I can find." Hermione flared a little. "Just remember to leave something that others can identify their bodies with when you are done." Harry teased lightly as he lovingly pressed on her head. Hermione gently swatted his playfully as Harry erupted into loud guffaws. "Hermione, Harry, we should be heading home," Dan shouted to them from the shore. "We'll be right there, Dad," he called back. Dad and Mum looked worried. "Let's go." He took her hand and they walked back towards the Grangers who were waiting anxiously at the beach. The Grangers were concerned about the freak weather and thus decided to go back early. Harry thought it was prudent not to mention that the freak weather was the result of Hermione's anger and Hermione was too ashamed about her lack of control to mention anything as well. "Harry, we could try to have the scars removed the next time we enter the house. I am sure Althea will have something that can help." Over in the headmaster's office, the two major decision-makers of the Hogwarts were discussing the minister's proposed plan. "Do you think it is sensible to endanger the entire student body with Dementors by making them guardians of the school just because there's a slight possibility that Sirius Black might come to Hogwarts?" Professor McGonagall asked with deep concern after the headmaster shared the minister's plans with her. Black had escaped from Azkaban several days earlier. Fudge insisted it was for the safety of the school. After all, he is a murderer. Dumbledore answered simply. The familiar twinkle in his eyes had disappeared as he spoke. I've known Black since he was 11. He was one of James's closest friends. He would never have willingly betrayed him or killed anyone. He didn't have it in him like the others who turned dark. McGonagall added emotionally. She always had doubts on that. Not to mention the fact that he did not even receive a proper trial. It was deemed unnecessary to try him since he was found screaming in the streets that he had killed the Potters right after he blew up an entire street of Muggles. There were eyewitnesses on the scene, Dumbledore added as he tipped his half-moon spectacles up his crooked nose. In any event, I definitely feel it is essential that Mr. Potter does not learn anything about his godfather. With Harry's past record, I wouldn't put it past him to recklessly pursue the man responsible for getting his parents killed. Dumbledore added as he stood up and walked to the window. Harry Potter's reputation of jumping into places where angels fear to tread is well known. Hearing that Black is capable of murder is not likely to deter him from pursuing the betrayer of his parents. Very well, I'll relay the plan to Hagrid, she answered as she kept her doubts to herself. She knew it was fruitless to think that way since she did not have any proof to justify her qualms. She did not like the idea of Hogwarts being guarded by the Dementors, but she had no choice but to accept the inevitable. She excused herself and left the older man to his thoughts. I am sorry, James, Lily, and Sirius. It was all for the greater good. Dumbledore thought sadly as he slumped into his chair. It was one of those moments when Dumbledore could feel his age. His deputy's doubts about Sirius's guilt reminded him of the mistake he made many years ago. Black was the sacrificial lamb in this whole battle. Dumbledore could not allow the Mies lose their faith in the government in the defining times after the fall of the Dark Lord. It would be detrimental to the morale of the people if the government could not apprehend the man who betrayed the Potters. Besides, the real traitor was dead. Dumbledore was unwilling to lose the respect that he had worked so hard to attain in order to save another man by admitting that he had made a grave error. His error caused the death of the parents of the boy who lived. He was the one who suggested that Sirius Black to convince the Potters to change their secret keeper. When the prophecy was made to him in private many years ago, Dumbledore became an instrument of fate. Sirius was the only thread in uncovering the truth behind the betrayal, so he had to be eliminated. Sirius himself provided Dumbledore with the opportunity when he was raving like a lunatic on a public street that he was the cause of his best friend's death. The Wizarding Court was unwilling to grant him a trial after he was brought into custody. Dumbledore sighed. He could only hope that he would have the chance to repent his grievous faults by ensuring that the Dark Lord would be vanquished in the hands of Harry Potter, the boy he thought was far suited to the role of a hero than pure-blooded Neville. He could not dwell in regret. He had to make sure that his grand plan becomes a success. Harry was staring at the journals on the desk in their room. He'd always been curious about his parents. This was a great opportunity to learn more about his parents, so he selected the dark blue journal, sat at the desk and began reading. The journal began from the first day his father, James Potter, entered Hogwarts. He was quickly absorbed in the journal as he read about the pranks his father and his good friends pulled at Hogwarts. His father had 3 good friends: Sirius, Remus, and Peter. Harry smiled at the exciting time his father and his group had in school together. Harry was proud that Trouble seemed to be the middle name for all the Potter men. His father got into trouble a lot. He felt a closer attachment to his invisibility cloak after learning about the times his father and his friends used it to pull their pranks and escape from trouble. I guess formulating a plan to save Norbert was not such a risky operation compared to what your father used to do, huh? Hermione smiled warmly as she laid a hand on his shoulder. Harry beamed brightly as he lifted his arm for his wife to snuggle up to him on their bed. Do you think Sirius is the same Sirius Black who escaped from Azkaban, and Peter is that Peter Pettigrew who tried to stop Black and was blown into pieces? Pettigrew was awarded an Order of Merlin, 3rd CL for that. Hermione asked as she arose and picked up the day's Daily Prophet from her desk, scanned the newspaper, and returned to the bed to cuddle with Harry. The cover article was about a murderer by the name of Black who had been on the loose for a little while. I don't know. He never used their last names, Harry answered as he frowned. It was far too much of a coincidence that both people mentioned in the paper shared the same first names as his father's best friends. Harry was feeling very proud of his father and his friend's achievement when he realized that they had successfully transformed themselves into animals without supervision while they were still in school. He could imagine the bliss his father, James, must have felt when he finally could turn into a stag after many years of hard work. The first person who could transform successfully was Sirius, and his form was a black dog. Peter took the longest to master the skill. With the help of James and Sirius, he finally turned into a rat, many months after his father could transform into a stag at will. Their pleasure was not derived from their accomplishment. They were happy because they could now accompany their best friend Remus, a werewolf, at every full moon. Harry grinned cheerfully as he read about the exciting adventures of the Marauders, the name his father and his friends had proudly called themselves. Harry had already read to the entry where his father was finishing his 5th year when he began to feel sleepy. Casually glancing over to the digital clock on the side of the bed, he realized that it was already midnight. "Ah, I should have paid more attention to the time," he thought wearily as he glanced at the other side of the bed. His dark eyebrows knitted into a worried frown when he realized it was still vacant. "Where are you, Hermione?" he thought anxiously. Harry was surprised when he sensed a mental wall between the two of them. It was apparent Hermione was hiding something. Now what was it she said about keeping secrets from each other? Harry chuckled. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping filled the room and he saw 2 owls land on the desk. He leapt out of bed and walked over to intercept the mail. One of them was his own pet owl, Hedwig. He had missed her terribly. The last time he's seen her was when she was ignoring him for upsetting Hermione. Technically, it had only been a few days, but with the house time, it had been more than half a year. An affectionate smile graced his face. "Thanks, girl," Harry said cheerfully as he untied a parcel and an envelope from her extended leg. He knew that Hedwig could feel his pleasure at seeing her again. "You are welcome, Harry. The package is from Ron Weasley. By the way, happy birthday, Harry." Hedwig affectionately nipped his finger with her beak. Harry was stunned when he heard her thoughts in his head. He finally understood why he could feel another mind link. "You're my familiar. You can really hear my thoughts and feel my emotions," Harry thought in great excitement as he watched his intelligent familiar for a response. "Haven't you realized that by now? I've been feeling your emotions and hearing your thoughts for quite some time, Harry. Recently, I have been hearing Hermione as well. She is your mate, right? Anyway, I would have flown to you earlier this afternoon, but I was flying back from Egypt." Hedwig answered flatly as she fixed her large amber eyes on him. Harry frowned as he recalled the events that took place that afternoon. He remembered the emotional scene at the beach. Ah, he thought as the realization set in. Hedwig must have sensed Hermione's intense emotions while she was flying back to London. "You felt her anger," Harry thought in astonishment. "Yes," Hedwig thought as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. In fact, Hedwig would have rolled her eyes if she could. She was very upset for quite some time. "I would love to know what caused her anger, though I'm pretty confident it has something to do with you." "Well, Harry, I'm very tired. I think I'm going to go rest in my cage. We can talk about it tomorrow." "Sure, girl." Harry smiled happily as he affectionately scratched under her beak. He couldn't believe that Hedwig was their familiar. He mentally kicked himself for not paying enough attention to the Guide to Soul Bonds. He was sure that it must be mentioned somewhere in the book. Hedwig gave a happy hoot and took off again. Harry was about to turn around and leave when he realized that there was another snowy owl waiting for him to take his mail. He had forgotten about the other owl altogether. The regal-looking owl had closed his eyes, as if he was sleeping, as he waited for Harry to address him. "Who might you be from?" Harry asked as he looked at the noble snowy owl. The owl opened his eyes in a rather conceited fashion as he fixed his large yellow eyes on him with apparent distaste. "Can't you just read the letter?" An irritated male voice came into his head as the owl held out his leg where 3 envelopes and a parcel were attached. Harry chuckled as he took the letters and the parcel. "Thank you." Harry grinned brightly. He remembered that he could speak to animals with the ring. "You're welcome. I'm glad at least you have the manners to thank me after making me wait so long." The owl had added arrogantly as he stared at Harry. "I am surprised that you can understand what I am saying. I'm so sorry about that." Harry apologized. I was shocked when I realized I could talk to my owl. Harry explained apologetically. Would you feel better with a drink of water and some rest? Harry asked politely, trying to find ways to appease the owl for the wait. Thank you for the offer, but I'd best get going. The letters are from Hogwarts, by the way. With that, the owl stretched his wings and flew out the window. What an owl! I don't think I'd ever forget him, Harry thought as he watched the owl disappear into the dark night. Harry set the 2 parcels and letters on the desk. Those can wait, he thought. His wife was more important. Harry contemplated shifting to his wife, but since he hadn't tried it before, he didn't feel confident attempting it. Instead, he had to resort to the normal way of finding her, which was patiently searching every room in the house. He walked out of their bedroom and headed toward the stairs. A smile spread across his face when he saw that the light in the guest room was still on. It was the same room that he'd slept in on the first night, and it still held all of his things. The rest of the house was dark, which made him more convinced that Hermione was in that room. The question was, what was she doing in there? It was baffling because Hermione usually worked in their room if he was still awake. Harry walked to the guest room and gently pushed open the door. It revealed a brown-haired girl sitting at the desk, currently absorbed in something. Her back was towards the door so he could not see anything. Harry cleared his voice to announce his presence at the door. Honey, it's already past midnight. What are you so busy with? Harry inquired as he looked at his wife. Hermione had stood up and spun sharply around to look at him when she heard his voice. Harry, what are you doing here? She hissed in mild annoyance as she frantically tried to hide what she was working on behind her back. His bright green eyes were shining with amusement when he noticed her nervousness. She grew more anxious as he walked towards her. I was getting sleepy, and you know I can't fall asleep without hugging my beautiful bride. Harry grinned playfully as he sat on the large bed beside the desk. Hermione was frowning as she mentally backtracked his words. Did you say midnight? Hermione asked in shock as she checked the clock on the desk. Yeah, Harry replied as he quirked one of his eyebrows questioningly. Happy birthday, Harry, Hermione exclaimed as she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and edged him on the cheek as she happily looked up at him. Her chocolate orbs widened when she saw that Harry was a bit confused. Harry mentally counted the days and finally realized that it was his birthday today. Hedwig had even wished him a happy birthday a little while ago, but he had been too preoccupied to notice. The look of comprehension came fleetingly upon his face, and it was followed by joy. Oh, yes, thank you. Harry smiled warmly. You actually forgot about your own birthday? Hermione asked as she raised her brows in disbelief. Well, you know, between house time and real time, I'm a bit confused. Harry admitted nervously as he drew his hand through his messy hair. Do you realize that means our wedding date was only 3 days from my birthday? Harry beamed happily. Well, he could remember their anniversary easier that way. Hermione smiled as she took the present and a card from the table. Hermione cheerfully gave it to him. Happy birthday, love. I got this when we were in London. I didn't know what to get you, but I think you'll probably need this. Hermione smiled tenderly as she sat next to him on his bed to watch his reaction. His emerald eyes had smoldered with contentment when he realized she bought him a present and gave him a card. It was his first birthday card. Dobby has stopped all his mail last year, so he didn't receive any. Harry carefully took the card and read it. Harry sincerely appreciated the gesture. He was grinning like a Cheshire cat and his cheeks were slightly reddened. With embarrassment, he gently set the card aside as if it were a priceless treasure and took his present. He had no idea what Hermione had gotten him. Like a little child, he cautiously unwrapped his present with great anticipation. His eyes twinkled when he saw the ND new Seeker's armor and a broomstick servicing kit. It was very thoughtful of Hermione to get him something so practical. With a dazzling smile on his face, he set the items carefully beside the bed. Then, blissfully, he lifted his wife to his lap and ed her fully on the lips to express his elation. Hermione's cheeks pinked from his display of affection. Thank you, dear. Those were brilliant presents. Harry grinned cheerfully when their lips parted. Hermione had wrapped her arms around his neck as she looked at him affectionately. You better make full use of the armor, love. I don't want to visit you in the hospital wing every time you play. She smirked as she ate his nose. Harry placed an arm behind her knees and another arm behind her back as he lifted her up easily. She giggled girlishly at his action. It's very late. We should be heading to bed to sleep. Harry grinned rakishly as he gazed at his wife. He could see she was dizzy with delight to be in his arms. He glanced at the presents and the card that were left on the bed. Satisfied that it would not be damaged in any way if he had left them that way for the night, he walked out of the room towards their bedroom, carrying her in bridal style. She turned off the lights using magic as she laid her head on his, enjoying the security and the warmth of his MC. The young couple tumbled onto their bed and fell asleep immediately. The loud, piercing sound of the alarm clock rudely awakened the birthday boy, who was slumbering peacefully in the bed. Harry groaned in irritation as he began to stir. He opened his eyes sleepily, in eager anticipation of seeing the familiar sight of the brunette lying beside him. Instead, he was greeted by an empty space. Harry shot up immediately when he realized that his wife was not beside him. The space beside him was cool to his touch, which indicated that she had gotten up really early. It was now 6 a.m., according to the clock. How long has Hermione been up? Harry thought as he fumbled blindly around searching for his glees in his holster. He put on his spectacles and strapped up his holster around his right arm. Then he climbed out of the bed and went to the bathroom to clean himself up. After he was suitably dressed, he then jogged down the stairs in search of his wife. The lights of the kitchen were switched on and he could hear sounds of a person moving around in the kitchen, so he headed in that direction. The sight of the kitchen made his jaw drop. In the middle of the room, wearing an apron and busying herself in the kitchen, was his wife Hermione. Her brown hair was tied neatly into a ponytail as she tried to figure the next step. The cooking area was one great chaotic mess. Anyone could see that although Hermione was brilliant and capable, cooking was definitely not her forte. Harry could not help but smile in amusement when he caught her muttering, in great irritation under her breath, about how the cookbooks didn't teach her how to do this as she tried to break another egg into the bowl. Harry observed that she used too much force cracking the eggs. As a result, some of the errant eggshells ended up in the big mixing bowl. She hissed in annoyance at how much difficulty she was having with such a seemingly easy task. His heart warmed at the sight of his wife working so diligently. It amused him to learn that his brilliant wife could do everything but cook. There would be time to laugh about it later. At the moment he needed to help her. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the kitchen. He looked around until he saw a spoon and a cloth and picked them up. "Good morning, my love," Harry greeted, giving her a peck on the forehead. "Please allow me, my own." He smiled warmly as he held up a spoon and used it to scoop out all the eggshells from the bowl and threw them away. He then proceeded to swiftly clean up the mess with the cloth. "Good morning, Harry," Hermione added sheepishly as she watched him tidy up efficiently. Her face was slightly red with emberment. She quietly moved out of the way so he could finish the job. He completed the task within a minute since he was no stranger to cleaning. "Let's start everything from scratch. What did you want to make?" Harry asked with an amused smile plastered on his face. He was sure that he was her motivation for stepping into the kitchen at such an early hour and doing something that she had no knowledge of. The simple gesture made his day. "Well, I was thinking about making something simple like bacon and eggs," Hermione answered softly as she lowered her head in mortification. Harry stood behind her and put his arms around her as he guided her to take an egg. "I'm going to help you along. Gently crack the egg using the rim of bowl. Don't do hit too hard or it will shatter," he whispered softly into her ear as he demonstrated how to break an egg successfully into the bowl. "I think maybe about 8 eggs would be sufficient," Harry said as he released her, giving them a little space so that he could guide her. Hermione had frowned in concentration as she cracked her first egg. She did it with a bit of difficulty, but it got better with her subsequent eggs. Harry felt his heart soar when he saw the exhilaration on her face as she finally learned how to crack an egg properly. "Scrambled eggs?" Harry asked as he arched his eyebrow questioningly. Hermione nodded. Harry took out some milk, salt, and pepper. Add the milk in small amounts and whisk it well. Then we will put in a dash of salt and pepper, Harry instructed as he watched Hermione pour the milk and add the seasonings until he approved the amount. Hermione then mixed them well. "Looking great," he complimented before giving the next instruction. "Please take out a frying pan. Put it on the stove, heat it up, and add a bit of butter. Harry continued as he watched his darling wife proceed to do as he asked. Harry gave her the instructions to finish making the breakfast and occasionally helped her when she needed it. In all, Hermione had prepared the breakfast mainly by herself. It was 7 in the morning when the adults came into the kitchen. The sight of breakfast already laid out on the table and a clean sparkling kitchen surprised them, and they hurriedly joined the teenagers at the table. Dan and Jean were staring at each other with astonishment when they learned that Hermione had made breakfast for them. Hermione had never cooked before. "It's Harry's birthday today. I got him a present but I paid for it with his money, so I decided to make breakfast for everyone," Hermione explained. Harry chuckled loudly as he placed his hand over Hermione's. "Silly Myone, what I have is yours. You can use it whenever you want," Harry replied. "Happy birthday, Harry." Jean beamed as she stood up, wrapped her arms around him and hugged him. "Hermione did not tell us it was your birthday." Jean smiled. "We'll have to think of something special to do for you today." "Happy birthday," Dan added with a warm smile. "Is there any place in particular you'd like to go?" "I'll be fine with whatever Hermione wants," Harry answered simply since he didn't really know what he could do in the non-magical world. "Harry, it's your birthday, not mine. You'll have to decide what you want to do. Have you ever been to the amusement park?" "That's pretty fun," Hermione said as she poured 4 mugs of coffee for all of them. "No, I've never been to one. I'd love to go to the amusement park," Harry answered as a soft smile touched his lips. The adults decided to take them there later that day. "Let's tuck in. The food is getting cold," Harry added anxiously. He wanted to try her cooking. The breakfast was slightly overdone, but Harry thought it was the best breakfast he'd ever had in his life, and made sure that he let Hermione know by complimenting her after every bite. At the end of the meal, Hermione's face was as red as a tomato from all his praises. He took a piece of bacon for Hedwig and told Hermione about his encounter with the owls last night. She was excited to learn that they shared familiars. While Hermione went to talk to Hedwig, Harry went to their room to read the mail he had received. One of them was from Ron, who had written to tell him about his trip to Egypt. His family had apparently won some money and had decided to go for a holiday there. He asked if Harry could meet him in Diagon Alley before school starts. Harry smiled when he discovered that Ron had bought him a sneakoscope for his birthday. He set the gift aside. Harry was not surprised to find that the second parcel was from his first friend, Hagrid. When he opened the parcel, his present, a large book, bit his finger with its sharp teeth. He had no inkling as to why his friend would send him a book that would bite people, but his giant friend's view of an acceptable normal gift was never really normal. Harry belted the book shut so that it would not harm anyone else. He shrugged the matter off after dealing with his wound. The other 2 letters were letters from Hogwarts were meant for both Hermione and him. The list of books required for the new term was also enclosed, which meant that they could go shopping for their supplies soon. Harry grabbed all his gifts and walked towards the guest room to where his trunk was. He wanted to put all of the gifts inside his trunk so that they would not get damaged. Suddenly, he heard his wife's thoughts. "Hedwig wanted to get you a present, but she knows that you don't know how to appreciate a rat." Hermione thought in deep amusement. "Thank you, Hedwig, for the thought. Hermione told me that you wanted to give me a rat for my birthday. You can keep the rat for yourself. I know you love it. Just remember to dispose of the bones outside, girl." Harry thought in amusement. He was sure that Hedwig could hear him. "Sure, Harry, you should try it sometime. It's really nice," Hedwig answered. Harry chuckled as he walked into the guest room. Hermione was sitting on the bed with Hedwig perched on her arm. Harry had no doubt that they were still talking to each other. He placed his 3 gifts and cards carefully into his trunk before joining his wife on the bed. Hedwig was staring at him with her large amber eyes as he fondly tickled the owl. She had hooted in joy. "What are you 2 talking about?" Harry asked as he wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder. "She was telling me about her trip in Egypt. She saw the Great Pyramids while she was flying," Hermione answered. Harry had no idea what she was talking about, but he was sure it must be of great historical value. "Sounds like she had an awesome trip. Anyway, I'm going to change. Dad and Mum are waiting to take us out," Harry said as he stood up. Hedwig flew away from Hermione's arm and landed back in her cage after Hermione stood up. "We better hurry," I forgot all about that when I was talking to Hedwig. She's delightful company to have," Hermione said as the young couple went back to their room to change. Harry's green eyes were wide with amazement when he took in the scene of the amusement park. The wide walkways were packed with families or young couples looking excitedly at the ornaments of rides. Smell of perspiration and food permeated the air. It was a momentary overload on the senses as he adapted to the noise and smell. Harry had suddenly wished that he had several heads so that he could take in the sights from all directions of the amusement park. His gaze immediately fell on a particular ride. It looked like a hammer spinning around at a fast velocity from afar. People were suspended in their seats on the open-air ride and experienced a full 360-degree rotation as the hammer swung. Harry could hear people screaming when the hammer had approached the ground and suddenly rotated upwards with increasing speed. It looked really exciting and Harry wanted to try it. Hermione had blanched when Harry had pointed the ride out to her. "Love, I want to try that," Harry said excitedly. He had noticed that his wife paled at the sight of the ride, but he put on his puppy face and pleaded. Hermione had no resistance to that particular look, so she agreed reluctantly as her parents chuckled. "You're lucky that I love you, sir," Hermione said. Harry eagerly grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her along to join the queue while the Grangers excused themselves. Apparently, they did not like the ride either. After a short wait, the young couple got the chance to ride on that machine. They were spun at such a fast speed that it made them dizzy with exhilaration. Harry was shouting excitedly at the point where they had began to fall off their seats as the hammer tilted forward, as if they were going to crash onto the ground in a rapidly increasing pace. The only thing that kept them from hitting the ground was the thick safety harness that they were wearing. Hermione closed her eyes as she shrieked in fear. Finally, the hammer pulled up after they were vertically above the ground. Harry enjoyed the feeling of falling as adrenaline swamped his body and heightened his senses. Knowing that the Grangers on the whole preferred less thrilling rides, Harry selected a family ride that they could all go on. They had decided to try their hands on the bumper cars. Dan was exceptionally skilled at the ride. He could avoid all the crashes neatly and cause others to glide across the smooth black floor when he crashed his car into another's. Harry learnt that causing other car to skid across the floor required the right speed and proper positioning, so he mainly stuck to simple collisions. He had merely bumped the other person into a stop, but he had a lot of fun avoiding crashes and crashing into most of his family. He had no such luck with Dan. Jean, Hermione and Harry soon grew irritated with Dan when they realized that Dan was out of reach. No matter how much they had tried, they just did not have the ability to crash into him. Dan, on the other hand, had plenty of fun sending their cars skidding across the room with his well-executed crashes. The three of them were getting so frustrated that the young couple began to hatch a plan to have their revenge. Harry was sure that Alyssa, their teacher for tactics, would be proud of him and Hermione from the way they planned to take retribution from Dan. They had set the plan in motion when Dan had decided to chase after Harry to crash into his ride. Harry gave Jean and Hermione the signal and they prepared to execute the plan. Harry led Dan on a little chase until Hermione had gained enough speed and was in the correct position. Harry grinned rakishly as he raced towards the accelerating Hermione. Since Harry and Hermione were speeding towards each other directly, Dan could not see Hermione's car because Harry's car had obstructed his view. The crux of the entire plan relied on Harry's skill on the ride. At the last moment, before Hermione could crash into Harry, Harry moved sharply out of the way and Hermione's car crashed directly into Dan's ride, sending his car skidding backwards. The look on Dan's face was priceless when he realized that the new couple has plotted against him. While Dan was trying to gain control of his car, Jean had happily crashed his ride on the right, sending him skid across the room, and Harry finally took his revenge and crashed him when he was running at top speed, finally sending Dan's ride to the middle of the room. Dan's ride had lost all momentum with 3 maximum velocity crashes and he was laughing heartily at the splendid plan his family executed. The audience who had been watching them play from the start and clapped in approval. Harry and Hermione, with smiles on their faces, good-naturedly stood up from their cars and took a bow, much to the amusement of everyone who was watching. Dan mischievously tried to take revenge on his family. However, it was to no avail. Every time he tried to chase anyone, someone else would collide with him, cutting his speed. Once their time was up, Dan humorously caught Harry under his arm and playfully ruffled his hair messily for the trick. The two guys laughed heartily as they walked away from the ride. Hermione and Jean had shrewdly stayed at the back and watched them in amusement. When Harry had finally managed to break away from the friendly tussle, his face was red from all the laughter and his messy raven hair was even more disheveled than usual. That was really fun. I didn't think I would enjoy colliding with others. Can we try that ride next? Harry beamed eagerly as he pointed to a go-kart racing track. It was a huge circuit that SD through a large plot of land. There were many turns with varying degrees of difficulty. Harry whistled when he spotted several wicked curves. They even had to race up a 3-story tower and come racing straight down into a gentle turn. After making it through the turn, it would be the end of the course. They had 4 laps to complete in all. The Grangers didn't mind putting their driving skills to the test, so they agreed and headed off to queue for it. Since there were 8 carts, they had to use the tracks with 4 other people. It was the first time for Harry and Hermione to ride a cart, so they had to take a quick course on how to operate the carts after they had donned their helmets. The 2 teens were ignored the last 2 carts so that they could learn to control their carts without getting in the way of more experienced cart drivers. It was easy to grasp the skills and they were soon ready to have their first ride around the racetrack. They got into their respective cars, waited until the traffic light had changed from red to green, and sped off to a great start. Jean and Hermione were rather conservative and they had played by the rules, slowing down before each turn or giving the person who wanted to get ahead a little space to get into the line since they were not supposed to be in the ping lane permanently. It was a different matter altogether for Harry and Dan. Even thought it was the first time that Harry had drove a cart, he was pretty good in gauging his distance. This instinct was honed by his experience as a seeker, coupled his love of danger. Being a real Gryffindor at heart allowed Harry to overtake most of the other carts, thus putting him in 4th place after only half of the course. Hermione, being influenced by Harry's daring, decided to be more competitive and started overtaking the cart riders after watching Harry do the same. She was trailing behind him since she was given no opportunity to pee him. Dan was still ahead of Harry and he gave Harry a bit of problem when he doggedly held his position. He wasn't going to give Harry the change to beat him when he could not overtake the person in front of him. Harry decided to be more reckless than usual. When they came to a particularly sharp turn, Harry had switched to the ping lane as he raced along with Dan. Dan was not confident of making the turn without decreasing his speed since it could overturn the flimsy cart, so he had to slow down and Harry took the opportunity to cut in. Using his weight to stabilize the whole cart, he did a quick turn at full speed and slipped into the space in front of Dan. The stunt was well pulled off, and he had overtaken Dan. Harry was grinning crazily from exhilaration as he swiftly ped the person in front of him, thus landing him in 2nd place. Harry had maintained his position of being second until the last lap, where he overtook the person who was leading the race at the last minute and finished first. Harry was grinning from ear to ear when he leapt gracefully out of the cart and removed his helmet. The 3rd and 4th carts came swiftly after a while. Hermione was 4th and Dan was 3rd. They were both grinning madly as they joined Harry. "Daddy ped me at the last minute. I managed to hold on to being 3rd for a while," Hermione explained breathlessly as she smiled. She was pink from the exhilaration. "Well, I had to let you think I would let you keep the position so you'd let your guard down." Dan grinned playfully as he patted Hermione's head. Hermione was laughing jovially. "I knew you were going very fast because you were really far ahead." "Which position did you take?" Hermione asked as she looked at her husband. It was an intense battle for dominance at the helm of race. "The person did not give me the opportunity to overtake until nearly the end of the race." Harry beamed broadly. "You really turned the heat on. When you started to pee the other carts, many of them began racing to the best of their abilities." Dan grinned. It was apparent that Dan also shared a love for speed. "Which positions did all of you finish in?" Jean asked after she climbed out of the cart. She came in 7th. Harry was 1st, I came in as 3rd and Hermione was 4th. "He's really great at this." Dan beamed brightly as he clapped Harry proudly on the back. Hermione was really good in maintaining her position too. Dan winked as he placed the other arm snugly around his daughter. The young couple was red with emberment when they heard Dan praising them. It was getting rather late in the afternoon, so they had left the tracks in search of a place to have a late lunch. They picked a family restaurant. After the meal, the Grangers had decided to give the couple time together, so they left the place first. We'll have to go back to the house soon to start our proper training. After all, Edmund wanted us to join them after my birthday. I suppose that we got a head start, don't you think, love? Harry asked. When he saw his wife was in agreement, he went on. Do you think that we can really complete about 3 years of education before we start our new term in September? I wonder what Edmund wrote in his letter, especially about his advice. Harry said. After the Grangers had left the restaurant, Harry and Hermione and both decided to sit a little longer to chat since they were both too full to move. Well, you do remember that Aid can tweak the time in the house. I think she will give us the time we need to complete our education. Hermione answered as she bit her lips and pondered Edmund's suggestions. As for the advice Edmund gave, keep your true friends close to you. You will be surprised to find jewels in the most unlikely people. Always stay vigilant, against all, even with those who call themselves your allies. I think we will figure it out when we get back to school. Apparently we have false friends around us and that we should keep an open mind and make friends with the most improbable people. Maybe Edmund is trying to hint that around the corner, we will be betrayed by those we now consider friends. Hermione suggested. Edmund's letter is mostly about how to prepare you for the upcoming battle. The greatest betrayals that can potentially hurt our position in battle would be from people who we have implicit trust in to help us fight of Voldemort. Dumbledore fits the profile, Harry answered as he scratched his chin. We have always looked to Dumbledore to explain things about Voldemort. Edmund also did hint that the battle would take place while we are still teenagers. It must be happening during our Hogwarts years since he is hurrying us to finish our education. I'll hazard a guess that most of the fight will take place on our 6th year since we are to complete our NEWTs by 5th year. Harry speculated as he took a sip of his drink. It could also be due to the fact that you might have a busy 4th year. Well, Aid could always give us the time to complete our NEWTs by 4th year. At the same time, Edmund might just want to give us time to enjoy being teenagers. Hermione answered as she frowned. It's all shrouded in mystery, but I think we'll figure it all out in time. By the way, Hogwarts letters came in last night. Ron asked if we could meet at Diagon Alley the day before we leave on the express. Harry added suddenly. He realized that he had forgotten to tell Hermione about it. Hermione looked nonplussed. Ron asked me at the start of the holidays, love, and I agreed. Hermione replied in confusion. Oh, I think it is because I never mentioned it to him the last time I replied to him that you were staying with me. Hermione replied casually as she sipped her drink. It perplexed Harry that Ron and Hermione had been keeping in contact with each other via owls from the start of their holidays. You know that Ron is in Egypt, don't you? That his family won a lucky draw and had enough money to take them for a holiday? Harry questioned in a puzzled fashion. Hermione had replied a letter to Ron when he is at Egypt. Yes, he told me in a letter before he left. That was one of the reasons why I asked my parents to have you over at our place for the rest of the holidays. I knew that the Weasleys would be in Egypt. Apparently, they are really having a lot of fun. Harry had stiffened when he heard the answer and unconsciously threw up his mental shields. Is there something wrong? Hermione asked worriedly as she observed Harry. So Hermione had known all about Ron a while before he finally did. She did drop several hints that Ron was having a holiday, but he was too distracted to notice. Harry settled uncomfortably in his seat. Well, I didn't think he was contacting either of us much since I've only received one letter from him. Harry answered as he raked his hand through his hair nervously. He could not put a finger on what was exactly wrong. Why had Ron shared everything with Hermione first? Maybe beneath all the bickering, they were really good friends. It was great that they kept in close contact with each other since Hermione doesn't seem to have any other friends but them. However, it was also apparent that Ron had deliberately kept him out of the loop. Ron could have done that to prevent him from getting into trouble with the Dursleys. Harry decided to shrug the thoughts away. Harry, Hermione peered at him with concern as she placed her hand on his. The frown on Harry's face faded as a warm smile touched his lips. I'm all right, love. I was just thinking. Let's get going. I need to stretch my muscles. Harry and Hermione were walking around the amusement park as they watched the other people play. They had enough excitement for the day and wanted to enjoy the rest of the evening just spending time together. Harry had tried his hand on a midway game but had failed miserably when he tried to aim the target with a simulated gun. It was a simulation of the real rifle and they could win a prize if their score was high. The bullet had missed the mark by a great deal and was awarded 0 when his hand jerked from the mild recoil action. He positioned himself again and aimed once more. "I am usually pretty accurate with spell casting," Harry muttered in irritation under his breath, and he opened fire. This time it hit the corner of the board. It was awarded 5 points. There was an impish gleam in his eyes as he pondered thoughtfully. "Harry, it is not a wand. It is a simulated gun. You can't cheat, love." Hermione chuckled in amusement as she watched his eyes narrowed in frustration as he tried it again. Harry growled when the final bullet hit the outer ring of the board and was awarded 15 points. In all, he was awarded 20 points. "Hermione, why don't you try it? I shouldn't have all the fun." Harry sighed as he handed the gun over to her. He gave the attendant some money so that they could start a new round. Hermione was reluctant initially, but she gave in and tried. Hermione stood firmly, legs shoulder-width apart, as she held the gun properly. She aimed carefully as she regulated her breathing. Her chocolate eyes narrowed in concentration as she pulled the trigger. The first bullet had nearly hit the bull's eye. It was awarded 86 points. Harry whistled in appreciation. She shot the next bullet after aiming for a while and once again it hit the outskirt of the red dot. It was awarded 90 points. She fired the last shot and that finally wedged itself in the center and it was awarded 100 points. In all, she was awarded 276 points. She had missed winning the prize by 3 points. "That was brilliant. Was it the first time you tried?" Harry asked incredulously as his emerald orbs widened with excitement. Hermione nodded her head as she blushed in emberment. "It wasn't really that difficult," Hermione added casually as a light smile touched her lips. Hermione had tipped her head up to glazed at Harry. Harry had gently entwined their hands. Harry chuckled as he lifted one of her hand to his lips and brushed them across her knuckles lightly. "I guess it was just too much for me since I only got 20 points. You were great." He beamed lovingly. His eyes were hooded with adoration as he looked into her mocha eyes. "You were first in the go-kart race, love." Hermione smiled meekly. "I guess both of us are good at something here at the amusement park." She affectionately pecked on his lips as she led him away from the stall towards the main entrance with their entwined hands. "It is getting late. I don't think you want to keep Dad and Mum waiting." Harry smiled goofily as he followed Hermione. They had finally met up with the Grangers near the entrance of the amusement park. They were brought to another family restaurant to eat. The young couple had excitedly shared their experiences at the simulated shooting game. Dan was rather impressed that Hermione could shoot so well. They had just finished their main course and suddenly the lights went off, enshrouding the place in darkness. Someone began singing the birthday song and everyone had joined in as a waiter carrying a lighted birthday cake made a grand entrance. "Wow, someone else shares the same birthday as me. I wonder who it is," he thought as he clapped and sang along. The waiter walked up to their table and set the cake down in front of him. Harry blinked in surprise when he realized that the cake was meant for him and that they were celebrating his birthday. His eyes were stinging when the song ended. "So this is how it feels to have a birthday celebration," he thought as tears welled up in his eyes. "Make 3 wishes before blowing the candles out, Harry," Jean prompted with a smile. Through the flames he could see that she was smiling. Harry hurriedly made his wishes and blew out the 13 candles. He didn't know if wishes could come true, but if they could, he only wanted one thing. He wished that this joyful moment with his new family would last forever. Everyone was applauding for him and Harry blushed with emberment. The waiter then proceeded to turn on the lights of the restaurant. Jean and Hermione had both hugged him and wished him a happy birthday. Dan and Jean exchanged a glance. Dan nodded and Jean proceeded to take the bag sitting between them and placed it on the table. "This is for you, Harry. It's a birthday gift from us," Jean announced affectionately. This was a bombshell for Harry. Dan and Jean actually took the time to get him a gift. Dan cleared his voice, unsure of what he should say, but he decided to speak from the heart. "We had no idea what we could get for you since you're able to afford pretty much everything, so we decided to give you wonderful memories. While we were at the amusement park, we hired someone to take photos of all the unforgettable moments we had there. I believe that this will be the first of many heart-warming memories we'll have as a family," Dan said with a fatherly smile as he handed Harry a photo album. Harry took it lovingly, as he desperately held back his tears. He fingered the cover of the photograph album carefully as if he was afraid of destroying something so precious. Although he was excited, he opened the album slowly. The first page was filled with photographs of him and Hermione on the hammer ride. Hermione has her eyes closed in fear while he was screaming in pure delight. He gently flipped through the pages and saw pictures taken at the bumper cars, the go-karts, and even at lunch. There were pictures of all of them laughing as they got their revenge on Dan. The photographer captured the moment on the bumper cars when Harry swiftly moved out Hermione's way so that she could crash into her dad. There were pictures of them overtaking each other on the go-kart tracks, with a great action shot of Harry ping Dan at the crazy turn. There was even a photo of Harry beaming rakishly after peeling his helmet off his head. Harry did not know how dangerous the turn was until he saw the photo and he chuckled. In every shot, they were all in high spirits and having a lot of fun. His second album of happy memories with his family, Harry thought emotionally as he gently closed the book. Everyone was watching him expectantly and Harry had begun to tear up. "I really love my gift," Harry answered in an emotion-filled voice. "Thank you so much, Dad and Mum." Harry beamed warmly as tears began to fall. Harry was too touched. Dan protectively wrapped his arms around Harry. "I'm glad you like it, son." Dan smiled affectionately. Unshed tears in his brown eyes sparkled in the light of the restaurant. Harry could feel Dan's love and it tugged at his heartstrings. He sobbed into the of his father. He had never felt such security in all of his 13 years. There was not a single dry eye around that table as they watched the moving scene unfold. There was a peonate longing in his abnormally dark jade orbs that made her pulse race when she turned around and looked into those eyes. He seemed to be etching the image of her into his mind as his emerald gaze searched her eyes deeply. Hermione could feel his hesitant and feathery caress on her cheeks as his eyes sought permission to touch her. A soft smile touched her lips as she thought about how courteous he was. She leaned into his touch, feeling his calloused hands on her face. Harry was so gentle with her. She closed her eyes to savor the array of feelings he was evoking with his simple touch. He outlined her lips teasingly as her breathing quickened. Harry had decided to continue the teasing by tracing her jawline. "Have I told you how beautiful you are today?" Harry asked huskily as he continued tenderly stroke her cheeks with the back of his hand, enjoying the silkiness of her skin. Harry was standing only an inch away from her and she could smell his clean masculine scent. "Not in words," Hermione replied softly. She swallowed visibly when she felt his fingers tracing her lips once again. She was having difficulty keeping coherent thoughts as the paean within grew with each touch. "You take my breath away," Harry announced gutturally. He bent his head to take her lips in a seemingly endless, drugging that stole her breath and stunned her into immobility. There was nothing like his touches. It was insistent, demanding, and scalding. It sent desire roaring through her body like a wildfire. His lips moved against hers, with tender yearning, tasting and shaping them, fitting them to his own, then sliding back and forth peonately. Her hands slid up his hard and curved fervently around his neck so that she could hold him in that position. Harry broke the with a shaky breath and concentrated on ing her along the jaw softly as he held her close to him. He reluctantly stopped ing her and once again looked into her eyes. "I got too carried away. We need to go to the house," Harry explained breathlessly. The cloud of paean in her mind had slowly faded and his words finally registered in her mind. "Oh yes," she added absently as she placed a hand on her head. A disorientated Hermione was a rather cute one, Harry thought as he chuckled lightly. It took Hermione a while to realize that he was laughing at her. "Harry," she said crossly as she mock glared at him. "It isn't nice to laugh at your wife." "I'm sorry, love," Harry smiled as he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I think we should seriously consider this. Do you think it's possible to bring Hedwig along with us?" Harry asked as he began to pack his bag. He wanted to bring his parents' journals along so that he could read them at the house. "I'm not sure. I suppose we could always try. Why don't you ask Hedwig to come here?" Hermione answered as she bit her lips. Before they could call their familiar to join them, a snowy white owl flew into the room and landed on the bedpost. It was Hedwig. "What's wrong?" Hedwig asked as she fixed her amber eyes on the two teenagers in the room. "Are the two of you going somewhere?" "Technically, we are still going to be in this room. In reality, we will be disappearing into the GL bottle for the rest of the night," Hermione explained as she pointed to the bottle. "Harry wants to take you along, but I'm not sure if it can be done. We usually just wish to enter the house and then we find ourselves there." "Why don't I try?" Hedwig suggested as she flew to the dresser table where the GL bottle was. She stared at the bottle curiously as she pecked at it. "It looks like a normal bottle to me. In any case, I wish to enter the house." Harry was beaming like a Cheshire cat when he materialized in the house. They had learned two important things. They could bring their things and their familiar into the house. Hedwig was perching proudly on Hermione's shoulder as she fixed her large amber eyes on him. "I thought you might want to stretch your wings a little. It's huge in here and no one will hurt you." Harry smiled as he affectionately tickled Hedwig under her beak, causing her to hoot with joy. Harry took Hermione's hand and led her to the house. "Hello, Harry and Hermione. It's nice to see both of you again. By the way, happy birthday, Harry. Who is this good-looking owl?" Edmund asked cheerfully when he had spotted Hedwig. "She is our familiar, Hedwig," Harry answered happily. Edmund stroked his smooth chin thoughtfully. "She's definitely your familiar. I can sense that she has your magical signature. This could mean that she might be able to tap into your magic." "I've never really heard of owls having a control over magic," Edmund answered as he peered at the owl. Harry could see the gears in his wife's head moving as she processed his statement. "Did you say control?" Hermione asked in deep thought. "Yes, I did. You've thought of something?" Edmund asked inquisitively as his sapphire eyes gleamed with excitement. "We use a wand to control and direct our magic. We can release accidental magic because we have some control over our core." "Is this correct?" Hermione asked as she quirked one of her eyebrows questioningly. "Yes, you're certainly right. We can use wandless magic when we have a certain control over our magic." Wouldn't giving Hedwig something to control the magic aid her in performing spells? Hermione pondered. "It follows the same principle as using a wand to tap into magic and direct it." "Why not a ring?" Harry suggested as he looked at his wedding ring. "We don't have to do anything else to cast spells when we use our rings. It would be suitable for Hedwig." "Good heavens, that's a splendid idea," Edmund shouted excitedly. "We could try making her a ring to attach to her leg. We'll then see if she can cast spells and fight." "You mean I can be a fighting, spell-casting owl? I think all of you are quite insane. I never heard of owls that fight," Hedwig added, and she took off. She wanted to explore the house. "We'll let you be the first." Harry grinned broadly at the owl. "Anyway, we don't know for sure if you can tap into our cores. There is also the problem of creating a ring to fit that particular purpose," Harry said as he drew his hand through his messily hair thoughtfully. "We'll do things systematically," Hermione suggested. "First, we will need to design a simple ring that acts as a wand for Hedwig. Then, we can train her to do simple spells. How do we know what is not working? We are making an assumption that Hedwig can indeed tap into our magic yet has no control over it," Harry questioned. Harry has a valid point. Unless Hedwig does accidental magic, we can't really prove much, Edmund answered dejectedly. "I can't really give you advice since I don't have a familiar." "Isn't Cathwar your familiar? It was recorded that he accompanies you all the time," Hermione asked in shock. "Who is Cathwar?" Harry inquired curiously. "It's true that Cathwar was my loyal companion. He refused to be my familiar because he was waiting for the right wizard to come along. Griffins are very loyal creatures and they can only become the familiar of a single wizard even though they can live as long as a phoenix. I'm sure he is out there searching for his wizard. He kept me company because he felt that my aspirations were noble. He wanted help as much as he could to build the magical world." Edmund answered with a distant smile. "A griffin, the mystical beast that is part eagle and part lion?" Harry asked incredulously. "Yes, Harry, griffins do exist. I think there are only a few," Hermione confirmed. "They are considered mystical creatures in the magical world since a griffin helped to create it. There is only one left in existence. Cathwar is the only offspring of the last pair of male and female griffins. His parents had already died when I met him," Edmund added gravely. We will move on to more important things. Both of you need another half a year to stabilize your bond, so for the first half of the year, we'll be doing things that don't require magic. I can tell you that our potion master is dying to teach you. At the end of the year, you will sit your mock OWLs in all the subjects that you have received instruction. Alyssa will be imparting knowledge on arithmancy and ancient runes this year. She also thinks it is time to brush up on your social skills and etiquette. Toll wants both of you to continue with physical training daily. He might also want to train your familiar. Every day, the timetable in your room will be updated accordingly. I will teach you on how to maximize your soul bond, Edmund explained as he drew a chair closer to them and sat down. We'll be staying in here for a year, Harry asked. I was thinking of making it 2 years, but I think you might have problems adjusting to the real world that way. Edmund added thoughtfully, we have plenty of time to get ready before school starts. I don't want both of you to become too powerful over the summer holidays. It'll just attract a lot of unwanted attention. You want your enemy to belittle you because it makes them complacent. Anyway, I'll figure our problem out later. Now, I want the two of you to head to bed. We can talk more tomorrow. Edmund glanced over at Hermione. She was getting sleepier by the moment, but Harry looked as though he had a question to ask. Yes, Edmund, I suppose we'd better get some sleep. We'll see you tomorrow, Harry said. He had more he wanted to discuss, but it was not that important. He could see that Hermione could barely keep her eyes open. Time had passed rather quickly in the house since they were busy every day. They did not have the time to research their pet project. The only time the couple had lessons together was when they had potions, lessons on comportment, and lessons on their soul bond. Edmund had decided to maximize the use of their mind link by putting them in different clees. They were trained to stretch their area of awareness so that they could pay attention to 2 lessons at one time. If Hermione had any questions about the clees that Harry was taking, she could ask them through Harry. At the end of the year, the results of their exams had proven that the plan was working. They were more than ready to take their OWL for runes and arithmancy. The potion master, also known as Pot, had a difficult time teaching them at first. Snape had never taught them the proper method of preparing ingredients for potions. Harry had actually prepared them the same way he prepared food, which made Pot crack up in laughter. He had skinned a frog the same way he had skinned a chicken. Hermione was slightly better at it than him since she had read up on the subject. In the end, it was a great accomplishment for Pot. He had managed to cram 5 years of potions into them. At his exam, he was beaming with pride when he had given them O's for their OWL potions at their exam. The potions were perfectly brewed and he could not fault them in any way possible. Harry and Hermione were shocked when they realized they had all the materials in their backyard. They actually grew all the potions ingredients at the house. Lord and Lady Potter were now more than ready to take their places in the wizarding world after Alyssa had instilled in them all the customs of pureblood wizards. They had now possessed the skills and the knowledge to mingle well with any pure-blooded family. Harry could make his way into the political world of the magical world easily because of his bloodline. His family was seen as an equivalent of a royal family in the wizarding world. The Potters had large stakes in all of the important fields, which made the Potter family the magical world's re. Harry had also become a brilliant dancer. He enjoyed swirling around the room with his beautiful and elegant wife in his arms. They mastered all the Latin dances together. Harry and Hermione could apparate to each other easily after several lessons with Edmund, and they had mutually agreed to inform each other before they did. The strong need to be physically close to each other faded away after half a year had passed, signaling that the bond had stabilized. Hermione could feel a greater surge of raw power running through her while Harry realized that he could control his flow of raw power better. They did not have the chance to try their magic since Edmund had excluded all lessons that require magic. Hedwig had taken an interest in reading and was feeding them useful general information. It took some time for the young couple to get used to the sight of Hedwig reading or flipping through a book when they came back from lessons. It was quite adorable. When Hedwig read, she had a stern expression on her face as she concentrated on her reading. She would slip one of her talons under the pages to flip them, and she was able to do that without tearing any of them. Harry had studied in a Muggle school before, and he had seen pictures of wise-looking owls with spectacles on their beaks. So one day, Harry decided to tease her by putting his spectacles on her beak when she was focused on reading. His round lens's spectacles was too small for her large amber eyes. She looked exactly like the owls in the posters. She didn't find this trick amusing. Hedwig had hooted in great irritation and subsequently ignored him for a week. Hedwig helped Harry unravel the mystery behind his parents' death with her reading. He had finished reading both of his parents' journals. His father had stopped writing in the journal the day before Voldemort came to his house. He learned that the house was placed under a Fidelius charm and that the name of the secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew. He also found out all the last names of his father's closest friends from his mother's journals. Harry began to connect the dots after that revelation. When he finally understood the purpose of the Fidelius charm, he realized that Peter Pettigrew had betrayed his parents to Voldemort. This had made no sense to Hermione and Harry since they learned from the newspapers that Peter had died when he confronted Sirius Black, the man who allegedly was Voldemort's man. It seemed to be the other way around. Sirius was confronting Voldemort's supporter, Pettigrew, for his betrayal of the Potters. This was their speculation since they didn't have an iota of evidence to back up their theory. However, they figured out the one person who would know everything. It was their headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Hermione even taught Harry to swim in their large bathtub daily. He became quite adept at swimming after 4 months of learning. As soon as Harry was more confident in swimming skills, they spent a large amount of their free time swimming in the lake or near the waterfall. The young couple even had a crash course in healing from Althea, the physical manifestation of the art of healing. They learned to heal most simple injuries since Harry was quite accident-prone. Before they had left for the real world, Toll had reminded them to think of a weapon they wanted to master so that they could begin training the next time they visited. It was already 5 in the morning when they had returned to the real world. Harry and Hermione were glad that they had learned occlumency since it helped them to recall things perfectly. "Dear," Harry began as he drew her into an MC thoughtfully. "I worry about Mum and Dad. Edmund is giving us such a thorough education that I completely forgot that we are preparing for a war. Toll reminded me of this when he asked us to pick out a weapon to train with. I know it's a bit early to worry about their safety, but how do we protect them if we are fighting against Voldemort? From all the information that Hedwig had shared with us, he will most likely come after them. Should we start preparing some sort of protection for them?" Harry nuzzled her neck tenderly as he tightened his arms around her waist. "It's a valid concern, love," Hermione answered as she chewed her bottom lip. "We could ward the house against anyone with the dark mark. We need to learn how to do that on our next trip to the house. Talking about parents, we have to speak to Dumbledore about the betrayal. Sirius is your godfather. There must be a reason why your parents trusted him so much. It is a puzzle we have to solve. I have a feeling I might have to use my influence as Lord Potter soon, but I don't want to reveal our marriage at the same time because people will deduce that we have a soul bond," Harry stated as he scratched his chin thoughtfully. "You can claim the position of head of the house as early as the age of 11. It is really rare but possible since the position of head of the House of Potter has been vacant for many years. If they do ask, just bring use that explanation. I have a feeling we will get married when I'm 17, Hermione said as she pecked his cheek. "That was a great suggestion, my brilliant and beautiful wife." He smiled dazzlingly. "I had intended to marry you when we are in our 7th year. However, if I do reveal that I am Lord Potter earlier, then I can take you as my wife again in our 6th year." Harry continued with as a frown began to form on his face. "Sometimes, I wonder if I'll be able to keep our marriage a secret that long." "Why do you feel that way?" Hermione asked incredulously as her mocha-hued eyes widened. "Well," Harry answered as he raked his raven hair, "even though you don't seem to notice how attractive you are, other guys do. I might get frustrated if other guys attempt to win your affections. I might accidentally blurt out our marriage to keep them away from you." Hermione chuckled lightly at his possessiveness. "It's all right that you are slightly overprotective of me since we will be dating. I think I'll have to hex half of the students in Hogwarts just to get them away from you." She added playfully, "I don't think I'll notice if anything happens to them. The only one girl I will ever notice is you, Hermione." He grinned as he eyed her forehead tenderly. "I don't see anyone but you." His sincere words melted her heart. "Harry love, I love you so much," she declared emotionally before she eyed him fondly on his lips. The rest of their holiday was spent in a fixed manner. They would spend 2 days in the real world, playing and enjoying their time with Dan and Jean before heading into the house for the night. They had gone to many places together. Dan and Jean had even taken them to France for a large part of their holiday. They were fascinated by the magical world they had found there. Harry's birthday gift, the album of good memories, was quite filled up by the time they had returned from their holiday. Harry also bought another album to fill up with all the wonderful moments he had spent with his wife. He used the wedding gift that their professors had given them to make photographs of all his happy memories with Hermione. He even had to purchase several other albums because the first ones were filled. This was his personal project. He wanted to physically record all their memorable times together. Jean had hung a portrait of the young couple exchanging there at the simple ceremony in their room. The wedding portrait was very meaningful to them since it brought them back to the joyous day they became husband and wife. It was the physical evidence of their marriage in the house. Jean and Dan loved Harry like a son, and he had begun to see them like the parents he never had. The affection they felt for each other was clear when they decided to have a formal family portrait taken together. It was prominently placed at the entrance of their home, proof that Harry was now officially a part of the Granger family. The rest of Harry and Hermione's time in the house during the holiday was spent on making sure that their other subjects were at OWL level as well. Transfiguration became rather easy for them when they were able to the secrets of behind it in Harry's father's journal. Their transfiguration skills were at NEWT level because of this. As for rest of the subjects, their instructors made sure that the young couple could easily get an outstanding on their OWLs. They had the time to really teach the two teens the finer details about each subject. Hermione and Harry spend a lot of time thoroughly learning each topic, especially concentrating on the fundamental concepts behind each NCH of magic. They were also introduced to other areas of interest like geography, politics and healing, which opened their eyes to the magical world beyond magical Britain. They were also taught some fundamentals of elemental magic. Harry had easily mastered the control of lightning and could effectively use this in battles. The attacks were suitable for dealing with large groups, however it usually drained a lot of power from Harry. Hermione always teased that he mastered it easily because he had a scar that was the shape of a lightning bolt. He was also very good at controlling fire, a great advantage in one-on-one battles. Hermione, on the other hand, was a master in controlling wind. Her power was used effectively to stun or throw large groups of enemies back. She could rely on her water element to attack. They had constant dueling against simulated figures to sharpen their skills. Their dueling master was very pleased with their individual progress. They had mastered the art of not verbalizing their spells. This skill would give them a huge advantage in battle because their opponent would not be able to tell which spells they were going to use. They had incorporated the use of the other subjects in their dueling too. They could conjure towers of soil or metal to shield them from powerful attacks. Occasionally, they made shields of elements. Lightning and fire were more suitable for offensive attacks, but earth, water, and wind made very good shields. However, Harry and Hermione only managed to see through his weapon training. Toll had made them try various weapons to find the suitable one for them. He had also given them weapons based on their prominent traits. Harry was more suitable for a light blade or blunt weapon because of his recklessness and courage, yet Toll could not find just the right weapon for him. Hermione, on the other hand, was more suited to range weapons because she could assess the situation and react accordingly. Toll let her try bows and throwing weapons, but none of them really fit her, either. The young couple's love for each other grew steadily as they get to know each other better. After all, with real time and house time combined, they had spent at least a decade together. It took them this amount of time to be completely comfortable with each other. In terms of their physical relationship, they still had much to explore since both of them were satisfied with just simple hugs. During the last week of their summer holiday, Harry and Hermione visited Dumbledore to inform him of their decision to take their oath in secret that year. Dumbledore was surprised that they had made the request. He knew that they were both brilliant, but was unsure if they were skilled enough to skip that many years. He compromised and agreed to permit them to take the examinations if their teachers concurred that they were ready. Harry argued that Snape would judge them unfairly since it was well known that Snape did not like him very much. Dumbledore made the decision to test them in potions. If all went as planned, they would be tested on all the subjects they were planning to sit OWLs for during the first week of their school term. Harry introduced Hermione to Dobby after he had summoned him to discuss the properties he owned. Dobby was dressed better and was also able to speak better because he had spent his free time learning. Harry was glad to hear that his properties were in good condition since the house elves had maintained them well. He made it a point to visit them in the near future. Soon, it was the last day of the holiday. Dan and Jean had dropped them off at Diagon Alley since they had to go to a convention. After sharing hugs with their daughter and son-in-law, they all promised to write to each other frequently. Harry and Hermione were feeling a little anxious about starting their third year at Hogwarts and, more importantly, going back to the magical world. Harry was the boy who lived, and his actions would get a lot of attention from the wizards in magical Britain. Both of them agreed to only start dating while they were in Hogwarts because it would reduce the speed exposure to the public. It would be an open declaration of their relationship in the magical world if they were seen holding hands in Diagon Alley because it would probably make the headlines. The young couple had to pay a lot of attention to their usage of magic too. They had to keep up appearances. Hermione and Harry were only supposed to be friends, so they could not be too physically close to each other. It was rather difficult for them to make a conscious effort to be apart since they'd been attached at the hip since they were married. Harry and Hermione had booked 2 rooms at Leaky Cauldron for appearance's sake. After that, they began their shopping for their third-year items. The first things they decided to purchase were better trunks. They needed to keep more clothes, books, potions, ingredients, potions, and maybe even weapons handy. The trunks they wanted had extra storage, were magically fixed at a certain weight, and could be shrunk with a tap of a wand. Harry shrank their new trunks to the size of matchboxes and placed them in his pocket as they left the store. Harry and Hermione also purchased new robes for the new school term since they both had grown quite a bit. Harry had dutifully stowed them away. Their next stop was Quality Quidditch Supplies to look at brooms. Hermione could now fly rather well ever since they had trained with a flying instructor. The instructor had even corrected some of Harry's moves so that he could achieve more speed. Hermione needed a broom to continue practicing within the real world. A large crowd of people were standing in front of the shop, ogling at the display. Being curious, both of them went over to see what the fuss was about. Hermione instantly regretted her decision because it took her a long time to pull Harry away from the broom display. He was ogling a firebolt, a new broom on the market. She could tell from the description of the broom that it was an excellent racing broom, but she did not understand his obsession with it. Harry had even wanted to buy the broom, but was convinced otherwise at the last minute. Hermione had reminded him that he already had a good racing broom. Both of them made their way to get their books for school without purchasing a broom. They had decided to take all the electives, so they bought a lot of books. Harry was glad that he had thought of buying their trunks first so that they didn't need to lug 6 bags of books around. He took the 2 trunks from his pocket, enlarged them and placed their books into the Leary section of their trunks separately, before shrinking them once again into the size of a matchbox and placing them back into his pocket. Hermione, for once, did not buy any additional books since Edmund owned a copy of all books she would need. Harry also bought 2 unbreakable satchels to hold more books. Harry had even charmed them to always weigh the same and stay light. Hermione placed another charm on the satchels to ensure that only Harry or Hermione could open them. Harry and Hermione decided to grab some ice cream at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor after their shopping. They didn't have to carry anything with them because Harry had stored everything in their trunks. "Daddy gave me 10 galleons to get a birthday present. Harry, what do you think I should get?" Hermione asked thoughtfully as she looked around the street. She did not want another book since she could probably find the book in Edmund's vast Leary. Harry was too frustrated by their lack of contact to answer her. He was about to suggest that they go back to their rooms when they heard someone shouting their names. Harry, Hermione, Ron, looking very freckly, was approaching them. He was as lanky as usual, and Harry was sure that the redhead must have grown several inches over the holidays. Ron had known that Harry was staying with Hermione because Hermione ridden him over the holidays to let him know. Ron's eyes had widened in shock when he got a good look at his 2 friends. "Blimey, is that you? Both of you look so different. What did you do in the holidays?" Ron asked as he gasped. He could not take his eyes off the newly improved Hermione. Hermione looked very different in a good way. She was carrying herself with more confidence and poise, and she was radiating joy. To sum it all, she was beautiful. Well, I've told you in our letters. We've been to France, Hermione added as she looked at her unusually quiet husband. She was surprised to see that he was even taller than Ron. His emerald eyes flashed mild irritation as he looked at his pal. Harry did not like the way his good friend's eyes were lingering on his wife for a long time. He cleared his voice and stepped between them. Ron, have you got your books? Harry asked flatly. We'll be on the Hogwarts Express tomorrow. Harry knew it was stupid to get so protective over Hermione with Ron, but he could not help it. He was not happy with the way Ron was looking at her. Mom's getting my supplies with the rest of the families. I wanted to look for both of you. How about you? Ron answered as he grinned broadly. Harry smiled with a bit more warmth. We've already bought our books. We were thinking of going to buy a pet. Hermione answered as she beamed when she realized that Harry was not getting jealous. I decided on getting another pet since we got an owl. I need to get Scabbers to get checked, too. The air in Egypt didn't seem to agree with him. Ron stated as he fished a rat out of his pocket. Scabbers looked as if he had lost a lot of weight and he did not look well at all. Harry spotted a magical creature shop a short distance away from them. Let's head there, then. Harry had to shove his hands into his pockets when he realized that he had instinctively reached out to hold Hermione's hand. She had turned around when she felt his hand brushing against her hand. Hermione could read his frustration in his emerald eyes. I am digging my own grave when I said I wanted to keep our marriage a secret. Harry thought in deep frustration as he frowned. Hermione had to stop herself from bursting into laughter, but he could tell that she was very amused by his behavior. Ron was too absorbed in recollecting his trip in Egypt to notice their exchange of looks. Ron proceeded to the counter to have someone to look at Scabbers while Harry and Hermione began to look at the ornament of creatures in cages together. Hermione wanted to make sure that she got a pet that was okay with Harry too since they were married. Find anyone that you liked? Harry asked thoughtfully as he peered at AS. It was a bright green and it was looking curiously at Harry. Before she could think of an answer, they heard a loud, ouch. There was a loud commotion in the store as the witch attempted to catch something. All they could hear was the crashing of a cage and the furious spitting of a cat. Someone had screamed, "No, Crookshanks, no." Suddenly, Ron dashed out of the store. I'll be back, Harry told his wife as he dashed after Ron. Scabbers went missing, Ron said anxiously as he began hunting every corner for his pet. Harry knew it was a waste of time to search for Scabbers by checking every corner, so he summoned the rat. Harry Accio-ed the trembling rat to his right hand and pretended to find him a little bit down the street. He handed the rat back to Ron and he happily stuffed the rat into his pocket. It was then did he hear his wife's voice. I found the right one, love. He is beautiful. Harry could hear Hermione purring in joy. I'll be there soon. Ron found Scabbers. Harry jogged hurriedly back to the store. Hermione was standing at the counter staring cheerfully at a cat. It was a rather large cat. His ginger fur was thick and fluffy and it looked a bit bow-legged. Despite his grumpy appearance, Harry found himself liking the pet that Hermione had chosen. Isn't he beautiful? His name is Crookshanks. Do you think we can keep him? Hermione asked excitedly when Harry approached the cat. Crookshanks was staring at him intently with his yellow eyes. Harry smiled as he extended his hand to pet the cat. Crookshanks obviously liked him because he allowed Harry to stroke his fur as he purred. We'll take him, Harry answered firmly as Hermione blissfully carried Crookshanks by wrapping her arms around him. Harry bought several toys that Crookshanks could entertain himself with and as well as some food. Hermione already left with the cat and had exited the store. He also took the rat tonic that Ron had left on the counter. Harry carried all the items easily and went out to join them. Hermione was standing in front of Ron with Crookshanks in her arms. Ron was staring at Crookshanks with his mouth hanging open. You bought that monster. He is gorgeous, isn't he? Quote, Hermione, that thing nearly scalped me. Ron shrieked. How about Scabbers? He needs rest and relaxation. I don't see what the problem is since Crookshanks will be staying in my dormitory while Scabbers will be staying at yours. Hermione added gruffly. She was slightly insulted that he had called her cat a monster. Harry was now beside his wife. "I think Crookshanks is gorgeous. He is a cat and cats chase rats. If you keep Scabbers out of his sight, there shouldn't be a problem," Harry declared as he gently scratched Crookshanks behind his ears as he purred in bliss. "Here, Ron, you left your rat tonic on the counter. Anyway, I think it's getting better, head back," Harry said as he checked his watch. When the trio finally returned to the Leaky Cauldron, they found Mr. Weasley sitting at the bar, reading the Daily Prophet. "Harry and Hermione, both of you look really good," he said, smiling as he looked up, immediately folding the paper and placing it neatly aside. "How are you?" "I've never been better." Harry smiled as he instinctively pulled a chair out for Hermione to sit in. "I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Weasley," she answered politely. Hermione had given Harry a dazzling smile when he pushed her chair in. He placed their items aside as he joined all of them at the table. "That was a nice gesture, Harry," Mr. Weasley said approvingly. Harry had blushed slightly from the compliment. At that moment, the rest of the Weasley family joined them. Mrs. Weasley was carrying a large bag of shopping when she entered the place. "Harry, what's happened to you?" Mrs. Weasley asked in astonishment as she stared at him. Harry knew that he'd changed, but he felt that it didn't warrant such a large reaction. "You look much better. Did your family decide to feed you properly?" Harry had to hold back the remark that his new family was treating him well. "I was staying with Hermione's family. They treated me very nicely." He smiled sincerely as he stood up to help Mrs. Weasley with the shopping. He placed them on an empty chair effortlessly before sitting down. The only girl in the family, Ginny, had muttered a shy, "Hello," before turning very red. Harry hummed that she was feeling shy since he had saved her life last year. Percy, the third oldest son in the family, had greeted him formally. Harry knew that Percy was the head boy this year, since Alyssa had trained him quite well in the protocols of the society in the magical world. Harry shook Percy's hand back with an equal gravity that surprised Percy. Harry knew that he was supposed to be the one to extend his hand since he was a scion of the ancient and noble house of Potter and Percy was merely the third son of a noble house. He didn't have a chance to raise the matter up because Fred and George began teasing Percy by exaggerating his greeting of Harry. They shoved a surprised Percy aside and began shaking Harry's hand furiously as if it was the first time they had met each other. The scene made Harry chuckle with laughter, but Mrs. Weasley admonished them curtly. "Lord Potter, I can see that you remembered Alyssa's teachings," Hermione noted with approval as she watched the Weasleys interact with each other. It was chaotic whenever the Weasley were together since they were such a large family. "Milady, do you think I was given a choice? Alyssa had literally knocked it into my head. Besides, if I didn't remember what she taught me, she'd just increased the time I had to spend on the subject, which meant I spent less time dancing with you. Naturally I did it as fast as I could. I didn't think you liked dancing that much at first," Hermione thought in amusement. "I didn't until I saw certain benefits. Dancing provides me with the chance to hold you close to me," he added as he glanced at her meaningfully when he sat down. Hermione had to lower her head to hide the flush on her cheeks. Harry decided to lay off on the teasing until they were alone. It was soon dinner time and all of them decided to take the meal together. Tom had placed 3 tables together so that they could all eat together. Dinner would have been a very enjoyable affair if Harry hadn't caught Ron staring at Hermione so frequently. He enjoyed the pranks the twins had played on Percy. Percy was even haughtier than usual because of his new post. They were pranksters through and through and they added a lot of life to the meal. However, Ron's constant attention to his wife was making him irritated. He thought that Ron had gotten over it since he stopped sneaking glances at Hermione while they were shopping, but Harry was wrong. With Hermione placed conveniently at his right, Ron had constantly tried to engage Hermione in a private conversation. When the last course of the meal was finally served, Harry felt he'd breaking point of his patience and decided to excuse himself from the table. "Sorry for interrupting, but I'm calling it a day. Good night, everyone." Harry smiled as warmly as he could muster and stood up. He took the napkin from his lap and placed it on the table beside his untouched chocolate dessert. The rest of the occupants had answered, "Good night." He took the things he bought for Crookshanks. "Come, Crookshanks," Harry called as he knelt down for the cat to jump into his arms. For a rather large cat, he was considerably nimble. With the large purring cat and the shopping bags in his arms, he headed up to his room. He didn't notice the appreciative stares from all the females in the room as he walked by. Harry gently placed Crookshanks on his bed as he placed the shopping aside. Hermione would apparate to his room later after her shower to collect her things. Harry realized that he had to pack his things into his new trunk, so he sat down and began his task. Crookshanks was staring at him intently as he used magic to get everything in the trunk neatly. He shrunk the old standard school trunk and placed it inside his new trunk because he wanted to try some charms on it. "I'm finally done," Harry announced as he turned around to look at Crookshanks. "Hi, Crookshanks. I'm Harry Potter." Harry smiled briefly as he stroked the cat. "Nice to meet you, Harry. I didn't think would ever rescue me from that place. I've been there for ages. Are you my mistress mate?" You looked very irritated when that red-haired two-legged creature got close to her, Crookshanks said casually as he licked his paws. "He is really rude. He actually called me a monster." It was obvious that he did not like Ron because of that comment. "I am her mate. I think Ron said that out of anger because you jumped on his head and chased his rat away." He raked a hand through his raven hair as a small smile touched his lips. "That wasn't a rat. In fact, he smelled like you or my mistress. He is a two-legged like you," Crookshanks answered as he started to wash his face. Harry was staring at him in astonishment. Scabbers is a wizard. Ron had said that Scabbers had been in the family for a long time and had most likely outlived the normal lifespan of a normal garden rat. Why would a wizard choose to live as a rat? Crookshanks was peering at him intently as if he was trying to read the emotions on his face. "I guess that you are surprised." The white snowy owl that had flown into the cage distracted Crookshanks. He stood up and leapt on his table where Hedwig was perching in her cage. He was very curious about Hedwig and was observing her closely. Hedwig had noticed the new pet and had hopped out of the cage to take a better look at him. It was quite unnerving to watch the two animals in a staring match. Crookshanks was fixing his yellow eyes on Hedwig and Hedwig was staring at him with her large amber eyes. Minutes passed and there were no winner. In the end, Crookshanks lost because he had blinked and he leapt sullenly off the table to the floor. Hedwig, on the other hand, was hooting in glee. "Well, I guess that was a good start," Harry said to both of them. "Do both of you want to go hunting or would you rather have some treats?" Harry asked as he looked at the two pets. "I've caught some mice just now. I am fine. You should ask the cat though. He looks like a mix between a cat and an easel," Hedwig answered as she fixed her large amber eyes on him. "I am not going to have a staring match with you, Hedwig. I realized you can stare without blinking for 10 minutes. His name is Crookshanks. He is Hermione's pet," Harry added as he grinned. "Spoilsport, maybe I ask Hermione later," she answered happily as she hopped into her cage. "How about you, Crookshanks?" Harry asked as he sat next to him. He was looking grumpier than usual. "I can't believe I lost to an owl. I don't mind some treats," Crookshanks answered glumly. Harry wrapped his hand around his belly and lifted him to his lap. He gently scratched him until he started mewing in joy. He summoned some packets of treats for him and Crookshanks was finally in a good mood. Hermione had finally appeared in his room after he had finished half of his book on dueling. Crookshanks was sleeping peacefully on his stomach as he scratched the cat to sleep. Harry had glanced up from his book and realized that she already had her shower. "I already cast a Silencio spell when I came in. I had a nice chat with Crookshanks." Harry smiled as he set the book aside and raised his arm for her to join him. Hermione was smiling brilliantly as she took in the scene. It was so adorable to see Crookshanks sleeping peacefully on Harry's stomach. "I think you are spoiling him," Hermione added as she leaned in carefully, in fear of squashing her new pet and pecked Harry on the lips. This sudden movement rudely awakened Crookshanks and he prudently leapt off the bed to find a nicer place to sleep. Harry immediately pulled her close to him. Hermione had tumbled onto him, giggling as her wet brown hair spilled all around him. He gently captured her lips in a soft as he rolled her to her back. Harry was now on top of her. Her warm chocolate gaze met his loving emerald eyes. Hermione reached out and gently stroked his cheeks before she pulled his face down to her and edged him tenderly. Harry was smiling in contentment as he lay on his back and pulled his wife closer to him. The pets had a staring contest just now and Hedwig won. I think it's because she got the biggest eyes. Crookshanks was a bit upset, but he was pacified later with treats. By the way, he knows that we are married. Harry grinned. He is a very intelligent pet. He says that Scabbers is a wizard. Harry summarized lazily as he leaned over to brush his lips on her head. I was vaguely aware of it. It sounds pretty funny. I could feel your amusement when they were staring at each other. Anyway, to prove that Crookshanks is telling the truth, we could always use a spell to reverse the transformation. Although I don't think that it'll do us any good to reveal the person right now because we know nothing about his motives. Were you listening to the conversation going on downstairs? We'll be going to King Cross Station by Ministry cars. Are you really that tired? Hermione asked as she turned to look at Harry. He had folded his arms behind his neck as he watched her intently. No, he answered flatly as his emerald eyes hardened in irritation. I didn't like the way Ron was looking at you during dinner. Since I can't do anything to stop him, I decided to retire early for the night. Harry went on in great annoyance as he drew his hand through his hair. He doesn't look at you like a friend. I know it's stupid to feel that way about my friend. It is perfectly fine for you to feel this way. I think everything will be all right when you tell him that we are together tomorrow. Hermione urged as she snuggled up his. We'll take it from there. I can't wait to leave Diagon Alley so that we can at least start pretending that we are dating in school. Hermione smiled as she closed her eyes. Do you know that Ginny was admiring you the entire time we were eating? She said sleepily, as she placed her cheek on his. His strong steady heartbeat was a lullaby to her, luring her to sleep. Her eyelids were feeling heavier by the minute, and she is still breathing. Harry joked softly as he pressed a tender on her head. Her hair was still slightly damp from the shower, so Harry cast a drying spell on it. She didn't attempt to flirt with you, so it was all right. Besides, we were supposed to be platonic friends right now. Hermione answered with a yawn as she switched all the lights in the room off by magic. Good night, my dear. Harry muttered sleepily. Harry had only followed suit after he made sure his wife was asleep. Hermione had awakened early to a sight she loved to see in the morning. Harry was still sleeping peacefully. His black hair was even messier than usual. He was still awfully fair even after all the time they had spent in the sun. Harry loved to sleep in his boxers and had only begun sleeping this way after they became very comfortable with each other. Her eyes trailed down to his bare torso. He was now very well built and Hermione could not help admiring his body. Harry had began to stir and he had greeted her with a drowsy smile when he realized that his wife was staring at him. Hermione had paid him his spectacles and he put them on. Good morning, dear. I am glad that you like what you see. He smiled mischievously as he eyed her lips playfully. He climbed out of his bed to wash up as his wife stared at his body approvingly. I think you need to hurry over to your room before they realize that you have been sleeping on my bed. It's barely 5, so I don't think they will wake up that early. Catch some sleep if you want. I'm heading down for a run down on the Muggle Street. Harry said. I'll see you later. Hermione gave him a quick on his lips before heading back to her room with Crookshanks on her heels. Harry hurriedly changed into a shirt and running shorts. I'll help you pack. I took only a few minutes. I'm done. Can you wait for me? I want to get out for a run too. The Weasley family had only awakened after Harry and Hermione finished their breakfast. Harry and Hermione had their shower before heading down for a meal, so they were fully dressed in Muggle clothes. They had watched the chaos unfolding in Leaky Cauldron as the Weasley family scrambled to get ready. That is one reason why we should never have a huge family. It is totally chaotic, Hermione thought realistically as she sipped her tea. It will be so difficult to manage. Can you imagine preparing 5 children to go to school? Well, it is only once a year, Hermione. I can always help out too. Harry thought as he watched them running around frantically trying to get their stuff prepared. Mrs. Weasley was in a bad temper since Percy and Ron were quarreling and she was still busy with preparing sandwiches for her children. With your organization skills, I think you will get our children ready in no time while I prepare their food. Harry beamed brightly. Harry and Hermione had left the task of getting their pets into their carriers until the last minute. Harry had tried giving his owl some treats, but she was too smart to be enticed by it and refused to go into the cage without a fight. Thus, Harry had an argument with Hedwig in his mind. She did not understand why she could not fly and meet him at platform 9¾ I can teach you to get to the platform, but can you imagine what people might say if they see an owl flying to a train station in the day then disappearing? I know Toll has trained you well. I don't want you to attempt to fly to Scotland from here. I will let you out of the cage when we get into the train. Harry thought firmly as he pointed to the cage. Hedwig had unwillingly got into her cage after that. Hermione did not meet with so much resistance from Crookshanks. He was unhappy to get in, but he finally did after she gave him some treats. They reached platform 9¾ without much fuss. There were a lot of witches and wizards at the platform sending their children off. The Hogwarts Express, a grand bright red train, was letting off steam when they had arrived. They had only 10 minutes left when Mr. Weasley expressed an interest to speak to him about a pressing matter. Harry reluctantly gave his trunk and his cage to Hermione. Ron, Ginny, and Hermione boarded the train to find an empty compartment to sit in. I know that the minister does not want me to share this with you. Have you heard of a prisoner by the name of Sirius Black? Mr. Weasley asked anxiously. Naturally, it was all over the news daily. Yes, Sirius Black has escaped from prison to look for you. Most reckon that he was trying to avenge you-know-who's downfall by murdering you. There are protections in place in Hogwarts to prevent him from getting to you. You must promise me that you will not look for him as you start the term, no matter what. He said urgently, as the final boarding call was announced. Harry was secretly glad that Sirius was looking for him, since he now had the opportunity to finally meet him. Thank you for the information. I'll be safe. I'll see you next year, Harry added with a smile as he ran onto the train just before the train began to accelerate. The conversation he had with Mr. Weasley was weighing heavily on his mind as Harry absent-mindedly checked every compartment on Hogwarts Express for his companions. The pieces of the puzzle of his parents' betrayal were beginning to fall in place. However, he had lacked several vital pieces to complete the picture. He needed to know the real reason for Sirius' imprisonment. To the best of his knowledge, Sirius was not given any trial for the offenses for which he was punished. This was odd, since even well-known murderers like the Lestranges were given a trial and they had murdered more innocents than Sirius, suggesting there was more to it than it meets the eye. In the last compartment at the end of the train, Harry found Hermione, Ron, and Ginny talking in a hushed conversation. Before Harry could ask about their peculiar behavior, he realized the reason for their quiet tones. An adult in frayed wizard robes was sleeping soundly near the window, beside Ron. His emerald orbs widened fleetingly in surprise as he stared at the slumbering figure. Hogwarts Express usually only carried students, since most of the staff resided in the castle. It was unusual to see an adult aboard. Harry could tell that man was rather young from the soft lines of his face, even though he seemed like he was a bit under the weather. He looked as if he had been through the mill, with tired lines etched deeply on his youthful face and some gray hair flecking his soft russet hair. Harry turned to face Hermione and shot her a questioning look. The other compartments were packed. He was already in here sleeping when we came in. I think he is our new professor, Hermione whispered as Harry joined them by sitting next to Hermione and near the door. He was sitting opposite Ginny and Ron. Harry could see the peeling letters of Professor R.J. Lupin on the briefcase the man was using as support. His green eyes widened at the initials. Could it be? Harry thought as he peered closer at the sleeping form. The man was of the right age, too. Could he be Remus Lupin? It would be too much of a coincidence, dear, Hermione thought as she flicked a quick glance at him to casually read his expression before returning her attention to the thick book on defense against the dark arts. Ron was scrutinizing the man carefully. He looks too shabby and weak for a professor, don't you reckon? Wonder what subject he teaches? Ron asked as he frowned. Defense against the dark arts, Harry answered plainly as he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Harry crossed his leg and turned slightly away from the door so that he was facing Ron and could avoid meeting Ginny's overly pianate stare. The intensity of her gaze was unnerving him. When Harry moved, Hermione, who was very absorbed with her book, unconsciously shifted slightly to give him the space to adjust. Their synchronized actions did not go unnoticed by the Weasley siblings, and Ron and Ginny exchanged surprised glances. Is something wrong? You're distracting me from my reading with all this staring, Hermione snapped with her brows knitted together in a frown as she lifted her face from the book. She was glaring at Ron with mild annoyance. Nothing, Ron quickly responded, averting his glance sheepishly as his ears turned pink. Ginny sharply turned her eyes away from Harry and Hermione and began watching the countryside speeding past them from the window, frowning in deep thought. She could not put her finger on what exactly was different between Harry and Hermione. All she knew was that they didn't seem to be merely just friends. The silence in the compartment was broken when Harry heaved a soft sigh of relief and attempted to relax. Hermione turned and she shot him a questioning look. "I'm fine. Ginny's just making me uncomfortable with all her gawking," Harry thought resignedly. He raked his hand through his untidy black hair nervously. A 60-foot basilisk did not frighten him as much as this 12-year-old girl's stare. The irony was not lost on him as he pulled his collar tensely. "Do you think you should tell them now?" Hermione asked, looking at him intently. Before he could answer her, their friend had spoken. "So, why did Dad pull you aside to talk?" Ron asked curiously. "Mr. Weasley wanted to talk to me about the prisoner that had escaped from Azkaban, Sirius Black," Harry answered honestly. He was momentarily distracted by the abruptness of his wife sitting up with alarm. He realized that his wife did not know the contents of the talk because she had politely given him privacy when Mr. Weasley pulled him aside for a chat. Harry held back the urge to squeeze her hand in deep appreciation and settled for a small smile to show his gratitude for Hermione's thoughtfulness. The murderer Sirius Black. He was all over the news. Everyone's been talking about him. Ron exclaimed loudly. Hermione was about to warn him about the volume of his voice when Professor Lupin suddenly stirred slightly. The four teenagers held their breath as they watched him apprehensively. The person of interest had obliviously turned his head aside and continued to slumber peacefully. The four teenagers gave sighs of relief and began to breathe normally. Ron had a slightly chagrined look as he leaned closer and whispered, "Why did Dad wanted to speak to you about Black for?" Harry merely shrugged nonchalantly as he answered, "The Ministry reckons that he is coming after me. Your dad doesn't want me to go looking for trouble." "Oh," Ron answered as he wrinkled his brow in thought. It was a rare expression for Ron. Ginny, however, was watching at him with concern written all over her face. "We know that Black isn't Tom Riddle's supporter, so he wouldn't hurt you. Isn't this a good opportunity to talk to Sirius about the betrayal of your parents? He would probably know the details of it," Hermione thought as she bit her lips. "I was thinking along the same lines too, Hermione. We got to find him quick because you don't want the Ministry to come after him. I am sure the Ministry would have placed some guards in Hogwarts to apprehend him." Harry answered thoughtfully as he kept his face void of emotions. "I'm sure if Harry does not look for trouble, we'll all be safe. After all, Professor Dumbledore is around," Hermione concluded in an erring manner as she returned her attention to her book. "But," Ginny protested with worry. The events that took place in her first year crept into her mind. "If Hermione says so, then we have nothing to worry about. After all, Hermione's always right," Ron interrupted as he stared at Hermione with a gleam in his eyes. Ginny decided to remain silent after seeing the expression on Ron's face. Hermione's cheeks had turned slightly pink at his compliment. The expression on Ron's face made Harry fold his arms across his in annoyance as he raised one of his eyebrows. The muscles on his arms had bulged threateningly out from the simple action. The clueless redhead continued to stare at Hermione closely, further infuriating the bespectacled boy. Hermione had cast a probing side glance at Harry when she felt his impatience. "He's staring at you again," he thought gruffly. Harry could hear the slightly amused chuckle of his familiar, Hedwig. "What is with guys being territorial?" Hedwig thought with mild glee. She had a clear view of everything that was taking place in the compartment from her cage. "It has nothing to do with that, Hedwig. I just don't like him staring at my wife like that. Aren't you trying to your claim over her, Harry? Just admit it," Hedwig added in an umming manner. "I hate to be verbally beaten by an owl," Harry added in defeat. "I'm just glad that it's by a stunning and intelligent owl that reads as extensively as my brilliant and dazzling wife." "Harry, I'm trying to read here. You are making it difficult to concentrate," Hermione silently admonished as the blush on her face deepened. The book was now directly in front of her face so that she could hide her flush from Harry. A small smile of amusement crept onto his face. It died immediately when he realized that Ron had mistaken the blush on her face as some maiden reaction to his appreciative stare, and a wide victorious smile was plastered on his face. Harry's emerald eyes hardened with anger. Harry, he doesn't know we are together. It will be unfair to him. Hermione reminded gently. It made him felt foolish that he could save himself from all the anger if he had told them earlier. He had decided not to procrastinate any further. I have something to tell all of you before we get to Hogwarts, Harry announced suddenly as he looked at the two silent Weasleys. He immediately had their full attention. Ron was being his normal dense self as he gave Harry a blank stare. It was Ginny's reaction that had unnerved him slightly. The red-headed girl was staring back at him with an odd expression as if she had guessed what he was about to say. Harry tugged at his collar uneasily as he pondered which way to tell them. He didn't think it would be so difficult to say. "What is it, mate?" Ron asked anxiously. He did not like to be kept in suspense. "Try something direct, love," Hermione advised. Harry took a deep breath and went on, "Hermione and I are together." Before Harry could get the Weasleys' response, the speeding train they were on had suddenly jolted into an emergency stop, sending the most of the Pengers sprawling on the floor. Harry had managed to keep Hermione and him on the seat because he held on to the door tightly. The lights on the train had abruptly gone off, enshrouding the train in darkness. There was dead silence as everything came into a standstill. Ron and Ginny had noisily scrambled back onto their seats. "Hush," Harry ordered as he slowly stood up from his seat. With his wand in his hand, he approached the window to check what was going on. The tension in the air made his muscles coil. Something was totally out of place. He saw a jerk from the opposite seat and he commanded softly, "Stay where you are." Harry peered out of the window into the darkness. He saw a faint outline of figures approaching the train. He had a really bad feeling about what was about to happen. "There is a group approaching us. I can't see what they are and I don't know their numbers. We might be rushing into a more dangerous situation if we try to leave the train," Harry thought. "It's the only thing we can do until we have more information." Hermione concurred with his thoughts. "Let me scout the area. We can't hide out in here if they are dangerous. Almost all magical creatures and spells don't affect owls," Hedwig answered firmly. Harry and Hermione did not like putting their familiar in danger, but they agreed reluctantly. Hermione magically unlocked the cage as the snowy white owl flew out of the window. "Be safe," Harry thought. "You too. You tend to get into trouble easily," Hedwig retorted. "I think it's better to stay put for now," Harry said gravely as he slowly felt his way back to his seat with the help of Hermione. "You must be insane to think I'm going to listen to you. I'm getting out of here," Ron answered brusquely as he took Harry by surprise by shoving Harry away with great force as he walked out and let the door shut ominously behind him. "No," Harry hissed as he crashed onto the ground. Suddenly, he felt the unnatural chill running through him. He recognized the sign immediately. "Bloody hell," Harry shouted in panic, as he hurriedly got on his feet, flung the door open to chase after his friend. Ron was standing a few feet away from the door. Two hooded figures were advancing menacingly at him. Harry had correctly identified them as Dementors. The fate of his friend's soul was inevitable as he froze in fear a few inches away from the hooded figures. Harry reacted in the way he usually did. He recklessly dashed towards Ron and knocked him out from harm's way as he felt the abnormal cold numbing his heart. Screwing his face up in concentration of a happy memory, he tried to cast his Patronus with his wand. Unfortunately, only a white mist appeared from his wand as the screaming in his head distracted him. The screaming had grew almost deafening when one of the Dementors lifted their hood slowly with his pale, ghost-like hand as he towered over Harry. Harry could not roll away from harm's way as his entire body was paralyzed by the cold. Consciousness of his surroundings had begun to fade slowly as he frantically tried to cast the spell. He felt himself descending through a thick fog as something dragged him desperately down. He heard the voice of someone roaring a spell. Using the last ounce of awareness, he temporarily broke the emotional and mind links by lifting his mental shields as the voice of a female screaming consumed him. "Not Harry, not Harry. Please, not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. Not Harry, please, have mercy, have mercy." A loud, unearthly, bone-chillingly shrill voice was laughing. The woman was still screaming and Harry knew no more. Harry, Harry, a familiar, shrill voice pierced through Harry's senses. His head was aching in pain as he recovered from the mental anguish. He never felt so tormented until he heard the exchange of words his mother had with Tom Riddle before she sacrificed her life for him. His tensed shoulders were protesting loudly in pain as he tried to shift a little. The cloud in his mind began to clear. Harry opened his eyes timidly and was nearly blinded by the overhead lights of the train. He could feel the floor was shaking from the speed the train was traveling. Harry, someone had flung her arms around his neck. Pain shot through his body at the impact and he winced lightly. Brown, bushy hair obscured his vision. He was finally in his sanctuary. He took in her delicious vanilla scent as he relaxed. Enveloped in her warm MC, his over-agitated emotions began to calm as he allowed their love permeate every fiber of his being, flushing the emotional residue of the terrifying memory and replacing it with tranquility. His shoulder was reduced to a throbbing pain. Hermione lifted her face to look at him with her tearful, bloodshot eyes. "I thought I was too late. You were having such a bad fit." "I'm all right, love," Harry answered comfortingly. He wanted to lift his arm to run his fingers through her brown hair, but pain shot through his body from the movement and he winced. "I think I sprained my shoulder. Can you please help me?" Harry asked. Hermione immediately used her wand to cast a healing spell on his injured shoulder. The pain was gone, leaving him with pure fatigue. Harry hurriedly lowered his mental defenses and Hermione and Hedwig's feelings of relief immediately flooded into him. Harry could feel their concern at his exhaustion. It was the simmering anger under Hermione's relief that caught his attention. Harry swallowed visibly as he looked at his wife awkwardly. To his surprise, her chocolate-hued eyes merely flashed understanding as she glazed tenderly at him. "I'm not angry with you, dear. I know you did what you had to do to save that idiot." At that, her expression hardened. Hermione had mentally spat the word idiot before she continued. "Professor Lupin was one step ahead of me. He had cast a Patronus to chase away the pair of Dementors hovering over you. While he was doing so, Hedwig had reported there was a large group of Dementors outside the train, so I used the wind element to blow them away from the train because I didn't think Professor Lupin could take the huge group alone." Hermione answered as she gently helped him up and supported him into the compartment where Hedwig was waiting anxiously. Harry could sense that Hermione was a bit baffled by several things and he didn't want to share with her while he was still feeling so weak. When Harry had sat down on the seat, Hedwig immediately leapt onto his leg and glared at him with her amber eyes. "I leave you for a moment and you nearly lost your soul because you wanted to save someone." Hedwig reprimanded angrily. "I didn't have a choice," Harry answered aloud as he affectionately scratched Hedwig under her beak. He summoned an owl treat. "Here's a treat for your hard work," Harry said as he offered the owl treat. She had eyed it with great mistrust, but finally took the treat and ate it. "I am just hungry from the flight. Don't think that I have forgiven you," Hedwig said as she finished the treat. "Hedwig, it isn't his fault this time." Harry told him to stay in the compartment, but that idiot decided to shove him onto the ground and get in harm's way until Harry saved him. Hermione explained as she stroked the owl. Harry could tell that she was weary from the expansion of her magic and the emotional roller coaster she had experienced, so he wrapped his arms around her shoulder and pulled her closer to him so that she could use his as a pillow. Harry cast a spell to unlock the door of the carrier and allowed Crookshanks to join them. It was then that Harry realized that there were only 2 trunks on the luggage rack. Ginny and Ron had taken their trunks with them. "Thank you, Harry. Both of you looked really dreadful. Why don't both of you sleep? We'll wake you up if someone comes," Crookshanks suggested as he lay on their legs. He was right as usual. Harry was still feeling a little worn out from the experience and needed a bit of rest. Hermione let out a cute sleepy yawn as she snuggled closer to him and fell asleep. Harry tenderly brushed his lips on her head. Harry was expecting Hermione to scold him for his hasty actions. His heart had swelled up with adoration when she understood his reasons. Harry knew he had to be more careful in the future. With that silent promise, he fell asleep. Professor Lupin smiled with amusement when he noiselessly entered the compartment to check on Harry. Harry was holding the brown-haired girl close to him as they slept peacefully, with a large ginger cat slept on their legs. A snowy white owl had gazed at him curiously with her large amber eyes as she perched on Harry's leg. The young couple looked so cute with their pets resting with them. Lupin knew that Harry's parents would give anything to see such a heartwarming sight. Harry began to stir and opened his eyes drowsily as he glanced at him. "Harry, how are you feeling?" Professor Lupin asked as he sat down. His emerald eyes had widened with surprise at the use of his name before he grinned and answered quietly, "I'm fine, Professor." Harry was careful not to wake his wife or her pet. For a person who was nearly ed by a Dementor less than an hour ago, Harry looked too relaxed. The professor noted that he had some coloring on his face. With a bit of food and rest, Harry would be fine. "It was a vague but foolish thing for you to push your friend out of the way," Professor Lupin admonished gravely. Like father, like son, James would also do anything for his friends. "I didn't have a choice. I couldn't let the Dementor out his soul," Harry replied as he looked at the professor cautiously. "How do you know about the Dementors? You live with Muggles?" Professor Lupin asked with his eyebrows arched in surprise. "I learned about them from books," Harry answered him simply as if it was the most natural thing to do. Alyssa had covered many magical creatures in her clees and a Dementor was one of them. She had taught them the weaknesses of the creatures. Dementors could die if they were burned by elfish fire. Their dueling teacher would have admonished him if he knew that Harry had stupidly used his body to defend his friend against a Dementor, especially since Harry and Hermione were trained to cast Patronus very well. The statement filled the professor with mirth. He couldn't see the son of James being a bookworm. Harry stared at the professor with bewilderment. Professor Lupin looked really young when he laughed heartily. "I have a question, Professor. Is it normal for someone to recall a distant memory when Dementors sap all the happiness?" "I heard my mother," Harry declared flatly. The mirth in Professor Lupin's eyes died. "You heard Lily?" Professor Lupin asked with strange voice as he raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Harry was finally certain that Professor Lupin was exactly who Harry had thought he'd be. He was Remus Lupin, one of his father's best friends. The way he had used his mother's name with familiarity had given his identity away. "Yes, I heard her final exchange of words with Voldemort before he killed her," Harry replied. His emerald eyes became clouded with emotions as he lowered his head. His mother had died protecting him because Tom Riddle wanted his blood. A fresh new wave of pain and guilt swept through him at the thought, causing Hermione to stir from her nap. Professor checked his watch. "I'm glad that your friend is waking up. We have 5 minutes before we reach the Hogsmeade station. I'm going to check on the red-haired boy now." "How is he?" Harry asked with deep concern. Harry did not understand why Ron had reacted that way and placed himself in danger. He fractured one of his arms and broke his wand when he skidded across the floor. He was mildly affected by the Dementors. "You don't have to worry, he will be sent to the hospital wing as soon as we arrive," Professor Lupin answered as he watched the concern written on Harry's face. He was not too sure if that boy deserved Harry's attention, but he wordlessly left the compartment. Hermione had sleepily opened her eyes. "I felt your guilt and pain. Did something happen?" "No, love. Professor Lupin was here just now. I'll tell you all about it after we've changed." Harry smiled at her tenderly as he took out their robes from their trunks, handing a set to his wife. "Professor Lupin is really Remus Lupin then?" Hermione asked as came to the realization. Harry had deliberately left out Ron's injuries. "Do you want to tell him that you do know his identity?" "I think I will leave it up to Professor Lupin to decide. If he has chosen not to introduce himself as my father's friend after meeting me, he must have a good reason for it. Regardless, I still really want to know if he knows anything about my parents' betrayal. According to my dad's journal, Professor Lupin was hiding at the time because of his furry problem, so I think he will only have a second-hand account," Harry answered as he packed the cage into his trunk. "A second-hand account can still give us the motive behind Sirius Black's imprisonment," Hermione pointed out as she packed her carrier into her trunk. "We'll just have to find a way to ask him when we get to school," Harry said as he tapped on the trunks and they reduced in size. Harry then placed the trunks in his pocket. The train began to cut its speed as it moved towards the stop. "I think we have more things to worry about at this point in time. We're going to make our first appearance at Hogwarts as a couple," Hermione declared nervously as she felt the train coming to a halt. Her stomach was clammy in anticipation of the inevitable. They were about to be tossed fiercely into the spotlight, something the introverted, book-loving girl did not like. Harry could feel her jittery nerves and he smiled at her affectionately. He knew full well the effort Hermione had made to be with him and he never felt luckier having such a considerate spouse. His thoughts had made blood race to her cheeks. Taking both of her hands into his, he lifted them to his lips and gently edged her knuckles as he urged her with his loving gaze and soothing tone. No matter what happens, I'll be there for you, forever and a day. We'll get through this together. I'm proud that we belong to each other. Harry beamed intensely as he held her hand and carried Crookshanks with another. The train had finally come into a halt at Hogsmeade Station. There was a familiar scramble on the platform as waves of students exited the train like herds of wild beasts in the midst of their great African crossing. Let's get the show on the road. Harry smiled comfortingly as he led his wife down the train to join the throes of students on the platform. The couple had the full attention of all the students with their linked hands. Harry ignored the stares and the whisperings as he led a quivering Hermione to an empty carriage. Harry gently helped her into it before climbing on himself. There was no sign of Ron or Ginny on the platform. He was certain that they must have headed to the castle first to have Ron's injuries looked at. How do you feel, love? Was it that bad? Harry asked as he looked tenderly at Hermione. I'm all right. It wasn't as bad as I thought, she added with a smile. All of a sudden, she frowned. I realized I never saw Ron anywhere. Do you know what happened to that idiot? Hermione questioned. She was absolutely furious at him for foolishly placing her mate in unnecessary danger, but he was still their friend. I think I may have pushed him aside too hard. He fractured one of the arms from the impact on the ground. Professor Lupin said that he was sending him straight up to the hospital wing after we reached the station. He also broke his wand from the impact. Harry answered guiltily as he lowered his head. Hermione gently tipped his head up so that she could look into his eyes. His usual sparkling green eyes were dull with blame. Hermione had every intention of reprimanding him for his unnecessary guilt, but she chose a softer approach. Don't be silly, love. What are one fractured arm and a broken wand compared to a missing soul? You saved him from a fate worse than death. Madame Pomfrey can set a broken arm right at once. He can always buy a new wand. Nothing can replace his soul if he was Ed. Hermione tried to soothe Harry as she gently stroked his cheeks. You did all you can to save him from danger. You shouldn't feel bad about that. Besides, he didn't listen to your warning, shoved you aside, and got into the sticky mess first. You're right, dear, Harry answered tersely as he drew his hand through his hair. This isn't the only thing bothering you. I felt your pain and guilt in the train just now, Hermione said as she quirked one of her eyebrows. Did Professor Lupin say something? His wife was just too sharp to hide anything from her. I pushed Ron away from the approaching Dementors. I was too distracted by the screaming in the head to concentrate on casting a Patronus spell and I ped out. I heard my mum. She had exchanged words with Riddle before he murdered her. She was pleading him to spare my life. She was willing to use her life to exchange for mine. Harry added emotionally as tears began to well up in his eyes as he recounted the experience. Hermione had encircled her arms securely around him as he continued. He laughed and killed her as she screamed. That bastard only wanted me. He killed her because she was protecting me. Harry replied with anguish as he placed his head on his knees and wrapped his hands around his head. Hermione could feel the rolling waves of pain surging through him. What else could your mother do but that? She loved you so much. Before you were even born, she bestowed all her love on you. You know that you were her life from all the journal entries she made when she realized she was pregnant. It's okay to weep for her, Hermione answered emotionally with tears shining in her eyes. She remembered the glowing and hopeful entries Lily had written about Harry, even thought they were living through dark times. However, you do her memory no honor if you think you are the cause of her death. Hermione added lovingly as she looked at Harry. Quiet tears were running down his cheeks when he raised his face to look at his wife. His heart was overwhelmed with love when he saw the tracks of glistening tears on her porcelain cheeks. His angel was crying with him. The overly emotional Harry took her into his arms and they wept together for his parents. Harry did not know long how he held his wife in his arms and cried for his parents, but he felt he could finally come to terms with his parents' death. Harry knew that he would always grieve for the loss of his parents, but Hermione would always be here to soothe his aching soul. Harry gently wiped the tears off his wife's beautiful face as he smiled at her with affection and gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered tenderly as he placed his forehead against hers. He closed his eyes as a sense of serenity washed over him. "You're welcome," she whispered softly. Harry helped his wife from down the carriage when they had finally reached Hogwarts. Crookshanks had dashed happily into the darkness with Hedwig soaring above them as they climbed down the steps of the carriage. They had made sure they were presentable to meet the rest of the school before alighting from the carriage. Harry gazed fondly at the building. It was the first place he felt at rest. Harry glanced at his wife as he entwined their hands together. A small and nervous smile was on her lips, but she was exuding a quiet confidence. Harry beamed brightly as he led her up the stone stairs of Hogwarts, through the great oak doors, and into the grand entrance hall. The expansive foyer was lit with flaming torches and it housed a majestic marble stairs that led to the higher levels. "Potter, Granger, I want to see you both," a voice called. Harry and Hermione spun around in surprise and saw Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, calling over a sea of students. She was looking as stern as ever. Her hair was still pulled up in a tight bun and her sharp eyes were framed with square spectacles. Harry easily cut through the crowd with Hermione following closely behind him. They had managed to reach the severe lady. A glint of surprise was evident in her eyes as she took in the sight of the two students. It unraveled the mystery of how Potter broke Weasley's arm when he pushed him away. Harry had become bigger in size with well-defined lean muscles. "Follow me to my office," she answered in her usual uncompromising tone. They wordlessly followed their professor to her office. It was a small room decorated in traditional Gryffindor red and gold. Professor McGonagall gestured for them to sit down as she sat behind her desk. Harry drew the chair out for his wife and pushed it in for her after she had sat down. Hermione had shot an appreciative smile at him as Harry sat on the chair beside Hermione. A brief look of approval crossed McGonagall's face before she focused on the young couple through her square glees and began. "There are two issues I need to talk to you about. First, Professor Lupin has informed us about what took place on the train. Mr. Weasley is now in the hospital wing with Miss Weasley. I believe that he is doing fine. How are you feeling, Potter and Granger?" she asked, with concern lacing her stern voice. Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled looks. "We are all right, Professor." Professor McGonagall looked quizzically at them. "Potter, you were nearly ed by the Dementors on the train. Granger, you should have been affected by the Dementors since your mind is interlinked with his," she explained as a frown seized her brows. "We really are fine," Hermione added quickly. Before Professor McGonagall could say anything, there was a knock on the door and the school's healer, Madame Pomfrey, strode into the room with a case. "Is he the one that Professor Lupin was talking about?" "It's you again," Madame Pomfrey asked as she bent down and stared at him. "He looks fine to me. I had the chance to rest," Harry answered with an erring smile. "They are also the special pair that I mentioned to you recently. Do you need to check them?" Professor McGonagall asked as she looked at the matron meaningfully. "I heard from Professor Dumbledore that you wanted to keep the recent changes a secret, but Madame Pomfrey was informed because she needs to ensure that both of you are fine. When your souls bonded, so did your magical cores. She needs to check if your cores are functioning well enough for lessons. We don't know how long does it take to establish the bond, but it is unwise to use magic until the bond stabilizes," Professor McGonagall explained. Madame Pomfrey opened the case and took out a rod. She scanned Harry and checked the readings. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the level of magic. It was far too high to be the reading for the joining of two magical cores. Harry arched his eyebrows questioningly. "Yes?" he asked. He knew that their bond was stabilized since Edmund had already proclaimed it was. She proceeded on to examine Hermione. It had produced the same analysis. They have completely bonded. Their bodies are used to the new level of magic. They are in relatively good health. Some food and a good night's sleep will do them wonders. If there is nothing else, I need to check on my patient," Madame Pomfrey added with a warm smile. "Thank you. How is Mr. Weasley?" Professor McGonagall asked. He was pale from the contact with Dementors and he fractured his right arm. "I have already healed the arm, but I left him in the hospital wing to get some rest. He will be joining the feast later," Madame Pomfrey answered. "Thank you. I'll see you at the feast later." Professor McGonagall said as the matron left her office. When the sound of the door closing was heard, Professor McGonagall went to the next topic. I understand your need to keep your bonding a secret, but we have a problem on our hands. Both of you need to move to the marriage quarters to ensure that you maintain regular physical contact. However, your dormitory mates would naturally suspect something if both of you move out of your dormitory together. Professor McGonagall said. Hermione was biting her lips as she contemplated the issue. Suddenly, an idea came to her head and she suggested, let's try this. Harry has become Lord Potter since we are married. He can always claim that he was emancipated early because the Potters' affairs are in need of attention. It is acceptable that Harry, head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, formally request for private quarters befitting of his rank. There was another young lord of a noble house who was granted a suite of his own in the past because of the immense paperwork he needed to get done for his properties. That would explain his need not to stay in the dormitory. Hermione finished as she looked at the professor expectantly. It does help to explain his need of his own quarters but does not explain your need as well. Professor McGonagall said, I have an idea. We shall just use the excuse that Hermione will be heavily involved in a confidential project with me, and the work she will be doing requires private quarters. I've always been fascinated by soul bonds. Both of you are the only pair of true soulmates I have known, so don't be surprised to see me taking up some of your free time to learn more about it. The quarters given would be the other suite attached to Harry's suite. It is also connected to the Gryffindor common room. It is rather similar to the head boy and girls suites. You will notice the differences soon enough. Are there any objections? Professor McGonagall asked as she looked at the two teenagers. Both shook their heads. If there's nothing else, let's head down to the feast. Quote, Thank you, Professor McGonagall, for your time. Harry answered with a polite smile as he stood up to pull the chair for Hermione. Harry held Hermione's hand as they followed Professor McGonagall down to the Great Hall. It was a sea of pointed black hats in the Great Hall. The staff table stood prominently on a platform in the front, as four long tables, representing each of the four houses of Hogwarts, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, lay perpendicular to it. All the long house tables were lined with students in standard black Hogwarts robes. Their faces were glowing from the light of thousands of candles floating over the tables. The sorting ceremony of the first years was finished by the time they had arrived into the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall had walked towards her empty seat at the staff table when they had arrived, leaving the couple alone. They had headed the opposite direction, moving through the back of the hall. Quietly but hurriedly walking to the empty seats at the head of the Gryffindor table. Despite their attempt at a discreet entrance, Harry and Hermione were still cast into the spotlight. Every student had turned to watch the couple as they walked to their seats. They could hear excited whispers about them as they hurriedly walked past with interlinked hands. I guess we made an entrance. I hope that it will die down eventually. Harry whispered as he pulled her closer to him and beamed a dazzling white smile at her. Hermione's face turned crimson red from that stunning smile as they settled into their seats. The buzzing in the hall had grown louder at sight of the expressions of the couple. Harry was still wearing the same wide charming smile as they settled into their seats. Despite Hermione's silent protest, Harry had left a seat for Ron, so that he could join them when he came down from the hospital wing. The headmaster cleared his voice to get the attention of the school as he rose to give his usual welcome speech. He smiled at all the students before he beginning his speech in his deep, roaring voice. Welcome, welcome to another year in Hogwarts. I have an important announcement to make before we start our feast. The school is presently playing host to some Dementors from Azkaban. Some of you might have met them on the train, he announced as he glanced at the Gryffindor table. They are here on ministry business and will be stationed at every entrance to the grounds. While they are here, I must emphasize to all of you not leave the school without permission. Dementors are able to see through all disguises. It's not the nature of Dementors to understand excuses, therefore I warn you not to give them reason to hurt you. The consequences will be dire. Dumbledore paused to give the students a moment to digest his warning. Next, I would like all of you to join me in welcoming 2 new teachers to our staff. First, I present to you, Professor Remus Lupin. He will be teaching defense against the dark arts. There was a polite applause as the young man stood up. Harry shot a sweeping glance across the staff table and was not surprised to see a look of pure loathing contorting the potion master's face. It was his father's best friend after all. Next, I am delighted to announce that Rubeus Hagrid will be taking over the post of teaching care of magical creatures. Harry and Hermione stared at each other, dumbfounded expression plastered on their faces. He should have guessed that Hagrid was taking over the post when Hermione bought the same book that Hagrid had given him for his birthday. A loud round of applause had erupted in the Great Hall, notably from Gryffindor table. Hagrid turned as he sat in his seat. Harry and Hermione knew that he was very pleased with the appointment. "Let the feast begin," Headmaster Dumbledore announced loudly before sitting down regally. The glowing plates and goblets in front of them were filled up with delicious food and drinks after the announcement was made. Harry and Hermione heartily helped themselves to the food in front of them. The journey on the train had made them both famished. Hermione watched with approval glowing in her brown eyes as Harry partook of the food with impeccable manners. It was something Harry would never have done if he was this hungry in the past. Decorum was essential in establishing an individual as a respectable person, despite the lack of attention the curriculum at Hogwarts had paid to it, and in addition to having an undisputed high level of morality. Alyssa had managed to polish off the Harry's rough edges, changing him to a fine gentleman. The students were well into the feast when Ron and Ginny made their appearance. The redhead looked fine. He stopped at the end and scanned the table while Ginny joined her second-year friends. His eyes fell on the vacant seat besides Harry, the only seat left at the table, so he walked over to join them. Harry and Hermione had finished their meal some time ago and were enjoying an idle conversation with each other. Harry was leaning on his arm as his body turned to face Hermione. When Ron approached them, he realized that Hermione's fair cheeks were tinted red with bashfulness. A sweet, blissful smile was plastered on her lips as she looked at Harry with affection and spoke quietly. Ron saw red. His unction that Hermione had a crush on him and that Harry had snatched her from him opened the floodgates of his emotions and released torrents of rage. Harry now had everything. He had the girl, the fame, and the money. Why was Harry so selfish that he could not at least leave Hermione for him? Harry had so many girls panting after him. Ron even lived with one, Ginny. His rather closed-up mind had even come to a conclusion that he did not owe a life debt to Harry. Harry owed him for being used to satisfy his hero complex. Harry owed him for making his life miserable. Ron's mind was fixed on turning the tables on the boy who lived as he faced the back of the raven-haired boy. Everything happened very fast. Hermione was talking to Harry when she causally glanced at the person standing behind oblivious Harry. It was Ron. A frown of confusion marred her face when she saw that his face was as red as his hair with fury. Harry had stood up and spun around to check the source of her confusion when he saw Ron. A fleeting smile of relief crossed Harry's face as he tried to clap on his friend's back in a welcoming manner. Ron had angrily shoved him. A comical look of shock was on Harry's face as he gaped at his friend. "Stop pretending, Potter. You pushed me out of the way because you wanted to be seen as the good guy, even after snatching your best friend's girl." There was a loud audible gasp, but Ron continued to rage. "You even took the opportunity to have your revenge by fracturing my arm and breaking my new wand. Your hero complex disgusts me. I'm tired of you making my life miserable. I'm always the sidekick to the great Harry Potter." Ron hissed loudly, with ugly anger contorting his face. His words had caught the attention of all the occupants in the hall. A flicker of pain appeared momentarily across Harry's face before it subsided behind the cool mask. Hermione was standing beside Harry and was gently holding Harry's arm. "Oh?" Harry asked with natural coolness that chilled the hearts of those who could hear the conversation. Harry was well aware of the audience and had no desire to make a scene. There was no hint of warmth in his dull jade orbs as he stared at the irate redhead. "I'm sorry that my company abhorred you. You do have the choice to leave. Another thing, be absolutely clear that Hermione is my girl. We decided to date at the start of the holidays," Harry concluded as he sat down, blatantly ignoring the redhead as his face turned livid. Hermione shot a dirty glare at Ron. Even in his rage, Harry was gracious enough not to ember Ron with the truth in the public. She angrily settled down beside Harry. There were the sounds of shrilly screams of pain, fluttering of wings, and hissing when they had turned their backs on him. Before Ron could say or do anything else, he started being attacked by Hedwig and Crookshanks. Crookshanks was furiously trying to get at him with his long extended claws. Ron had covered his face with his arms and Hedwig was trying scratching them with her sharp talons. "Take that, you idiot," Hedwig growled. "Stupid two-legged," Crookshanks hissed. It was mayhem as the other Weasleys dashed forward, trying to save Ron from the menacing animals. It was amusing to see that 2 fifth-years, a head boy, and a second year were unable to stop the furious attacks using their physical strength because they were unable to catch the dexterous creatures. Hedwig could swiftly fly out of their reach and maintain her constant attack on Ron. Crookshanks had agilely dodged the grabbing hands by climbing on Ron with his claws as he squealed in pain. Their faces were bright red from the exertion and everyone was laughing at the sight. Harry and Hermione had hurriedly leapt to their pet's defense when they spotted Percy in the midst of casting a spell on them. "Crookshanks and Hedwig, that is enough," Hermione said in a harsh tone. "Expelliarmus, Accio wand." Harry shot 2 spells at Percy, disarming him and taking his wand. His wand landed neatly on his outstretched palm as he glowered at the incensed and helpless Percy. The laughter in the hall had died instantly. A 3rd year had beaten a 7th year easily. Hedwig immediately flew away from Ron and landed on Harry's shoulder as Crookshanks leapt gracefully away from Ron and arrogantly walked to Hermione. She immediately picked him up as she glared at Percy. Crookshanks had a haughty look on his face as he looked at Percy with disdain. "That is enough, Mr. Potter. Return the wand to Mr. Weasley. Someone take the other Mr. Weasley to the hospital wing. 10 points from Gryffindor for using spells in the Great Hall," Dumbledore said with his deep voice. Fred and George had taken the sobbing Ron out of the Great Hall. His arms were covered with talon scratches. Crookshanks' sharp claws tore his robes. "I believe it is my right to defend my familiar if someone attempts to hurt them with a spell, Headmaster," Harry said as he looked at the headmaster. "Hedwig is my familiar and Percy was going to hurt her." His beautiful white owl had hooted in approval, as the buzzing in the hall grew louder at the proclamation. "As for what has happened just now, I will inform them not to repeat the performance. They are not humans and did not have restraint when Weasley had said something too offensive for them to take lying flat." "Very well, Mr. Potter. I will not take points from the house for this. Make sure that this does not happen again. I wish to speak to you and Miss Granger later in my office after the feast," Dumbledore added firmly. Harry was stroking his beautiful snowy white Avenger with affection. "I know you mean well. I don't want a repeat performance because it will give them a reason to banish you out of the castle," Harry admonished with a firm tone as he stared at both of the pets. The pets were silent with shame. It was until they spotted the slight amused lift of the corners of his lips, did they realize that Harry had enjoyed what they had done. "Thank you," Hermione smiled as she stroked her cat. "I was amused when no one could catch you and had to resort to using magic." It was apparent that they were not the only ones who were amused by the spontaneous dinner show. Neville Longbottom, a rather small, chubby, and timid boy of the same year approached them. "Hi, Harry and Hermione. They really packed a punch, Harry." Ron crossed the line with his remarks. Everyone in Gryffindor had been guessing when the both of you would get together since 1st year because both of you were always awfully close. "I'm glad that the you two are together," Neville said. "Hi Neville. Thank you very much," Hermione answered with a warm smile as she looked at the timid boy. "How was your holiday?" Harry could feel Hedwig's pleasure from Neville's words. "Oh, it was fine," Neville replied in a squeaky voice as he looked shyly at Hermione. "I don't mean to offend you, Harry, but Hermione, you look really beautiful," Neville said as he lowered his head. "Harry looks amazing, too. What have both of you been doing during the holidays?" Neville posed inquisitively. Harry's lips had curled upwards in amusement. "We've been exercising and eating well. Hermione's parents were very gracious to me when they took me in over the holidays." "Well, that explains your physique," Neville added thoughtfully. "What happened on the train?" "There was a blackout. Professor Lupin started ushering us back to our compartments as soon as I finally felt my way out." Neville had stiffened momentarily as Crookshanks leapt onto his lap since he now knew what the cat could do when he was enraged. Neville relaxed considerably when Crookshanks started purring. The three of them talked about their holidays until Dumbledore rose up to announce it was time to head to bed. Harry and Hermione bid Neville a good night as they quietly headed upstairs with Professor Dumbledore to his office. The headmaster peered at the young couple sitting in front of him through his half-moon spectacles. "Harry, you constantly surprise me. Professor Lupin just told me all about the events on the train. It was very admirable of you not to lose your temper with Mr. Weasley." Harry merely raised his eyebrows. "I don't believe in airing dirty linen in public." "Commendable all the same." The aged wizard smiled. "I need to speak to both of you regarding your aptitude to sit for this year. Both of you need not attend lessons this week so that you can prepare and take the exams. This is your exam schedule," Dumbledore added as he handed them a parchment with all the test dates, time, and venues listed. "The professors were informed to discreetly test you, with the exception of Professor Snape, since I will be testing you on potions. Professor McGonagall has spoken to me about the reasons the both of you will be using to stay in the marriage quarters. I suggest that you obtain a personal house elf to help you maintain your affairs and keep up appearances." "We'll do that," Harry answered. "Was there anything else, Professor?" "No, I think we've covered everything. This parchment will help you get to your quarters. Your trunks have already been moved there. I wish both of you a good night." Dumbledore smiled warmly as he handed them the other parchment. It had directions and instructions on resetting the P word. Both of Harry and Hermione returned Dumbledore's warm smile. "Good night, Professor," Hermione answered as Harry drew the chair out for her. The young couple linked hands and left the office. Professor Dumbledore had known that soul bond would enable the soulmates to instinctively learn occlumency as a measure to maintain some form of privacy between them, but he didn't realize that they could master the art because of it. He was unable to pick up any stray thoughts from the young couple. This puzzled him immensely. Surely, a soul bond releases more power rather than helping one have better control of their magical core. Harry had displayed that he had the might to take a 7th year easily. How did he grow so fast? However, the one that Dumbledore was more concerned about was Harry's mate, Hermione. If Harry had progressed steadily to such a level, then his soulmate would probably be at the same level. Yet, she was shrewd enough to hide her talents far better than Harry was, making her more of a force to be reckoned with than her husband. He shuddered at the thought of them turning dark. It could be far worse than Voldemort. No, he had to make sure that they remained on the side of the light. According to the instructions, the black-haired boy muttered, peering closely at the parchment as he walked to the wall separating the two large staircases leading to the male and female Gryffindor dormitories. The initial entrance should be here. A majestic statue of a lion stood in front of the wall. Harry and Hermione had never given this sculpture much thought since it looked like a proper decoration for the common room of Gryffindor. "What's the next step?" Hermione asked inquisitively as she ran her long slender fingers along the top of the cold, granite mane of the statue. "We'll need to set a P word," Harry answered as he lifted his head from the parchment and quietly glanced at the brown-haired witch. He ejected the wand from his holster into his palm as he pondered. Harry finally decided on the P word when a captivating image of Hermione dancing gracefully in his arms had flashed in his mind. He tapped on the gray nose of the lion twice as he spoke, "Waltzing angel." The stone lion moved aside, revealing a gloomy, narrow area with a winding granite staircase. Hermione's cheeks were slightly red when Harry glanced at her. "I guess you won't have any problems remembering the P word?" Harry asked with an amused glint in his eyes as he grinned rakishly. "Let me set the P word the next time," Hermione answered as she walked into the room. "I'll see if you like why green-eyed seeker." Harry chuckled lightly as he followed her into the room. The moment both of them had entered the room, the stone lion had moved silently back, closing the entrance as the torches in the room lit up. Harry and Hermione silently climbed up the stairs and found themselves in a common area. The roaring fire in the fireplace illuminated the room. There were several large comfortable armchairs by the fireplace on the opposite end of the room, and a small round dining table, surrounded by 4 chairs, was placed near the entrance of the room. There were even accommodations for their pets. A large stand stood near the window for owls to perch on and a basket near the fireplace for Crookshanks to curl up in. "Hedwig, we have moved into our own quarters. Where are you? Does Crookshanks know how to get in?" Harry thought as he suddenly remembered Crookshanks was unfamiliar with Hogwarts. "I'll be carrying him into the quarters later. He seriously needs to lose a bit of weight. We're at the Ollery at the moment. I carried him in to have some fun." Hedwig added gleefully. Why did you take him to the Ollery? What did Crookshanks do? Harry asked curiously. He was sure it wasn't anything good from the slightly impish hint of Hedwig's thoughts. He did what all cats like to do. He chased birds, more specifically irritating, pompous, chauvinistic male owls. They always seem to think I'm a trophy that they can win after beating every other male owl in the place. The Ollery is a huge mess with their beautiful feathers of different color scattering every way. By the way, fancy having one of 2 pillows made of owl feathers. Freshness and softness guaranteed. Hedwig returned. An image of Crookshanks plucking feathers from owl with his mouth the same way someone plucked feathers from a chicken came into his mind, and he shuddered at how cruel Hedwig could be. You really have a wild imagination, Harry. I can assure you that I am not that cruel. He is just chasing them around the Ollery in his attempt to swipe them with his paws. You can't imagine how much feathers can fall off because of a bit of stress. Hedwig explained. Why didn't they fly out of the room? I thought owls loved their feathers. The female owls had wisely left as soon as I came in with Crookshanks. I think it's because those males thought I'd become their mate if they could impress me with their courage by staying in the Ollery with a fierce cat prowling around. Of course, I said nothing like that. She added haughtily. All I said was that most female owls would want a mate who was fearless like that. Hedwig added in a nonchalant tone. Harry burst out in laughter. It was dangerous to get on the wrong side of Hedwig. Make sure Crookshanks is unharmed or else Hermione is going to have a good talk with you. He thought in a firm tone. He'll be fine. One of the conditions was not to harm the cat. Hedwig added in a casual tone. I can't believe the owls were stupid enough to do that. Harry commented. Not all owls are gifted with intelligence, Harry. You're just one of the blessed wizards who have one as a pet. Hedwig thought rationally. Harry had rolled his eyes at her arrogance. The offer still stands, Harry. Do you need a new pillow? Harry turned around to ask Hermione about it and realized that she had spaced out. Her brown orbs were gly and her eyebrows were knitted together in deep thought as she stared at the fireplace. Hermione. Harry spoke as he waved his hands in front of her face. She was jolted back into reality by his actions. Yes, Hermione asked as she tucked her wavy brown hair behind her ear. I was wondering if you would fancy a pillow made from owl feathers. Hedwig is really enthusiastic about it. Harry grinned warmly. He peered at her closely when he realized that she lacked the familiar glint in her beautiful chocolate eyes. I'll be fine with anything, love. Hermione answered. She was looking at him intently with a weird expression on her face. Hermione gave the green light. But I'll need to clean the feathers before we really make them to a pillow. Harry instructed. The answer seemed to delight Hedwig greatly. I'll take the feathers to the house elf. They'll know what to do with them. We'll see you later. It's time both of you get into bed. Good night. Harry arched his eyebrow when he noticed the weird expression on his wife's face. Is something wrong? He asked worriedly as he took a closer look at his wife. Hermione shook her head and turned away from him. His emerald orbs widened in surprise, but he shrugged it off and blamed it on the long day they had. Dear, it's very late. Let's check out the rest of our quarters tomorrow morning. Harry smiled warmly as he wrapped his arms around her shoulder and led his quiet wife into their bedroom. The bedroom was decorated in equal splendor of traditional Gryffindor colors. A large comfortable bed was placed right in the middle of the large room. There was a huge built-in closet that took up an entire wall. A dresser stood near the entrance of the room. There was a large oak study table beside the oak dresser. Harry and Hermione would have been in awe of the grandeur of the room if they were not used to Edmund's taste. There was an adjoining bathroom connected to the bedroom. It was decorated in the same fashion and it was sparklingly clean. The white basin and toilet bowl were of a gleaming white. There was no doubt that the house elves had taken great effort in making the quarters presentable by refurnishing the entire place. The young couple prepared for bed silently. After he'd brushed his teeth, Harry had his back turned to his wife as he stripped down to his boxers, his usual bedtime outfit. Hermione had already climbed onto their new bed in her nightgown. He could feel the emotions surging though his wife as she openly admired his body. There was a mild tone of lust and possessiveness under her enjoyment. Harry's breathing hitched. There was a slight rustling of sheets and Harry could feel her arms circling his waist from behind as she laid her cheeks on his back. Her hands were slowly snaking up his toned abdomen to his well-defined pectorals. His muscles quivered instinctively at her caress as his breathing quickened. Harry grabbed both of her hands and wrapped them around his neck as he turned to face his wife with a questioning look on his face. It was simply not Hermione to be so forthcoming with her attentions. Hermione was kneeling on their large bed as she searched his face intensely. The sight of Harry mildly aroused made Hermione smile with her lips seductively parted, further driving his hormones wild. "Dear," Harry gulped clearly as he drew a hand through his hair nervously. What are you doing?" Harry stammered. Desire was surged through him, heating his blood, sending it singing through his veins, forcing him to pull her closer to him. Harry tried to resist the action with all his will. His body had tensed up immediately when Hermione leaned closer to him, molding her body against his as she led him onto their bed. "I am trying to seduce you, love," she whispered huskily into his ear before she lifted her face to look at his reaction. His emerald eyes widened dramatically as he looked into those brown eyes that were darkened with desire. With the open invitation, Harry found his control over his desires slipping by the second. He needed the bathroom urgently. Harry urgently tried to remove the arms around his neck and make a dash for the bathroom. In the house, Harry always got away from her and solved his problem in their bathroom. However, Hermione had refused to let him go and had tightened her arms around him. It was evident from the determined set of Hermione's jaw that he was not going to solve his problem that way this night. "Harry, I don't need you to be a gentleman tonight. I need you to be my lover," Hermione said with pleading eyes. Harry had always rejected her advances, but the desperation in her tone shattered his will. His lips swooped down to capture her slightly parted lips in a demanding, searing as he cupped her face with his calloused hands. His mouth opened over hers, slanting back and forth in a fierce, wildly arousing caress that sent heat coursing through Hermione. He could feel her rising and falling rapidly against his heart as his heart raced. "Hermione," he breathed in a ragged whisper, sliding his lips down her pale neck, and sending shivers of delight up her spine as she gasped and tangled her hand in his black hair. He was lost in the haze of nameless yearning. He pressed his lips on hers again, moving his lips peonately against hers as he lowered her to their bed. His tongue slid ardently back and forth, sending rolling waves of lust to flow through her body, urging her lips to part for his probing tongue. The moment Hermione submitted herself to the sensual pressure by parting her lips, his tongue slid between them, plunging into the soft recesses of her mouth. Jolts after jolts of wild sensation rocketed through Hermione as his tongue explored her mouth, until, in a fever of dazed desire, she touched her tongue timidly to his. Harry's response was immediate. He groaned and pushed himself closer to Hermione, crushing her against his tongue delved deeply into her mouth, and then retreating to plunge again and again in a wildly exciting rhythm. Harry shuddered at the contact when their tongues touched and caressed. It drove both of them over the edge with the overload of paean in their blood. Harry's hands had begun to stroke her body on its own accord, causing her to shiver with pleasure from all the sensations he was evoking. Neither of them could think any more as blood rushed away from their heads. "Harry," she muttered breathlessly when he tore his mouth away from her lips and focused on spreading tender on her eyelids, her adorable nose, and along her jawline. Harry then alternated between brushing his lips and grazing her neck peonately. Hermione had edged his name and writhed under him in sheer pleasure. Harry took her lips once again in a drugging that made her knees weak before lifting his face to admire her beauty. Her maze of wavy brown hair had fanned across the pillow as she stared back him with lust-filled eyes, pink cheeks, and swollen lips, panting heavily. Hermione seemed to have some other plans. She immediately flipped him over so that she was now straddling his waist as she looked at him. The glorious M of brown hair was cascading over them. "Harry love, you are so gorgeous," Hermione said ardently, as she teasingly traced her finger along his defined jaw. Her fingers trailed slowly across his lips as Harry shuddered at the sensations she was evoking in him. Hermione replaced her fingers with her lips. "You are mine," she thought peonately as she edged him. Her seared his flesh like glowing ND, her mouth moving from his lips to his neck and causing Harry to clutch the bed sheets tightly in restraint as he groaned her name. Hermione put her hands against his, slowly spreading her fingers, and was amazed when her simple action made his breath catch. Experimentally, she slid her hands lower, and the taut muscles of his stomach clenched reflexively. Her fingers curled around the waistband of his boxers, but before she could yank it down, Harry had grabbed her hands and pulled her face to his as he pinned her on her back. "Wait," Harry said, his voice hoarse from pain as he kneeled over her. He slipped his hands up her exposed smooth thighs slowly, caressing and touching as his hands moved upwards. Her nightgown began riding up as he explored more of her body, exposing more of her. He slipped his hand underneath her nightgown and lifted it over her head and discarded it to the side as he took in the sight of his wife. "Sweet Merlin," Harry groaned. His emerald eyes followed down from her defined collarbone to her and down her flat-toned abdomen. This magnificent girl lying on the bed with him was all his, and his heart swelled with pleasure. "I am yours, love." Like a hungry man presented with a great feast, Harry leaned down to taste her sweet skin and explore her body thoroughly. Hermione lay on his as Harry gathered her close to him with a hand. Both of them were tired from exploring each other's body. "We should have tried this earlier." Harry smiled tiredly as he tenderly pressed on her forehead. He dimmed the lights with a flick of his hand. Hermione snuggled up closer to him. "Well, it couldn't be helped since you insisted on being a gentleman," Hermione teased as she laid her flushed cheek on his toned bare. "Well, you know, one thing can lead to another," he returned as he scratched his head with his free hand. "I know we've been together a long time, but I didn't think I'd have the will to hold back. Love, I promised Dad that we'd wait until at least next year, and you were only turning 14. What was with the sudden need for physical contact anyway?" Harry asked curiously. Hermione was piv when it came to love. I nearly lost you today. I just needed a reaffirmation," Hermione stammered as she buried her face on his. "Hermione, you know better than to lie to me. We don't keep secrets from each other." Harry chuckled as he tipped her head up to face him. Mirth was evident in his glowing emerald eyes as glazed at her. "I didn't like the way the girls were looking at you," she mumbled as she hastily averted her gaze and her cheeks turned crimson red. It took a while for Harry to understand what she was saying, and he burst out laughing. "Hermione love, the girls always look at me because I am the boy who lived." Her face reddened even more. "It is not that, Harry. They were staring at you and drooling over you like you were some tasty piece of meat. They didn't even bother to hide their attraction to you," she answered in a huff. Harry playfully nuzzled his wife's neck. "I'm glad you finally understand how I feel." He smiled affectionately as he wrapped his arm around her bare body and buried his face into her brown hair. The comforting familiar vanilla scent was luring him to sleep. "You don't have to worry about them. I'm all yours to keep." He gave a tried yawn. "Good night, Angel," Harry said as he eyed her head lovingly. "I belong to you, too, Harry." "Good night, dear," Hermione answered as she pecked his lips before snuggling back to his. She was lured into a deep slumber by his hypnotic steady heartbeat. It was still dark and chilly when Harry and Hermione had headed out to the school grounds for their routine morning jog, using Harry's invisibility robe and a secret pageway his father had found during his second year. It was a good idea to get tracksuits. "I never thought that it would be this cold in the morning. It's best we keep our guard up since the Dementors might wander into the grounds at any time," Harry said as they jogged towards the lake. Even enshrouded in darkness, the lake was still a sight to behold, with the majestic Hogwarts castle as its backdrop. "Are you terrified of the Dementors after yesterday's experience?" Hermione asked with deep concern as she peered closely at the boy jogging next to her. "Not really, but the incident highlighted a very important point. Edmund has been training us in terms of skills and knowledge, but clearly I have to be less hasty in the future. I endangered our souls yesterday. Moreover, it is always better to be vigilant. I'm sure the Dementors would be more tempted to get onto the school grounds because of the students' excitement." Harry answered thoughtfully. "Dobby will be joining us as our house elf later in the morning." They had jogged halfway around the picturesque lake when they felt the unnatural chilliness that Harry remembered clearly. Across the lake, a trio of Dementors were approaching a student. A feminine scream of fear pierced through the stillness of the early morning when the girl saw the approaching vile creatures. "Bloody hell," Harry said. Concentrating on the memory of the previous night, he cast the Patronus spell as Hermione created a shield of wind to protect the student. The white corporal stag charged straight at the Dementors, chasing them away as Harry and Hermione rushed over to check on the student. The girl had curled up in a corner of the wall, shivering as they approached. To their surprise, She was only garbed in her white school blouse and skirt and was not wearing a jacket or a school robe despite the morning chill. "Are you all right? What is your name?" Harry asked kindly as he lowered himself to her height and checked on her. Harry gave a sigh of relief when he realized that she was unharmed. It was a close shave. Harry and Hermione exchanged concerned looks with each other. She was a rather petite girl with long straight hair. When she had lifted her pale face to look at them with her large round blue eyes, Harry could see the unshed tears clinging onto her eyes. She was visibly shaken. Despite of that, she tried to put on a tough front. I am all right. My name is Luna. She spoke as her teeth chattered with cold. Harry took off his jacket and wrapped it around her as Hermione cast a warming spell on her. Hermione sat close to her and started to rub her chilly hands with her warm ones. The trembling subsided after a while. It's Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw. She is in her second year. I recognized her because she always seemed so alone. They have a nickname for her and it's Loony Lovegood. We can't stay here for long because there may be other Dementors prowling around. Let's head back into the castle. We'll have to go to the Gryffindor common room. To avoid being caught by Filch. Can you walk? Hermione asked with concern lacing her tone. Luna shook her head. I'll carry her. Harry answered as he placed one of his hands under the crook of her knee, another beneath her back, and easily lifted her up. We're going to the Gryffindor common room. Hold on to me, Harry said as he smiled at the petite girl. She was frightened by the sudden gesture and was glancing unsurely at Hermione. She smiled at her with urence as they rushed into the cast. They used the invisibility cloak to get back into the common room. Harry gently laid her on the large couch near the roaring fire as he conjured drinks for them to drink. Hermione sat quietly next to her as she had wrapped a friendly arm around Luna's slim shoulders. Harry sat in armchair closest to them and waited for Luna to get settled down before they talked. There were a lot of questions on his mind and he didn't want to scare the frail-looking girl. Thank you for saving my life, Hermione and Harry, Luna said quietly as she sipped her hot chocolate. Harry raised his eyebrows in confusion. I don't think I've introduced Hermione or myself. How did you know our names? The Gremlins told me. A look of puzzlement crossed his face. Alyssa had never mentioned anything like that in their lessons. He glanced at his wife and saw a similar befuddled look on her face. Hermione had merely shrugged in response. Luna, why were you out at such an hour? It's dangerous with all the Dementors patrolling the grounds. Harry asked with worry lacing his tone. A mild look of surprise had crossed her face before she explained. My housemates gave me the wrong P-word by accident and I was locked out of Ravenclaw Tower. Luna answered truthfully. I didn't want to be caught by Mr. Filch or be a bother to the rest of my housemates, so I decided to spend the night outside like always. Sometimes, when they forget to inform me of the sudden change of P-word, I spend the night out in the school ground. I met the Gremlins that way. She answered sincerely. Harry could see the innocence in those clear blue eyes. Hermione's eyes had widened in shock. It wasn't your first time. Why didn't you inform the professors? Good grief, Harry, she has only started her second year. People can be forgetful at times due to the influence of the Piages, so it is all right. Luna answered simply. Why aren't you wearing your jacket or robes then? Harry asked soothingly as he fixed a warm smile on his face. He took a great effort to keep his tone gentle since rage was ravaging his body. He could not believe the amount of bullying the young girl was suffering. What nerve the Ravenclaws had to bully such an innocent girl like her. No one has the right to mistreat another person no matter how different they are. Harry growled inwardly. It was taken away. Luna replied simply. I suspect the Himmlers were behind it again. They are quite fascinated with clothes sometimes, but will return them eventually when their interest wanes 2 weeks later. They are more interested in other things like parchments, ink bottles, and quills most of the time. Those never turn up after they disappear. Luna went on plainly as she blinked. Hermione could feel Harry's anger surging through his body. As much as I want it, you can't hex the entire house the way you are planning to right now. Hermione thought as she held his hand. Neither can we allow the mistreatment to continue. Can you imagine what would have happened if we didn't find her in time, dear? I don't want to even think about that. We'll give her our friendship, love. From the way she defends her housemates, I think we'll get along well. We'll offer her a place to stay and help her to get even with them. It's after all her decision if she wants to inform others about the bullying. Hermione answered calmly. If Harry hadn't been emotionally linked to her, he would have thought that she didn't care from the cool tone of her thoughts, but he could sense she was just as furious as he was. He found himself agreeing to her suggestion. He was glad that he had such a level-headed wife. Luna, it's going to be breakfast soon. Would you fancy a nice warm bath? I'll give you some clothes so that you can shower and change. Hermione suggested with a friendly smile on her lips. I don't want to trouble you. I won't fit into your clothes and I don't think I'm allowed to enter your dormitory. I'd better return to the tower. Luna answered hesitantly as she lowered her head and tried to stand up. Hermione placed a firm hand on her arm. I assure you that it won't be any trouble. We'll have to go in the dorm first to explain it to you. Hermione explained. Luna glanced at their faces and was shocked to see genuine sincerity in their eyes. It was the first time anyone other than her parents had shown so much warmth to her. Luna did not object when Hermione had taken her arm and led her to smaller sitting room in Gryffindor traditional colors of red and gold. Hedwig was perched on the stand near the window, sleeping soundly. A large ginger cat was seen curled up awkwardly in the basket near the fire. The basket looked too small for Crookshanks. With an amused smile plastered on his face, Harry kneeled next to the basket and enlarged it as he stroked the cat softly. Luna was watching the couple with deep interest. Luna could see a warm glow of love in Hermione's eyes as she looked at Harry. The sweet sight of two people in love melted her heart. I'm glad that both of you are in love with each other. I'd thought that the two of you were forced into marriage. Luna smiled genuinely at them. Harry and Hermione's jaws had nearly touched the ground at her statement. How? Harry asked as he stared at the petite. He was sure that he had never dropped any hints that they were married. The Gremlins told me your real names, Harry and Hermione Potter. Would you prefer I use your titles instead, Lord and Lady Gryffindor? Luna asked quizzically when she realized that they were flabbergasted. Harry exchanged a quick glance with his wife. No, we'd rather be called by our names. Well, we actually wanted our marriage to be kept a secret. Harry answered as he scratched the back of his head nervously. The next thing that Luna did was another shock to the couple. I, Luna Lovegood, swear upon my life and magic that I will not disclose any secrets Potters entrust me with, under any circumstances. So mote it will be. Luna said as she took out her wand. You didn't have to take a wizard oath. You might die in the future if ever go against it. Hermione protested loudly. It's fine. I'm very sure it must be very important to keep your marriage a secret since both of you look as if you can't get enough of each other. Luna answered with a roaring smile. The young couple had blushed at her words. We didn't want others to know because they might guess the nature of our marriage. We share a soul bond. We don't want the news to get to the wrong ears, hence the need for confidentiality. Hermione answered simply. Well, I was thinking along the same lines. After all, it must have been very difficult to stay calm when you see others ogling your mate. Anyway, you said something about showering before heading down for breakfast. Luna asked as she peered at Harry. We are going to alter one set of school uniforms that Hermione bought recently so that you can use it for today. I think I'm going to try to get your things back for you later. They are new. You don't have to worry about undergarments since Hermione will be able to make some for you. She's really good at tailoring. Harry smiled warmly as he checked his watch. With a quick twist of his wrist, the wand was in his palm. I'll be using the main bathroom. Accio clothes, Harry said. A set of clothes and a towel flew onto his hand. How I love the convenience of magic. Harry grinned rakishly as he lovingly eyed Hermione's cheeks before heading off. The Gryffindor common room was empty when Harry had settled in his favorite armchair to revise for his upcoming written potions test that was taking place after their breakfast as he waited for the two ladies to join him after their bath. He had known the material by heart, but his brilliant wife had put her foot down and insisted that they review for it. It's so Hermione to do so, he chuckled happily. She was forever nagging Ron and him to study. The memories of them spending time together flooded his mind as his heart ached. He closed his eyes and willed the memories away. It was stupid to be thinking about all that. Harry could feel that this was the end of his first friendship. A slight frown marred his face as he stared blankly at the fireplace and the potions book lay forgotten at the side. Good morning, Harry. Thinking about Ron? Neville asked as he sat in the armchair closest to Harry. Good morning, Nev. Was it that obvious? Harry asked flatly as he looked away from the boy. Well, Harry, the two of you were very close. What else would propel you to attempt to save his soul at the expense of your own, Harry? Neville answered as he smiled warmly. Well, I don't understand how things turned out this way. I've no answers for you, Harry. However, I'm sure that he'll probably realize how foolish he is for forsaking a great friend like you and eventually ask for your forgiveness. Neville erred as he clapped him on the back and stood up. I guess so. Mind joining Hermione and I for breakfast? We'll have to wait a little longer for her though. Harry asked sincerely. A shocked expression crossed his face momentarily before a wide smile spread on his lips. I'd love to, Harry. Neville replied cheerfully as he settled back into his seat. I hope you don't mind my curiosity. I never heard you entering or leaving the dormitory last night. Where'd you go? I have my own quarters now since I'm now the head of the Potter family. Harry explained. How are you coping with the Potter affairs? I'm sure your Muggle relatives didn't teach you about managing a magical household. Neville asked thoughtfully. I'm doing okay. The Potter family has a group of dedicated and intelligent house elves that are overseeing most of the day-to-day affairs. I'm picking up tips as I go along. I have to meet with the head elf later. I guess you can call me the Lord in training. Harry answered with humor twinkling in his emerald orbs. Neville laughed. You can't do wrong in the eyes of the Wizard Society, Harry, simply because you are Lord Potter and the boy who lived. When are you formally acknowledging your status? Neville questioned. Do I need to throw a party? I thought it could be kept low-key. Harry asked with surprise in his green eyes. Naturally. Since you are head of the ancient and noble house, you'll need to throw a party and invite all the lords of the noble families. Neville explained. I must say that your grandmother has been doing a good job in coaching you. You seem to have an extensive knowledge about all of it. Harry smiled. The Longbottom house isn't as distinguished as the Potter house, but we are still an old wizarding family. Well, Gran has always wanted me to be an outstanding lord when the time comes for me to inherit the title. However, I'm not really doing well in my studies. Neville answered dejectedly as he lowered his head. Great grades do not necessarily mean an outstanding individual. It only means that you have a great grasp of the knowledge that Hogwarts has imparted to you. Take a look at Voldemort. He was an excellent student, but would you consider him an outstanding individual? It is the way one treats others that marks the individual. A great man treats everyone with respect and lives with strong, honorable convictions. Anyway, I'll be more than happy to help you with your studies if you want. Harry offered with a warm smile. It'll be too much of trouble. I'm dismal in a lot of subjects. Neville protested. No, you're not. You just lack confidence, and confidence is built up by not putting yourself down that way. Harry admonished. Gee, I sound like Hermione. Harry thought. I'd love the help, but would you have the time? You have to handle the Potter affairs. Neville asked. Well, if you are that concerned, Hermione can always help you. She just loves to share her knowledge with people whenever she can. Harry beamed warmly. It was one of her endearing traits, her selflessness with knowledge. Neville began laughing when he had peered at Harry. You really do love Hermione, don't you? His emerald eyes glowed with love. I do. She's the most brilliant girl I've ever met. I was humbled when she agreed to go out with me. Harry admitted honestly. Most guys would have teased him mercilessly, but not Neville. With a warm, earnest smile on his face, he declared, I'm glad that the two of you are together. She's really a nice girl. She even offered to help to find Trevor when she saw me searching for something on the train on the first day of school. He said, thank you. You don't know how much this means to us. Harry grinned. Neville is joining us for breakfast, love. Sure, darling. I don't know why we never got a chance to know Neville better. I learned so much about him last night during dinner. Do you mean that slightly chubby guy that Crookshanks was laying comfortably on yesterday? Hedwig asked sleepily. Yes, Hedwig, why don't you rest some more? There are a lot of owls in the room waiting for you to intercept their letters. Dobby is doing that now. Hermione called for him to be your personal house elf. I'm waiting for them to leave before I go back to sleep. Anyway, Neville is a nice lad. I thought you didn't have to attend lessons this week. Why are both of you up so early? Hedwig said. We wanted to do some revision before our exam this afternoon. Besides, Hermione and I are used to waking up before dawn for a jog. Are you mad? There are Dementors around. You could get hurt. Hedwig protested angrily. We were fine, Harry urged. However, I think I need your help. We met this girl who's always being bullied by her peers and we saved her from the Dementors this morning. Would you mind accompanying her to her lessons for the rest of the day? I doubt anyone would try to come close to you after last night. That's a splendid idea, love. Hermione chimed in. What do you think, Hedwig? Harry could see Hedwig probing through their memories of their new friend. I hate bullies. If I find out who the culprits were. No, all of her housemates should share the same guilt. Just tell me when your breakfast is over and I will follow her. Please remember to inform her too. I am going to catch a few winks, Hedwig concluded. Charles, your head of the house elves, wants to see you too. We'll meet him in the afternoon. Hermione added. Darling, you are such a thoughtful wife. I nearly forgot about the thing about getting personal house elf. Thank you. Harry thought fondly. Why haven't you joined us for meals before? I mean, it seems as though over the past 2 years you've found a good friend in Hermione. Harry began inquisitively as he looked at Neville closely. Neville shifted uncomfortably. Ron. Neville responded as he lowered his head. Before Harry could ask anything further, the two ladies had finally joined them. Hi, beautiful, Harry greeted as he eyed Hermione's cheek before wrapping his arm possessively around her waist. Neville was surprised to see a Ravenclaw with them, but he immediately stood up and before he could introduce himself, the girl spoke. Hi, Neville, I'm Luna Lovegood. Luna introduced herself with a friendly smile. Her blue eyes were glowing with sincerity as she looked at the slightly chubby boy in front of her. How did you know my name? Neville asked in surprise, as he glanced at Hermione and Harry. Hermione was laying her cheek on Harry's. The young couple seemed like they were lost in their own world. Neville glanced back at girl standing in front of him. The Gremlas, of course. I'm really sorry to learn about your parents. They are such wonderful people. Luna stated honestly. How? Neville asked, his brown eyes widening in shock. The Gremlas, remember. They remember every single one that went through Hogwarts and had told me about them. Luna answered as she smiled. They told me about your parents because I asked them about you. I usually see you alone. Luna added casually. Neville's face had turned red as he lowered his head. To save him from more emberment, Harry decided to speak up. I don't know about you, but I'm famished. Let's head down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Harry said in mock solemnity. It's getting late. Let's go, Luna added with a bright smile. The Great Hall was already quite full with students when the four of them entered the place. Everyone was staring at them as if they were on display, but the couple ignored them and went to their seats. The professors were sitting at the staff table having their breakfast, and Harry and Hermione shot an affectionate smile at Hagrid before they sat down. The half-giant had returned the smile and gave them thumbs up, which made the young couple beam. It was evident that he was very happy about their relationship. I'm glad that the Weasleys aren't here. With their tempers, things could get ugly. Neville spoke as he glanced across the Gryffindor table and didn't see any of the redheads. I can't believe he had the cheek to think of Harry that way. Hermione hissed. He better be glad that it was Hedwig and Crookshanks punishing him rather than me. Hermione said coolly as she started eating her breakfast. Luna immediately changed the subject and started to tell them about her father. They learned that her father was the editor of the Quibbler, how he takes her with him on his explorations. As she shared these experiences with them, they found it all difficult to believe, but they were still very fascinated by her tales. Hermione and Neville soon joined in the conversation with tales about their own family. It was an enjoyable meal for all of them as they learned more about each other. The hall had suddenly become silent when a certain seventh year strode briskly down the hall towards them and stood behind Harry. His face was as red as his hair as he glared furiously at the cheerful raven-haired boy. The gleam in his emerald eyes had died when he saw who was standing behind him. Good morning, Percy. Is there something I can do for you? Harry asked politely after he stood up. Despite his cool tone, everyone could hear the warning lacing his tone. Even though he was only in his 3rd year, he was already the same height as Percy. I want to formally call you out for a duel for my honor. the insolent head boy said as he threw his out pompously. I have no interest in accepting your challenge, Harry answered idly. Was there anything else? Much to Harry's surprise, Percy's face had turned redder. How dare you reject? I have every right to, since you have no reason to call me out. You were the one who threatened my familiar with magic. I was gracious enough not to call you out for that. Leave before you become a disgrace. Harry answered impavely. You took my brother's girl, snapped his wand, broke his arm, set your familiar on him, and beat me in front of everyone by using a sneak attack. You say I have no cause to call you out for a duel. You are just a coward. Percy roared. Don't be so daft, Weasley. Let's get this straight, because I don't like others to have a bad impression of my girlfriend. Hermione was never your brother's girl. We were dating since the start of the holidays. Was your brother with her during his second year? He wasn't. Everyone in Gryffindor can tell you that. That is all I have to say to you, Harry answered as he settled back into his seat. He looked at his wife. Where were we before we were interrupted? Harry asked his company politely. Ah-ha, Percy shouted triumphantly with a satisfied smile on his face. You didn't refute the other claims, which meant that they were true. I can call you out for a duel for harming my... Before he could continue, the Weasley twins had intervened. One of them had wrapped his hand over his mouth as both of them tugged him out of the Great Hall. Stop making a fool of yourself. I'm sorry, Harry. One of them called as they wrestled the struggling Percy out of the hall. Harry and Hermione exchanged surprised looks at the sudden change of event. I didn't think Percy was so concerned about his brothers. I guess I was wrong. Neville added sheepishly. No, he's more worried about his reputation. He lost to a third year in front of everyone yesterday. Naturally, he wants to get back his honor. I really don't understand what Clearwater sees in him, Harry answered as he shrugged. That's mean, love, Hermione admonished. She is a rather nice girl. I agree. She always tries to make an effort to talk to me and help me. She helps me to find my things whenever the Himlas take them away. Luna added. Oh, Harry answered as he raised one of his eyebrows. That's comforting to hear, he smiled. However, I'd rather you don't spend your nights in the Ravenclaw Tower. Thanks, Harry and Hermione. Luna smiled. It's nothing much. We will do what we can for you. Hermione smiled comfortingly as she placed a hand on Luna's hand. Why don't you want Luna to stay in her own dormitory, Harry? Neville asked curiously as he glanced at the three of them. This morning we found her sleeping outside of the castle because her housemates had given her the wrong P-word. Harry said crossly. What? There are Dementors patrolling the entrances of the school. That's very dangerous for her. Well, I don't think it's such a bad thing. It's led me to meeting the three of you. Luna smiled. After breakfast, while the other students trooped to their first lesson, Harry and Hermione made their way to the headmaster's office to have their written and practical potions exams. Professor Dumbledore had given them an OWL standard potions examination and they had finished it with ease. Harry and Hermione were glad that they were able to take the exam with confidence. Harry and Hermione, would you mind having a chat with me before you leave? You don't have any exams later, do you? Dumbledore asked as he conjured some snacks for them. No, we have a little time right now. We'll need to make certain arrangements with the house elves in the Potter family later and revise for our other tests. Is there something important you needed to discuss, sir? Harry answered. Do you have any inkling why he wants to talk to us? Harry thought. It must be our sudden improvement in terms of controlling our magic. The professor probably wants to know how we manage that. Hermione replied. How much should we tell? Harry asked. The bare bones, Hermione smiled. Even though the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I think it's better to be cautious. I watched both of you creating the required potions and I was wondering how did you manage to achieve this standard of brewing. The both of you looked as if you could probably take your mastery in potions and pee. Professor Dumbledore explained with a smile. Are we really that good? Harry inquired with surprise. We've been reading in advance and practicing at home. Harry answered simply. Yes, I was quite surprised. Dumbledore answered as he looked at them closely. I never asked, but why do the two of you want to finish your O so soon and keep it secret? First, it's always beneficial to have knowledge. The OWLs are a benchmark for our learning. Second, with more time on hand, Hermione and I want to continue training ourselves to have greater control of our magic. Furthermore, we want to ensure that we are adequately prepared just in case I have to face Voldemort again," Harry explained. At that statement, Dumbledore's eyes had widened in surprise. "I remember how my mother died. He didn't want my parents' lives. He only wanted mine. I don't understand why he chose me, but this means that he'll do anything to kill me and I want to be ready for it. I want to be able to fight him," Harry answered. "I can't do that if I don't even have the basic skills needed, hence the haste to complete my education. I'm sure you understand the need for all of this to be kept in secret. Harry, you're safe here. You don't have to sound as if you are preparing for war," Dumbledore declared as he clasped his hands and peered at them. Hermione and Harry seemed to be rather unaffected. "Sir, if I was truly safe then I wouldn't have met Voldemort in my first and second year. Besides, it's always prudent to be prepared for all circumstances. Surely you agree that more training is better than less," Harry stated simply. "I do, but I'm reluctant to allow you and Hermione to be saddled with this heavy burden at such a tender age," Dumbledore replied. Harry and Hermione's faces were devoid of any strong emotions, but from the tone of Harry's voice, he was determined to have his way. "Sir, the choice was made for me on that fateful night," Harry returned forcefully. A streak of guilt had appeared momentarily on the old man's face. "Besides, we're having fun doing this. We love knowledge, sir. Moreover, I really want to make certain that we have more time to enjoy life. Right now, you know very well that I could be a sitting duck if Riddle chooses to come after me again," Harry added as he peered at the old man closely. Professor Dumbledore sighed. "I was hoping you could enjoy more time as a normal teenager. Anyway, I also wanted to give this to you," he said as he took the Gryffindor sword and handed it to Harry. "The blood of Gryffindor runs through you, therefore you are the rightful owner of this blade." Harry drew the sword out in one swift movement from its scabbard of gold and red and raised the blade into the light. The blade was simple but had a lethal beauty about it. Harry had never properly admired it last year but now he could. It was a single-handed, long broadsword that had rubies on its hilt. The blade of the sword had shined in the light. Harry gingerly picked the sword up. The sword felt like it was a part of him and Harry knew he could wield it in ease. Harry had finally found his weapon. "Thank you," Harry answered as he slid the sword swiftly back into the scabbard. "I want to ensure that I survive the battle for Hermione's sake. If I perish, she will die with me." A flash of guilt appeared in his eyes. "I can't allow that," Harry declared firmly as he cast a loving look at his wife. "We'll need the information and expertise of people who had experienced the war to prepare us," Harry said sincerely. The honesty of Harry's tone convinced the old man that he was foolish in thinking that Harry and Hermione could be dark. Harry was fighting for the survival of his love. Yet, he was unable to set aside the pride of an old man, admit his follies, and lend them some stance. Harry was right about the part that he was the one fated to fight Voldemort. It was difficult for Dumbledore to acknowledge the ping of his time. "I'll consider your request, Harry," Dumbledore added tiredly. "You have an appointment soon, right? Best be going." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances with each other. "Sure, sir. Thank you for the refreshments," Harry nodded politely as he picked up his sword. The young couple bid him a good day, excused themselves, and headed towards their quarters. The professor seemed to be bordering on a personal crisis. "I didn't think that my request would have such a great impact," Harry said as he scratched his chin. They were comfortably settled in their own sitting room. The Gryffindor sword was placed in their bedroom. Pride comes with age. People who have lived past the century mark tend to think that they are invincible. I think it's something the professor needs to get over. I think he may have done things that he doesn't want others to judge him by as well," Hermione added simply after much thought. "I have a feeling that it's those things he's trying to hide that we need to know about. The professor is intimately connected to the betrayal of my parents because he was the leader of the Light back then. It was at his suggestion that my parents used a Fidelius charm. What if he was the one who allowed them to put Sirius Black in prison without a trial?" Harry asked. Why would he want to do that? He knew that the secret keeper was Pettigrew. Hermione, playing the devil's advocate, questioned. "I think it would suggest that he's trying to keep Sirius quiet, wouldn't you agree? Sirius was the initial secret keeper, it was switched to Pettigrew, and then the betrayal took place. So Sirius Black would have had first-hand knowledge of the whole betrayal. If the professor was the one who suggested to my parents to switch to Pettigrew, then the betrayal took place because of his folly. I guess we still need another piece to fall in place before we can conclude anything decisively. But, if this is the truth, this means that the professor is way too manipulative for his own good. Harry answered as he shuddered. We'll just have to be even more careful. I was thinking about talking to Professor McGonagall after our test, Hermione suggested. Hermione suddenly recalled the guilt he felt when he told the professor he could cause the death of her by dying. Harry, my life will hold no meaning if you weren't alive. In fact, I'd be better off dead. For that I am glad that I'll only live as long as you do. Hermione smiled lovingly. Harry raked his hand through his black hair. Darling, you could live well without me. I mean, you lived about 12 years of your life happily before you met me. You've Mum and Dad to consider, too. If we didn't have this soul bond and I died in the hands of Riddle, I would want you to continue living in joy. I love you so much that I wouldn't want to see you waste your life. Harry added emotionally as he looked at his wife. Do you think that I love you less? I love you so much that I would cease breathing if I ever find out that you're gone. The pain will be unbearable. Instead of being preoccupied with death, I'd rather we sell it every single day I share with you, Harry. A soft smile touched her lips. Tender emerald eyes met the soft brown ones. Love was evident in their eyes and it drew the couple together like gravity. Hermione was sitting contentedly in his lap when Harry remembered that they had to meet the head house elf. Charles, can we meet you now? Harry called out politely. A familiar crack was heard and an old and dignified house elf appeared in front of them. He was dressed neatly in a suit that had the Potter crest on the pocket of the jacket. Good afternoon, my lord and my lady. He greeted gravely with his deep voice as he did a brief bow. I am Charles, the head elf. I've been serving the Potter family faithfully for 6 generations. It is an honor to meet my lord and my lady. Don't stand on ceremony with us. We would rather be addressed by our names, Harry and Hermione. Harry requested courteously. Please pardon my reluctance to do so. You are Lord and Lady Potter now. I must respectfully insist that you practice getting used to it. Charles replied stiffly with a bow. Hermione smiled. He's a sticker for formalities, dear. I think it's better if you don't insist. That's fine, Charles. What is it that you wished to speak to me about? Harry asked. I need to discuss your ball with you. It is customary that we host a ball and invite all the heads of the noble houses to attend so that you can be formally introduced to them. Since my lord is still in school, the ball would be held during the Christmas holidays. My lord and my lady need to do a bit of preparation so that you won't ember yourselves. These are books on the history of Potters. My lord and lady must read them before the ball, Charles said politely as he handed them 2 thick tomes. Host a ball, isn't it a bit too soon? Harry asked in surprise. There is really no point hiding, my lord, since you are acknowledging your position in school. A ceremony befitting of your status is important in establishing ties within the wizard society. It is advisable to make allies and not enemies. That's wise of you, Charles. Hermione added approvingly. We'll have the ball during the Christmas holidays, then. I will not attending as Lady Potter though. We both were thinking of announcing our marriage only after I come of age. As you wish, my lady and my lord. This will give us the opportunity to prepare for a lavish wedding. Dobby tells me that my lord and my lady had a small marriage ceremony several months ago, is that correct? Yes, Dobby was a great help. Harry answered with a smile as he played with his wife's brown tresses. I think my lord will be happy to know that in your absence, I put Dobby through an intense training. He is now fully able to assist you in all aspects of my lord's duties. Charles announced. Dobby speaks very eloquently now. He is really a changed elf. Hermione added. I'm glad that you thought of that. I'm not too familiar with what my new position entails. Harry admitted sheepishly. I guess we're not the only ones who went through a makeover. Don't worry, my lord. We will guide you through your duties. Dobby will inform you of the more important duties later, my lord. If my lord requires my services, I will be more than happy to help as well. Thank you, Charles, and thank you for maintaining the household in my absence. Harry returned graciously. It is my honor to serve the Potter family, my lord and my lady. Do my lord and lady still require my eye stance? Charles asked politely. No, that will be all. Have a good day. Harry smiled warmly. Have a good day, my lord and lady. With a crack, the imposing old house elf disappeared. Charles is too educated to be a house elf, Harry commented. Dobby tells me that at the Potter Mansion, there's a school for house elves. They are taught to speak and write well, along with many other subjects. Hermione smiled at the thought. I was surprised why they did not spread the need to educate their house elves to other families. Hermione said as she turned her body to face him. I guess the other families didn't want it. I'm sure that most of the elves would have run away from the families if they were educated. Education would open their eyes and make them see that they are unfairly oppressed. Harry smiled as he nuzzled her neck playfully. I think it is lunch time for both Luna and Neville. Let's head down and meet them, Hermione suggested. Harry lifted her off his lap and placed her on her feet easily. Let's go, Angel, Harry said affectionately, as he took her hand and walked out of the sitting room. The stunned expression on Professor McGonagall's usually stern face made Harry crack up in laughter. Hermione shot a glare at him as she tried to contain her mirth at seeing him clutching his stomach and laughing hysterically. We are still in an exam, love, she admonished. The young couple were taking a Transfiguration practical exam in the empty Transfiguration CL room that evening after their dinner. Professor McGonagall had ignored them an OWL-level question. Harry was busy playing with the object he had transfigured. Both of them had finished transfiguring a porcupine into a cushion. Harry decided to change the shape of his cushion so that it would become a back support and was idly deciding on the color of the object by rapidly changing them with a touch of his wand. That was when Professor McGonagall had walked out of her office to check on them and was stunned at their achievement. When Harry managed to calm down, Professor McGonagall spoke. I can see that both of you have finished your transfigurations perfectly. Excellent work. The 6th years, who've ped that OWL, would probably have difficulty beating this speed. You know it is an O from me for this work, she added with a rare smile on her face as she glanced at the two teenagers proudly. Harry could feel his wife's elation at being praised by her favorite professor and smiled. Professor McGonagall had been a great mentor to both of them, so Harry decided to make her something to thank her for her time. Harry proceeded to place a charm on the back support and changed it to pink before giving it to Professor McGonagall. This is for your professor. Hopefully it will help make you feel more comfortable during all the long hours you spend sitting behind the desk. It will magically adjust to fit your back perfectly. Harry smiled warmly. Harry, love, you forgot something. Hermione interrupted as she conjured a band attaching the back support and placed a charm on it so that it could magically alter itself to fit into the chair before handing it to Professor McGonagall. Harry nodded approvingly at her modifications. My meticulous wife always thinks of everything, he complimented with a wide smile as he placed his arm around her shoulders and drew her to him. Her fair cheeks were tinted red with emberment from his praise. There was a gleam of approval in her brown eyes as she peered at the young couple through her square-rimmed black spectacles. The sight of the young couple being so in love made her romantic heart melt. Professor McGonagall smiled at them in gratitude. Thank you, Harry and Hermione. This is such a thoughtful gift. I must admit that no matter how gifted James was at Transfiguration, he was not as good as either of you in his 3rd year. Harry responded by scratching the back of his head in emberment, and Hermione's cheeks had turned redder. We're able to transfigure this well because of my dad. He shared with us the secret behind Transfiguration. It all lies in the visualizing and the belief, Harry explained as he tapped with a happy smile on his face. Hermione nodded her head in agreement. My parents kept their journals in the safe, Harry continued when noticed saw the unspoken question written all over the professor's face. That reminds me, we were reading the journal and something we came across doesn't make much sense. Would you answer a few questions for us? Harry asked politely. What is it? Professor McGonagall asked as she looked at the young couple. We know that Sirius Black was my father's good friend. Why was Sirius Black sent to Azkaban? We know he was not given a trial. Even the Lestranges were allowed a trial despite the fact that everyone knew that they committed many atrocities. Why wasn't Sirius Black given the same opportunity? Harry questioned. You learnt about him from your parents' journals? Professor McGonagall asked in surprise as she looked at the young couple thoughtfully. The tender expression on her face was replaced by a grim one. They nodded. She felt there was no point in hiding what she knew from them since they were already considered legal adults in the wizard world. Moreover, Harry had the right to know about the betrayal of his family. "Let's head to my office and have a chat about it," she answered as she led them into her adjoining office. The young couple silently settled in the chairs in front of the large desk as Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk. Professor McGonagall had attached the back support to her office chair as soon as she had entered the office. The elder witch had a satisfied expression on her face when she was finally able to sit in her chair. Her momentary contentment had faded as she considered the issue thoughtfully while she conjured cups of tea for them. Professor McGonagall took a sip of her tea daintily before beginning the tale. "You already know that Sirius and James were close as brothers, so I always had my doubts about the official reason Sirius was placed behind bars. It was true that most of the Blacks were Death Eaters, but I never saw that streak in Sirius Black. Yet, Sirius was rumored to be Lord Voldemort's loyal supporter. We were told that he was placed behind bars for betraying the Potters to Lord Voldemort and killing a street full of people. Even his good friend, Peter Pettigrew, was killed when he confronted Sirius Black. This is all that I know," Professor McGonagall explained as took another sip of her tea. Hermione and Harry exchanged a confused look between them. They were under the Fidelius charm. No one but the secret keeper could betray them, Hermione said as she quirked her eyebrows in disbelief. Sirius was their secret keeper, Professor McGonagall stated simply, with sadness in her brown eyes. Professor Dumbledore was there when James and Lily made him the secret keeper. My parents had changed their secret keeper at the last minute. According to my dad, the Death Eaters were most likely going to go after Sirius Black since it was known how close they were. They decided to switch to Peter Pettigrew. My parents died the next day, Harry explained before pausing. A question suddenly came to mind. Who placed him into Azkaban without a trial? Harry asked. Professor McGonagall gasped at the information. Sirius Black did not betray them. Pettigrew did. Sirius was innocent. She collapsed back into her chair and took a shaky sip of her tea. Professor Dumbledore did. He testified that Sirius was the Potters' secret keeper. He might not have known that the Potters changed their secret keeper at the last minute. We'll need to tell Professor Lupin about this. He was their good friend. Professor McGonagall briskly walked to the fireplace near them, grabbed some green flow powder and threw them into the flames. Remus Lupin, I need to talk to you. Professor McGonagall spoke in a clear and firm voice. The head of Professor Lupin immediately popped out from the fire. What can I do for you, Professor McGonagall? He asked politely as he looked around the room. Oh, hello there, Harry. I'm glad to see you're looking quite well. And you, young lady, you must be Miss Hermione Granger, I presume. He asked as he smiled warmly at the young couple. Good evening, Professor Lupin. They chorused politely. Yes, I'm Hermione. Thank you for saving Harry's life. She beamed sincerely in return. Harry could feel the overwhelming feeling of gratitude in her and Harry held her hand with his. That gesture did not went unnoticed by Professor Lupin. Thank you, Professor Lupin. Harry beamed with equal earnestness. It is the duty of the teacher to protect the students, Miss Granger and Mr. Potter. Professor Lupin concluded with a smile as he glanced at the young couple. What did you need to speak to me about? He asked as he turned his attention back to Professor McGonagall. We've made a startling discovery about the Potter's betrayal. Would you rather hear it in person in my office or hear it now? Professor McGonagall returned briskly. His eyes widened immediately and he said, I'll be right over. His head immediately disappeared from the roaring flames. Harry thought it was better to back up his claims, so he summoned the journals to the office. Accio journals, Harry called out as he concentrated on the journals. The journals soon sped into his hand and he placed the blue and red journals on Professor McGonagall's desk. Professor Lupin swept into the office with great haste, looking more disheveled than before, but there was a gleam of alertness in his eyes. Good evening once again, Professor Lupin. Harry and Hermione greeted him politely. Professor Lupin smiled and greeted them back. Now on to business. Professor McGonagall interrupted briskly. Mr. Potter and Miss Granger finished their aptitude test with me a short while ago and they did well. Professor McGonagall said with a warm smile. After the exam, Mr. Potter informed me that he had several questions regarding his parents' betrayal. During the discussion, we made an astounding discovery. She paused and turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, would you care to share? Sirius Black is innocent. The secret keeper was not Black, it was Pettigrew, and he was the one who betrayed them. My parents wrote in their last entry, dated a day before Halloween, that they had switched the secret keeper. Pettigrew betrayed them the next day, Harry announced as he flipped to the last entry of his father's diary to authenticate his statement. Professor Lupin hurriedly read the last entry in James's journal. James really wrote that. It's in James's handwriting. Sirius is really innocent, he exclaimed as he collapsed into his seat with the journal in his hand. I should have known that Sirius would never betray James. It makes more sense that he committed murder to take revenge on behalf of your parents. If revenge was the reason, it doesn't explain why Sirius Black is heading towards Hogwarts. There must be something important he has to do to risk getting thrown back into Azkaban again. Hermione said thoughtfully as she bit her bottom lips. I think that it might have to do with the betrayal of Harry's parents. Dear, it is our parents. Voldemort and our parents are out of the picture. We're only left with the betrayer. Is he confirmed dead? Harry asked as scratched his chin. With his free hand. All they found was his finger. A baker's dozen were blasted into pieces that day. I'm not too sure if they managed to emblay even half of the bodies with all the fragments. Professor McGonagall answered. You'll have to check the files on the Sirius Black's case to confirm this. We'll definitely need to find out. If they had put together a dozen bodies, it would suggest that Pettigrew is alive. It makes no sense if the other bodies can be pieced together while the only thing the Ministry found was Pettigrew's finger. Hermione continued as she chewed on her bottom lips furiously. Angel, you are driving me mad with all that biting. I can't think when you do that. Harry thought with great exasperation. When Hermione glanced at him, she realized that he was averting his gaze away from her so that he could concentrate on the matter on hand. Sorry dear, you know it's my habit to do that. Hermione thought in amusement. You look too adorable for your own good sometimes, Angel. Oh hush, love, now you're distracting me, Hermione answered curtly. Harry could feel her slight emberment and joy. You mean that there is a possibility that Pettigrew is alive? If he is, then Sirius couldn't have committed any of the crimes that he was placed behind bars for. We wouldn't be speculating about this if the Ministry had just investigated the case and checked his wand. Professor Lupin said, I agree. This means we have to check the case file at the Ministry. If that speculation is confirmed, we'll know that Sirius is here for Pettigrew and that Sirius is innocent. Professor McGonagall, would it be possible for you to access the case file? Harry asked politely. I would like love to, but I can't. It'll raise suspicion. Professor McGonagall answered sadly. Harry, you can do it yourself. You're Lord Potter now. You can request to check on recent convictions made without a trial for reference during the weekends. If permission is denied, you can always request for files that are related to the betrayal of the Potters. Hermione suggested excitedly. You are brilliant, my love. Harry exclaimed as he spontaneously ed her briefly on her lips. If we do find Sirius first, then we can save all the trouble. Harry said thoughtfully. What does Sirius look like when he is in his animagus form? I'm certain that must be the reason why he was able to escape from Azkaban. Dementors are blind. Being in his animagus form would also help him remain undetected in the wizarding world since he is unregistered. Both professors looked dumbfounded. An unregistered animagus? Professor McGonagall questioned as her eyes widened in shock. Professor Lupin lowered his head sheepishly. It was because of me. They each learned to become animagi so they could keep me company at Hogwarts. He replied, looking at McGonagall meaningfully. To answer Harry's question, he's a large black dog. I know that the description isn't helpful at all. Professor Lupin smiled feebly. I guess we'll still have to stick to the original plan, Pronglet. Since you know my identity, you can always call me Uncle Moony in private if you wish. I know you probably find it awkward since I never visited you while you were growing up. Professor Dumbledore didn't want me to because the magical world might have found out. Even though you are an adult in the eyes of the magical society, you're still young. I can't really help you that much, but you are welcome to talk to me anytime you need me. Professor Lupin answered with a sad smile on his face as he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Professor McGonagall, seeing that it was a private moment between them, sensibly left her office silently. Harry understood Remus' true intentions. Harry read the remorse he felt in not being there for him through 13 years of his life because of his restrictions. Lupin had wanted to fill in the role of a father in his life. He finally had a relative. With a genuine smile plastered on Harry's face, he spoke emotionally. "Uncle Mooney, it is all right. I know that you're unable to care for me because of your furry problem." Lupin crackled in mirth at that term. "That's how your father termed my affliction. He'd never looked at me any differently even though he had witnessed many of my transformations. It's because of James that even during my transformation, I was able to keep some parts of my humanity intact." He beamed distantly. "Well, now we have a potion for that. Uncle Mooney, I have someone important I need to introduce to you." Harry began, as a warm smile spread across his face. Harry was feeling nervous at how Professor Lupin would react. Would he approve of his mate? Was this how a guy feels when he introduces the girl he loves to his family for the first time? Yes, Uncle Mooney was family. Harry wrapped his arm around Hermione's shoulders lovingly. "Well, you've already met, but this is my wife, Hermione." He smiled indulgently as he watched the array of emotions played out on Lupin's face. He was shocked by the news initially, but it was soon replaced by a look of approval and happiness. Harry's heart soared. "I didn't expect that you'd be married at such a tender age. James and Lily would be delighted to know they have such a brilliant daughter-in-law. When I saw her with you on the train, I was really hoping that you'd never let her go because both of you looked so good together." Lupin smiled contentedly. "We're soul mates," Harry explained as he lifted her hand to his lips and brushed them against her knuckles tenderly. Hermione had blushed at the gesture. "She completes me." Harry smiled adoringly as he glanced at his wife. "We wanted to keep our marriage a secret because anyone can guess the nature of our relationship easily if they put all the pieces together." "A wise move, I must say." Professor Lupin grinned. "The element of surprise is very important in war." Turning to face Hermione, he spoke. "Hermione, you may also call me Uncle Mooney, if you'd like. I know it's a little odd for me to say this, but please take good care of Harry. Given what happened on the train, it's obvious he needs a level-headed girl like you to rein him in," he said kindly as he glanced at the brown hair witch. He chuckled inwardly. It was apparent that all Potter men love highly intelligent girls. Her chocolate-hued eye glowed with happiness as she looked at Lupin. "Yes, Uncle Mooney, I'll try my best." She smiled affectionately as she cast a side glance at him. Harry held up his hands in the posture of surrender. The smile on Lupin's face grew. "I think it's best we go to bed. It's going to be curfew soon and you don't want to keep Professor McGonagall waiting outside of her own office," Professor Lupin suggested as he stood up. Harry had immediately stood up to draw the chair out for Hermione. "That's really sweet of you, Harry. Your father didn't learn to do that for your mother until his 7th year." He chuckled heartily. "Good night, Promlet. Good night, Hermione. I shall see both of you tomorrow evening." They bid Professor McGonagall a good night before heading to their quarters. Harry and Hermione, with hands linked, were walking quietly next to each other towards the Gryffindor Tower. "I asked Dobby to add a bedroom for Luna to our quarters before we left for dinner." Hermione beamed brightly. Harry grinned when he saw the happiness evident on her face. Harry was pleased that she finally had a female friend. He'd read somewhere that it was good for girls to have a girlfriend to talk to, because they can share all their girl woes with each other. Not that Harry minded Hermione sharing some of her woes with him, but he was certain that there would be certain things that Hermione won't want to share with him. "You really like her, don't you?" Harry questioned as he wrapped his arms around her tiny waist. A slight tinge of red colored her fair cheeks as she lowered her head. "Luna's a nice girl. Don't you like her too?" "I do. She's really a nice person to have around. I'm glad that you're doing all this for her, but will you get her in trouble? Someone might report it." Harry quirked one of his eyebrows as he peered at the girl next to him. "Anyone who'd report it would be a Ravenclaw, wouldn't he?" Hermione posed. "It'd provide us with a good opportunity to tell Professor Flitwick why she's staying with us. He'd punish them." Hermione continued nonchalantly as Harry laughed. His laughter died when he realized that they were not alone as they walked past a dark corner. Harry released the wand into his palm and walked slowly. "I think that there are two of them." They came out from one of the secret pageways. I can't fathom why we actually need these pageways, Hermione added. Her brown orbs had narrowed in concentration and she had her wand in her hand too. We've used them to our advantage too, dear. They are making an unusual amount of racket to be sneaking up on someone, Harry commented. Harry and Hermione turned into a corner and waited for their noisy stalkers. The Weasley twins soon appeared with a map in their hands. Good evening, gentlemen. Harry grinned as he watched Fred and George stare at them with disbelief written all over their faces. You were making a din, he added factually. We wanted to apologize and warn you about our idiotic brother's antics, but we didn't see you in the dorm or at the Great Hall for meals. So we decided to track both of you down. We found a big secret about both of you, they chorused. Two identical evil smirks appeared on the twins' faces. Speaking to the twins was akin to watching a tennis match. One of the Weasley twins, Harry could never tell Fred and George apart because they were identical twins, whipped out an old parchment. One of them placed his wand on the blank parchment and whispered, I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. At once, thin ink lines began to spread like a spider's web from the point the wand touched. They joined each other, they crisscrossed, they fanned into every corner of the parchment. Words began to blossom across the top, great, curly green words that proclaimed, Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. It was the map showing every detail of the Hogwarts castle and its grounds. The truly remarkable thing was the tiny ink dots moving around it, each labeled a name in minuscule writing. Apparently the map showed everyone. It was the 4 dots standing near the Gryffindor Tower that caught his attention. The one standing in front of him on his left was Fred Weasley. George was the one holding the map. There was a dot with his name, Harry Potter, and another black dot beside him with the name, Hermione Potter. Good grief. Harry paled when he realized that the cat was out of the bag. Ironically, it was his father and his friend's work that unraveled the secret. He quickly assumed a stoic expression as he faced the twins. So how long have the both of you been keeping this secret? Fred asked plainly as his smile grew. This isn't the place to talk about it, Harry declared as he summoned the map into his hands as the twins protested. Mischief managed, he spoke as he pointed the wand to it. The parchment became blank, immediately. How did you know the way to blank it? Fred asked in shock. I know the identities of the 4 marauders, he answered as he led them into the Gryffindor common room. It was empty since everyone had gone up to bed. Hermione quickly cast a spell to prevent others from eavesdropping into their conversation. You know these 4 great men? Fred asked in awe. Yes, I do, Harry confirmed, before changing the subject. We were married during the summer holidays and we wanted to keep our marriage a secret from the magical world because it might attract unwanted attention. As you know, Lord Voldemort's supporters are out there. I don't want to get a wind of this. The simplest way was to hide it, Harry stated simply. I see. Ickle Harrikins all grown up and getting married. George wiped a mock tear from his eyes as Fred fanned himself exaggeratedly. Hermione giggled at their antics. We'll keep it a secret, Harry and Hermione. I know that my brothers are not very nice to you even though you saved Ron's irritating. I'll try to keep them away from you and Hermione. I must warn you about our sister. She has a crush on you. Since she is young and she didn't take the news of your dating well. Hermione had knitted her eyebrows together at the news and Harry gave her hand a comforting squeeze. I mean, which girl has since you started to look so good? Even Angelina and Katie were swooning about you. The best part is I can't tell her that you've been taken out of the market. Fred grumbled. Harry clapped his back comfortingly. You have my sincere thanks. Harry beamed. May I borrow the map? I have some uses for it. Harry asked. Sure. We've remembered all the secret pageways out of Hogwarts. We'll be happy to give it to you. Thank you. Harry beamed. Good night. We're heading up to bed. By the way, have you two learned occlumency before? He asked. It is one of the prerequisites of being a mischief maker in Hogwarts. So you won't worry who's reading your thoughts. Good night. They answered as they trooped up to the boys' dorm. Are we making a mistake in trusting them? Hermione asked as they entered their own quarters. Even if it is a mistake, it is too late to do anything about it. Harry replied. I think it isn't a mistake to trust the Weasley twins. They're different from the other Weasley siblings like the head boy, the sister, and the youngest brother. Luna commented dreamily as she observed them. They have a different aura from the rest of their family. They're definitely more trustworthy than the others. Luna went on as she sat by the window, stroking Hedwig. How was your day, Luna? Harry asked. Do you like your new room? Hedwig is good company. I think she was rather bored by the lessons, but she was a good help. I like the room. It's very nice, Luna answered. Harry glanced at the beautiful white owl perched on Luna's leg. I scared plenty of irritating Ravenclaws. Some tried to make fun of her but hurried away when I glared at them. It was good fun, Hedwig added gleefully. I still think that you should teach them a lesson. I was thinking along the same lines too. Would you like to move in with us permanently? We worry about you when you're with the Ravenclaws. Harry gently asked the frail-looking girl. Would be too much trouble? She asked emotionally. No, not at all. Hermione added sincerely as she placed a hand on her arm. We're more worried about causing you more trouble. Hermione can tell you that I'm a magnet for trouble. Harry grinned playfully. Welcome aboard. Hermione gave the petite girl a hug. We'll go with you to get your things from your dorm tomorrow. Harry and Hermione were greeted by Hermione's pet when they entered their bedroom. Hi, Hermione and Harry. I hope you like your new pillows. Crookshanks spoke suddenly as he looked expectantly at Harry. They're on your bed. Can I keep an eye on her too? Crookshanks asked as Hermione bent down to carry him into her arms and stroked his thick ginger fur. Hedwig was allowed to follow Luna around because she could fly out of trouble easily and could also keep them informed about any situation that might arise. Crookshanks, I rather you didn't. I'm worried that you might be hexed. Hermione answered as she stroked him tenderly. Please, Crookshanks asked hopefully as he fixed his yellow eyes on his mistress. Hermione always had a soft spot for her pets. Harry could tell that her will was wavering and that she would give in if Crookshanks could prod her gently in the right direction. We could always look out for each other, Crookshanks added. Very well, Crookshanks. She relented with a warm smile on her face. You better make sure that you stay safe, Hermione said firmly as she lowered the cat to the ground. Harry blinked when he suddenly felt a strange, faint feeling of joy that did not belong to Hermione or Hedwig. This feeling was different. It couldn't be. Hermione had barely had the pet for a week. It wasn't enough time to create a familiar bond between them. The faint feelings faded away as soon as they came. Hermione left him to his thoughts as she went to the bathroom to clean up. Harry realized that he needed Dobby to do several things for him. Dobby, are you free? Harry asked as he waited expectantly for that familiar crack sound indicating his arrival. Dobby promptly arrived beside him. Harry's emerald eyes had widened momentarily as he took in the changes his friend had undergone. He was wearing a fitting white shirt and black trousers. The Potter's crest could be seen prominently on the pocket of the shirt. How may I help you, my lord? Dobby asked in a solemn voice. Harry would not have recognized him if he did not notice that familiar glint of excitement in his large round eyes. He must admit that Charles had indeed done a good job. Oh yes, Harry added absently when he realized that he was staring at Dobby blankly. Would it be much of a bother to get more clothes for Luna and Hermione? Harry asked. No, it'll be no trouble at all. I'll purchase some tomorrow. Dobby grinned broadly. Thank you, Dobby. Also, can you please purchase a Nimbus 2001 for her? She needs a decent broom and I know she won't like it if I spend a fortune on a firebolt for her. Harry added thoughtfully. Are there any important letters that I need to go through today? The finance statement and the report on the progress of all the companies you own are on your desk. There are several things that need your signature. We've received many offers of marriages from most noble families, too. I have drafted a suitable response but I need your approval. Dobby answered. Do you want to look over them now? He asked hopefully. Harry smiled at his enthusiasm. Sure, Dobby. Please give me a moment to change into a more comfortable outfit, and I'll be in the study shortly. Harry realized that several things was the understatement of the century. The pile of letters that needed his signature was as high as him. He whistled at the sight of the documents that he had to acknowledge and read. There was another pile of files sitting on the desk and Harry reckoned it was probably the progress report for the companies the family had owned. Harry pulled up his sleeves of his long-sleeved shirt and got to work. Harry knew that the Potter family had owned many magical and muggle companies, but the exact number of it shocked him. Dobby gave a detailed overview of every single company that was on the list. The companies were generally managed well. He was glad that he could rely on Alyssa's teaching to aid him with such matters. Hermione had joined him after her shower to look over all the documents. They both agreed after much discussion that it was all right to leave the companies alone for the time being. They had to visit each company to make a more informed decision on the change of direction. Harry and Hermione had gone through half of the stack before they retired for the night. Harry laughed when he saw the pillows that Hedwig had promised. They were as comfortable as she had erred. The young couple stripped down to their underwear and climbed into their bed for the night. "Good morning, Harry. Where's Hermione?" Edmund asked as Harry walked past his portrait. Edmund was smiling genially when he saw Harry. Harry had decided to sneak into the house when he realized that Hermione had decided to spend some time teaching their friends. "She's back in the real world teaching our friends occlumency. I think Hermione's going to scream at me when she realized that I didn't follow her schedule and sneaked into the house instead. I think I'm supposed to be exercising," Harry answered sheepishly as he raked a hand through his messy black hair. Harry had a rude shock in the morning when he opened his eyes and saw a large board taking up the entire wall facing their bed. The shock soon faded into amusement when he realized that the board reflected the schedule for the day and the need-to-do list. He scanned through the schedule and realized that Hermione had planned their day by the hour, filling them with revisions, exercises and exams. They were going to have 3 exams later that day. Harry sat on a bed for a while to admire her wonderful runes and charms work. "I can only spend 1 real hour in here for today. Her birthday is around the corner. I needed the extra time to make it memorable for her." "You were seriously whipped," Edmund commented with delight. "I know that both of you are very compatible to one another, but it really depends on the effort the two of you put into the love blossoming between you. I've only made it easier for the pair of you to be together." Edmund chuckled brightly. "I can't create the feeling of love between 2 individuals." Blood rushed into Harry's cheeks and he lowered his head. "Hermione's an amazing girl. Edmund, if you are the creator, why are you confined to a portrait?" Harry stated inquisitively. "It isn't exactly me, Harry. I'm only here as an observer and not a participant of this upcoming war. For that reason, I appear as a portrait to give you advice." Edmund answered plainly. "Including cryptic messages?" Harry asked sardonically. "You and Hermione read too much into it. This is general advice. I'm sure you must have learnt from your lessons that 2 people can form an alliance having one clear similar goal, but with different personal agendas. They might betray you if the time is right because they harbor their own motives. I'm sure that you have plenty of friends around you, some might be false and some might be real. I just warned you to be more alert to the SS." Edmund explained. Harry arched his eyebrows in disbelief. "I'm not going to argue with you, Edmund. I'm sure that you are entirely right. Anyway, I'd like to do some physical training with my sword as I brainstorm about what gift I'm getting for my wife. I also need to pick up books on wards. Hermione and I had discussed about warding her parents' house from possible attacks. I was thinking of warding the house sufficiently enough to give them time to portkey into safety. I don't want to ward the house too heavily because it would attract attention." "Good luck. How much time do you need?" Edmund asked. "I need about 3 hours. Aide, please help me adjust the time accordingly. Please inform me when my time is up," Harry answered. "See you later, Edmund." Harry continued as he trooped towards the training room to practice his skills using the Sword of Gryffindor. The Sword of Gryffindor felt as if it was a part of him as he wielded it effortlessly. It seemed to be moving in accordance to his thoughts rather than his actions, and he was astonished by the speed the sword could move in his flow from one form to another, parrying, slashing, thrusting and defending with his long broad sword against his sparring partner, armed with a short sword. Sounds of metal striking hard on each other echoed through the room as Harry parried those heavy blows easily and agilely. He had taken a defensive posture since the start of the battle. It was time for him to get aggressive. Harry took a step into his opponent's space and began his attack. His opponent was quickly forced into a defensive posture as he tried to parry every single attack of Harry. Harry's attacks only grew faster and more powerful with each contact of the swords. The opponent was soon growing tired of the battle, and Harry made use of the opportunity to deliver a sweep arc to knock his sword off his hand to the ground. Harry immediately pointed the sword to his opponent's throat. His opponent bowed in acknowledgement of his defeat. "Good job, Harry. I'm glad you finally beat the sparring opponent. Bear in your mind that your opponent might use magic when you disarm his weapon. This is only level 1. I want to see your swordsmanship improve." Toll commented from the side. "I am glad that now you have the foundation to wield a sword. I think you are still not ready to use weapons in real battles. Have a rest. I need to speak to your battle instructor." "Yes, Toll," he answered as he slid his sword back into its scabbard. He wiped the perspiration on his brow and his body with a cloth as he hydrated himself. His muscles were aching from the vigorous workout, but he felt a sense of achievement from that victory. "Harry, it's almost time to leave for the real world. Have a shower then head back," Aide informed politely. "Thanks, Aide," he grinned. Harry had thought of a nice gift for her and hurriedly wrote a list of things he needed to get before he returned to the real world. Good grief, Harry thought when he realized what he was doing. Being with Hermione does that to people, he thought in amusement as he shoved the list into his pocket and went for a quick shower. He decided to get all the parts required during the upcoming weekend. Harry changed into his Hogwarts robe and went to the common room to meet the rest of them. "Good morning, Angel," he beamed as he eyed Hermione briefly on her lips. "How are they coming along?" he asked as he wrapped an arm around her petite frame as he watched his two friends meditate with their eyes shut. There were tranquil expressions on their faces. "Good morning, love. Not too bad. I'm feeling a little lost without getting any exercise this morning," Hermione answered as she leaned into his heart as Harry idly played with her wavy brown tresses. "Missing exercise for a day won't have any detrimental effects. You need a rest occasionally, dear," Harry responded fondly as he pressed a loving on her forehead. "I saw the board this morning. It was really well done. I like the use of a sticking rune. Why didn't you wake me up to help you?" he asked as he mentally noted the use of that particular rune. "It was going to be helpful." Hermione merely shrugged casually. "I wanted everything to be neat and proper. We are taking so many subjects that it would definitely help if we get organized. You were so tired last night, so I let you sleep in," Hermione answered matter-of-factly. "Thank you for everything," Harry whispered lovingly as he pressed his forehead on her and playfully rubbed her small nose with his. Her lips had curved upwards in amusement as she looked into his sparkling emerald eyes. "Harry, you should really get a room. Think about the feelings of all the singles," Oliver Wood, captain of the Quidditch team, teased as he approached him. The young couple merely smiled at him. "We're going to have tryouts this evening. We are playing against the Claws for our first match." "Good morning, Wood," Harry greeted. "Mind if I leave early during the tryouts? I have lessons." "By the way, when would practices start?" Harry asked, with an affectionate grin as he glanced at his wife. He spotted her taking out a parchment and casting some charms on it. He had no doubt that she was adjusting the schedule accordingly. "I think it should be fine. Tryouts for Seekers are usually pretty quick. You're getting a bit big to be a Seeker, though. Practices are starting this week. We'll have our first practice on Saturday and have those 3 times a week after that. I was going to post the notice on the board," Wood responded. "Great," Harry grinned. There was a glint in his eyes when he thought about having the chance to fly his broom. "I can't wait to start flying again." He missed flying on his Nimbus 2000. "I'll see you this evening on the pitch, then." Hermione was shaking her head in amusement. "Congratulations, by the way," Wood added with a warm smile on his face. "It is about time both of you got together." "See you," Wood said as he left the common room. "Neville and Luna, it's time for breakfast. The two of you can continue during your break times," Hermione said as she tapped on their shoulders. Both of them opened their eyes. "I can't seem to find my center though," Neville confessed as he frowned in deep frustration. "It takes time. It took me a while to calm my mind down," Hermione answered sympathetically. Her answer made Harry snorted. "You took a long time to find your center, love. You were bothered that you couldn't completely empty your mind at first," Harry laughed as he recalled the times they were learning occlumency. Harry was so distracted by Hermione's racing mind that he also had a difficult time finding his center, but he had no problem creating a mental barrier between them because of this. Harry had set up a mental wall out of desperation to prevent her from distracting him. He found his center right after that. Hermione did not want to talk to him for a day when she realized that Harry could pick up the basics of occlumency easily. Hermione narrowed her eyes into slits as she glared at her husband. "I can't help it. My mind is like the landscape of a bustling urban metropolis." Harry playfully pulled her into his MC. He knew what she was talking about because sometimes he could hear a swirl of thoughts instead of separate coherent thoughts when she was thinking deeply about things. "I'm sorry, Angel. I can't help it. You did eventually learn to slow down your thought processes and master it, though." Harry grinned goofily. Hermione gently smacked his as her lips curved upwards slightly in amusement. Harry chuckled at her reaction. Hermione ignored him and turned her attention to her friends as Harry recovered from his mirth. "Nevertheless, both of you still managed to master it over the summer holidays." "That's really fast," Neville interjected. He lowered his head in disappointment. Luna was tittering politely at their antics. Neville's statement sparked another round of laughter from Harry. Neville was staring at Harry with a befuddled expression on his face as he glanced at Hermione for an explanation. Hermione merely rolled her eyes. Harry and Hermione had actually taken about a year to master the skill. "Neville, it's all right to take more time because you'll be busy with school work," Hermione said patiently. "How about you, Luna? Did you have difficulties in finding your center?" "I found my center. I was about to lay my first brick when you tapped on my shoulder," she answered dreamily. She had arched her eyebrows in disbelief. "Wow, that's very fast, Luna. Excellent job. You need a calm mind to find gremlins," Luna answered plainly. "We can all go gremlins hunting as soon as Neville finds his center." "They're very pretty," she added excitedly. "I think it will take a while," Neville said despondently. Luna placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "All in good time," she smiled warmly. "Did you say something about going down to the Great Hall for breakfast? We should head down now if you want to avoid the crowd." Yes, let's hurry. Would you like us to collect your things from your dorm after breakfast? After all, I think you might need some of your books for your lessons later," Harry asked as he glanced at the girl. She nodded. Breakfast was relatively peaceful for the four of them. Most of the students were still fixated on them, but no one approached them. Hermione had learned to deal with the stares and the glances that were shot in her direction. Most of them were vindictive glares. She did not need to be a master legilimens to know that the girls were unhappy that she and Harry were together. The intensity of the glowers increased whenever Harry paid a lot of attention to her, which was almost all the time. Hermione suspected that Harry had noticed these angry looks and was doing his best to protect her in his own discreet manner. He never let her leave his sight or else he got Luna to accompany her to the places he couldn't go. Hermione's guess was spot on. Harry was indeed not oblivious to the malicious glares that were being sent in the direction of his wife. He knew that she was perfectly capable of defending herself from any attacks stemming from jealousy. However, knowing this didn't stop him from wanting to look after her. Sure, Hermione might be amused for a while to see him getting so overprotective of her. He also had to be careful not to overdo it because that would be a sign of his disregard of her prowess. The last thing he wanted to do was to discount her abilities. Hermione was as good as he was in terms of skills, if not better to make up for her lack of sheer power. Harry made a promise to himself that if they should hurt Hermione in any way, he was going to make sure they were going to regret it, no matter what Hermione might think. After breakfast, Harry, Hermione and Luna had headed to the Ravenclaw Tower to retrieve her things. Harry had an ulterior purpose in accompanying her into the tower. Hedwig had joined them when they had reached the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower. She perched on his shoulder as they stood outside the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower. Harry decided to make this a visit that they would never forget. Hermione and Luna had immediately backed away as soon as Harry took out his wand. He told the portrait to move away, and she complied immediately after sensing his intent. Harry blasted the entrance open with a powerful reducto spell revealing a common room bustling with Ravenclaws. It was just as Luna had said. Almost all of the Ravenclaws were in the common room at this hour. Some were reading, studying, or just chatting with each other. A sea of stunned faces greeted them as Harry scanned the room. The entire common room grew silent as they entered the room. Hermione sealed the entrance of the common room by conjuring a wall. Harry knew that they wouldn't be bothered unless a teacher was called in. Using the most arrogant voice he could muster, Harry spoke. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure I don't have to introduce myself and my companions. Please kindly return all that you have borrowed from Luna, secretly, back to her now, and she will forgive you like always." Harry glanced around the room and noticed that some had snorted at his statement. "Otherwise, be prepared to face me. I'll give you 5 minutes to get her things and your time starts now," Harry added coolly as he checked his watch. After the display of power, the threat was evident in his tone, and it made some Ravenclaws scurry upstairs to get her stuff. Harry made a show of playing with his wand as the Ravenclaws hurriedly placed Luna's things on the table near to him. There were ornament of things, and the sight of the pile growing higher made Harry even angrier. Red sparks flew from the tip of the wand from his rage, and it had frightened many of them. There was no Hermione at his side to calm his temper since she went with Luna upstairs to pack her stuff. He was sure that she'd approve if he decided to hex the entire house. "Bloody cowards," Hedwig hissed as she fixed her amber eyes on them. "Picking on the weak." The pile finally stopped growing. Harry glanced idly at the things. "Accio, Luna's stolen items." He spoke and more items flew to join the pile. The amount of things that the Ravenclaws had taken was astounding. He closed his eyes and willed himself to control his temper. He didn't want any accidental magic in the common room. Hermione and Luna had finally appeared with her trunk. Her brown orbs narrowed in anger when she saw the pile of stolen items. "Luna, could you point out the people who gave you the wrong P-word 2 nights ago?" Harry asked emotionlessly as he glanced around the room. Several people flinched at his tone. He opened the truck with a flick of his wand and packed all her items neatly into it with another swish. "Harry, I know you mean well. I don't want you to get in trouble on my behalf," Luna requested pleadingly. Hermione snorted. "You nearly died 2 nights ago because of their bullying. They're the ones who should be punished. We won't let them harm you any further," Hermione promised as she glanced at Harry. Harry nodded. "No one has a right to bully, Luna. You shouldn't think that you deserve it because you see the world differently. It's them, as narrow-minded as the rest of the magical world, who are in the wrong." Harry growled. Sparks were ignited from his wand. There was a sudden blast and the wall blew apart with several well-chosen spells. "Great," Harry thought in amusement. "Professor Flitwick is here." Harry turned around to face the diminutive professor striding angrily into the room with another prefect. "Good morning, Professor Flitwick." Harry greeted politely as he levitated Luna's trunk. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Potter? The portrait told me that you blasted the entrance away," he snapped in his squeaky voice. Triumph expression were seen in the room as some Ravenclaws, faces as they thought that they would be saved from Harry Potter by the timely arrival of their head of the house, but they were wrong. They were about to descend into another hell. Harry did not flinch from his tone. In fact, he had kept his face emotionless. "The portrait didn't grant entrance to Miss Lovegood, sir. Since we were in a big hurry, we blasted the entrance out of the way after warning the portrait. I'm glad that she is unharmed," Harry calmly explained. "I was about to hex the entire house when you arrived, sir. They've been bullying Luna ever since she arrived at Hogwarts. In fact, she nearly died 2 days ago because of the nasty prank that they pulled on her again. If Hermione and I hadn't intervened, the House of the Ravenclaw would have been disgraced and held responsible for the death of fellow housemate." Professor Flitwick was stunned by Harry's statement. Explain all of this to me," he stammered in anger. The professor glanced around the common room in fury. The sight of guilty faces enraged him further. His face was turning red. The Ravenclaws shuddered at the sight of their head of the house. "Let me show you," Harry added smoothly. He pointed the wand to his head and cast a spell so that the memory of the encounter of the Dementors, the important snippets of the conversation in the Gryffindor common room, and the pile of stolen items they had recovered was projected on the wall. Tension grew in the air as the professor turned livid after watching the memory. "Impressive work, I must say," Professor Flitwick commented even though he was still completely enraged. "A corporal patronus at your age, amazing. Therefore, 200 points to Gryffindor for saving Miss Lovegood. I'm glad that you haven't taken their punishment into your own hands yet. I'll take over from here." "Where are you taking Miss Lovegood's things?" Professor Flitwick asked. "I don't think it is safe for Luna to stay here. She'll be living with me in my quarters." Hermione answered simply, "Ah, yes, I'd heard that you have your own quarters because you are involved with a project with Professor McGonagall. Although it would show poor mismanagement of Ravenclaw House on my part, I'll allow her to stay in your dorm for her safety. I'll get to the bottom of the entire matter and issue the appropriate punishment." Professor Flitwick promised. "Thank you, Professor. You wouldn't mind if I have my familiar to accompany Miss Lovegood whenever she goes?" Harry asked politely. "I don't mean to insult since I've seen the prowess of your beautiful familiar. I think an enraged owl will be the least of their worries once I'm through with them. I wouldn't mind at all. Feel free to tell me if they attempt to bully Miss Lovegood again. I'm sorry for allowing this happen to you, Miss Lovegood," the minuscule professor added sadly. "It's all right, Professor," Luna answered courteously as she lowered her head. "We'll fix the entrance and apologize to the portrait before we leave. Have a nice day, Professor," Harry urged before going off to repair the entrance with magic. Hermione levitated Luna's trunks and the trio left the Ravenclaws to the mercy of Professor Flitwick. No one saw the Ravenclaws for the rest of the day. The Ravenclaws' house points had reached an all-time low and wouldn't be in competition with the other houses for the House Cup this year from all the deductions. Luna was called in to decide the fate of several students who were facing expulsion from school for their deeds. Luna had kind-heartedly forgiven them, much to Professor Flitwick's disapproval. As a result, they only faced lifetime bans for Quidditch and permanent detentions. It was apparent that he wanted to correct the entire situation in his house. Thus, at least half of the Quidditch were unable to play because of the ban. The Seeker, Cho Chang, was made the new captain, being the most senior of the newly formed team. The Ravenclaws had accepted their punishment grudgingly after Professor Dumbledore showed his approval for the punishment. The headmaster received a wind of the matter when he overheard the gossip. He checked with Professor Flitwick and found the rumors to be true. The next day, he made an example of this incident to warn all bullies in the school that that type of behavior would not be tolerated. Any violators would face the same retribution and that anyone who reported such cases would be duly awarded. Professor Dumbledore had expanded the list to include verbal abuse as an act of bullying. There was a loud outcry coming from the House of Slytherin, but it had died down in the manner of a week after many were punished. Throughout the rest of the week, the couple hid in their quarters most of the time, preparing for their various examinations. When they went to the Great Hall for their meals with Luna and Neville, and occasionally, the Weasley twins, no one had dared to bother them. Everyone in school had heard how Harry Potter saved Luna from the Dementors, blasted the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower to get in, and fixed it back up after he had left. The number of cases of girls swooning had increased and the young couple made a point to avoid crowds until everything had died down for the girls' health. Hermione had looked as if she was going to murder someone if she spotted any more fangirls. There were even more evil glares from the Weasley family, save the twins, as they were propelled into limelight again for inciting the change. The young couple also noticed the disturbing absence of Ginny Weasley and had a bad feeling about the matter. They visited the Chamber of Secrets to retrieve the remains of the basilisk and deposited them in the house. At the end of the week, Harry and Hermione were given the green light to take their OWL in secret after getting O's in all their subjects tested at OWL standard. They had promptly decided to drop the divination and Muggle studies subjects so that they could have a normal third-year timetable. The weekend soon came. After his morning Quidditch practice, Harry headed to the Ministry with Dobby. He was playing Seeker to the team. Hermione could not come along, since she decided to stay at Hogwarts to help Neville catch up on his work. Dressed in a simple black robes with the Potter's crest, he strode into the Ministry belighting. His entrance had caught everyone's attentions, however, no one had stopped him when they saw the ring of the head of Potter's on his finger. The guards on duty had greeted him accordingly. Lord Potter was shown to the relevant department politely and was given the file on Sirius Black immediately upon his request. He retreated to a private room to read through the entire file and realized that all of the bodies were successfully put together except Pettigrew's body. It confirmed their suspicions that Pettigrew was still alive. Harry snapped the records shut in anger. "God damn it," he growled. Harry returned the file and hurried out of the Ministry. They had work to do as soon as he got back to Hogwarts. He needed to find the double-crosser to clear his godfather's name. However, he had two more errands to take care of on his trip. First, He had to shop for all the things required for Hermione's birthday. He found a secure place and went into the house to put everything together. When he came out, he asked Dobby to bring him to another place. It was a lazy afternoon at Nightsdale. The Grangers were enjoying a cup of tea when they heard the doorbell ring. Who could it be at the door? Jean asked as she answered the door. Her jaw had nearly touched the ground when she realized that it was a familiar raven-haired boy. "Hi, Mummy," Harry greeted with a warm smile. The look of surprise was replaced by a look of sheer joy when she engulfed him in a tight embrace. "Harry, it's wonderful to see you. Come on in." She turned around and shouted, "Dan, come down. Harry's here." Harry smiled as he followed her into the sitting room. Harry smiled when he saw a vast space in the room. Dan had hurriedly joined them at the sitting room. A wide, warm smile was on his face when he saw Harry. "Hi, Dad, how are you?" he asked respectfully. Harry was pleased to see that the older man was well. "I'm sorry that we haven't had much time to write. Our first week has been really crazy." Dan beamed affably. "That's fine, son, we understand. I'm doing great. Is that the reason why Hermione isn't here today?" he asked with concern lacing his tone. Harry smiled and shook his head. "No, I was allowed out from school to deal with family matters. I decided to take the chance to visit both of you and share my plans for Hermione's birthday with you." He took out a small box and enlarged it to the original size. He levitated a large mirror out of the trunk to the large empty wall in the sitting room. He used a sticking rune to install the mirror onto the wall. The Grangers were surprised by his action. "This is a communication mirror. It's set to a private network so that we can communicate with each other." Harry smiled as he tapped his watch. "Granger's residence," he spoke. The mirror began to glow, signaling an incoming call. "This is the button to press to pick up the call." Harry indicated as he pressed it. An image of his face had appeared on the wall mirror. "To end the call, just press the button again," Harry instructed, demonstrating the use of the mirror. "I must warn you to never use this in front of other non-magicals, though. There are strict laws pertaining to that. This way you can call us whenever you want." Harry explained happily. "I had a watch made today for Hermione's birthday." "That's such a thoughtful gift for Hermione, Harry. Have you decided on what else you're going to do for her?" Jean asked politely as she watched her son-in-law. "I was thinking of celebrating it with family and friends," Harry replied as he drew his hand through his raven hair. Jean raised one of her eyebrows with disbelief at that statement and asked, "And? You mean I should plan more than a surprise party?" Harry asked in confusion. "You've been a perfect husband to Hermione in all aspects but this." Jean answered as she gave a sigh. It was clear that Harry didn't get it, as he furrowed his eyebrows in a frown. "I've got a question to ask you. Have you taken Hermione out for a date since the two of you got together?" Jean inquired patiently. His mouth formed an "oh" as he recollected all his times with Hermione. They had been so busy learning and dealing with everything that is happening to them that it slipped out of his mind. He began to feel uneasy. The times that they had taken their mind off work and enjoyed themselves were when Dan and Jean took them out. Harry realized that he had no excuse since they had the house to take time off his back. He had been a dreadfully unromantic husband. The realization hit him squarely on the head. "I should plan a date just for us," he concluded after an awkward pause. Hermione had never complained about the need to spend quality time together, doing nothing but enjoying themselves. Dan looked at him sympathetically. It takes a while to learn that. Dates, he had never taken any girl out for a date before. He wasn't sure what they could do. "I'm a bit inexperienced in that field. What do you do when you go on dates?" Harry asked as his cheeks turned pink. Dan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "It's just time to spend alone with her. You could take her to dinner for some quiet time together. It could be anything. It is all about setting aside quiet time to spend with her." Dan answered. "Do you need help in making reservations?" "No, I think I've got it. Anyway, I'll contact both of you about the details of the surprise party. I've been away from Hermione long enough," he said as he checked his watch. "We will pop by as soon as we can sneak out of school. I know Hermione misses you. We just have a little problem getting out because of the precautions that are taken after a prisoner escaped from the wizarding jail," Harry explained as he stood up. "If it is too dangerous, you don't need to visit us." Jean added hurriedly. It'll be fine, Harry promised. The prisoner is innocent. In fact, we're planning to clear his name. By the way, he is also my godfather. I'll introduce him to you when we've finally sorted everything out. The ones that we have to worry are the guards. I'm not planning to put Hermione in any danger if I can help it. Harry smiled. I'll call you as soon as I get back to Hogwarts. I'll need to install a similar mirror in our study. After that, you can contact us by speaking our names or the name of our school. Harry said before he called for Dobby. Dobby had appeared instantly. He gave Jean and Dan a hug before apparating back at Hogwarts. Hermione was busy tutoring Neville on potions in the Gryffindor common room when Harry arrived back at their quarters. His heart was overwhelmed with love as he stood in the distance and watched his wife patiently teaching Neville. He smiled in amusement as he watched his friend scratched his head furiously as she went through the main points of the potion. His wife had been working very hard since she married him, he thought sadly, as he watched her unwearyingly going through the points again. Feeling guilty about not treating her well enough, Luna asked suddenly when she appeared behind him. Harry's face turned slightly red as he lowered his head. Was it that obvious? Harry asked sheepishly. The petite girl nodded her head. Sometimes, I think Hermione feels unloved despite of everything you do for her. It is what you would do for a friend. I think she works as hard as you so that she can spend more time with you. Luna explained. The words got straight at him. I don't friends, Luna. I don't have the cravings to touch friends too. He stammered as his face turned redder. He never questioned her motive for working along with him since she was a workaholic. I know you love her. You do things for her, but Hermione will feel love if you spend quality time with her. I know you spend a lot time studying and working together but not quiet time with each other. Luna pointed it out. Harry lowered his head. I realize that now. I'm going to do something to change the situation. He added solemnly as he headed for his wife. Hermione was surprised when she felt a pair of arms wrapped around her shoulders affectionately. The familiar musky scent made her relax instantly. His warm breath on the shell of her ear had sent a tingling feeling down her body when he spoke. Hi, love, hard at work, he whispered softly before placing an innocent on the shell of her ear. Harry, why you're back? She stammered as she turned her head to face him. She nervously tucked her bushy brown hair behind her ear. Her heart rate had spiked because of that simple gesture. I was just helping Neville she stumbled as she tensely gestured to the potion books lying in front of them. Harry chuckled lightly at her difficulty forming a coherent sentence and decided to help her. Potions, I see, Harry interjected with a warm smile. She nodded her head gingerly. Neville, it is all right if I borrow Hermione for a while? He asked as he lifted his head to face Neville. I want some time with her. Harry answered with a wide smile on his face. Sure, Harry, I think I'm fine with potions. He smiled weakly. Hermione raised one of her eyebrows in disbelief. Are you sure you've got it? Hermione asked as she looked at the chubby boy closely. The boy grew slightly nervous since he was at the end of her scrutinizing stare. It was obvious that Neville required more time with her. I still have a few things to do, too. Why don't you spend another hour with him, Hermione? I'll look for you later, Harry suggested with a patient smile. Neville had relaxed considerably at his statement. Are sure you're all right with it, Harry? Hermione asked softly as she raised one of her eyebrows questioningly. He could sense her mild confusion. Harry caressed her porcelain fair cheeks lovingly as he looked deeply into her curious brown orbs. Hermione had unconsciously held her breath as she was drawn to his starling green eyes. I'm fine, love, he urged softly, as a sensual smile slowly spread across his face, sending her pulse racing at the sight of it. Harry deliberately broke the eye connection when he straightened himself and reverted to his normal self. She blinked in surprise at the sudden change. With a friendly smile on his face, he continued as if nothing had happened, I need to change anyway. I'll see you in an hour. Have fun. Harry casually shrugged as he headed back to their quarters, leaving a befuddled Hermione behind with Neville. Hermione, Hermione, Neville called as he furiously waved his hands in front of the brown-haired witch. I'm finished with my essay. He received no reaction from the girl who was still staring blankly into space. He repeated the motion, and his determination was finally rewarded when Hermione blinked several times. I'm so sorry, she added sheepishly as she tucked a stray curl behind her ear and scanned the parchment closely. Her cheeks were pink with emberment when she realized that Neville had been trying to get her attention for a while. Her brown orbs widened when she realized that he had completed his essay on the potion. "You're done." A smile of amusement appeared on his chubby face when Neville heard that. "That's what I've been trying to tell you for the past few minutes." Neville grinned and looked thoughtfully at her. "You've been very distracted since Harry came by." Hermione's cheeks grew red instantly. "I'm sorry. I just can't help thinking about his actions. It's just so different," she mumbled as she lowered her head. The smile on his face grew larger as he raised his eyebrows. "I thought it was a good thing that he was so, affectionate with you," Neville answered as he scratched his head. "After all, the two of you are dating," Neville concluded as he peered at Hermione closely. "I mean, it's not like you don't love each other. Anyway, I'm done for the day. Thank you for taking the time to teach me. I'm heading out. Luna asked me to join her for dinner later." He smiled as he rolled up his parchment and took his books. "Have fun on your date." He grinned as he headed up the stairs to the boys' dorm. Harry was thinking about the strange conversation he had with his supposed nemesis as he walked through the long corridors of Hogwarts towards the Gryffindor Tower to pick Hermione up for their impromptu date. The conversations with Jean and Luna had opened his eyes to the fact that couples needed some quiet time alone to strengthen their relationship. It made him realize that they had been too busy coping with Edmund's curriculum in the house, unraveling the mystery of his parents' betrayal, and dealing with day-to-day activities at Hogwarts to go out and have a proper date. Jean and Luna's insights made him determined to correct his flaws as a lover. He frowned as he continued to mull over the peculiar incident that took place when he was near the lake. Harry had planned to help her unwind by having a quiet dinner by the lake. When he went to the lake earlier in the day to find a perfect spot, he ran into his rival, Draco Malfoy. He was so engrossed with his desire to make their date memorable that he did not notice the pale boy until he spoke to him. "Hey Scarhead, excellent work on Weasel. I bet you understand why some people aren't worth to be friends with," Draco drawled haughtily. Harry spun around to face the pale boy. Malfoy's complexion was as pale as ever and his long hair was plastered slickly to his crown, highlighting his facial features. Malfoy was one of the better-looking guys of their year, promising to grow into a stunning young man in the near future. Even now, Harry knew that there were plenty of Slytherin girls that were drooling over him because of his status in the magical society and his good looks. Harry found that Draco was standing behind him alone, without his usual burly guards. There was the usual haughtiness in his demeanor, but it was the clear absence of loathing in his tone that shocked Harry. He realized that Malfoy was making reference to their first official meeting in Hogwarts during their first year. Malfoy had scorned Ron, deeming him to be unworthy of being friends with, and offering to help him out with the right connections. Harry frowned at the thought. Did Malfoy know it then? "How did you know that he was unworthy?" Harry asked suspiciously as he peered at him. Malfoy merely shrugged nonchalantly. He had a calculating kind of look. He was looking around, gauging how much attention he was getting from being around you as soon as I told everyone you were Harry Potter. "Besides, he is the offspring of that woman," he drawled. "I tried to help you but you stupidly decided to make friends with him and ember me in front of everyone," he pointed out with mild hostility. Harry's emerald eyes narrowed at how petty Draco was. It was obvious he was still nursing a grudge for what happened a long time ago. Yet, it made sense since Draco had such an inflated ego. "So why are you talking to me now?" Harry asked suspiciously. After the recent events, Draco Malfoy having a civil conversation with him was the last thing he expected. "You did quite a good job, really. It delights my heart to see the weasels being humiliated in front of all of Hogwarts," he added with an evil smirk. "Well, I also wanted to rub some salt your wound, Scarhead. I told you so. Now that I've achieved my goals, I'm heading indoors. By the way, if you're thinking about finding a spot to have dinner with Granger, pick that one," he added smugly as he pointed to spot with a lone tree standing near the lake. "I usually see Granger sitting under the spot alone, thinking." With that abrupt statement, the pale boy turned around and began to make his way back to the castle. Draco certainly did achieve his goals with an added bonus. It stung to know that Malfoy knew something about his wife that he didn't know. Harry had no idea that Hermione liked that spot. Harry recollected about the incidences when Hermione had encountered Malfoy. The reputed, cool guy around girls, loved to tease her mercilessly and seemed to pay more attention to her than to other girls. However, the thing that really bothered him was the apparent diminishing of Malfoy's animosity. Harry was confused. It seemed to him that Malfoy really disliked the Weasleys, and because of his association with them, the loathing was extended to him. "Wait," Harry called after him. Draco halted his steps, but did not turn around. "I'm sorry for embering you back then. I realize now that it was uncalled for," Harry added sincerely. The boy did not answer and simply continued his walk towards the castle. She was sitting all alone, by the fireplace, idly flipping the pages of her book as if she was distracted by something. Long, wavy brown hair was cascading down the side of her face as she stared at the page. Hermione idly tucked some of the stray locks behind her ear as she adjusted her position, uncrossing and crossing her long slender legs as she shifted in the seat. The absence of people in the common room gave Harry the opportunity to appreciate the breathtaking sight from the entrance. He was enchanted by the way the light seemed to illuminate the different planes of her slightly angular face. The warm glow of the flames highlighted the long, dark, curly eyelashes along her almond brown eyes, her adorable little nose, her cheekbones, and sensual lips. Her trim, dark eyebrows had knitted together into a frown as she concentrated on the page she was reading. The intensity of her eyes were so captivating, Harry nearly forgot to breathe. He had to tear his eyes from that particular feature to fully enjoy the sight of her. He could see the subtle hints of her stunning athletic body through the loose uniform. Hermione was only wearing the blouse, the school skirt and the Gryffindor tie. She had the curves in all the right places, and his pulse raced as he recalled how she'd felt when he touched her. It was her long slim legs that had his attention. She had such shapely legs that she took his breath away. He cleared his voice nervously as he felt blood rushing south. He didn't want the day to end before their date had even begun. He broke out of his trance when his wife snapped the book shut with mild impatience and placed it on the table next to her. Her dull chocolate orbs had lit up instantly with exhilaration when she saw him. Harry arched his eyebrows in amusement when he felt the underlying tone of playfulness as she took a step closer to him. Hermione was so close that Harry could breathe in her wonderfully familiar scent. "I thought you'd still be teaching Neville when I came in. I hope I wasn't the reason you ended lesson with Neville early." Harry smiled as he wrapped his arms around her small waist tightly and nuzzled her exposed neck tenderly. Her intoxicating vanilla scent was driving him nuts with Pion as he took in the fragrance. He gently laid a short trail of S from her neck down to her collar before tearing his mouth from her skin. His emerald gaze was full of love when he looked at her. She slowly loosened her tie as she smirked at him. Harry realized that she never buttoned the button at her collar, so as she undid her tie, the top part of her blouse teasingly fell apart slowly, revealing her pale neck and defined collarbone. Her slightly parted lips, combined with that intense confident look and the creamy exposed flesh, made his blood boil with Pion. Harry had to control the animalistic groan that wanted to escape from his lips as he stared at his wife. He swallowed visibly when she leaned closer to him. "Forget being a gentleman," Harry thought as he took her lips in a hungry that conveyed his need for her. His initial plan was put on the back burner as he gave into his yearning for his wife. She responded hungrily in return, tangling her long slender fingers into his raven black hair as they ed. Harry ed pianately when he felt her body intimately pressed against him. "Not here," Harry whispered breathlessly as he tore his face from hers. His arms were still wrapped around her waist and their bodies were still intimately pressed together. They could feel the erratic heaving of their S as they searched each other's faces. Harry's eyes were a darkened jade as he looked into Hermione's inviting brown ones. Hermione could feel his strong possessiveness over her. It was too private to allow others to have a glimpse of it. Hermione's cheeks had turned slightly red when she felt the physical evidence of his desire. Harry ed when her lust fueled the Pion raging in his blood. Harry lifted her up against him, using one of his hands to wrap her legs around his torso as he supported her body with the other. Hermione was looking down at him with the most incredibly wide expression he'd ever seen on her face as he carried towards the entrance of their quarters. He ardently trailed S down the side of her neck, alternating brief S and small nips as he caressed her silky smooth leg. The grip around his waist increased as she ed in pleasure. Waves after waves of sensation jolted her senses at the magic of his lips. It was further amplified by their emotional bond. She was experiencing the sensations of his and feeling Harry's own excitement and pleasure. The stone lion leapt hurriedly away and Harry immediately walked them in. The moment the stone lion leapt back to place, his mouth met hers with a fervent need. He did not even have the will to carry her into the sitting room. "It's my turn," Harry whispered breathlessly into her ear when she slid down his body to her feet. He cornered her to the wall, lifted her skirt, and slid his hands up her creamy thighs. His hands were on the top her knickers as soon as her feet touched the ground. He quickly pulled the knickers down to her ankles and discarded them. "Just relax, my love," he said as he looked at his wife. "I'm returning the favor," he said as he bent his head down and focused on his new task. "That was incredible," Hermione whispered breathlessly as she leaned into his MC and pressed a tender on his ear lobe. "Did you feel that way that night?" she asked curiously as she looked at Harry. Harry was smiling brightly. "No, I think this felt even better," he answered as he gently caressed her wet brown tresses. The emotional link they shared fueled them to reach the peak of the paean together quickly. Harry did not have the words to describe the experience. He felt, watched, and heard her reach her climax slowly. The experience spurred his own paean and he had to restrain himself from climaxing before she did. It was simply magical. They continued to sit on the cold ground after they were properly dressed. "I'm glad you are feeling so relaxed," he muttered lovingly as he nuzzled her pale neck. Hermione simply wrapped her arms around his body and laid her head on his shoulder. Harry tenderly held her close to him and they remained in that posture in silence for a long while until a thought came into Hermione's mind. "How was your trip to the ministry?" she asked with deep concern, shattering the serenity of the moment. "Let's not get into that now. This evening is all about you and me. Everything else can wait till tomorrow," he added quietly as he held her closer to him. He could feel her pleasure at his statement. Indeed, Hermione loved spending quality time alone with him. Her contentment delighted him immensely. "Are you hungry? Do you want to go down for dinner?" Harry asked affectionately as he tucked a brown lock behind her ear caringly. It was getting late and she was starting to get hungry, but Hermione stubbornly shook her head because she didn't want their quiet time to end here. Her response made him smile. "I wasn't thinking about having dinner in the Great Hall tonight. Let's do something different, just you and me," Harry urged with a warm smile. Hermione didn't want to move, but with the promise in Harry's eyes, she nodded her head in agreement. Her brown orbs had widened in surprise as Harry led her towards the lake. Right under the lone tree standing next to the Great Lake, was a mat and a picnic basket. She covered her mouth with her hand in astonishment and looked to Harry for an answer. He tucked his hands into his pocket as he watched with great fascination as emotions played out on her face. The look of surprise on her face faded away and was replaced by joy and interest. He must admit that he was not at all surprised that Hermione had fell in love with this particular spot since it offered such a spectacular view of the lake and the majestic Hogwarts castle. However, in his opinion, the view was incomparable to the sight of unadulterated joy on Hermione's face. It was a sight that constantly captivated his soul and had a profound effect of lifting his spirits. "How did you know?" Hermione asked emotionally as she searched his emerald gaze. "I don't think I've ever told you that this was my favorite spot." "Someone clued me in," he admitted honestly. "I was trying to look for a nice spot to have a quiet dinner with you when someone made a suggestion," he answered as he led her to the mat. Hermione obediently followed and sat on the mat. She knitted her dark eyebrows in disbelief. Harry shook his head in amusement. "You may not realize this, but people do pay attention to you simply because of who you are." He smiled as he brought the basket closer. "I didn't have the time to do anything, so I went to the kitchen to nick some food for us." He grinned as he settled next to her on the mat and took the food out of the basket. "Well, I'm amazed that you'd take this person's suggestion calmly. From your manner of speech, it's obvious that this person has been paying close attention to me." Her cheeks reddened slightly at her deduction. "I'm not at all shocked that you have secret admirers," Harry added with a smile. "I'm just glad that I had the chance to tie you down first." He grinned mischievously as he handed her the cutlery. Hermione laughed in amusement as she took them. She took a good look at the spread of mouth-watering food on the ground. They tucked in together. Both of them decided to talk about their years in Hogwarts as they ate. Even though they were together most of the time, it was a happy surprise that they could still share plenty of new things with each other. I used to spend my time reading in the common room or the Leary whenever I wasn't with you. I don't really have any close friends other than you, Harry. She admitted simply when he'd asked about what she did when they weren't together. What about you? Well, you know that I'd play an occasional game of wizard chess. When I lived in the dorms, I used to horse around with my dorm mates, chat with them about Quidditch, or listen to them talking about girls. They always used to tease me since I didn't have any particular interest in girls back then. He answered as he finished his meal and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He put all the used cutlery and empty plates back into the basket. Her eyebrows were arched in surprise. You mean guys talk to each other about girls? What did they say? Harry's face turned slightly red. Well, it was usually things that guys noticed about girls. The older guys liked to share their experiences. He answered as he raked his hand through his messy black hair in emberment. Oh, she said as she blushed. Well, I'm glad that I'm spared from that due to our new living arrangements. Harry smiled as he folded his arms behind his head and leaned on the tree. Harry extended one of his hands to Hermione and she joined him, snuggling up to his as he wrapped his arms around her. Angel, what made you befriend us during first year? We weren't very nice to you in the beginning. It was the incident with the troll, of course. I think it was the first time a boy noticed my absence, hunted for me, then leapt to my defense, instead of leaving me in the lurch. Not every boy would do that for a person he barely knew. Even as I think about it now, I still feel that it was really incredibly reckless of you to jump on that mountain troll. Hermione confessed. Yet, it was then when I started to like you. Hermione admitted honestly as they watched the spectacular scene of a lighted-up Hogwarts castle against the dark night sky. I didn't know that you felt that way for so long. I honestly think I started to like you from the moment I first met you on the Hogwarts Express. Darling, you came to my compartment because you were helping someone you barely knew search for his pet. I think I was really captivated by you even then. Harry added truthfully. Really, from the first time you met me. Hermione whispered in a strange voice as she turned around and looked intently at him. Harry gently caressed her alabaster cheeks with the back of his hand. From the first moment I met you. Looking straight into her eyes, he confirmed earnestly. Moved by the moment, Hermione leaned in and tenderly pressed her lips onto his. Their lips fused together in a sweet affectionate that conveyed their growing love for each other as they said. After a while, they broke apart and Hermione was content to just remain in his arms quietly. There was no need for words as both of them held the other close and enjoyed the serenity of the moment. Hedwig hadn't stayed at the Ollery ever since Harry began his new sleeping arrangement. Her preference to live elsewhere was not due to the chauvinist male owls living at the Ollery, but rather her need to watch over her masters and her friends. She had taken a liking to the frail Ravenclaw and Hermione's pet, Crookshanks. She decided to fly back for a brief visit so that she could catch up with her female friends. The sight of another snowy owl sleeping at her usual stand ruffled her feathers. Her tongue clicked in annoyance. The owl was whiter than her, indicating that it was a male owl. She flew impatiently to the stand. Why are you resting on my stand? Hedwig hooted angrily as she fixed her large amber eyes on the offending owl. The owl slowly lowered his white wings to reveal a pair of large bright yellow eyes. He fixed his eyes on Hedwig for a brief moment. I don't think that your name on this stand, miss. He answered plainly as he stretched his large wings. Hedwig had noticed that one of his wings was in the process of healing. In any case, it was the only stand left unused when I flew in several days ago and I've been using it ever since. Her anger waned when he compromised and hopped to the side so that she had some space on the stand. She quietly joined him. How did you injure your wing? That wound looks pretty nasty. Nasty is the right word to use. It was fortunate that I was saved by my current owner. He hooted as he hopped to the water dish for a drink of water. You've had a recent change of owners then. She deduced. She never heard or read of owls that changed owners because of their loyalty to them. Brilliant deduction skills, I must admit. Yes, I had a change of owner. To thank her for saving my life, I became her pet. She understood what I meant when I refused to leave and she's kept me ever since. I know it's unheard of, but previously, I was a Hogwarts owl, he explained. Hedwig hooted in acknowledgement. It made more sense to her now. My name is Hedwig. I'm Callan, he answered simply. It's my pleasure to meet you, he said as he lowered his head in an unmistakable bow. Oh, the pleasure is mine, she hooted happily. He shot a side glance at his unusually silent wife as they approached their quarters and saw the dread in her face. The sitting room rapidly came into view. It was only lit up by the roaring flames in the fireplace. He nodded his head when he walked to the huge space near the overstuffed armchairs. There was a fleeting shadow of a cat racing across the wall. All of a sudden, soft music began to fill the sitting room. She spun around and stared at her husband in surprise. There was a mischievous smile on his lips as their eyes met. She held back a grin as Harry approached her slowly. His emerald eyes sparkled with playfulness as he stood in front of her. She remembered this scene vividly and her lips curved upwards with anticipation. He placed his right arm over his and performed a curt bow before extending his hand to her. The expectant brown eyes met excited emerald ones. May I have this dance? He asked. Hermione arched her eyebrow in amusement, but she elegantly placed her hand on his. He affectionately clasped her hand and lifted it to his lips while maintaining eye contact. Hermione's heart could not help but flutter at his chivalrous gesture. His smile widened when he felt her pleasure at being treated like a lady. He silently led her to the center of the room and placed his free hand on her small waist as she placed her other hand on his shoulders. Harry began their dance by taking a step backwards as she followed his lead. The hours they spent in the house taking dance lessons really paid off because they looked perfect together. Harry was no longer hesitant in his dancing and was capable of leading his partner. Hermione followed willingly. They waltzed gracefully around the sitting room. His heart was captivated by the sight of her gliding so elegantly in his arms. Their eyes were constantly locked on each other as they moved in sync. Did you really think I'd let our day end so soon? He asked in amusement as he supported her in a graceful dip. Hermione beamed at him happily as she continued to follow his lead and relaxed in his arms. He carefully helped her back into the position and continued to dance around the room. Harry was now a lithe and confident dancer, managing to introduce more complex variations to their dance and delighting Hermione greatly. Harry was excited to try all the complicated steps and she was tickled at how determined and ecstatic he was. When the music switched to a slow jazz, Hermione was content to wrap her arms around his neck and sway in sync with Harry to the beat. Their bodies were intimately pressed together as they swayed. She let out a satisfied sigh as she laid her head on his. Do you remember our first dance? Hermione asked quietly as she laid her head contently on his. Naturally. It was right after our wedding ceremony. You looked as if you were dying to dance, so I mustered most of my courage and asked you. He replied. But now, I'm ready to dance with you every chance I get just so I can keep holding you in my arms. He went on as he pressed a tender on her forehead. Then don't let go. I still think everything is so surreal. She whispered. I never will, he promised as he eyed her adorable nose. Hermione held his face when he tried to move away and leaned into his lips fervently. He swept her into his arms and carried her to their bedroom. I love you, he added in between s. I love you too, Harry. She answered pianately as their eyes remained locked on each other. As the couple entered the room, Crookshanks walked quietly to the CD player that Harry had charmed to be tapped on magically and switched it off with one of his front paws. He took the disc player with his mouth and carried it back to the table. Crookshanks had agreed immediately when Harry asked him for help. He was glad that everything was going very well for his masters. It was time for bed, so he leapt gracefully off the table and trotted to his basket. He climbed into it and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was thinking deeply in his large armchair. The previous headmasters in the portraits in the office were all asleep, leaving the current headmaster alone with his thoughts. The news he heard troubled his mind greatly. Harry Potter had requested permission from Professor McGonagall to leave the school grounds for some family business. It was not difficult to determine where he went. Some of his contacts in the ministry had reported that the new Lord Potter made inquiries into the cases related to the Potters' betrayal, and more importantly, the case of Sirius Black. He slumped into his chair, feeling the weight of the world in his shoulders. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before Harry found out the truth of the matter. The wizard with the long silver beard stood up and began to pace around his office uneasily. He didn't want the truth to be discovered by anyone. He wasn't going to let all the prestige that he had received from all his work to go down the drain. He was no longer going to be Piv. He needed to take action to ensure that Harry Potter remained his faithful pawn. I can safely assume that from the way you've been smiling all morning that your date went very well last night. Luna commented as she looked at the glowing Hermione. Her long brown bushy hair was tied up into a neat bun, highlighting the gradual angle of her jaws. She had lost most of her baby fat recently, giving her face a slightly pointy look. She was looking unusually happy this particular morning and was grinning like a Cheshire cat, naturally catching the attention of her friend Luna. Hermione's cheeks turned pink before she gave a brief nod and looked away. They were in the Gryffindor common room, practicing occlumency. It became such a normal occurrence that no one thought it unusual to see Luna and Neville mediating in the common room early in the morning before breakfast. The frail-looking smiled. "I'm happy for you," Luna answered cheerfully as she clapped on her shoulders. She cast a glance at the chubby boy sitting next to her. His face was still screwed up in concentration as he tried to find his center. Luna had finished laying the foundation of the wall. "Neville told me that Harry was taking you out, just in case you were wondering how I knew. It is good that you are going out on dates. Where did Harry go yesterday? When I saw him in the evening, he was wearing formal robes with the Potter crest on it. He went to the ministry to deal with some family matters. I haven't had the chance to get the details from him. We'll have to wait for him to come down. I think he'll tell us what happened during breakfast," Hermione replied as she picked up her Transfiguration textbook and casually flipped through the pages. Harry and Hermione were going to join their fellow third years for Cleese starting that morning, and she wanted to make sure that she hadn't forgotten the basic concepts. "Where did Harry take you?" Luna inquired as she looked at Hermione with her dreamy blue eyes. "He brought me to the lake for dinner and we spent our time chatting," Hermione answered as she smiled giddily. She began to twirl one of her brown locks absently around her fingers as she became lost in her thoughts. Luna smiled at her dazed expression as Hermione went on. "I couldn't believe my ears when Harry said that he began liking me from the first time we met. I only started liking him after Halloween our first year. He must have seen something in you that day, the same way you saw something in him during Halloween," Luna pointed out. "I know, isn't that wonderful?" Hermione smiled contentedly and glanced at Neville. He was still concentrating hard in his mediating. "I wonder what Harry's doing in the house right now," she thought absently. She knew that he was going to the house to practice his skills on the sword. She would have gone him if she didn't to help Luna and Neville with their occlumency lessons. "Let me get this straight, Harry. You think that Hermione is comfortable with wielding a gun?" Toll asked as he arched his eyebrows in disbelief. "I don't belong to your muggle world, but even I know it is illegal to carry a gun whenever you go. Besides, it's difficult to acquire one in here. It'll pose many problems since we've never really used one in the magical Britain. I think we might find it in other countries," Harry suggested. "Are you really going to wait until Hermione finds the correct weapon before you start her weapons training?" he asked curiously. "No, I'll probably teach her how to use the weapon that is most suited to her. It may not be the perfect weapon for her, but it's good to learn more skills." Toll replied simply. "I made some modifications on the weapons we have now. You're going back for your normal school lessons from today onwards, right?" "Yes, I'm going to ask Edmund to resume some of our lessons as well. I think Hermione is dying to learn more." He grinned, fondly thinking about his wife. "Everyone will be pleased to hear that," Toll answered with a smile. "I think it is about time you returned. Freshen up then leave for the real world. Give Edmund the schedule the next time you come in. I'll consider your idea." "Thank you," he smiled as he bowed. Harry, Hermione, Luna and Neville were sitting at the Gryffindor table having their first meal of the day. Hermione cast the spells to prevent anyone from noticing or overhearing them as they began their queries about Harry's visit to the ministry the day before. He began to explain to Luna and Neville about what happened to his parents. They were shocked to hear that Sirius Black, the prisoner who escaped, was his godfather. "If the man standing in front of his wand isn't dead, it means that your godfather is probably innocent of all those charges," Neville deduced. The supposed victim is then both the betrayer and the murderer. Harry nodded. Hermione and I came to the same conclusion. Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin agreed. We feel that someone influential has kept my godfather in the jail for his own purpose. For that reason, I didn't want to spend too much time in the ministry, so I didn't really poke around. Harry answered. In other words, we have to search for the missing rat and your godfather secretly. Neville added as he glanced at Harry for affirmation. Harry nodded his head. You're right, Neville. I want to clear my godfather of all the charges. He is innocent, Harry added emphatically as he glanced around the table. There isn't a lot we can do at this point besides finding the rat, appealing to Wizengamot to have his case tried, and finding a sanctuary for him in the meantime. McGonagall and Lupin will be helping me clear his name. I think the most important thing to do right now is to make sure he isn't caught. He declared as he scratched his chin thoughtfully. How are you going to find him? He might be moving around in his animagus form. You've never met him before, how are you going to identify him? Hogwarts is pretty large, Neville questioned. Harry really had no answer. Hermione was nibbling on her lower lip thoughtfully as she tried to come up with some ideas. Don't you have the Marauders map? It shows everyone here at Hogwarts on the map. We could take turns checking the map for Sirius Black's name. She suggested. That's a splendid idea, love. Harry added excitedly as he whipped out the parchment from his pocket. He tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good, he said. Luna and Neville watched in disbelief as the map of Hogwarts appeared right before their eyes. They noticed the small moving dots and noted that they were symbols of the people in Hogwarts. Wow, Neville said as he peered at the map closely. He could see Professor McGonagall in her office. It's amazing. Who created it? My father and his friends, Harry announced proudly. He didn't see Sirius' name on the map. Mischief managed, he announced, before he tucking the map into his pocket. My guess is that he won't reach Hogwarts anytime soon. He was spotted quite a distance away about a week ago. Maybe he'll reach the grounds next week, Harry concluded. He looked at Hermione for affirmation. The guess is as good as mine, love. I think once Sirius reaches Hogwarts, we'll know, Hermione added, and she placed her hand on his comfortingly. I don't like that we are waiting for him to come to us to react. In the meantime, he might get caught, Harry added in mild frustration. Harry, if he was able to escape from Azkaban, then he'll be able to travel to Hogwarts without getting caught. He'll make it here safely, Luna urged confidently. Hermione nodded her head in agreement. We'll think of something, she thought. We'll have to go to the house tonight to think about it. We'll have more time there. That's a splendid idea, Angel. We'll do that tonight after Quidditch practice. Wood called for extra practices again this week, Harry thought before addressing the matter at hand. You're right, Luna. We've more pressing things to think about, Harry added, like making sure that Gryffindor wins the Quidditch Cup this year. He added with a wide beam. Hermione had taken it as a cue to remove the spell as she shook her head in amusement. She never really understood the reason why Harry could get so fired up just talking about Quidditch. However, for a change, she participated in the conversation. They began a discussion about Quidditch and the changes in the lineup of players the other teams had made. Due to the recent upheaval, almost the entire Ravenclaw and Slytherin teams were changed and filled in with new students. They unanimously agreed that the Hufflepuffs would posing the biggest challenge to win the Quidditch Cup, and they were having a match against them the next week. Ravenclaw and Slytherin were not yet ready to play, as such Gryffindor and Hufflepuff would be going against each other in the opening match of this season. Harry was really looking forward to playing Quidditch. During the conversation, Ginny decided to join them. Good morning, Harry, Hermione, Luna, and Neville. It's good to see you all again. Ginny smiled as she waved at them warmly. I hope you don't mind me joining you, Ginny asked as she looked at them. Harry peered at her, looked genuinely enthusiastic about sitting with them, so Harry agreed. Please have a seat, Harry offered politely. She quickly sat next to Harry, on his right. They continued their discussion on Quidditch, but soon the direction of the conversation began to change. Ginny was curious about Harry's absence from lessons because her brother, Ron, had been harping on it. He had claimed that it was a sign of Dumbledore's preference for Harry and his fame. Hermione rolled her eyes when she heard about this. She wasn't surprised, though. It was typical of something she expected Ronald Weasley to say. Words were out of his mouth before he even knew about what he was saying. Ginny didn't seem to know that Hermione had missed her lessons along with Harry. Harry replied that he had to deal with some family matters. "Oh," she said as she lowered her head in disappointment. Her expression did not went unnoticed by Neville and Luna. Being sensitive people, they hurriedly switched to another topic. The group headed back to the Gryffindor common room to pick up their books after they had finished with their meal. Neville was grinning like a Cheshire cat as Harry and Hermione followed him to the first CL of the day, Transfiguration. He missed having his friends with him during lessons, so he was glad that Harry and Hermione would be joining them. Harry was mildly amused when he heard all his wife's thoughts racing rapidly. She had lowered her head and was occupied in recalling the principles of Transfiguration. Since they are already at NEWT level in Transfiguration, it would be a shock if they were unable to do third-year work. As usual, they were the first to reach the CL room. Professor McGonagall was glad to see them. "Good morning, Professor," they greeted as they entered. "Good morning, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, and Mr. Longbottom. It is good to see you in CL this early," she returned. "It's great that we have Transfiguration as our first CL this year," Harry admitted before continuing. "I also wanted to give you an update. I've checked the Ministry's records. They managed to piece all the other 12 bodies but Pettigrew's body," he announced as a grim expression came over Professor McGonagall's face temporarily. "Sirius is indeed innocent, then. We'll have to think of ways to appeal for a trial of his case. We'll speak of it in private this coming weekend," she added firmly and recomposed herself when she spotted students strolling in. Harry, Hermione and Neville hurriedly went to sit in the front row. Hermione and Harry felt a mixture of emotions when they saw a certain redhead enter the CL room. It was the first time they'd seen each other since the incident in the dining hall. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Despite all the words that Ron had said to him, Harry could find no place in his heart to hold a grudge. He had forgiven him almost immediately after watching Hedwig and Crookshanks punish him. After all, they had been good friends for 2 years. Ron did not avert his eyes or walk away, instead he walked towards them and joined them at the table. Hermione raised her eyebrows in astonishment when she saw that he had voluntarily joined them. Harry, however, kept his face void of any expression. "Hi, is it all right if I join you?" he asked politely as he pointed to the seat. It was unlike Ron to be so courteous. Neville's eyes had widened in surprise as he nodded his head. Ron gave a polite smile and sat in the seat quietly as Professor McGonagall began to take the attendance of the CL. It was strange that Ron would voluntarily sit with them when there were other seats available. Harry stared at Hermione and she had shrugged her shoulders in response. It was a mystery that they soon forgot about when the lesson officially began. Before they started with the day's Transfiguration, the students were briefed on how to perform the necessary spell to complete the task. Harry and Hermione were able to perform the task easily and turned to help Neville with his. Hermione noted that Ron was using a new wand as he tried to transfigure his porcupine into a pin cushion with no results. After his 5th failed attempt, Hermione's old habits kicked in. She moved over to help him. "No, not that way, you're doing it incorrectly. Watch what I'm doing," she added after observing him for a while. Hermione demonstrated the actions of the wand and stressed on the pronunciation of the spell. Ron tried to mimic her and repeat the spell. Hermione took the time to correct his actions and his pronunciation. Finally, under her guidance, he managed to complete his task before the lesson ended. "I want everyone to hand in a 6-inch essay on today's lesson since most of you were unable to accomplish it easily." CL dismissed, Professor McGonagall announced as she turned away. Harry, Hermione, and Neville hurriedly packed their things and left for their Dada lesson. Harry was eager to be taught by his father's friend. His excitement was also fueled up by Neville's recollection of his interesting Dada lessons with Professor Lupin thus far. "Wait up," Ron called as he dashed out the CL room with his Transfiguration book in his hand. His face was red with exertion when he had caught up with them along the corridor. Neville raised an eyebrow questioningly when he saw Ron joining them. "I thought you didn't want to be Harry's sidekick anymore," Neville asked pointedly as he looked at Ron closely. "Have you changed your mind?" Ron's face turned as red as his hair as he grew uncomfortable. He lowered his head. "I know I've been a git. I shouldn't have acted that way. Ron added as he glanced hopefully at Harry and Hermione. This was the closest one could get from Ron to a real apology. Hermione glanced at Harry. You're the one that he offended. Do you want to forgive him? There was the familiar twinkling of his emerald eyes when he looked at her. Hermione smiled in amusement back at him. I guess that he's been punished enough. Crookshanks, claws and Hedwig's talons are nothing to be messed with. She chuckled inwardly. I guess I should be glad that you've realized just how badly you've been behaving. Harry smiled as he clapped Ron on the back. We'd better hurry if we want to reach Professor Lupin's CL on time. They began running down the corridor to the CL room. Professor Lupin's lesson was fascinating and Harry learned a lot about the creatures that hid in the lake and how to defend against them. He brought some kappas in the tank into the CL room as specimens. Harry and Hermione enjoyed his lesson because Professor Lupin made it very lighthearted and entertaining. They had their most dreaded lesson after that, potions. The dungeon was as cold as he remembered as he entered the potion room quietly. Most of the Gryffindors were already in the room since Professor Snape was inclined to deduct points for the slightest thing from anyone who wasn't from his house. Harry decided to sit with Neville for the lesson so that he could guide him. Hermione and Ron took the seats behind them. When they finally settled down, the door was suddenly thrown open and Professor Snape strode quietly into the room in his usual black cloak billowing behind him. He walked down the aisle to his desk. There was the usual look of distaste when he saw Harry. Ah, I see that we have our resident celebrity back with us. Let's see if you are able to produce a proper potion after your break. Split up into pairs and start preparing this potion. Professor Snape announced as he began to scribble the ingredients of the potion on the board and the CL began to copy them into their notebooks furiously. The finally product must be orange in color. We are going to test Mr. Potter's enlarging potion and see if it works at the end of the lesson. Frankly, I think they'll be brewing to A.D. with Longbottom as a partner. Why don't you sit with your girlfriend? Maybe she can ensure that you do a payable one. Professor Snape sneered as he stared at Harry coldly. The Slytherins in the CL sniggered. Harry ignored him and began to prepare the potion. He heard Hermione's thoughts. I don't think you should flaunt your new abilities. Just make a payable enlarging potion. Harry frowned when he heard her agreed with her, but it was against his own principles. Moreover, he was dying to see Professor Snape's reaction. I shouldn't have sat with Neville. We're his favorite students. Neville will get picked on even more because we're sitting together. Harry grumbled inwardly as he began to chop his ingredients finely as Neville watched in interest. Harry explained under his breath why certain things should be done in a certain way as he prepared the potion. Neville prepared at the same time as Harry. After an hour of brewing, Neville beamed when his potion was a thick, bright orange liquid. It was the way that Professor Snape had described it to be. When he walked over to inspect the finished products, the smile on his face had vanished instantly. He took a ladle and scooped some of the potion to check its consistency and was shocked to realize that it was perfectly done. Harry and Neville were keeping a straight face as they waited for his judgment. He threw the ladle into the cauldron. CL dismissed. I want a 12-inch essay on the uses for the enlarging potion tomorrow before our lesson. He snapped as he strode off, his black cloak swishing as he turned. The CL had grown when he left, but Harry and Neville were grinning. Hermione was smiling warmly at Harry and Neville when she joined them. Didn't I tell you not to show off? Why didn't you listen? She teased. Well, I did listen. You've always reminded me to do my best in everything. I'm just doing what you've said. Harry smiled as he wrapped one of his arms around her shoulders tenderly. I did what you normally do, I taught Neville. Hermione playfully smacked his arm away as she smiled. I expect you to listen to me in the future, my love. She added. Neville was laughing in amusement at the couple's antics. Can we go for lunch? I'm famished. Ron added from a corner when he noticed that Harry was flirting with Hermione. Let's go. I'm pretty hungry as well. Luna should already be waiting for us, Harry said as he took Hermione's hand into his. He entwined their fingers together. They had joined Luna for lunch at the Gryffindor table. Luna did not seem to be taken back by the sight of Ron, but she did not seem to approve either. They shared a light conversation over lunch, but Harry noticed that Neville had grown very withdrawn since they had accepted Ron back as a friend. A frown marred his brows as Neville was lost in his own thoughts. When Ron had excused himself to the loo, Harry took the opportunity to talk to him. "Is something wrong? You haven't said a word since Ron joined us," Harry asked as he observed his friend looking very troubled. "I don't know if I'm just being oversensitive, so please don't take this the wrong way." Neville began honestly. "I really don't think Ron can be trusted. Yesterday in CL, he was still talking behind your back about the nasty stuff that you've done. I can't believe that he'd have such a miraculous turnaround in just a day." Neville answered in a disturbed voice. "And I saw Ron Weasley with Professor Dumbledore in the headmaster's office when you showed us the map," Luna added. Hermione looked at him thoughtfully. "Ron is acting strange," Hermione concluded. Harry frowned at what he'd heard, but he understood Neville's concerns and was grateful that he was honest enough to share his concerns with them. "Thank you, Nev. I'm grateful that you are looking out for me. As far as trusting Ron again, we'll just have to take a wait-and-see attitude," Harry added with a warm smile. If Ron was indeed there on Dumbledore's instruction, he already had his answer. They were going to have to rely on themselves to prepare for the upcoming war. His wife had nodded in agreement upon hearing his thoughts. They just had to be careful about the things that they talked about whenever Ron was around. When they were done with their lunch, they headed to the Leary to catch up on their homework. Ron had excused himself from the group. He felt it was too early to begin studying and returned to the common room to relax. They had difficulty trying to concentrate on their work because the girls sitting at the tables near them were giggling. Hermione was particularly bothered by them when she overheard what they were loudly whispering about. Her face turned red immediately and she slammed her book down close, causing everyone to jump in alarm. When she ejected the wand into her hand, everyone around the table got worried. The girls sitting at the table next to them had also detected her murderous intent. "Hermione, relax," Harry said soothingly as he tried to placate her. She shot him a glare. "I'm not going to hex them." She cast a notice me not charm. "I wouldn't stoop to their level. However, I can tell you that they really admire you, Harry," quite graphically, in fact. "What were they talking about?" Neville asked curiously. They were wondering how good Harry would be in bed and how he probably needs someone experienced to guide him on the pleasures of copulating. Hermione snapped. The raven-haired boy's cheeks turned red immediately. "Leave them to their imaginations. You get to enjoy the real thing. Besides, I really don't think Harry needs anyone to guide him in finding the right place to put his thing in," Luna added offhandedly as she flipped through her textbook for the answer she needed for her essay. The other three flushed a deep crimson at Luna's blunt words. The lessons in the afternoon sped past quickly and soon it was approaching evening. Harry was grinning from ear to ear when he entered into the Quidditch pitch with his faithful broom, a Nimbus 2000. The team had already taken to the air and was practicing flying when Harry arrived. Hermione, as usual, decided to come with him to practice and had taken a book along with her. The practice was grueling. Oliver Wood had wasted no time and was drilling them on the various strategies of play against the Hufflepuffs. Their new captain, Cedric Diggory, had put together a strong team and was Gryffindor's main obstacle to the Quidditch Cup. Wood was only satisfied with them when he had made sure that every single player, besides Harry, was aching from the practice. The dirty and tired Gryffindor team trudged into the changing room for a quick shower. The sun was beginning to go down when he came out of the changing room to meet Hermione. The setting sun painted the sky in a brilliant array of warm colors like orange, red, and pink. Hermione had come down from the pitch to meet him near the changing room. "Since you're here, I'd love to show you why I love flying so much." Harry smiled as he swung his leg over his floating broomstick. "Please come with me," Harry requested. Hermione gave him an unsure look. "I'll never let anything happen to you," Harry urged. Hermione reluctantly climbed behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Hold on," Harry whispered as he tilted the broomstick and accelerated. Her arms around him tightened considerably when they were climbing in height. They could feel the wind on their faces as they sped upwards. Then he changed the direction when they flew above the stands. "Love, isn't this fun? In the air, you can do anything," Harry thought. He would have done a Wronski feint if she hadn't been afraid of heights, but he came up with a better idea. Harry sped straight towards the lake. Hermione had temporarily forgotten about her fear of heights when she was presented with the picturesque sight of the lake in the evening sun. She was in awe as Harry made a trip around the lake. It looked even more spectacular from the air. Harry stopped the broom in midair so that they could bask in the splendor of the setting sun. Hermione laid her head on his shoulder as they committed the beautiful sight into their memories. They tenderly exchanged a. Hermione was rather impressed when Harry managed to land on his 2 feet as they arrived in the house. The glowing white runes had faded away as they fully materialized. Aid, being as considerate as before, had made sure that it was evening when they arrived. She was standing by the entrance, dressed in her usual toga, as she welcomed them graciously. "Hi Aid, it's so good to see you again. We wish to spend 2 days in here. Will that be all right?" Hermione asked as she looked at that face of ethereal feminine perfection. There was a warm smile on Aid's face as she looked at them. "It's wonderful to see you as well, Hermione. I think Edmund might have some other plans for you," she answered with a soft smile. "In your absence, he has been designing a proper program of study for the both of you. The teachers are excited about the new projects they've thought of in order to train you better. He's waiting for you." "Thank you, Aid. We'll see him now," Harry said as he bowed deeply. Edmund was grinning from ear to ear when he saw them walking towards him. In his booming voice, he happily greeted them. "We've decided to teach you how to apparate. I know it's against the law to learn it now, however it will save a lot of time in here. Toll and Elle are anxious to coaching you on next process. They have come to a consensus that it is time for you to learn how to use your weapons well. You'll have your usual lessons in controlling your elemental magic, politics, and history. Alyssa can't wait to start teaching the 2 of you again." Edmund went on gleefully. "This is your new curriculum for the next real 6 months. You are expected to come in every 2 days and stay for at least a day. It sounds as if there's a lot to master in this real 6 months." Harry commented. "Are you kidding me? You've already been trained way beyond your 3rd-year curriculum. You aren't learning much in your Hogwarts please. You know that we must always make the best of the time we have. Besides, if you can't master these new skills in these real 6 months, we'll allow you more time." He replied as he looked at Harry. "Well, it all sounds exciting," he answered with a smile as he looked at his wife. "Too bad we can only apparate in here." Hermione was grinning back at him in amusement. "I'm sure there will be more interesting things for you to discover tomorrow. Toll insisted on a morning run at 5, so I suggest that the 2 of you get some sleep now. I'll see you tomorrow for a short lesson. Good night," Edmund said as he took the hat from his head and bowed. They were finally back home. Sounds of metal clashing heavily on metal rang through the small simulated training room as Harry furiously fought with his opponent. He had cleared all the minions of his current enemy easily. They were knocked out when the blunt side of his sword connected with their armored head. He was having a difficult time with this last one. Toll had specially picked an expert swordsman from the medieval times to test Harry's skills and wit as the final enemy for this battle. The rune was made to stimulate a battle in a building, since it was unlikely that Harry would engage in battle in an open space. In Harry's mind, it was a real battle for survival, especially since his opponent was bent on killing him. Light gleamed off the shiny sword of Gryffindor as he parried the attack away with a hand. His muscles ached with the strain of holding his sword against the heavy blow. His enemy pressed into his advantage and his sword was getting dangerously near Harry's face. His muscles started to protest against the abuse as beads of perspiration began to roll off his brow. He was staring straight at Harry with a confident smirk on his face. Well, he had a reason to be cocky since Harry was obviously losing due to his lack of muscles began to quiver uncontrollably. He knew he could not hold out much longer, so he began to think of alternatives. A distraction, he thought, as he glanced at the roof. He recklessly summoned overhanging lights down on his opponent as he moved aside, allowing his enemy's sword to fall. It worked. His enemy was momentarily distracted when he had hurriedly leapt away from harm after hearing the sound of the roof cracking. The overhead lights fell presently between them. Using this opportunity, Harry immediately moved to his opponent's personal space, swinging his sword overhead as he aimed for the opponent's head. He only realized at the last minute and hurriedly dodged away. The smile on his face had immediately wiped off when he realized how close his head was to his blade. Pressing on his advantage, Harry quickly flicked his blade up, aiming to bring it down upon him. However, the enemy was faster than him. He sidestepped the attack and knocked the spectacles off his face with a heavy jab, causing Harry to stumble backwards. Crap, the room began to blur. The images started to change and reshape. Accio spectacles, he said as he summoned his glees to him. He wore them and looked up. After a while, the room had some resemblance to the training room Harry had grown accustomed to. Then everything became more solid and stopped shifting. He slid the sword of Gryffindor back into its scabbard hastily as he walked out of the simulation room. Harry wanted to kick himself for his carelessness. He hastily wiped the perspiration off his brow with his sleeve as he walked towards the bench that was against the side of the large training room. Toll had termed this as a light warm-up, but he didn't find it easy at all. He had to admit that it was one of the most intense battles he had engaged in. Harry immediately took his soaked cotton shirt off his back and put it in the provided laundry basket sitting at the side of the bench. He sat down with his head between his knees in frustration. Hermione quietly handed him a towel to clean himself up, then sat beside him on the bench. I guess I need not say more about being careless. If it wasn't the third hit, you'd have died after he dealt the finishing blow. You do know that the side of your sword is blunt. Why did you insist in flicking it against your opponent's armor? Toll reprimanded as he offered Harry a bottle of water. I wanted to force him to back away from me, explained Harry. The Gryffindor sword was blunt on both sides, something that Harry was glad because he did not aim to kill his enemies. However, if necessary, he could. The tip of the sword was still sharp and could pierce through thick armor. However, I was impressed by your use of the environment at the last minute. This is something I need to see more of from you, especially in circumstances where you were as unmatched as just now. His strength far exceeds yours. It was stupid of you to engage the battle head-on. You might have been killed. Toll evaluated as he looked at his notes. I'm glad that you were quick enough to handle all 4 opponents at one time, but may I beseech you to be more patient. In addition to the 2 blows you took from them, you expended too much energy in sustaining a battle with them. You should always try to observe your opponents before leaping straight into battle, and please try to isolate them so that you don't waste so much energy. In a nutshell, don't be so foolhardy. I'll bear that in mind. Harry answered gravely as he nodded. Being reckless was one of his greatest flaws, something that his wife and his trainer had constantly reminded him of. Hermione placed a hand on his shoulder. Harry knew that he should be glad that it was only a practice session. Well, Hermione, how do you like your new weapon? Toll asked with mild excitement. The eager expression on their instructor's face amused her. She drew out her new weapon from the small holster and presented it to Toll. A small shiny revolver lay on her palm. It was exactly the size of her palm. The little baby resting in her hand was the fruit of all her instructors' labor and their early birthday present to her. They had spent months researching and creating the gift. It feels as if it was a part of me. The best part was that when it discharged the bullets, it was silent. She admitted as she held the gun. A frown marred her features. I have only one problem though. The bullets it discharges went through the training target. Like Harry, I don't intend to kill. A smile graced Toll's face as he looked at Hermione. We took that into consideration. The bullet is actually a transfiguration of a spell. It will transform back into a stunning spell when it touches flesh. Really? Hermione said as she quirked one of her eyebrows disbelievingly. That is fantastic. How did you manage to turn a spell into a bullet? Can I alternatively charm the bullet with another spell? She asked as she stowed the revolver into her holster and it immediately turned invisible. Hermione was getting more fascinated with the gun and its bullets. There was a grin on Toll's face when he replied. Yes, since it has a physical state. Alternatively, you can transfigure the spells you want to into bullets first before placing into the gun. This would be useful if you don't have a large reserve of magical energy. Hermione's eyes lit up. In other words, I can spend time exploring the possibilities. She concluded excitedly. Do you have the blueprint? Yes, I do. We can attempt to modify it. However, right now we have to move on to something more important. I'll give you my evaluation of your shooting practice. You're an accurate shot and would do very well as a sniper. I was very impressed. I'll give you the choice to test your skills in a more practical situation. You can see for yourself how the bullets transform into a stunning spell when it touches flesh. Do you want that? There was a determined expression on her face as she looked at Toll. Sure, let me get ready, she answered as she loaded her gun nimbly. The usual rules apply. Take 3 blows and the training session would be considered a failure. Toll informed. She nodded her head. The room had immediately faded and transformed into a room of a building. It was exactly the same simulation that Toll had put Harry through. Hermione hurriedly cast a disillusion spell as she sneaked to the side to observe the number of enemies she was facing. There were 4 of them and they were carrying melee weapons and patrolling around the room. She began to formulate her plan. She knew that if she took one down, the others would be alerted and she would lose her advantage. However, there was no way she avoid alerting them. She aimed the revolver and fired, hitting one of the men standing closest to her. Toll was right. The bullet transformed into a red light and the person was stunned. Before anyone could hear the sound of his body collapse on the floor, she blasted the roof with a powerful reducto spell to bring the overhead lights down, burying 2 more enemies. She took the opportunity and shot the last guy. Hermione was prepared to take a breather when she spotted the boss carefully treading in, with his sword in his hand. The noise had attracted his attention and a quick survey of the room placed him on high alert. Hermione crouched as low as possible as she held her gun up. Despite being disillusioned, she could still be spotted if she moved because of the differences of the shade of the light. She held her breath as her enemy moved carefully around the room, searching for the intruder. Upon closer observation, she realized that he was wearing armor. Hermione nibbled on her lip in contemplation. She wasn't sure if the bullet would be able to pierce through the armor he was wearing. From her position, she could not get a clear shot of his head. She had to wait patiently. Her target began to move through the room cautiously. When he lowered his sword to check on this dead follower, Hermione took the opportunity to shoot him on the head. The bullet immediately transformed into a red light and hit the enemy squarely. The narrow corridor doors began to fade and transform back into the familiar training room. Hermione felt momentarily dizzy from the use of too much magic. Harry had to support her out of the room to the bench to rest as Toll gave her a potion to refresh her. "Well, I don't think I need to say much," Toll said as he watched her drink the vial of potion. She instantly felt better. "Although you finished the mission, you were in no condition to make a successful getaway. You must always plan to get out of each situation successfully, instead of concentrating solely on finishing the mission. However, you did well. I liked the way you tried to pay attention to every detail and the good use of your environment." "Thank you, Toll. By the way, if I had chosen to shoot my last opponent on his armor, would the bullet have gone through it?" Hermione asked curiously as she drank the bottle of water. There was a mysterious smile tugging his lips. "Why don't you try it out?" he asked as he led the couple to a newly built shooting range. There was a variety of materials as targets. "I believe he was wearing thick steel armor," he questioned as he led them to the target made of steel. Harry and Toll stood aside as she opened fire from a distance. There was a loud noise when the bullet deflected off the armor, leaving a huge crater in place, with a bullet wedged in the middle. Hermione smiled. If she had made the shot, her position and the weapon she was using would be revealed. "Now do you understand why you failed, Harry?" Toll asked as he turned to look at Harry. Hermione was left to consider some possibilities she could try to modify her bullets. "If you were in Hermione's position, you would have made the fatal error." Harry nodded. "I will be going over today's lessons again later. However, I do have a question to ask. Why do we need to learn this? Carrying a sword or a gun in public is against the law. In other words, we can't carry them to battle in the real world." He asked thoughtfully. "You're right about the law. I'm sure you'll find a way to carry them around without being caught." Toll answered as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I don't think it is necessary to saddle you with too many combat skills. If you can master a weapon of your choice in hand-to-hand combat, you've graduated from my CL. The objective of the lessons is to help the two of you to flow into any form easily, individually becoming versatile and powerful duelists, and together, a formidable team. This way you can stay alive. However, since you are both worn out from your training, it is better that we leave the lesson here until the next time. You've found out on your own that you can add your magic to your weapons to make them even more powerful. I'm sure you can think of other ways of becoming better duelists." Toll concluded as he shut his notebook. "I need you both to come in for at least 2 real hours every morning before your day starts to practice. This will make sure that you maintain your form and to help build your endurance. That's all from me for now. Edmund has expressed his wish to meet with you after your training, so off to the showers you go. Please head over to see him as soon as you're done. Thank you, Toll. We'll see you tomorrow, they said as they bowed. Toll bowed in return and headed out of the training room. Edmund was busy practicing with his cuddle when the young couple came up and greeted him politely. A warm smile instantly appeared on his face when he saw them. Good morning, Harry and Hermione. It looks like you two just had a good workout. Edmund beamed warmly as he slid his blade back into his scabbard and sat on the chair. You're looking more radiant than before, Hermione, he complimented. There was a slight reddening of her cheeks as she lowered her head in emberment. Thank you, she muttered. Harry merely smiled in amusement when he glanced at his wife. Yes, it was a tough session, but we learned a lot from Toll today, Harry said as he summoned 2 armchairs for them to sit. Ah, do you like your birthday present? Edmund asked cordially as he glanced at Hermione. Definitely, it was perfect for me. Hermione smiled. I'm glad to hear that. We spent some time designing it especially for you. So, is there anything that you two wish to share with me? Well, we feel that we might have one more person to deal with before we can have a go at Voldemort. He seems to be very insistent in making sure that we remain in his control and we don't see eye to eye with him. It's a shame, really, since he is a wealth of valuable information, being the leader of the light. Edmund frowned slightly. It isn't good to be losing allies before the war even begins. However, if this is the case, you should expedite your entry into the political world so that he can't hinder you. He sounds very manipulative, so he'll probably use all the influence he has to stop you. That's what I worried about when we realized that he might have sent someone to spy on us. I suspect that he's had a hand in the affair we are currently looking into now. Hermione added simply. Edmund raised his brows in surprise. Harry decided to explain the whole issue with his godfather in detail to Edmund. He listened with great interest and only responded when Harry finished. That's interesting. Your godfather actually managed to escape from the Dementors, Edmund commented thoughtfully as he stroked his chin. Since you both are thinking about finding him before the Ministry does, I'm guessing that you want to know if there is a way to track any animagi that enter a certain compound. Edmund concluded. Yes, is there a way? Harry asked. Oh, definitely. However, you will expand too much magical energy to create a detector strong enough to cover an area as large as Hogwarts. It's just not feasible. Besides, I'm sure that he will be safe until he reaches Hogwarts if he has managed to remain undetected for this long. I feel that you should be more concerned with providing him a safe place to hide and clearing his name. The Potter Mansion should be a good place for him to stay, Hermione stated. Anyway, he was placed into Azkaban without a trial on the charge of killing a baker's dozen. The most important thing that we need to do is to influence the right people so that we can call for the case to be reopened. Well, it seems that it's important to accelerate the process of entering the Wizarding Society formally, Harry added solemnly as he scratched his chin. I was planning on doing that much later. Edmund chuckled. It doesn't matter if you enter now or later. Everyone always has their eyes fixed on you because you were the boy who lived. That is important. However, to clear your godfather's name, you need to find that rat. Hermione nodded absently, already trying to mentally list the possibilities. Even though you have to do this, you'll have to find time to relax. You don't get to live your third year twice. Take the time to enjoy schooling, Edmund added as he shook his head. He knew how workaholic Harry and Hermione were. I believe you were getting ambitious. You want to ward houses? He asked. I've warded Hermione's family home with basic wards as a safety precaution. It was something that was weighing on Hermione's mind. He answered sheepishly. Come to think of it, we do have a lot of projects. We haven't begun testing if familiars are able to tap on the magical reserve of their owners and use them. Hermione now wants to work on further modifying her weapon. Quote, Harry, you forgot about the basilisk skin. We haven't really decided on how we should use it, Hermione added as she flipped through her notebook. He slapped his forehead. How could I've forgotten? Well, we've a lot of skin. We could always make something for our friends. You forgot to mention your personal project to help our friends. Harry smiled as he looked at Hermione. Well, I thought you didn't know, she muttered as she looked away in emberment. I don't feel comfortable not imparting useful knowledge to others. Hermione turned to look at Harry when she felt his arm around her shoulder. A soft devoted smile was on his face. "It's one of the reasons why I'm so in love with you," he admitted honestly. Her heart melted when she saw only sincerity and adoration in his sparkling emerald eyes. The sound of Edmund's good-natured chuckling reminded the couple that they had an audience. They hurriedly leapt apart in mortification. His chuckling grew at the sight of the couple being so embered. "Well, I'm glad that Harry adores you, Hermione. I'm happy that you're in love." He beamed happily. "I heard the use of a plural. Did you meet some new people?" he asked excitedly. "We did. On the second day, we met a girl by the name of Luna Lovegood. She's now staying with us in our quarters. To date, we still have no idea how she knew that we were married before we even told her. There's been no problem having her move in. In fact, I thought it's worked out well. Hermione finally has a female friend to talk to." Harry smiled happily as he glanced at his wife. Edmund arched his eyebrows in disbelief. "I thought you couldn't stomach the illogical," he asked curiously as he peered at Hermione. He was certain that a person who prized intelligence and logic as much as Hermione would reject a person who was on the extreme opposite side of the spectrum. "I think that some of Harry's personality has rubbed off me. I'm more tolerant," Hermione answered as she glanced at Harry. He had raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Well, it's one of the traits I love most about you," she replied as a light smile touched her lips. Harry grinned back in amusement. "I'm very happy that you two appreciate each other and are learning positive things from each other. Well, I can see that your week has been very exciting. Why didn't Hedwig come with you today?" "I miss her," Edmund asked. "She found a good friend. The owl can read as well as she can. But we'll tell her that you missed her the next time we see her. It isn't very often that we see her lately. I guess that's the reason why Crookshanks has been spending most of his time out of our quarters." "Crookshanks? You've gotten another pet?" Edmund questioned curiously. "Oh yes. We bought him the day before we came to Hogwarts. He's a very intelligent and beautiful cat," Hermione answered excitedly as her eyes lighted up at the mention of her pet like all people who are infatuated with their pets. "He is really a bright cat. He can even tell if an animal is an animagus. Why, he told us that the rat that Ron keeps is a—" Harry trailed off as he stared at Hermione with a shocked look. At that point everything just clicked. "An animagus," she concluded excitedly when the realization came upon her. A frown marred her face when her thoughts began to race. "Harry, you're probably right. There is a good chance that Scabbers is Pettigrew." He needed to keep his ear to the ground for news of Tom Riddle. What better way to do that by being the pet of a pure-blooded family whose patriarch works in the ministry? "The thing that scares me is the amount of information he has probably ammed on you over the past 3 years." Hermione responded as she bit her lips. "I'm confused. Are you saying that you've found the betrayer?" Edmund asked as he looked intently at the couple. They just reminded him of the times when he developed headaches while speaking to couples with a soul bond. He could feel one coming on. "Harry, please explain," he said as he rubbed his temple. "It's really simple. Crookshanks once shared with me that Ron Weasley's pet rat was an animagus. Well, initially Hermione and I sort of decided that we wouldn't bother with that since he hadn't done anything harmful. It didn't dawn on me until we started talking about finding the rat just now. Everything just clicked. The rat that Sirius is probably looking for could be Ron's rat." Harry explained. "No matter. If he really is Pettigrew, we can clear Sirius's name," Harry concluded. There was a gleam in his eyes as he looked at Edmund with determination. "It's time to put our training to the test." His master and mistress were not in when he checked their bedroom, so he decided to try his hand at hunting in the forest. Hedwig had once mentioned that they tended to go out in the evenings and were gone for quite some time. The ginger-colored cat prowled along the outskirts of the forbidden forest alone, searching for small animals he could devour when he felt a pair of eyes watching him intently from the darkness. He lifted his head and peered into the darkness. A pair of big, intelligent, yellow eyes was staring back at him. He froze. He could tell it was a large creature and he didn't want to agitate it. After a while, there was a slight rustling of leaves and the creature disappeared into the darkness. What could it be? He thought as he peered into the darkness again. The growling of his stomach persuaded him to continue on his mission. He obeyed immediately and soon found several spiders under the bushes for starters. What do you mean that we're not allowed to provide any additional information on the war or training for Harry and Hermione? It's clear that you know who will be coming after them. Why aren't you allowing us to east them in these areas? Professor McGonagall demanded brusquely as she stared at the old man sitting in his large chair with her beady eyes. Her nostrils were white with rage. They were in the headmaster's office discussing school matters. Dumbledore gave the instruction after she finished her verbal report. Albus Dumbledore was not terrified of that famous Scottish temper of hers. He merely looked at her peacefully. The faculty is merely discouraged to do so. First, Harry is too young for such a burden. I don't want him to be preoccupied by this entire business of destroying Voldemort. Moreover, we should not show favoritism on our parts. If you want to train him, then you also need to train the entire school. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean favoritism? You know who has chosen him. Do you think he would leave them alone? She shrieked furiously as she glared at him. I believe that is the reason why we are all here. While Harry is still in this school, we are responsible for his safety. He can still have that few years of childhood. Yes, he has crossed roads with Voldemort by coincidence. You know that Harry wouldn't have met Voldemort if he wasn't so curious or reckless. Dumbledore answered calmly, he mildly surprised that she was close to screaming at him. She took a deep breath and composed herself. The fact remains that we've slipped twice. The elder auburn-haired lady declared in a clipped tone. I'm sure we can all agree that up to now, it was fate that allowed Harry to cross path with him thrice. I'm uncertain if Harry will survive the next time we make a mistake. However, I am certain that he will meet Voldemort again. If Harry wants information on the previous war or requests additional training, I will provide it. She declared. Good day, Professor McGonagall concluded as she spun around and strode out of the office, with her head held high. Dumbledore stood up from his seat and paced around the room. It was evident that McGonagall was not convinced that his decision was correct. It didn't help that he was certain that Lupin would side with McGonagall and be against him. The other staff might also take McGonagall's side. Harry was fast becoming a big problem. He merely wanted to ensure that Harry succeeded in getting rid of Voldemort, and if need be, at the cost of his life. What are the lives of two teenagers compared to the millions who would be saved if Harry managed to stop him? Dumbledore could not see them succeeding without his input, which highlighted the other problem. The company that Harry now kept may not be easily swayed by his words. He knew that it would be an obstacle in establishing his control over the young teenager. He once considered the alternative of using legilimency on them to learn more about their plans and their mysterious tutor. However, it was clear from their previous conversation that he could no longer pick thoughts of their heads whenever he wished without alerting them of his actions. He could count on Hermione to help Harry take him up to court if he did that. A frown seized his forehead. We need the information and expertise of people who experienced the war to prepare us. Dumbledore knew it also meant that they were prepared to do without if he chose not to help them. It led him to one conclusion. There was somebody training Harry and doing a great job out of it. After all, Hermione and Harry had easily passed all the preliminary test of all subjects to take their OWLs. He needed more information on what they were up to. It was time to speak to his new friends. Rays of the rising sun began to filter through the window into the large room as Harry and Hermione materialized soundlessly in their shared bedroom at Hogwarts, in front of Hermione's dresser where the bottle stood. They waited for the white runes to fade before officially starting their day by changing into their school uniform. Hermione placed the books she had brought back on the desk while Harry picked out 2 fresh sets of uniform for them to change into. They had finished their morning training before they had left the house. We'll be doing this mission together, Harry asked as he looked at Toll for affirmation. His burly instructor gave a brief nod as he went to the panel and prepared for the new mission. He shot a brief glance at Hermione. They have dueled together as partners against magical battle mannequins but have never put their partnership into a test. She gave him a nod. We can do this, Harry, she thought confidently as she reloaded her pistol and covered his back. He responded by smoothly drawing the sword of Gryffindor out of the richly decorated scabbard hanging at his side and holding it firmly with his hands. Harry lowered himself into a defensive position, with the sword held in front of his face. We are ready, Toll. The room began to frizzy and soon they found themselves in the foyer of a building. It was completely quiet. I think it's too quiet. We'll try disillusioning ourselves. I'm not too sure if there are sensors that detected invisible or disillusioned people. Hermione thought. Harry silently cast a disillusion spell on the both of them. We'll try. Are we supposed to head up? Harry thought as he glanced around the area. It was clear. I've got a feeling it won't be that simple. Hermione answered in thought. Try going that way. She pointed to the narrow corridor near the grand staircase. A simple walk in the park. With Toll in control. There's no way, he thought as he swiftly moved in that direction she had pointed. Searching every room as he moved down the narrow corridor, he found that they were all offices. Harry and Hermione found all the rooms to be clear. Stupefied. Suddenly, they saw a blast of red light being shot at their direction. Harry and Hermione both ducked behind the doorway as the spell hit the wall behind them. Apparently, disillusionment doesn't work here. Harry thought as he hid behind the wall. I can see that, Hermione answered as she shot the person straight on the, stunning him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. A group of masked men suddenly appeared from the room near them and began to throw spells at them. Hermione shot at one of the overhanging beams above some of the masked men while Harry dashed forward with his sword. He casually swung his sword to deflect one of the spells and knocked one of them out with his blade. Since Harry could listen to Hermione's thoughts, they worked very well together. He ducked whenever he realized that he was standing in her way and deflected all the spells that were aimed at them. She took out those who were not squashed by the collapsing beam and were too far for Harry to reach. Harry took out those masked men in front by touching them with his sword. He discovered that the sword could hold spells, which explained why it was dull in the first place and lined it with a stunning spell. Both of them quickly retreated back to the lobby and began their ult on the second level. They were met by a small army of masked men throwing an ornament of spells at them. Those spells were deflected by a wall of water Hermione had conjured. Harry immediately cast a wide area lighting spell, in which a ring of lightning spectacularly rose from the ground and shocked those who didn't have time to cast their shield up. They collapsed on the floor, stunned. There were only a few left unharmed in the room, which Hermione took them out by shooting them with her pistol. I think you look gorgeous in that pose. Harry thought cheekily as he blasted a masked man with a stupefy, and ducked nimbly from the spell. I'm busy here, love. Please don't distract me, Hermione thought in mild emberment as she continued shooting their enemies with her pistol. Harry grinned in amusement as he dodged another incoming spell and fired several stunning spells back at them. As they continued to battle on, Harry realized that prolonged usage of elemental magic made him tired easily, so he decided to stick with standard spells and his sword. He swiftly stunned a masked man at the side as he rapidly moved down the corridor, with Hermione covering his back. Don't you think it's strange that we are only encountering wizards who can cast spells? Accio sword, he heard someone shouted. The sword of Gryffindor flew out of Harry's hand, but since Hermione was able to take the person down, the sword flew to the end of the long corridor instead of flying into the enemy's hand. This was followed by a rapid firing of stunning spells by the masked men. They leapt out of harm's way and hurriedly took cover behind a convenient statue or a wall. You've got your wish. There are swordsmen, Hermione observed as she shot the wizards casting offensive spells at the far end of the corridor with her pistol. The dull corridor was lighted up by the various color of offensive spells exchanged from both sides. By then, Harry had ejected his wand from its holster and was firing a chain of stupefy spells at the charging warriors. Some of the stunning spell hit them squarely on their bodies and the charging swordsmen collapsed onto the ground. However, there were a few, unflustered by the fall of their comrades, charging straight at them, deflecting his spells effortlessly. Even Hermione could not get a clear shot at them since she was occupied with shooting the irritating wizards casting an ornament of offensive spells at them. With the sword of Gryffindor at the other end of the room, they were in the losing end if the swordsmen charged straight at them. At this crucial moment, Harry decided to take a risk. He leapt away the statue he was hiding, summoned his sword with his hand and shooting several of the charging warriors with stupefy spells with his wand as he dashed towards the swordsman. Some of the remaining warriors collapsed after being hit by the spells. Only one swordsman remained. Harry and that masked warrior were getting close. The masked warrior swung his sword up in preparation to cleave it down on Harry as they crossed paths. Harry dodged slightly to the right, grabbed the sword of Gryffindor from midair with his left hand and hit him hard with the side of the sword. The spells meant for Harry hit the enemy in front of him and acted like a shield. Hermione took the opportunity to come out of hiding and shoot them. She stunned the remaining enemies quickly. Harry hurriedly put his wand back into the holster and lined the sword with stunning spell. "I hate it when you are this reckless," she admonished mentally as she hurriedly loaded her gun. "Please remember to pay attention and think before you react." "Yes, dear," he answered simply as they continued on with the mission. They managed to clear the level with much effort since they were dealing with wizards and warriors at the same time. Hermione alternated between shooting and casting wall made of water to defend them from spells cast at them. Harry engaged with several swordsmen in a close combat while deflecting spells with his sword. It was the only time when Harry showed the caliber of his swordplay. He moved swiftly and agilely, parrying, blocking, attacking, and deflecting. He flowed from one form to another swiftly as he took on a group of swordsmen. Since all he needed was to hit them once with his sword, they were all stunned after a while. Hermione, on the other hand, alternated between hiding behind the wall and shooting the wizards casting spells. Harry did a good job deflecting most of the spells, giving her the opening to shoot them. They managed to finish their mission that way and had slowly worked their way into the 5th floor before their mission ended. Toll had nothing but compliments when he evaluated the mission. Naturally, he did mention Harry's moment of carelessness, but he was highly satisfied with the high level of cooperation they displayed in their simulated training. The trip back to the house had been a fruitful one and it had helped them to set a new direction. Hermione headed to the common room to have the usual occlumency session with Luna and Neville while Harry stayed in the quarters to speak to Charles about his formal introduction to the Wizard Society. The date was set for 2 weeks later, the earliest they could manage since the guests needed time to respond. Charles immediately went back to the Potter mansion to begin the preparations since invitation needed to be dispatched by house elves instead of the owls immediately and an announcement was needed to be placed in the newspaper. Harry was immensely thankful that he had such a capable team of house elves to aid him. He knew he could not get anything done with his lack of experience in this field. Charles hurriedly returned, with a stack of invitations Harry had to address. Under Dobby's watchful eye, Harry finished signing his name on the invitation and sealing every regal-looking envelope with the Potter's crest. It was breakfast time when Harry had finished with all the invitations. He had lost track of which families he was inviting, but he was convinced he would be inviting all the pure-blood families in the Wizarding Society. When he finally turned up in the common room, Harry was glad to see that there was a wide beam on Luna's face. Neville had the usual frown on his face after his mediation. "How's everything?" Hermione asked in concern as she peered at Harry. "As well as can be expected, I suppose. The date of my formal introduction to society will be 2 weeks hence, on a Saturday evening. Charles is confident that he will have prepared everything by then. I've finished extending the invitation to all pure-blooded families. It's going to be a busy week." Harry answered simply. "Is it going to be a traditional ceremony with a ball?" Neville asked curiously. "It makes sense for most who inherit the title of Lord to hold a ball since they are of marriageable age. However, for you, it might defeat the purpose. You've a girlfriend," Neville continued. "I'll just have to dance. Hermione has agreed to accompany me." Harry smiled as he glanced at her with a tender expression. He looked back at his friends. "I'm sure your families will inform you soon about the invitation and their decision." Harry concluded. "I'm famished. Let's head down for breakfast." Hermione smiled in amusement as she hooked her arm around his and they headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast. "What kind of lesson do you think we'll have today for care of magical creatures?" Harry asked curiously as they walked out of the castle in the direction of Hagrid's hut. Ron was trailing quietly behind them, with his hands in his pockets. "Beats me," answered Neville simply as he shrugged. The first care of magical creature lesson was held in a seal room since it was pouring outside. He went over the creatures found in the Forbidden Forest. "Ah," said Hermione, "so this is the first official lesson outside the castle?" she inquired as they went down the sloping lawns to Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A pang of guilt hit him when he realized that he hadn't spoken to Hagrid in a while. They spotted 3 familiar backs ahead of them and they realized that they would be having their lessons with the Slytherin. After the strange conversation they'd had, Harry could not make out if Malfoy was a foe or a friend. Before they could cross each other's path, Hagrid came out of his hut in his moleskin overcoat, with Fang the boarhound by his side. "Come on now, get a move on," he called as the CL approached him slowly. "Got a real treat for ye today. Everyone here, right, follow me," he called as he strolled in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look of worry between each other. For a moment, they had a sinking feeling that Hagrid was going to have his lesson in the forest. Harry had enough of unpleasant memories in that place to last him a lifetime. Moreover, they were worried about what the students might think about having their first outdoor lesson inside forest. However, they were relieved that after 5 minutes of walking, they found themselves outside of a paddock, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There was nothing in there, so they waited for Hagrid to give his instructions. "Everyone gather round the fence here," he called as the CL approached the empty paddock. The students immediately started to gather. "Now, first thing y'all want to do is open her books." "How?" interrupted the cold, drawling voice of Draco Malfoy. Hagrid glanced at him in surprise. "How do we open this thing?" Malfoy repeated as he held his copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, which he'd bound shut with a rope. Others began to take out theirs out. Hagrid looked crestfallen when he realized that none had managed to open their books. Y'ave got to stroke them," Hagrid announced finally, as if it was the most obvious thing. He took Hermione's copy, ripped off the spellotape that bound it and ran his forefinger down its spine. The book shivered, fell open and lay silent in his hand. The CL watched in astonishment. How were they going to do that without being bitten? "Right, then, so y'ave got books and, now ye need the magical creows. I'll go get 'em while ye open books. Hang on." He strode into the forest and went out of sight. "That oaf teaching please, my dad is going to have a fit when I tell him about it." Malfoy sniggered as the rest of the Slytherin laughed. Harry was about to ask him to shut up when he spotted some creatures trotting into the paddock. They had the bodies, hind legs and tails of horses, but the front legs, wings and heads of what seemed to be giant eagles with steel-colored beaks and large, brilliantly orange eyes. The talons on their front legs were half a foot long and lethal-looking. He identified them immediately as hippogriffs. Hermione and Harry were in awe of the large creatures that Hagrid had tethered to the fences. Alyssa had taught them about these beautiful creatures, but they never imagined that they would have the chance to see them up close at Hogwarts. The hippogriffs' coats gleamed in the sun. Harry admired the way their coats changed smoothly from feather to hair. They were each a different color: stormy gray, bronze, a pinkish roan, nut and inky black. "Hippogriffs. Beautiful, aren't they?" Hagrid said as he waved his large hand at them. Harry and Hermione moved closer to the fences to take a better look at them. The rest soon cautiously moved in to look. "The furs, thing ye gotta know aboo hippogriffs is that they're proud," said Hagrid. "Never offend one, case it's the last thing ye do," warned Hagrid gravely. He rubbed his hands together. "Ye always wait fair. He hippogriffs tear make the furs move. It's polite, see, ye walk towards him and ye bow, and ye wait. If he bows back, you're allowed tear touch him. If he doesn't, get away from him," he concluded as he stared at the CL excitedly. "Who wants tear go first?" The hippogriffs displayed their prowess and showed that they are completely unlike tame creatures such as cute kittens as they tossed their fierce heads and flexed their powerful wings. Most of the CL had backed away in fear. Harry and Hermione knew that hippogriffs could get very aggressive when provoked. "No one," Hagrid pleaded, mustering his Gryffindor courage. "I'll do it," said Harry as he climbed gracefully over the paddock fence. He didn't want Hagrid's lesson to fail. "Good man, Harry," roared Hagrid. "This is Buckbeak," he said as he untied one of the chains and pulled the stormy gray hippogriff away from the others and slipped the leather collar off. The CL appeared to be holding their breath. He could sense Hermione's worry. "I'll be fine," thought Harry as he shot a glance at Hermione. She nodded. "Easy now, Harry," Hagrid said quietly. Harry maintained eye contact with the fierce-looking Buckbeak. The stormy gray hippogriff had fixed one large orange eye on him. Harry swallowed visibly, took a step back and took a bow. The hippogriff was staring at him with his brilliantly orange eye. "He looks all right to me," came a baritone voice. "Maybe I should take a bow." Harry looked up in surprise. The large hippogriff bent his front scaly knees and sank into a brief bow. Well done, Harry. You can touch him. Pat his beak. Go on, Hagrid encouraged excitedly. Oh wow, said the same voice flatly as the hippogriff stared lazily at him. Harry looked unsurely at the hippogriff. I won't bite you, silly. I'll probably scratch you if you don't show me enough respect, said that voice. Harry blinked. It was Buckbeak's voice. He cautiously moved towards the large hippogriff and patted him on his steel-colored beak. That's better, Buckbeak said lazily as he closed his eyes. He sounded as if he enjoyed it. The CL broke into applause at the sight. I'm glad that you enjoy it, Buckbeak, said Harry with a warm smile on his face. You've such nice coat. Thank you, two-legged, answered Buckbeak. You can understand what I'm saying. Yes, I do. I reckon Hagrid would let you stretch your wings a bit, Harry said quietly as he stroked his fine coat. True to his word, Hagrid asked him to climb onto Buckbeak. Buckbeak waited anxiously for Harry to climb onto his back. When he felt that Harry was comfortably seated on him, then he took off. Harry had enough time to hold onto his neck as he soared into the air. Mind my feathers, warned Buckbeak as he took Harry on a quick aerial tour of the Forbidden Forest. Harry had never flown into this area with his broomstick before, so he took the opportunity to admire the scenery. Buckbeak landed firmly on his 4 legs in the paddock after they finished touring the entire area. Harry realized that the Forbidden Forest was bigger than he had imagined. He straightened himself when he felt a heavy thud. Good job, Harry, Hagrid roared as the CL cheered loudly for his success. Harry slowly climbed off the hippogriff and joined his wife at the side of the paddock. There was a look of admiration on her face as she looked at him. Harry tenderly placed his arm around her shoulder as they watched. Encouraged by Harry's success, the CL climbed cautiously into the paddock. Hagrid untied the hippogriffs one by one. Soon, everyone was nervously bowing all across the paddock. Ron's hippogriff didn't want to bow, so he had to run away from it until Hermione pointed out that he was not maintaining eye contact with it. For Hermione, it was an enjoyable lesson since it was her first time interacting with animals that were not her pets. She also had a nice conversation with Buckbeak. He lazily sat on the ground and allowed Hermione to pat his steel-colored beak as they talked. It was only when Hermione and Harry realized that Neville was having problems with the hippogriff he was ignorant to that they left to help him. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle took over handling Buckbeak. He had bowed to Malfoy, who was patting his beak, looking disdainful. Malfoy had never paid attention to what he was saying since he was raised to be mean and to look down on all who were not of the same stature as him, especially animals. He unwittingly did the one thing that Hagrid had warned them not to. He insulted a hippogriff. Why you? Buckbeak growled as he tried to attack Malfoy. Everyone was surprised when Harry had suddenly knocked the boy out of its way to the fences. No, Buckbeak, said Harry firmly as he stood between the furious hippogriff which was trying to get its talons on the pale Slytherin boy. Malfoy had taken the opportunity to crawl out of the paddock hastily while Hagrid wrestled Buckbeak into the collar as he continued to try to get at Malfoy. Hermione immediately rushed forward and joined her husband placating the irate hippogriff. Relax, Buckbeak, you're going to hurt yourself if you keep straining the collar, she said soothingly as she stroked his side. With Malfoy out of his sight and Harry and Hermione's calming words, the fierce hippogriff soon cooled down and moved to the end of the paddock away from the CL. Hagrid, seeing that they were able to handle Buckbeak well, left him to their capable hands, and went to have a good talk with Malfoy about his conduct. The CL soon resumed as normal, seeing that everything was all right. Everyone was shocked that a Gryffindor had actually saved a Slytherin, especially since that Gryffindor was Potter and Malfoy was the Slytherin. Neville hurried over to their side after seeing that Buckbeak had calmed down. He spotted a fairly deep cut on Harry's arm. He was cut by Buckbeak's talons while he was straining to get Malfoy. Are you all right, Harry? Do you need to go to the hospital wing to be healed? Neville asked in concern as he peered at the wound. Harry cast a cleaning spell to clean up the wound, then a simple healing spell to patch the wound up. His wound mended perfectly. I guess you don't need a visit to the hospital wing. I'm glad you're okay, added Neville as he patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry smiled gratefully in response. I appreciate your concern, Harry said warmly. I think Hagrid is going on with the second part of our lesson, so you'd best go back to your hippogriff." Neville nodded and dashed off. Hermione narrowed her eyes into slits as she looked at him with great suspicion. "I know you're hiding something from me. What stirred you to help Malfoy?" Hermione asked curiously. Everyone knew that they were nemesis since the day they met. Moreover, Gryffindors never got along well with Slytherins. "I was returning a favor," Harry responded simply as he shrugged. "Besides, you know he didn't mean it, he always speaks like that. I hope he learns to pay more attention to his words," Harry concluded as he patted Buckbeak's side. "A favor?" she echoed questioningly as she raised her eyebrows. "Yes, a favor," smiled Harry enigmatically as he watched Buckbeak slumber peacefully. They realized that saving Malfoy did have its advantages. For the rest of the week, the Slytherins treated Harry and his friends with great respect. Harry guessed that it was partly due to the fact that everyone in school knew that Harry was now Lord Gryffindor, head of the ancient and noble House of Potter, after reading the announcement made in Daily Prophet the day after the incident. Draco Malfoy thanked him by sending a hastily scrawled, unsigned, "Thank you" note. He knew who it belonged to because of the way the letter was sent. Malfoy's outstanding eagle owl delivered the note to him. Through the week, Harry was occupied with his duties as Lord. Charles made sure that he had a fitting for the dress robe he was wearing on the day of the ball. Charles grilled Harry about the history of the Potters. It was indeed as ancient and noble as the family title suggested. The Potters were one of the first few wizarding families, along with Black, Gringar, and Bones in that order. This was something he'd learned in Alyssa's Cleese. He was amazed when he realized that Godric Gryffindor had taken the name Gryffindor because he was once saved by a griffin. Harry had no doubt that the griffin must have been Cathor, the one that created the magical world along with Edmund. Hermione was not spared from the lessons despite not attending the ceremony as his spouse. Harry and Hermione found the lessons on Potter's history to be very interesting. They detected two intriguing trends after studying the history carefully. Harry realized that Potter men were generally attracted to intelligent women and married them. Due to these great marriages, the Potters' ETS multiplied immensely through sound investments. The second thing they realized was that Potters tend to be very involved with the affairs of wizarding society. To illustrate, Godric Gryffindor was concerned about the lack of magical education in wizarding Britain and became one of the founders of Hogwarts. Charles later explained it was due to the early education the Potter children received that made the family so famous for being interested in the problems within the wizarding society and for their healthy respect for the other magical creatures. Harry realized that the shoes he had to fill as Lord Potter was Miv. Charles was delighted when he saw the respect Harry and Hermione had for the Potter family. He also saw Harry's apprehension about matching up to the previous Lord Potters before him and was relieved. Harry's humility and drive to be better would serve him well in the future. He took an empty regal book that looked like the other history books that Harry and Hermione were reading and handed it to Harry. "My lord and lady, we will be waiting to fill this with the deeds you've done as Lord and Lady Potter so that your descendants can learn from your success, avoid your failures and appreciate the legacy you've left for them. With every new lord, a new chapter of Potter's history will be added. I'm sure this new section will be as thrilling and fascinating as the other chapters." Charles added solemnly. "Thank you, Charles," said Harry gratefully as he returned the book to the elder house elf. When they were not preoccupied with these duties, they had to deal with school. Harry and Hermione were finally convinced that Dumbledore was unwilling to help them with their cause after having a talk with Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin one afternoon. The two professors had begun to doubt the decisions the leader of Light made. Sirius Plight was a clear example that they shouldn't have blindly listened to Dumbledore without checking things out for themselves. They pledged all their resources to help Harry when they found out that he'd decided to be formally introduced as Lord Potter sooner simply because he wanted to have the ability to influence others to give Sirius a proper trial. Lessons were a breeze for Harry and Hermione. They spend most of their time coaching their peers and recapping their third-year work. The professors teaching them continued to be very pleased with their work. They were pleasantly surprised when they realized that Harry's handwriting had improved. It was now an elegant scrawl, comparable to Hermione's beautiful neat handwriting, instead of his usual messy scribbles. To make his week even busier, his first Quidditch match was coming up soon. Practices every evening took up all his time before dinner. Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was determined to see Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup, since it was his last year at Hogwarts. Harry did not grumble since flying helped him to unwind, but he was worried about his wife. She faithfully accompanied him to every practice and patiently waited for him in the stands until practice ended. It was a gesture that he appreciated greatly, but he knew that she was wasting valuable time doing so. Thus, he tried to dissuade Hermione from accompanying him, but she refused to budge. She did try to make him feel better by using the time to tutor Neville or do her homework. He finally relented and thanked her by taking her on a quiet stroll after practice every day regardless of his condition. Harry and Hermione had to go to the house frequently for lessons. They would slip into the house at bedtime to continue their physical training with Toll, lessons on politics with Alyssa and Edmund, finish their daily homework, and get enough rest. Occasionally, Hedwig would join them so that she could have some physical training with Toll and learn more dueling tactics from Elle. Harry and Hermione took some time out during the week to meet Hedwig's new friend. Harry was shocked when he realized that Callan, the male snowy owl, was the same owl who told him off on his birthday. Flashback. Who might you be from? Harry asked as he looked at the rather noble-looking snowy owl. The owl opened his eyes in a rather conceited fashion as he fixed his yellow eyes on him with apparent distaste. Can't you read the letter? An irritated male voice came into his head as the owl held out his leg where 3 envelopes and a parcel were attached on it. Harry chuckled as he took the letters and the parcel. Thank you. Harry grinned brightly. He remembered that he could speak to animals with the ring. You're welcome. I'm glad that you at least have the manners to thank me after making me wait so long. The owl had added arrogantly as he stared at Harry. I am surprised that you can understand what I'm saying. I am sorry. I was shocked when I realized I could talk to my owl. Harry added apologetically. Would you feel better with a drink of water and some rest? Harry asked politely. The letters are from Hogwarts. I'd best be going. Thank you for the offer. With that, the owl stretched his wings and flew out from the window. Hermione and Hedwig laughed after Harry had shared the incident. Hedwig felt slightly sheepish that she did not recognize him at first sight like Harry. It's simply because you haven't been put down by an owl before, quipped Harry as he laughed. You tend to remember others better if they were the first of their kind to put you down. Harry chuckled as he stroked Callan. Everyone hooted in laughter. During their conversation, Hermione noticed the large wound on Callan's wing, so she healed him with a complex spell, using Harry's magic. The spell regenerated new tissues and knitted them together. When the spell was finished, his wing looked as good as new. Callan was overjoyed when he flapped his newly mended wing and felt no pain. He thanked them profusely. He excitedly flew off to show his owner his healed wing. Hedwig's joy did not go unnoticed by Harry or Hermione. Harry and Hermione left the Ollery with a new task. They were very excited at how close the two owls were. Don't you think it's time to speak to Callan's owner? He asked quietly as they walked down the spiral stairs leading back into the main building of the castle. Maybe we can make Crookshanks to Callan's owner's cat. I heard that she has always kept a female cat. Hermione added excitedly. Harry smiled. You know how picky Crookshanks can get. I do really want to meet his owner. I sure she's a very nice girl since she had the heart to save a post owl. Quote, we'll ask Callan to introduce us to his new owner in the near future, concluded Hermione as she smiled. Who do you think it might be? Harry wondered. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.